Possessing 5 elemental roots, Su Mu embarked on a journey to join the immortal sect, only to discover that his innate talents were woefully inadequate. By a stroke of fortune, he stumbled upon a mystical treasure, the immortal disc. By infusing the disc with spiritual energy, Su Mu could transform artifacts of the same tier into 2, thereby doubling the cultivation resources at his disposal and reigniting his passion for immortality. However, the impending perils made Su Mu acutely aware that the world of cultivation was one governed by the law of the jungle. Only by relentlessly forging ahead could he hope to survive and carve out a path to immortality that was uniquely his own. As the adage goes, in pursuit of the immortal way and the quest for longevity, one must not betray the Tao nor the beloved. If the path to eternal life remains elusive, let the immortal disc dictate the balance of fate. Why should mortals lament the passage of a century when a handful of earth can cradle the soul? Yet, should there exist techniques of immortality, they would often be pursued in solitude. Chapter 1, Tai Ling Mountain. Su Mu awoke early, roused by the resonant chime of bells echoing through the valley, unyielding in its cadence. The creatures of the forest seemed unperturbed, accustomed to the sound. A large yellow dog lounging at the village entrance barked twice in the direction of the ringing before resuming its repose. This mountain, known as Tai Ling, though not the highest in Jingzhou, is undoubtedly the most enigmatic. It is perpetually shrouded in mist, with villagers limited to the periphery, as those who dared to venture deeper would soon find themselves disoriented and retreating. Nevertheless, the villagers accepted this peculiar phenomenon without question, for it was a well-known secret that immortals resided within the mountain. The entire village thrived under the auspices of the immortal sect nestled within Tai Ling. While they relied on the mountain's bounty, the immortals were not divine beings. They required sustenance like any mortal, especially those still in the qi refining stage. Even those who had reached the 13th layer of qi refinement needed to eat at least once a month. Only upon reaching the foundational stage could one transcend the mundane and achieve a state of nourishment through essence alone. As such, the villagers frequently interacted with the sect, often dealing with mortals sent to procure various supplies. Despite their mundane origins, these individuals were not to be underestimated, as they were associated with the sect. Su Mu was acquainted with the procurement officer from Tai Ling Mountain, a man named Zhao. A decade prior, he too had been a humble villager but was recognized for his cleverness and soon ascended to a managerial position within the sect. Upon leaving, he had been a gaunt figure, but years later, he had become so corpulent that he struggled to pass through his own doorway. Life in the mountain village was tranquil and free from marauders. It was said that, in gratitude for the villagers' support, Tai Ling Mountain permitted eligible children to participate in the sect's initiation trials each year. Success meant they would be considered half immortal, while failure could still lead to a role akin to Zhao's, serving the sect in a position of esteem. Although Su Mu did not aspire to become as rotund as Zhao, the prospect of becoming an immortal excited him, making the initiation trials of utmost importance. Naturally, he was not alone in this anticipation. Yet historical data suggested that of every 10 children who attempted the trials, 9.5 would fail. Regardless, the children remained blissfully unaware of the grim statistics, eagerly awaiting the familiar tolling of bells that signified Zhao's descent from the mountain. In their hearts, they believed that once Zhao arrived at their doorstep, they too would ascend as immortals. Thus, upon hearing the bells, Su Mu quickly rose and fetched a bucket of water to wash himself. After a brief while, he was presentable. "Wuwa, where are you? Uncle Zhao has arrived," his father called from outside. His father, Su Baoshan, in his 40s, had sired 3 daughters and 3 sons. The elder daughters had already married off, one to the Zhang family in the east of the village and the other to the Wang family in the north. While girls could also partake in the trials, it was not obligatory for either gender, leading to traditional views that favored boys in such endeavors. Su Mu's elder sisters were thus not participants. His elder brothers, Su Shan and Su Lin, had previously attempted the trials but returned home defeated, eventually seeking apprenticeships in the city. Su Mu was the 5th child, with a younger sister named Su Ling, who was the apple of the family's eye. Before Su Ling's arrival, Su Mu had enjoyed the same favor, yet at 13 years of age, his time of being the favorite was fleeting, overshadowed by his younger sister. "I'm coming," Su Mu responded, wiping his face and stepping outside with determination. However, upon encountering Zhao's considerable bulk, he felt a twinge of anxiety. "Ha, Lao Su, this must be your clever son. Perhaps he will succeed this time," Zhao, with a jovial smile, exclaimed, his eyes squinting into slits as his laughter resonated, resembling a portly fox. Su Baoshan retorted, "Enough of that. You say the same thing every time. I'm nearly deaf from your proclamations. I recall you saying the same at the Zhang household last time. Zhao, unfazed, chuckled. What do you know? This is a blessing. I've heard that immortals use spells to bless others in merely following suit. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhao departed, claiming he would notify another household so that Su Mu could have a proper discussion with his father. Su Baoshan, unconcerned, had already sent 2 sons to the trials, both returning the next day. He and Su Mu exchanged glances, their shared silence thickening the atmosphere with tension. After a prolonged moment, Su Baoshan advised, when you go out later, be cautious. Observe and listen more, and speak less. Understand? I understand, father. Su Mu nodded obediently. Pleased with his son's understanding, Su Baoshan stroked his beard, feeling a sense of relief that his youngest child was sensible. Shortly thereafter, Su Mu's mother, Chen Xiao, emerged from within, holding a parcel and handing it to Su Mu. Wu Hua, take this with you. Eat if you get hungry on the way. I wouldn't want you to go hungry. Su Mu accepted the steaming parcel, discovering several sweet pancakes within. His face brightened with joy. Mother, you are so kind. Typically, the family subsisted on bland cakes, so receiving 3 sweet pancakes was enough to keep the 13-year-old elated for the day. Chen Xiao gazed at her son with a mixture of affection and resignation. These 3 pancakes would likely be among the last meals Su Mu enjoyed at home, for once he returned from the mountains, he would embark on a path similar to that of his brothers, seeking apprenticeship in the city. Merely farming was insufficient to sustain a family, let alone establish a household. Even within the sheltered confines of Tai Ling Mountain, providing for his family was a daunting challenge. Yet, the 13-year-old Su Mu remained blissfully unaware, contentedly tearing pieces off the pancakes to savor, his eyes gleaming with happiness. Chapter 2. Ascending the mountain before long, Zhao, the steward, returned to the entrance of Su Mu's home, calling out, Old Su, quickly summon your son. We are about to depart. Upon hearing this, Su Baoshan hurriedly brought Su Mu outside, smiling. Old Zhao, can't you stay for a moment? Zhao, in a rather irritable tone, replied, Stay? Are you not concerned that I might damage your door? Let us go. With that, Zhao turned and strode away, prompting Su Baoshan to exchange a glance with Su Mu, who quickly followed. Uncle Zhao, are we heading to the mountain now? Su Mu inquired with curiosity. Indeed. Soon you shall encounter a few lads from your village as well, Zhao responded, lapsing into silence thereafter. As Su Mu trailed behind Zhao, he recalled his father's admonitions, choosing to remain quiet while tightly clutching the bundle containing his sweet cakes. In a short while, they arrived at the village entrance, where several youths were already gathered. Among the 13-year-olds from the small mountain village, there were 5 children, including 1 girl. Xiaoyu, why are you here as well? Su Mu asked curiously, gazing at Shiyu before him. Su Mu and the other 4 children were all from the same village and of the same age, often enjoying each other's company. He shared a particularly close bond with Shiyu, having played in the river together as toddlers. However, as they grew older, Shiyu's family became more strict, and the carefree days of playing with the boys outdoors were no longer possible. According to Shiyu, her family had been teaching her sewing, embroidery, and cooking for the past 2 years, seemingly preparing her for marriage. She had not anticipated participating in this trial. Shiyu pouted at Su Mu, saying, Who said I couldn't come? My father has just had another son and is in high spirits lately. This time, he allowed me to venture out for luck. If it doesn't work out, I shall have to return home to marry that ugly fellow in the city. The ugly fellow she referred to resided in a town 50 miles away from the small mountain village, a place villagers had come to regard as a city. He was not a wealthy young master, but rather the son of a medicine shopkeeper, who had a prominent scar across his face from childhood mischief, which had hindered his prospects of finding a bride. Although not from a rich family, he was indeed the son of a shopkeeper, and over the past 2 years, his father had grown increasingly anxious, seeking a girl from the village to marry. When Shiryu's mother had a difficult childbirth, the village midwife had been overwhelmed, so they had called upon the shopkeeper from the city for assistance. In the course of events, the shopkeeper had taken a liking to Shiryu and decided she would be his daughter-in-law. Shiryu's father was overjoyed at the prospect of aligning with someone from the city and readily agreed, only to later discover that the son was quite unattractive. Nonetheless, being a man who valued face, he begrudgingly accepted the match, reasoning that despite the boy's looks, he came from a respectable family, and Shiryu would not suffer. However, Shiryu was clearly not of the same opinion. Upon learning that her future husband was disfigured, she immediately lost any fondness for the unfamiliar man and wholeheartedly opposed the marriage. Her participation in the trial at Tai Ling Mountain was the result of her persistent pleas to her father. Su Mu, upon hearing this, recalled how he had once declared in his childhood that he would marry Shiryu when they grew up, and he felt a flush of embarrassment. However, It was evident that the girl had long forgotten such statements, likely having heard similar nonsensical remarks from others without retaining his words. All right, do you all know each other? Let us set off. Quickly board the carriage. We must not delay, Zhao urged, ushering the children onto a cart. Initially excited at the prospect of riding in a cart, the 5 youths soon discovered it was filled with goods, leaving no room to sit, thus dampening their spirits. The small mountain village was not officially included in Tai Ling Mountain's annual recruitment of disciples. Their participation was akin to an under-the-table arrangement. It was already a privilege to be allowed to attend. There would be no special carriage arranged for them. After a bumpy ride laden with various goods, Su Mu's backside grew sore from the jolting when Zhao finally called out, "Whoa," bringing the cart to a halt. "Zhao, are you bringing your village folks back?" A voice queried from outside. Su Mu peeked through the curtain of the cart to see a young man in short attire, wearing a hair wrap. Appearing to be in his 20s, with a small cloth bag hanging from his waist, exuding an air of confidence. "Indeed. Is it your turn for duty today, Brother Wang?" Zhao responded without taking offense to the casual address, then called to the children, "Come down, little ones." As he spoke, Zhao discreetly handed the young man a small bag, which he weighed in his hand before making it vanish with a flick of his wrist. The children hopped off the cart, standing nervously to one side, gazing enviously at the young man, whose name was Wang Ji, a disciple of the outer sect at Tai Ling Mountain. Although merely a disciple, his position surpassed that of Zhao, the so-called steward, as Zhao lacked spiritual roots and was just an ordinary mortal. The reason Zhao was appointed as steward was due to the overwhelming demands of the role. Assigning a disciple to such duties might hinder their training. If Su Mu and his companions did not possess spiritual roots but had other commendable qualities, they would only qualify as lower-ranked registered disciples. Registered disciples held the lowest status on Tai Ling Mountain, often undertaking menial tasks and subservient to both outer and inner sect disciples. After 10 years of service, they could leave, during which they would earn a substantial sum of money, an amount unattainable in the secular world. Should they choose to remain and possess enough acumen, they might ascend to a position similar to Zhao's. Additionally, a disciple's fortune played a significant role if they were fortunate. A celestial master might bestow upon them an item of great value, prized even in the mundane world, potentially becoming a cherished heirloom. It was said that the renowned healer, Xiao Longyu, had once been a registered disciple at a certain sect and was gifted an ancient medical tome by a celestial being, recognizing his intelligence. After descending the mountain, Xiao Longyu dedicated himself to studying and ultimately became a legendary physician. Countless similar tales abound, ensuring that none who ascended Tai Ling Mountain wished to descend prematurely. At the very least, they aspired to become registered disciples. Returning to the present, Wang Ji, noticing the group of children admiring him, smiled slightly and said, "All right, follow me." Chapter 3. Defining Spirit. Seeing Wang Ji's gesture, the youths glanced at Zhao, who gave them a nod, and they promptly followed Wang Ji's lead. After walking for nearly half an hour up the mountain, the boys were panting with exhaustion when Wang Ji finally paused, maintaining his composure as he said, "Wait here for a moment." With that, he strode away, and Su Mu soon realized they had unwittingly circled around to the rear side of Tai Ling Mountain's main peak. Before them stood grand halls of impressive stature. Each of these halls was more exquisite than the village chief's home, adorned with intricately carved pillars that captivated the youth's attention. Not far away, several peaks veiled in mist could be seen, with faint outlines suggesting the presence of structures above, a sight the boys had never encountered before. In the midst of the air, there were numerous individuals soaring gracefully, presumably the legendary immortals capable of riding swords through the skies. However, this group seemed to deliberately avoid the mountain peak, steering clear of flying over the heads of the onlookers. Nonetheless, the young boys were mesmerized, their hearts racing with excitement. Lost in awe for quite some time, the nearest structure to them was a modest pavilion, divided into 2 levels, with a plaque hanging on the first-floor door that bore the bold characters Feiying Pavilion. Wang Ji took only a few steps before entering the Feiying Pavilion, lingering within for an extended period. After half an hour, he finally emerged, accompanied by a young man named Lu Yu, who was similarly attired as an outer disciple. "Brother Wang, you truly are something else. These youngsters have been around for years, yet none possess a spiritual root. What is the point of testing them?" Lu Yu complained as they walked. However, the distance between them and Su Mu's group was still considerable, so the latter were oblivious to the conversation, leaving them to wonder how they would feel if they had heard. Su Mu, ever observant, noticed that the small cloth pouch at Wang Ji's waist appeared considerably deflated after his excursion into the pavilion. Wang Ji, upon hearing Lu Yu's words, smiled wryly and replied, "Junior brother Lu, after all, it is a rule set by our ancestral master, We cannot disregard it. I appreciate your efforts. Lu Yu nodded, ceasing his complaints, and the two soon approached the group of boys. Wang Ji raised his voice. Everyone, listen closely. This is junior brother Lu, who oversees the spirit testing plate. If you wish to participate in the trials, you must perform well shortly. Brother Wang is jesting. Whether one has a spiritual root is determined by fate. No effort will make a difference. You should all relax. Countless individuals get stuck at this stage every year, Lu Yu remarked with a smile. Wang Ji, feeling somewhat undermined by Lu Yu's unconventional way of offering comfort, could only shake his head and remain silent. Lu Yu then extended his right hand, revealing a circular disc inscribed with a bagua pattern, faintly glowing. All right, you may go first. He pointed casually at Shiryu. Shiryu, feeling timid, glanced at Su Mu and the others, who encouraged her. Go ahead. Don't be afraid. With that, she took tentative steps towards Lu Yu. Place your right hand on the disc and close your eyes, clearing your mind of all thoughts, he instructed. Okay, Shiryu timidly responded, placing her hand on the spirit testing plate and shutting her eyes. Seeing her comply, Lu Yu nodded slightly and began chanting incantations. Moments later, he suddenly exclaimed, and a beam of white light shot forth from his fingertip. Upon contacting the spirit testing plate, the white light vanished as if absorbed. Lu Yu opened his eyes, grinning. See, I knew there would be no response. Next, but just then, his words were caught in his throat. For the spirit testing plate before Shiryu began to emit vibrant colors. Upon closer inspection, one could discern 3 distinct hues, red, yellow, and blue. 3 spiritual roots? Lu Yu stared, taken aback. Wang Ji chuckled. Junior brother Lu, I told you not to underestimate anyone. Lu Yu regained his composure, stroking his chin. Indeed. While possessing 3 spiritual roots is merely of moderate aptitude, it may still hold potential for foundation establishment. The group of boys, unable to grasp the intricacies of their conversation, could only surmise that Shiryu must indeed possess a spiritual root, which implied she was on the path to becoming an immortal. Shiryu now cautiously inquired, May I release my hand? There's no need for formality, junior sister. Just stand aside while I test your companions, and then you can join the trials. Lu Yu reassured her. Really? Shiryu gasped, realizing from Lu Yu's address that she likely possessed a spiritual root, her joy swelling immensely. Truly, Lu Yu affirmed, his gaze towards her softening. As Shiryu stepped aside, Lu Yu proceeded with the tests. Unsurprisingly, none of the other boys from the neighboring villages exhibited spiritual roots, casting a pall over the atmosphere. Soon, it was Su Mu's turn to be tested. I must possess a spiritual root, he silently prayed as he approached, placing his right hand on the spirit testing plate as instructed by Lu Yu. 10 breaths passed swiftly, yet the plate remained unresponsive. This time, Lu Yu didn't rush Su Mu, recalling the earlier revelation of Shiryu and wondering if a second boy from the village might emerge with a spiritual root. After all, Su Mu was the last to be tested, and Lu Yu felt no urgency. However, once the 10 breaths elapsed and Su Mu's spiritual energy dissipated without any reaction from the plate, it became evident that he lacked a spiritual root. Yet, just as he prepared to declare the test concluded, the spirit testing plate beneath Su Mu suddenly shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, dazzling to behold. Is this a complete spiritual root? Lu Yu gasped in disbelief. The so-called complete spiritual root referred to the possession of 5 spiritual roots. Although the radiant display during the test was visually stunning, such a root was deemed the least useful among them. In fact, the cultivation community contemplated categorizing those with complete spiritual roots among the common folk, as their cultivation speed was exceedingly sluggish, rendering foundation establishment nearly impossible. To the true cultivators, being unable to establish a foundation rendered one no different from an ordinary person. However, the group of boys was oblivious to the tales surrounding 5 spiritual roots, and upon seeing the spirit testing plate radiate light beneath Su Mu, they erupted in excitement. Although Su Mu kept his eyes shut, he sensed the shift in the atmosphere and heard the exclamations. Opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of the glowing spirit testing plate, filling him with elation. In the next moment, as Lu Yu's spiritual energy was nearly depleted, the luminescence in Su Mu's hand faded. It's a complete spiritual root. Brother, what do we do? Lu Yu helplessly turned to Wang Ji. For over a decade, Lu Yu had overseen the spirit testing plate without encountering a disciple with 5 spiritual roots. Such talent was rarer than even a heavenly root. Send him for trials. What else can we do? The elders have always said to send anyone with a spiritual root. Without specifying which type, Wang Ji replied with a smile. At worst, when you send him off, just mention it. Su Mu, listening to their conversation, was left bewildered. wondering why his possession of a spiritual root seemed to trouble his two senior brothers. Noticing Wang Zhi's words, Lu Yu nodded. It appears we have no other choice. Now, you three should find a side hall to rest for the night. Tomorrow, Zhao will escort you down the mountain. He then turned to Su Mu and Shiryu. As for you two, since you both possess spiritual roots, I will take you to participate in the trials right away. Yes. Regardless of whether they possessed spiritual roots or not, the boys responded eagerly. Shortly thereafter, the three boys without spiritual roots reluctantly departed, and Su Mu, observing their envious gazes, felt a sense of pride well up within him. Come, I will take you to the hidden mist peak, Lu Yu declared, conjuring a large leaf that materialized before them. Step aboard, he instructed. Su Mu and Shiryu exchanged glances, both taken aback by the unexpected situation. Ultimately, it was Su Mu, bolder than his companion, who stepped first onto the verdant leaf, with Shiryu hastily following suit. Once they steadied themselves, they heard Lu Yu exclaim, "Steady now?" To their astonishment, the enormous green leaf began to levitate from the ground, ascending higher and higher until it soared away with a swift whoosh. During their inaugural flight, it was only natural for them to feel a surge of anxiety. Su Mu and Shiryu clung tightly to each other, as though releasing their grip would send them plummeting into the abyss below. However, the leaf glided smoothly through the air, alleviating their fears. As their trepidation gradually dissipated, they exchanged shy glances, both flushing crimson and hastily distancing themselves from one another. "Haha, how amusing." Lu Yu chuckled from the side, seemingly relishing their discomfort. The pair dared not confront Lu Yu about his intentions, their minds instead preoccupied with the exhilaration of flight when the green leaf began its gentle descent. "Oh, junior brother Lu, what an unexpected visit. What brings you to Hidden Mist Peak?" A sharp voice called out, turning to investigate. Su Mu and Shiryu beheld a wiry man with a pointed chin and dark skin approaching, his face adorned with a jovial grin. This man, named Xiaozhi, was also an outer disciple, though not of Tai Ling Peak, but rather of Hidden Mist Peak. Both Xiaozhi and Lu Yu were at the 8th level of qi refinement, rendering their seniority ambiguous. Nonetheless, Xiaozhi had always considered himself slightly superior in cultivation, thus referring to Lu Yu as junior brother. "Junior brother Xiao, these two are the new disciples I brought for the trial. Please inform the elder," Lu Yu instructed, his tone hinting at a lack of fondness for Xiaozhi. Xiaozhi paused, perplexed. "But the trial for new disciples has already concluded, hasn't it? They are from that village at the foot of the mountain, and according to the sect's rules, if they possess spiritual roots, they are eligible to participate in the trial," Lu Yu explained calmly. Upon hearing this, Xiaozhi was taken aback, scrutinizing Su Mu and Shiryu. "Are you saying that village produced 2 disciples with spiritual roots this year?" "Indeed. Please relay this information to the elder." With a sense of urgency, Xiaozhi put aside his previous grievances with Lu Yu and strode directly into the nearby Grand Hall. Su Mu surveyed his surroundings and noticed that the Grand Hall was unlike the one at Tianqian Peak, and the white mist enveloping Hidden Mist Peak was so dense that visibility diminished beyond 10 paces. Before long, Xiaozhi emerged from the hall, addressing Lu Yu. "The elder has instructed me to bring them in. Junior brother Lu, you may leave." Lu Yu nodded and added, "By the way, this young man possesses 5 spiritual roots. You might want to bring this to the elder's attention." With that, Lu Yu ascended into the sky, vanishing from sight atop Hidden Mist Peak. Notably, he departed not upon the green leaf, but rather on a diminutive red sword, presumably a flying sword of legend. Xiaozhi, slightly taken aback, mused, 5 spiritual roots? His gaze toward Su Mu now held a hint of intrigue. "Follow me," he commanded, leading the way, with Su Mu and Shiryu hastily trailing behind. Soon, they arrived within the Grand Hall, where a solitary figure sat upon a high platform at the front. Upon closer inspection, they discerned that the figure was an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, slender in build, yet radiating an aura of ethereal wisdom. He sat serenely, reminiscent of a deep, tranquil spring, exuding an air of mystery. "Greetings, elder. These are the 2 disciples I mentioned," Xiaozhi announced respectfully, bowing deeply. "Ah, indeed. Your ancestors once rendered great service to our sect, though they unfortunately transcended to the ethereal. Henceforth, our founder vowed that the villagers would have the opportunity to join our celestial order. Alas, the path of destiny is ruthless, and those with spiritual roots are few and far between. For generations, your kin have resided in the mountain village, with few able to enter our fold. Today, the admission of 2 is indeed a fortuitous occurrence for Tai Ling Mountain." The elder's voice resonated like a sacred chant, though his words were somewhat cryptic. Su Mu and Shiryu listened intently, grasping the essence of the elder's message. A forebear from their mountain village had once contributed significantly to Tai Ling Mountain. thus granting them the privilege of entry, albeit with the lamentation of the rarity of those possessing spiritual roots. The elder fell silent, prompting Xiaoji to add, "There is one more matter. Junior brother Lu mentioned that this young male disciple possesses 5 spiritual roots, and I was instructed to inform you." "Oh." The previously composed elder exhibited a flicker of surprise, exclaiming, "5 spiritual roots? I have heard that Elder Lu has been seeking disciples with such potential. You should take him directly to him." Xiaoji hesitated, contemplating the propriety of the situation, but ultimately refrained from voicing his concerns. Elder Lu was a foundation-building practitioner, necessitating a formal address of respect. Typically, only those who performed exceptionally well in the entrance trial were considered worthy of apprenticing under him. Before long, Xiaoji guided the bewildered Su Mu out of the hall. As they departed, Su Mu couldn't help but glance back at Shiryu, pondering why he wasn't alongside her. Xiaoji, discerning Su Mu's thoughts, offered a reassuring remark. "Do not fret over your companion. As long as one's talent exceeds 3 spiritual roots, they will inevitably become an outer disciple. As for you, you've certainly stumbled upon a stroke of luck. When you meet Elder Lu, it would be wise to speak sparingly. His temperament is rather volatile." Su Mu nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. Xiaoji regarded the unremarkable youth before him, feeling a pang of jealousy at the prospect of someone with such modest spiritual roots potentially becoming an inner disciple. "Step aboard," Xiaoji called. Turning, Su Mu beheld Xiaoji standing atop a long, jade-green sword, exquisitely crafted as if formed from emerald. Noticing Su Mu's fascination with the flying sword, Xiaoji couldn't suppress a slight smile, channeling his spiritual energy into the sword. In an instant, it transformed into a streak of green light, vanishing into the expanse of the sky. Startled, Su Mu nearly lost his balance and instinctively clung to the sword's hilt. Observing that the youth did not succumb to panic, Xiaoji shook his head in bemusement and refrained from further teasing Su Mu, instead directing their flight towards a distant peak. Before long, the flying sword began its gradual descent, ultimately landing atop a barren mountaintop. Had Su Mu not trusted Xiaoji's integrity, he might have doubted whether this was indeed Tai Ling Mountain, for the area was desolate, overrun with wild grass and withered trees. Not far off, a dilapidated tent was erected, and many figures could be seen bustling about, the sounds echoing like a quarry. "Who dares to visit my red fire peak?" A gruff voice boomed, and a burly man emerged, bare-chested and clad in a tiger-striped loincloth, a gourd hanging from his waist, and his feet bare. This man was Lu Yen, the peak master of Tai Ling Mountain's Red Fire Peak, a mid-stage foundation builder renowned for his prowess in artifact crafting. Most of the Sect's disciples wielded tools forged by him and his apprentices. "Elder Lu, it is I. I have come to deliver disciples to you," Xiaoji proclaimed with obsequious enthusiasm. "Deliver disciples? What disciples? I never stated an intention to accept any," Lu Yen retorted, taking a hearty swig from his gourd, the potent aroma suggesting it contained a strong spirit. Xiaoji hurriedly explained, "Master Lu, you jest. Have you not been searching for disciples with 5 spiritual roots? This new junior brother is the one Elder Lu sent me with." "What? 5 spiritual roots?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yan's spirits were instantly lifted. He fixed his copper bell-like eyes on Su Mu, scrutinizing him intently. The next moment, Lu Yan appeared before Su Mu in an instant, staring directly into his eyes and inquiring, "Are you truly of the 5 spiritual roots?" In response to Master, "Indeed I am," Su Mu respectfully replied. "Haha, at long last. I have found you. Surely, our ancestor is watching over us," Lu Yan exclaimed, suddenly throwing his head back and howling, the sound reverberating painfully in Su Mu's ears. Seeing this, Xiaoji quietly slipped away, leaving Su Mu alone to endure the cacophony. After a while, Lu Yan calmed down, glancing at Su Mu with satisfaction, and patted his shoulder, asking, "Young man, what is your name?" In response to Master, "My name is Su Mu," Su Mu said, wincing as he rubbed his sore shoulder. "Su Mu, what were your parents thinking? Did they aspire to produce a genius with a wood spiritual root?" Lu Yan asked curiously. "Not at all. My second brother is named Su Lin," Su Mu replied, realizing that this elder was quite different from his expectations. "Then is your eldest brother named Su Sin?" Lu Yan inquired again. "My eldest brother is named Su Shan," Su Mu said with a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Lu Yan chuckled heartily, dismissing the matter. "Never mind. Your father's affairs are none of my concern. From this day forth, you shall be the 6th disciple under my tutelage. Henceforth, your Dao name shall be Huomuzi." "Thank you, Master," Su Mu respectfully exclaimed, bowing deeply. His address shifted from master uncle to master, though his expression betrayed him. Huomuzi was quite an unrefined name. "Come, I shall introduce you to your senior brothers. Lu Yin seemed unfazed by the name's lack of elegance and led Su Mu towards a cavern. Upon entering the cave, Su Mu was astonished to discover that the seemingly crude exterior of Chihua Peak concealed a paradise within. The cavern was vast, nearly hollowing out a significant portion of the mountain, adorned with cascading waterfalls and lush greenery. The cool temperature rendered the place akin to a celestial realm. Yet, every so often, an inexplicable wave of heat surged forth, hinting at something hidden deep within the mountain, the very essence of Chihua Peak. Lu Yin guided Su Mu through winding paths until they arrived at a stone door. He pushed it open and strode inside, with Su Mu hastily following. Upon entering, Su Mu was struck dumb. This place bore an uncanny resemblance to a memorial hall in the secular world. At the center of the hall stood 5 spirit tablets. Upon closer inspection of the names inscribed, Su Mu was horrified. First disciple, Hui Yinzi Shuizhang's spirit tablet. Second disciple, Hu Miaozai Kai Yuan's spirit tablet. Third disciple, Hu Tuzai Wu Ian's spirit tablet. Fourth disciple, Hu Linzi Feng Yi's spirit tablet. Fifth disciple, Hu Jinzi Guiying's spirit tablet. From these unappealing Dao names, it was evident that these 5 spirit tablets belonged to his senior brothers and sisters, and while their tablets bore no inscriptions indicating the cause of their passing, it was apparent they all had died simultaneously. Master, Su Mu stammered, somewhat at a loss for words. Humph, do you think I would wish you harm? Lu Yin shot Su Mu a disapproving look. Su Mu quickly replied, of course not. Well, it is understandable that you are frightened. Even I feel a twinge of fear when I reflect on it. Lu Yin sighed, taking out a wine flask and pouring himself a drink. Now, go pay your respects to your senior brothers, and then I shall recount the events of that fateful day. Hearing this, Su Mu knelt respectfully and bowed before the 5 spirit tablets. He felt no aversion to this act. After all, they were his fellow disciples, and it was only fitting to honor them with a bow. Lu Yin observed this scene with satisfaction, nodding approvingly before stating, come with me, and turning to exit the memorial hall. Chapter 6. The 5 Elements Spirit Ring. As Lu Yin exited the hall, Su Mu hastily followed. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed Lu Yin seated in a small pavilion at the center of a lotus pond, drinking alone from a gourd. Despite being a village youth, Su Mu was aware that excessive drinking could harm one's health, though he was uncertain if this applied to immortals as well. After contemplating, he approached Lu Yin respectfully and asked, Master, is it truly harmless for you to drink in such excess? Lu Yin paused, the gourd suspended in midair, as the wine spilled over him, and he abruptly snapped back to reality. It has been a while since someone expressed such concern for me. You remind me of your elder brother, Lu Yin remarked, capping the gourd and hanging it back at his waist. Curious, Su Mu asked, Master, may I know the circumstances surrounding my senior brother's demise? Lu Yin appeared lost in thought at this question, his gaze becoming distant as he reminisced. After a moment, he posed a question in return. Huomuzi, can you guess what realm of cultivation Master resides in? Taken aback by the unexpected query, Su Mu hesitated before honestly replying. In response to Master, I do not know. Indeed, you have encountered few cultivators, so it is understandable that you are unaware, Lu Yin said with a faint smile, his tone tinged with melancholy. In my prime, I was a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Mid-stage golden core? Su Mu was taken aback, utterly astonished at the realization of his master's formidable cultivation level. Having lived in a village, his understanding of the legendary realms of cultivation was limited, yet he had heard tales that once a cultivator achieved the golden core, they were immensely powerful. However, if his master was a golden core cultivator, could it be that the elder who referred to him as Master Nephew was of an even higher realm? Noticing Su Mu's astonished expression, Lu Yin chuckled softly. Alas, that was in the past. Now, I am merely a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Upon hearing this, Su Mu sensed that his master had no intention of ceasing his narration, so he remained silent, attentively listening. Lu Yin, pleased with Su Mu's demeanor, continued to recount the events of yesteryear. 10 years ago, Lu Yin was a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Following his master's orders, he ventured out to seek an ancient text, from which he successfully acquired a method of artifact refining. After 2 years of diligent effort, Lu Yin deciphered a technique for crafting a spiritual artifact known as the 5 Elements Spirit Ring through the insights left by his ancestor. He surmised that once this artifact was successfully created, it would entirely revolutionize the existing artifact crafting paradigm in the cultivation world. However, crafting this artifact required the collaboration of 5 cultivators with different spiritual roots. Thus, Lu Yin promptly opened the doors of his sect. In addition to his first disciple, Shuizhang, who had been by his side from the beginning, he recruited 4 additional disciples, each possessing a distinct spiritual root. To expedite the cultivation of these 4 disciples, Lu Yan spared no effort in nurturing them. Ultimately, 2 years ago, even the one with the weakest cultivation, Huolinzi Feng Yi, achieved foundation establishment. With all 5 disciples having successfully established their foundations, Lu Yan's plans were set into motion. He imparted the method for crafting the 5-element spirit ring to his 5 disciples, prepared the necessary materials, and was poised to commence the forging of this extraordinary artifact. Due to the fact that 5 disciples began their journey in crafting with Lu Yan, they became quite proficient in the art of forging. Upon witnessing the method for creating the 5-element spirit ring, their excitement was palpable. Thus, the crafting of this unique spiritual artifact commenced. After nearly 2 years of diligent effort, the 5-element spirit ring was finally taking shape. However, on the eve of its completion, an unexpected mishap occurred during the crucial ritual stage. Just as the 5 disciples and Lu Yan were performing the pivotal final step, the 5-element spirit ring unexpectedly erupted, draining the cultivation essence and life potential from all 5 foundational disciples. Lu Yan, with his profound cultivation, narrowly escaped catastrophe, but at the cost of descending a major realm, his power plummeting to the mid-foundation stage. Upon hearing this, Su Mu was taken aback, astonished that this so-called 5-element spirit ring was so malevolent, capable of devouring its master upon completion. Noticing Su Mu's pale complexion, Lu Yan offered a slight smile. With a flick of his hand, a dull gray ring appeared, seemingly unremarkable. "Master, could this be the 5-element spirit ring?" Su Mu inquired, unable to discern any special attributes of the ring. "Indeed, Huomuzi," Lu Yan affirmed. "Since you have joined my sect, you ought to possess some understanding of the art of forging. Do you know how many levels exist among spiritual artifacts?" "I do not know," Su Mu replied respectfully. Lu Yan continued, "The treasures of cultivators can be broadly categorized into 3 levels: magical tools, spiritual artifacts, and precious treasures. Magical tools are employed by Qi refining stage practitioners, allowing them to traverse thousands of miles and slay mortals as easily as cutting grass. Spiritual artifacts are utilized by foundation stage cultivators, enabling them to confront armies and journey through a realm without hindrance. Precious treasures are wielded by those above the core formation stage, capable of overturning rivers and shattering mountains, granting unparalleled freedom in the world." As Lu Yan spoke, Su Mu envisioned himself soaring on a flying sword, exploring the renowned sights of Jingzhou, and he became momentarily entranced. Eventually returning to reality to express his gratitude, "I am enlightened, Master." Lu Yan nodded and continued, "In addition to these, there exists a type of treasure known as ancient treasures, which have been passed down since ancient times. After the decline of the human world, the methods for forging ancient treasures have vanished from existence. Ancient treasures can be made from diverse materials, ranging from the essence of millennia to ordinary flora, differing only in their ability to incorporate a fragment of heavenly principles into the artifact. Although such treasures cannot be absorbed into the body, they can still be controlled with precision after sufficient refinement, their power being entirely dependent on the user's cultivation. A single artifact can last for eons." Su Mu listened, somewhat grasping the concept, and after a moment of contemplation, he boldly asked, "Master, does this mean that the power of an ancient treasure is entirely determined by its user's cultivation?" "Not entirely incorrect, but not entirely right either," Lu Yan chuckled. "The efficacy of an ancient treasure also depends on the time spent refining it. In summary, because ancient treasures contain a trace of heavenly might, their power generally far exceeds that of precious treasures." Su Mu nodded, saying, "Isn't this akin to raising a fighting dog? The longer a puppy is nurtured, the stronger it becomes, naturally surpassing its juvenile form and power." Lu Yan, amused by Su Mu's analogy of dog training to forging, laughed and admonished, "Do not digress. Pay attention." Seeing Lu Yan's reaction, Su Mu silently retracted his words, yet he recognized that despite Lu Yan's strict demeanor, he was quite benevolent towards his disciples. Hence, while Su Mu's courage had increased significantly, he still refrained from challenging his master. Lu Yan fell into deep contemplation once more, stroking the gray ring in his hand and murmuring, "This 5-element spirit ring was crafted using ancient techniques, and the heavenly might it contains eludes my understanding. However, I surmise that if successfully forged, it would undoubtedly be unrivaled among cultivators of the same realm. Alas, in this endeavor, your 5 senior brothers have perished, and this is truly my failing." As he spoke, Lu Yan took a deep swig from a wine gourd, fixating on the ring in his hand, lapsing into silence. Su Mu chose not to interrupt this time. He sensed a glimmer of tears forming in the corners of Lu Yan's eyes, but before they could fall, they were evaporated by his spiritual energy. A former core formation practitioner was clearly a person of deep sentiment. Su Mu, youthful and inexperienced in the sorrows of life and death, could only offer comfort. Master, take heart. Your senior brothers, witnessing the completion of this treasure from the heavens, must surely find peace. Ah, completion. If only this treasure could truly reach completion, Lu Yan replied with a bitter smile, his lips twitching as he spoke. Could it be that the forging has failed? Su Mu asked in disbelief. This artifact consumed 5 vibrant lives, and yet it remains incomplete? Does it seek to devour you? A core formation practitioner, to achieve satisfaction? To say it failed would not be entirely accurate, Lu Yan remarked, casting an odd glance at Su Mu. Su Mu, do you know why I chose you as my disciple? Hearing his master refer to him as Su Mu instead of Hongzi startled him momentarily before he respectfully replied. I do not know. Lu Yan gazed at Su Mu, his tone calm. Having 5 spiritual roots is considered the lowest tier of spiritual aptitude, resulting in an exceedingly slow cultivation speed. Even with my assistance, you would likely never achieve foundation. Yet, this 5-element spirit ring requires a person with all 5 elements to utilize it. Tell me, is this so-called heavenly principle mocking me? At this point, Lu Yan's expression turned somewhat frantic, as though he were on the verge of losing control, but he ultimately managed to restrain himself. After investing over a decade, sacrificing 5 disciples' lives, and losing an entire realm of cultivation, anyone would be driven to madness. A cultivator with a wavering mind might have already fallen into madness. Su Mu stood in stunned silence. Realizing that Lu Yan's assertion that the forging of the 5-element spirit ring could not be deemed a failure stemmed from the necessity of a practitioner with all 5 elements to wield it. He began to understand why the senior brother who had brought him to Chihua Peak appeared so perplexed. It was indeed a mystery how someone with such mediocre aptitude could be accepted by a sect leader. Furthermore, this leader was a renowned master of forging and a former core formation practitioner, clearly not comparable to an ordinary foundation stage cultivator. With all these factors combined, it was no wonder the senior brother had been bewildered upon hearing Lu Yan's decision to take Su Mu as his disciple. As for comforting Lu Yan, Su Mu found himself at a loss. Any words of solace seemed feeble in the face of such profound disappointment. Fortunately, Lu Yan had cultivated to the core formation stage, maintaining a sufficiently steadfast mind to avoid acts of despair. After a brief moment of distraction, he regained his composure and resolutely addressed Su Mu. Su Mu, should you truly wish to become my disciple, I have but one condition. If you can reach the 4th layer of Qi refinement in all 5 elemental techniques within 5 years, I shall grant you my full support to succeed in your foundation. Should you fail after 5 years, I will forcibly elevate your cultivation to the 4th layer of Qi refinement through the importation method, but you will lose all your cultivation potential thereafter, leaving you with no path for further cultivation. However, I will ensure your life is one of wealth and honor. This is no trifling matter. Take the night to ponder before making your decision. The residences left by your senior brothers are available to you. Choose any that you wish. Listening to this, Su Mu felt an array of conflicting emotions, and the weight of such an enormous decision left him momentarily speechless. Lu Yan appeared to grow somewhat impatient and inquired, "Do you have any further questions?" Only then did Su Mu regain his composure and respectfully ask, "May I inquire, Master, if I choose to become your disciple, what are the chances of meeting your requirements within 5 years?" Lu Yan stroked his chin and replied slowly, "Chances? Perhaps a 50-50 proposition. That depends on your diligence." "Then I am willing to become your disciple," Su Mu exclaimed, kneeling on the ground and bowing 3 times before Lu Yan. Upon seeing this, Lu Yan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter as he helped Su Mu to his feet, saying, "Good disciple, I indeed did not misjudge you. From this day forth, I shall devote myself to aiding your cultivation." The two exchanged glances filled with excitement. However, beyond the thrill, Su Mu's eyes also reflected a hint of trepidation. His decision to accept Lu Yan as his master stemmed from youthful fervor as well as careful deliberation. From Lu Yan's words, it was evident that with his full support, Su Mu's advancement to the 4th level of Qi cultivation was merely a 50-50 chance, highlighting the inadequacy of his 5 spiritual roots. Should he choose not to become Lu Yan's disciple and instead enter the outer sect, it was uncertain whether he could even reach the 4th level of Qi cultivation in his lifetime. Even if he failed to achieve the 4th level after 5 years, the cost would merely be the loss of his cultivation, in exchange for a lifetime of wealth and prosperity, something unimaginable for a boy who had lived in a mountain village for over a decade. In every regard, becoming Lu Yan's disciple was undoubtedly a lucrative endeavor. If Lu Yan were aware of how enticing his 2 conditions were for Su Mu, he might have reconsidered his words. In the eyes of a master such as Lu Yan, Worldly wealth was but fleeting smoke. Only the enhancement of one's cultivation was eternal. The thoughts of the master and disciple were, of course, unknown to anyone else. That evening, Sumu took residence in the cave of his previous senior brother, Feng Yi, and agreed with Lu Yin to commence their training at dawn the following day. In the middle of the night, Sumu dreamt that 5 years later, he had failed to meet his master's conditions and was expelled from the sect, yet returned to the mountain village in an extravagant sedan chair, adorned with gold and silver. It was not until the familiar sound of the morning bell awakened him that he hurriedly wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and prepared to seek his master. Chapter 8. The Method of the 5 Elements. Before long, Sumu found himself in the central chamber of the Red Fire Hall, where his master was seated in meditation. He quickly approached and bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "Master." While bowing, Sumu noticed 5 small cloth pouches beside his master, resembling the small bags he had seen at the waists of several senior brothers, including Wang Ji. Hearing Sumu's call, Lu Yin promptly opened his eyes and smiled. "You have arrived. These are the storage pouches used by your senior brothers during their lifetimes." Storage pouches are common tools for cultivators, lacking a master recognition function, so anyone can use them. You must take care to safeguard your own storage pouch. In addition, this pouch is for you. It contains a set of standard items for inner sect disciples, as well as a disciple token that I have already obtained for you. Make sure to keep your pouch and those of your senior brothers safe. All of them. Sumu was taken aback, looking puzzled at the 6 storage pouches before him. Indeed, your senior brothers' pouches contain their respective 5 elements cultivation methods and some insights on cultivation and artifact refinement. I have removed other items, so once you review them, it will facilitate your future use of the spirit rings. Understood, Master. Upon hearing this, Sumu realized that his master was not merely bestowing a grand gift upon him. Everything was intended to aid his cultivation and the utilization of the 5 elements spirit rings. However, without any cultivation at present, Sumu could only awkwardly hang the 6 storage pouches at his waist, appearing quite comical. Lu Yin, seemingly unconcerned by this, spoke after Sumu had completed these tasks. "All right, today I shall teach you senior brother Feng's withered wood reviving spring technique. Pay close attention. It is said that at the dawn of heaven and earth, wood gives rise to all things." What Lu Yin intended for Sumu was not merely to cultivate a single technique to the 4th level of Qi, but to elevate all 5 foundational techniques to that realm. Of course, it was impossible to cultivate all 5 techniques simultaneously. Lu Yin planned for Sumu to cultivate them in the order of their elemental generation. Given that Sumu's name contained the character for wood, Lu Yin decided he would start with the wood-based withered wood reviving spring technique and then proceed with fire, earth, metal, and water in succession. This approach would also help to avoid the conflicts caused by the 5 elements opposing forces, ensuring that the techniques did not clash with one another while simultaneously enhancing the speed of cultivation through their generative relationships. Therefore, considering the 5-year time frame, Sumu would need to successfully cultivate one technique to the 4th level of Qi each year. In fact, within Tai Ling Mountain, such aptitude was quite common. Anyone with 3 spiritual roots or more could generally accomplish this. Unfortunately, Sumu possessed 5 spiritual roots, resulting in a notably sluggish cultivation speed, which is why Lu Yin remarked that Sumu's chances of success were merely 50-50. Before long, Sumu absorbed Lu Yin's teachings. Feeling somewhat dazed and struggling to regain his senses, Lu Yin smiled gently and said, "All right, return to your cave and cultivate. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Sumu, roused by his master's words, stood and respectfully replied, "Yes, master." As he was about to turn and depart, curiosity compelled him to ask, "Master, may I inquire what type of cultivation technique you practice?" Lu Yin was momentarily taken aback by the question, then replied with a smile, "I cultivate a fire-based technique." "I see." Sumu nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and respectfully withdrew. As he walked partway, Sumu pondered his master's earlier instructions, murmuring to himself, "No wonder master has advanced to the golden core stage. He comprehends wood-based techniques so profoundly." Before long, Sumu returned to his cave, placing a stack of jade tablets resembling bamboo slips on the table. These items, known as jade slips, although resembling rolled bamboo slips, could not be opened. By simply pressing a jade slip to his forehead, the contents recorded within would naturally unfold in his mind. If he possessed any cultivation, he could even use spiritual power to modify the contents. At that moment, although Sumu had no cultivation, he had no difficulty perceiving the jade slips. Pressing one of the green jade slips to his forehead, a lengthy text materialized in his mind, detailing the withered wood reviving spring technique. According to the records, The withered wood reviving spring technique was one of the most fundamental 5 elements techniques. While its power was modest, its foundational strength was solid, and those who cultivated it typically possessed greater magical capacity than their peers at the same level. The other 5 elements techniques shared similar attributes, lacking any profound supernatural abilities but offering faster cultivation speeds and deeper magical capacity. The reason Lu Yin only required Su Mu to cultivate the technique to the 4th level of Qi rather than a higher realm was simple. Cultivators at the 4th level could practice spirit control techniques, allowing them to utilize magical artifacts. Su Mu currently possessed 2 magical artifacts, essential for inner Sect disciples. One was a green leaf-shaped flying artifact, which, aside from conserving spiritual energy during flight, had little other utility. The other was a small red sword, a legendary flying sword. Both artifacts originated from Red Fire Peak. However, they were crafted by ordinary Outer Sect disciples rather than being personally forged by Lu Yin. Indeed, Red Fire Peak also had Outer Sect disciples, and the shed Su Mu had previously observed were places where Outer Sect disciples forged magical artifacts. Lu Yin would instruct these individuals on the art of artifact forging once a month, addressing their cultivation doubts along the way. This treatment was incomparably superior to that of Su Mu, underscoring the stark divide between inner and outer disciples. Inner disciples were nurtured by masters at the foundation establishment stage, each one a paragon of talent, often possessing dual spiritual roots or unique physiques. Of course, Su Mu's 5 spiritual roots were also remarkably distinctive. After a while, Su Mu set down the jade slip, reflecting on his master's teachings. He gradually closed his eyes, beginning to channel the surrounding spiritual energy. The first step in cultivation is to draw qi into the body, a process that cannot be assisted by others. It necessitates one's own effort to sense the fluctuations of the spiritual energy in the world, thereby establishing a connection between oneself and the cosmos to succeed in drawing qi inward. Su Mu did not consider himself a genius, yet he was taken aback by his seemingly inadequate aptitude. Following the method detailed in the scriptures, he closed his eyes and attempted to sense for an extended period, but ultimately perceived nothing. He vaguely felt as though a membrane surrounded him, obstructing his mind from extending outward. After more than an hour of exertion, he still could not break through this barrier and eventually succumbed to exhaustion, falling into a deep slumber. At the very moment he drifted into sleep, Lu Yin, far away in the Crimson Fire Hall, suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes, revealing a trace of helpless mirth. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a green jade pendant from his bosom, exited the grand hall, and made his way directly to Su Mu's cave dwelling. Chapter 9. The Wood Spirit Pendant and Dream Induction Technique. Before long, Lu Yin arrived at Su Mu's cave, casting a glance at the familiar furnishings that momentarily stirred his melancholy. However, he quickly regained his composure. Su Mu was seated nearby, his head bowed low, appearing to be sound asleep. Lu Yin chuckled helplessly, approached him, and lifted Su Mu's body, placing him gently on the adjacent bed. Observing the slumbering Su Mu, Lu Yin positioned the green jade pendant on his forehead and began to chant incantations. Moments later, a stream of faint crimson spiritual energy surged from Lu Yin's hand, flowing into the green jade pendant. In an instant, the pendant erupted with a brilliant light, casting a verdant glow throughout the stone cave, shrouded in mystery. Lu Yin then intoned a powerful command, and a surge of formidable spiritual force emanated forth, causing Su Mu's eyes to snap open. Though Su Mu's eyes were open, they lacked any glimmer of consciousness, resembling those of a living corpse. Suddenly, he sat upright on the stone bed, his limbs moving in a frenzied manner, and within moments, he had resumed the meditative posture he had previously held, his eyes wide and vacant, unsettling to behold. Remarkably, the jade pendant upon his forehead remained affixed, as if glued there. Soon, Su Mu began to chant, and if anyone were to draw near, they would discover that he was reciting the mental formula of the withered wood revitalization technique. Lu Yin observed this spectacle without surprise, as if it were anticipated. His own mouth was not idle, echoing the same incantation. Before long, a faint sound emanated from within Su Mu, followed by a radiant burst of azure spiritual light from his body, harmoniously intertwining with the pendant's glow, akin to a divine artifact emerging into existence. However, shortly thereafter, a sharp crack echoed as the green jade pendant split into two. The peculiar adhesion seemed to vanish instantaneously, and the pendant fell from Su Mu's forehead, crashing to the ground, where it disintegrated into dust, swept away by a gentle breeze. Lu Yin gazed at the vanished pendant with a flicker of regret in his eyes. But upon observing Su Mu, who now radiated spiritual light, he ultimately wore a satisfied expression. Su Mu, do not let your master down. Lu Yan sighed and waved his sleeve, departing Su Mu's cave. Su Mu sensed he had experienced a wondrous dream, devoid of anything but a lush forest teeming with vitality. Suddenly, the green light of the forest flashed, and he lost consciousness. When Su Mu awoke again, he found himself enveloped in a thick, foul-smelling layer. For a moment, he was taken aback, but after a while, he recalled that this transformation mirrored the effects of successfully drawing qi into the body, igniting his excitement. Closing his eyes and slowly channeling energy, Su Mu instantly felt a refreshing sensation within, as a thread-sized stream of spiritual energy meandered through his meridians. Have I succeeded? Su Mu was momentarily taken aback, utterly astonished that after a mere nap, he had managed to draw qi into his body. Master! Su Mu sprang from his bed and rushed out of the cave, arriving at the Crimson Fire Hall, where he found his master seated in meditation. He bowed respectfully, exclaiming, Master, I have succeeded. Lu Yan opened his eyes, regarding Su Mu with curiosity. Succeeded in what? He appeared genuinely unaware. I have successfully drawn qi into my body. Su Mu proclaimed excitedly. Haha, splendid. But could you perhaps wash up before you present yourself to your master? Are you not aware that the aftermath of drawing qi is quite odorous? Lu Yan chuckled. I shall do so at once. Su Mu, still youthful and impulsive, had forgotten this detail in his excitement. He hurried back to the cave, eagerly bathed, scrubbing every inch of his body. Although he used cold water, Su Mu felt no chill, believing it to be the marvel of the cultivation path. In reality, he was simply too exhilarated. After meeting with his master once more and receiving words of encouragement, Su Mu returned to his cave, brimming with confidence, ready to resume his cultivation. He began to entertain the notion that perhaps his aptitude was not as dismal as rumored. After all, how could he have possibly achieved a breakthrough after a single nap? Lu Yan observed Su Mu's newfound confidence and could not help but nod approvingly. This was the outcome he desired. The jade pendant that had shattered was known as the Wood Spirit Pendant, an artifact Lu Yan had acquired in his earlier years, which solely served to expedite the cultivation of wood-based techniques. Its benefits would persist until the core formation stage, and Lu Yan had intended to use it for trading with others, never anticipating it would be consumed in a single instance for Su Mu. Su Mu's ability to cultivate in his slumber was attributed to Lu Yan's implementation of the dream induction technique, a spell accessible only to those at the core formation stage, typically employed to assist one's disciples. However, the cost was substantial. The caster must undergo a month of cultivation to restore their own spiritual essence to its prior state. Though Lu Yan's cultivation had plummeted to the mid-foundation establishment stage, his spiritual strength remained that of a core formation practitioner, allowing him to wield this spell, albeit with some difficulty. Yet, Su Mu remained unaware of these matters, nor did Lu Yan intend to disclose them. Wishing to preserve the fragile confidence Su Mu had so recently established, as the seasons changed, Su Mu devoted an entire year to cultivating within his cave, perhaps due to Lu Yan's unwavering support, a former core formation expert. Su Mu indeed managed to successfully break through to the fourth layer of qi refinement on the anniversary of his training. Throughout this year, Su Mu never once descended from the Crimson Fire Peak, with meals and provisions delivered to the entrance of his cave, living like a pampered young master. Su Mu once expressed a desire to return home, but was firmly denied by Lu Yan, who argued that since Su Mu had chosen the path of cultivation, he must sever all ties and attachments to the mundane world. To alleviate Su Mu's concerns, Lu Yan even dispatched 1,000 taels of silver to Su Mu's family, which prompted a letter from Su Baoshan. Upon receiving the silver, Su Baoshan was taken aback. Although others from the village had ventured to Tai Ling Mountain, none had ever sent home such a generous sum within a year. Learning that his son required peace of mind to pursue his studies, Su Baoshan quickly penned a letter urging Su Mu to focus on his cultivation, assuring him that everything at home was well. Chapter 10. The Scripture Pavilion. Upon reading the letter and seeing the substantial amount of silver, Su Mu was equally startled, realizing that further mention of returning home might be perceived as ungrateful. Over the past year, Lu Yan had not only guided Su Mu in his cultivation, but had also provided him with a wealth of ancient texts to study, from which he gleaned numerous insights. Although these materials held little practical value for his cultivation, Lu Yan insisted that Su Mu complete one book each month and subsequently test his understanding. Nonetheless, while Su Mu did not voice it, the yearning to return home had never extinguished in his heart. He had only consumed 2 of the sugar cakes his mother had made for him before leaving the third to remain untouched in his storage pouch for a year. Were it not for the pouch's ability to preserve items indefinitely, the cake would have surely spoiled by now. The arrival of the 1,000 taels of silver ignited a newfound determination within Su Mu, compelling him to double his efforts in cultivation. While others might practice for a maximum of 5 hours a day, he resolved to train for 8. If his low cultivation level did not necessitate sleep, he would have undoubtedly pushed himself even further. Next year, my little sister might come to the mountain for her test. I shall see her then. Su Mu mused to himself. Having attained the 4th layer of Qi training, Su Mu was eager to share this good news with Lu Yin and hurried to the Red Fire Hall. At that moment, Lu Yin was seated in the hall, preoccupied with thoughts of Su Mu's progress, as today marked the monthly session for instructing outer disciples. Although he was aware of Su Mu's diligent efforts and felt content, he lamented Su Mu's poor aptitude. He understood that the initial progression to the 4th layer of Qi training would be slow, but anticipated that Su Mu would accelerate in subsequent attributes. After a year had passed, even if Su Mu had not yet reached the 4th layer, it was entirely reasonable and would not hinder his overall progress. Yet, despite this understanding, the reality of being a cultivator remained. Frustrations would inevitably arise. Master. Su Mu's figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Red Fire Hall, respectfully calling out. Lu Yin typically disliked being interrupted during his teachings, but today his mind was elsewhere. Upon hearing Su Mu's voice, he turned and was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, he swiftly moved from the center of the hall to the door, standing before Su Mu. Seizing Su Mu's wrist, he exclaimed, "You've broken through?" "Yes." Su Mu nodded proudly, clearly elated. Lu Yin suddenly laughed heartily. "Who says those with 5 spiritual roots cannot cultivate?" "Haha, Su Mu, you have done remarkably well." The surrounding disciples began to murmur among themselves, realizing that this was the legendary disciple with 5 spiritual roots who had entered Lu Yan's tutelage and had already reached the 4th layer of Qi training within a year. "Hey, did you not know that Master Lu was once a mid-stage core formation cultivator? His background is not comparable to ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. Being a disciple of Master Lu is quite the privilege," they speculated. Lu Yin recognized their thoughts and understood that Su Mu's access to such abundant resources would surely breed envy. To prevent any further unwarranted remarks that might disrupt Su Mu's cultivation mindset, he waved his hand dismissively, signaling them to disperse. As the outer disciples departed, they cast envious glances at Su Mu, leaving Su Mu and Lu Yin alone in the hall. Once the crowd had cleared, Lu Yin suddenly inquired, "Su Mu, did you hear what those outer disciples said?" "Yes, I heard everything," Su Mu replied respectfully. Cultivators possess keen senses, having reached the 4th layer of Qi training. His hearing was more than twice as acute as that of an ordinary person. Lu Yin, observing Su Mu's lack of anger, curiously asked, "Oh, what are your thoughts?" Su Mu's heart stirred at the implication of his master's inquiry. Recognizing that he was being assessed, he pondered briefly before responding, "Master, my senior brothers envy my fortunate opportunity to study under you, yet I also admire their innate talent. For they do not need to devote themselves as I do to achieve similar levels of cultivation. The ways of heaven are inscrutable, and human lives are unpredictable. While one may envy another, little do they know that others may also envy them. As cultivators, we must not fear the ways of heaven, but rather seek to transcend the impermanence of life, striving for our own liberation." Well said. Though you have drawn from the teachings of books, your ability to grasp the underlying principles is no small feat. I can rest assured in leaving the sect, Lu Yin replied with a smile. "What, Master, you are leaving?" Su Mu asked in surprise. Lu Yin retorted, "Of course. My stock of low-grade elixirs has nearly been consumed by you this past year, and since Tai Ling Mountain is not adept in alchemy, I must venture out to procure suitable spiritual herbs for you. Otherwise, given your aptitude, do you truly wish to attempt the enlightenment technique when the 5-year period ends?" "I do not wish to." Su Mu shuddered, hastily responding. The more he cultivated, the more he understood the dire consequences of the enlightenment technique. If a high-level cultivator were to undergo it, they might retain some of their cultivation. However, for one who had not even reached the 4th layer of Qi training, undergoing such a technique would result in a complete loss of cultivation and potentially lead to physical disabilities. Having frightened Su Mu with the gravity of the situation, Lu Yin, satisfied with his response, shifted the conversation to matters Su Mu should be mindful of while on the mountain. To Su Mu's surprise, Lu Yin instructed him to exchange for a set of inner cultivation methods from the secular world at the scripture pavilion. Su Mu was initially taken aback. His time for cultivation was already scarce, and incorporating martial arts techniques could jeopardize his progress. However, Lu Yin provided no explanation for his request, leaving Su Mu to speculate that perhaps practicing inner cultivation would benefit his overall advancement, though he dared not ask further. While he wished to inquire about the possibility of returning home, The memory of Lu Yin's firm refusal lingered in his mind, prompting him to refrain from doing so. Regardless, he was assured that he would see his family again in 4 years. The following morning, Lu Yin departed from Red Fire Peak, his destination unknown, while Su Mu rose early and made his way to Yunling Peak. Though the number of disciples at Yunling Peak was few, the peak exclusively accepted female disciples, making it quite popular within Tai Ling Mountain. Additionally, the Sect's scripture pavilion was established atop Yunling Peak, leading to a steady flow of visitors, most of whom were young male disciples. The reasons for their visits to Yunling Peak required no elaboration. Chapter 11. An unexpected reunion on this day. A young man dressed in a red Taoist robe soared through the air atop a green leaf artifact, swiftly descending upon the summit of Yunling Peak. The surrounding young disciples were momentarily taken aback before they began to whisper among themselves. Who is this Sect senior? I have never seen him before. A young male disciple tugged at his companion, puzzled. The latter shook his head in response, saying, "How would I know? He is likely one of those who prefer to seclude themselves. Such individuals are not to be trifled with, so refrain from discussing him." Su Mu realized he had become the focus of attention and quickly understood that it was his Taoist robe that had attracted such scrutiny, thus he could only smile wryly. At Tai Ling Mountain, outer sect disciples donned white robes, while registered disciples wore gray, and only those of the inner sect were permitted to wear red robes. Of course, if one chose not to wear a robe, no one would mind, much like Wang Ji, who had once donned black attire. However, if one wore a robe, one must adhere to the established rules. Su Mu, clad in a red robe, could either be an inner sect disciple or some reckless individual daring enough to disregard proper attire. May I inquire where the scripture pavilion is located? With a multitude of onlookers, Su Mu casually approached someone to ask. The man, taken aback, instinctively pointed in a certain direction, stammering, "I dare not presume, senior. But the scripture pavilion is just over there, behind the mountain." Su Mu did not dwell on the titles of senior and junior, instead offering a cupped fist salute. "Thank you." He then proceeded in the direction indicated by the man. "Did you hear that? That inner sect disciple actually referred to him as senior," someone remarked in astonishment, gazing at Su Mu's retreating figure. "Perhaps he is just being polite, who knows?" Another shrugged. "I still have my sect tasks to complete, so I cannot linger here with you." Indeed, it was customary for outer sect disciples to address inner sect disciples as seniors, irrespective of their entry time or cultivation level. Similarly, it was a tradition that outer sect disciples were required to undertake sect tasks in exchange for cultivation resources. The treatment Su Mu received, with someone guiding him step by step, was even superior to that of many inner sect disciples. Before long, Su Mu arrived at a small pavilion, following the man's directions. Upon seeing the 3 large characters inscribed as Scripture Pavilion, he hastily entered. As he stepped through the wooden door, a delicate voice called out from the side, "Greetings, senior. May I ask if you have come to borrow some texts?" "Sure you?" Upon hearing that somewhat familiar voice, Su Mu turned around and was taken aback to find Shiryu standing before him. "Su Mu?" Shiryu was equally stunned, gazing at Su Mu in his red robe with astonishment. "Sister, do you two know each other?" A somewhat older female disciple inquired curiously, her attire indicating she was also an outer sect disciple. "Ah yes, sister, this is Su Mu, the one I mentioned before, from my village," Shiryu introduced, turning to the woman beside her. "Ah, so this is the young man you have been daydreaming about? No wonder you have been so concerned about him." The woman laughed. "And he's an inner sect disciple. No wonder he has captured your heart." Su Mu felt his face flush crimson, more so than Shiryu, who merely smiled and playfully scolded the woman, though her expression remained largely unchanged. "Greetings, sister." Su Mu rubbed his nose and bowed respectfully to the woman. "Oh dear, senior, do not be so formal. My little sister cannot bear such reverence from you." The woman chuckled. "My name is Yin Hui. You may call me Yin Shimi or Xiao Hui Shimi, but addressing me as sister would be improper." Su Mu smiled wryly. "Sister, you are older than I, so you rightfully deserve my respect, especially since I will be relying on you to look after Shiryu in the future." Despite not harboring romantic feelings for Shiryu, Su Mu understood the importance of mutual support among those from the same village. Yin Hui laughed. "Ah, so you are a considerate senior. No wonder Shiryu speaks of you so often." "Sister." Shiryu could no longer contain herself, playfully chastising. "All right, I shall say no more. You two can chat while I guard the pavilion alone." Yin Hui smiled. "Is that permissible?" Shiryu asked anxiously. "Why not? If something occurs, isn't there the esteemed Su Shixiang from the inner sect to protect us? What is there to fear?" Yin Hui replied confidently. Su Mu, hearing this, could only smile helplessly. Soon after, he and Shiryu exited the scripture pavilion, strolling along the mountainside of Yunling Peak while engaging in conversation. It turned out Shiryu had successfully passed 2 of the 3 trials during her entrance examination, subsequently joining Yunling Peak. Recalling that day's trials, she still felt a twinge of apprehension. The entrance trials at Tai Ling Mountain consisted of 3 stages. The first tested endurance, requiring disciples to ascend a high peak under the sun. Having helped with farm work since childhood, Shiryu possessed the required tenacity. Although girls typically lacked physical strength, her petite frame worked to her advantage, enabling her to pass this stage. The second stage tested comprehension, where she was stumped by several questions and ultimately failed. The third stage evaluated mental fortitude, where new disciples had to endure within a formation for an hour without being swayed by the illusions created within. As Shiryu recounted, upon entering the formation, she found herself transformed into a princess in a palace, almost falling for the ruse. What she omitted to mention was that the emperor in her illusion bore Sumu's visage. This was not to imply that Shiryu harbored feelings for Sumu. Rather, the impression he left when he was taken to Chihua Peak was quite profound. To become an outer sect disciple, one had to pass at least 2 of the 3 trials. Otherwise, even with spiritual roots, one would have to wait for the next year's examination. Following her successful trials, Shiryu became part of Yunling Peak, and her appearance at the scripture pavilion was due to her and Yin Hui fulfilling their duty of guarding the pavilion. Sumu listened in astonishment, pondering how many trials he might have passed had he participated in the entrance examination. Shiryu, curious, inquired, "What about you? How has this past year been for you?" Sumu smiled, choosing not to disclose his true circumstances to Shiryu, instead stating, "I do not have to execute sect tasks. I mostly focus on cultivation, and my master treats me quite well." Shiryu responded, "I have heard that your master sent 1,000 taels of silver to your family. Of course, he treats you well. By the way, what level of cultivation have you reached now?" "Me? I have just barely reached the 4th level of chi refinement." Sumu replied with a wry smile, "As you know, I possess 5 spiritual roots, making my cultivation exceedingly slow." To his surprise, Shiryu gasped in astonishment. "What? You have reached the 4th level of chi refinement? I am only at the 3rd level." Chapter 12. Sect competition. Sumu could only ruefully touch his nose, fully aware of how he had reached the 4th level. For instance, outer sect disciples received a single cleansing pill from the sect each month, which was beneficial only for those below the 4th level of chi refinement. Consuming it would enhance their cultivation, making it a precious resource. Even with the sect tasks completed, an outer sect disciple could typically acquire only about 2 of these pills each month. Sumu, however, was able to consume 1 almost daily, and had it not been for the diminishing effects from excessive intake, he could have taken even more. Despite this, he was only marginally ahead of Shiryu in terms of cultivation, illustrating just how poor his innate talent was due to possessing 5 spiritual roots. Observing Sumu's wry smile, Shiryu's eyes sparkled with mischief as she remarked, "No wonder, considering you have such a good master. I heard that Master Lu was once a nascent soul stage ancestor, and I also heard that this master has a terrible temper, and he delights in scolding the disciples of Chihua Peak. Sumu, have you been reprimanded? Is that so?" Sumu reminisced about his experiences on Chihua Peak over the past year, perplexed as he inquired, "Xiaoyu, from where did you hear such words? Master has always been quite amiable, hasn't he?" Unbeknownst to Sumu, prior to his arrival, Luyan's temper had indeed been quite foul, frequently chastising his disciples, as he had long since despaired of the path of cultivation. However, Sumu's appearance rekindled a glimmer of hope in Luyan's life, resulting in a notable improvement in his demeanor over the past year. Had Sumu engaged more frequently with the outer disciples of Chihua Peak, or had they dared to gossip about Luyan, he might have already heard such rumors. Having only recently entered the sect herself, Shiryu knew little of its affairs. Upon hearing Sumu's remarks, she assumed the rumors she had heard were mere fabrications and laughed it off. After chatting for a while, Sumu suddenly asked, "By the way, Xiaoyu, how did you learn that someone from my family sent 1,000 taels of silver? Can you descend the mountain?" "Indeed. Outer disciples are permitted to leave the mountain, and some tasks even require them to venture outside the sect. However, I don't return often. The last time was 3 months ago," Shiryu replied with a nod. "I see," Sumu acknowledged, a wry smile forming on his lips. He had not anticipated that the treatment afforded to him as an inner disciple would be less favorable than that of Shiryu as an outer disciple. Curiosity piqued, Shiryu asked, "Aren't you allowed to descend the mountain?" Sumu affirmed, "Correct. My master has told me that there is a distinction between immortals and mortals, forbidding me from leaving." "Ah, our Shirshu on Yunling Peak often says the same. Though I sneak away without them knowing, why don't you do the same? I've heard your mother misses you quite a bit," Shiryu casually suggested. At this, Sumu hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. His master had treated him with such kindness. It would be disloyal to defy his wishes by secretly descending the mountain. Moreover, he understood that his master forbade him from leaving to prevent any worldly distractions from hindering his progress in cultivation. A year had already passed of the 5-year period, and he was barely keeping pace with his master's expectations. It was best not to complicate matters further. Just 4 more years, and he would be able to reunite with his family, Su Mu mused inwardly. Noticing Su Mu's sudden silence and pensive expression, Shiryu refrained from pressing him further and instead remarked, Su Mu, you are now at the 4th stage of Qi refinement. Are you considering participating in this year's Sect competition? The Sect competition? Su Mu responded, taken aback, completely unaware of what it entailed. After a lengthy explanation from Shiryu, he learned that the Sect competition was an annual event for lower-tier disciples of Tai Ling Mountain. This event coincided with the 1-year anniversary of new disciples' entry into the Sect. To assess the cultivation progress of this cohort and encourage earnest practice, the Sect competition was instituted. All participating disciples had just completed their 1st year, encompassing both outer and inner disciples. Historically, the highest cultivation level among them rarely exceeded the 5th stage of Qi refinement. Presently, Su Mu, at the 4th stage, was already ahead of most. Furthermore, having reached the 4th stage allowed him to practice spirit manipulation techniques with an appropriate high-tier artifact. Challenging disciples at the 5th stage was not entirely impossible. Hearing this, Su Mu felt a surge of excitement. After all, he was still youthful at heart. Having spent a year in arduous training on Qihua Peak, he longed for the outside world. Naturally, he did not wish to miss the opportunity to connect with fellow disciples. Unfortunately, Lu Yin was away at this crucial moment, leaving Su Mu without anyone to consult. As he pondered, Shiryu suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, it's already dark. My senior sister will surely scold me." Su Mu looked up and realized that the sky had grown dim. He and Shiryu had been talking on the mountain for an entire day. "Let's go?" Shiryu tugged at Su Mu's sleeve, rushing towards the scripture pavilion, prompting Su Mu to hurry after her. Before long, they arrived at the scripture pavilion. "Oh, I thought perhaps my senior brother had abducted my junior sister. How delightful to see you return safely." Yen Hui greeted them with a cheerful smile upon their entrance. Shiryu's cheeks flushed at the comment, shooting Yen Hui an annoyed glance. Yen Hui, feigning ignorance, turned to Su Mu and said, "Senior brother, I presume you are here to exchange for some texts? If you don't hurry, my junior sister and I will be leaving." Su Mu smiled wryly at Yen Hui's words, bowed to her, and entered the scripture pavilion. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with an ancient tome in hand. "Wait, are you really exchanging for these ordinary secular techniques?" Yen Hui asked, astonished. "Indeed, I would appreciate your assistance in making a copy," Su Mu replied. Yen Hui chuckled. "No need, you can take it with you. I envy you inner disciples. You get a free borrowing opportunity each year, and you waste it so carelessly. Hand me your disciple token." Su Mu rubbed his nose, opting not to explain, and handed over his token. Yen Hui performed a spell to confirm his borrowing quota, deducting 1 use before returning it to Su Mu. "Xiaoyu, I'm off now. See you next time." Su Mu waved at Shiryu, feeling a tinge of reluctance. "Yes, goodbye." Shiryu smiled and waved back. Su Mu then bid farewell to Yen Hui before taking flight with his leaf artifact back to Qihua Peak. Chapter 13. Innate Techniques Before Long. Su Mu returned to Qihua Peak, the familiar clattering sounds from the huts pulling his thoughts back to reality. I truly envy Xiaoyu. Not only does she have senior sisters and junior sisters, but she can also venture out and broaden her horizons. Though Qihua Peak is splendid, it can be rather dull. Su Mu mused as he made his way towards his cave dwelling. Soon, he was back in his cave, tidying up before retrieving the ancient text and sitting on his bed to study it earnestly. As an inner disciple, he indeed had an annual opportunity to access the Sect's library. However, typically, cultivators would not bother borrowing texts that had little relevance to cultivation. Yet the Sect enjoyed displaying these works in the scripture pavilion. In the pavilion, texts related to cultivation were primarily recorded on jade slips, which only contained the initial portions of the techniques. To obtain the complete methods, one had to take the jade slip to the supervising disciple for exchange. Ordinary outer disciples were granted this privilege only upon their initial entry, cherishing it dearly. Inner disciples, while receiving borrowing opportunities annually, seldom wasted them. Thus, these precious books from the secular world had remained untouched since the Sect's inception, gathering dust until today. It was precisely because these texts were deemed unimportant that Yen Hui allowed Su Mu to take the original. After all, they were neglected and unwanted. As Su Mu opened the book in his hands, the words innate techniques caught his eye. This internal cultivation method had no distinguishing features. Its practice emphasized speed and stability. with a balanced and harmonious flow of vital energy, devoid of any particular characteristics. Unlike the famed techniques such as Nine Yang Divine Art or Nine Yin Manual, which, once mastered, would produce unparalleled masters with formidable offense and defense, Su Mu chose not to exchange for such renowned arts. The reasoning behind this is rather straightforward. Although he was unaware of Liu Yan's motives for urging him to cultivate mundane martial arts, he understood that it was merely supplementary, with his primary focus remaining on the celestial path of cultivation. 5 years is a fleeting period, should he opt for a particularly arduous mental discipline. Its formidable power would be rendered futile. Thus, Su Mu chose the innate skill, whose cultivation was remarkably simple. While its potency was modest, it compensated with profound internal energy. The sole requirement for practicing the innate skill was to maintain his youthful form for 3 years. The subsequent 4 years would be laden with rigorous training tasks awaiting Su Mu, leaving him little time to ponder romantic entanglements, hence his decision to embrace the innate skill. After perusing the text for a while, Su Mu felt he had grasped the essence and set the book aside, closing his eyes to enter a meditative state. Before long, he sensed a warm current of energy emerging within him. Unlike the chilling energy produced by cultivating breathing techniques, the internal force generated by martial arts felt distinctly warmer, seamlessly coexisting with the spiritual energy as it coursed through his meridians. Even as this internal force traversed the channels filled with spiritual energy, it flowed unobstructed, as if the two entities would never intersect, a phenomenon that struck him as extraordinary. He pondered whether his master had been aware of this all along. In no time, he successfully guided his internal true energy to circulate through a complete cycle according to the innate skills methodology, coming to rest just below his dantian. Above it lay the location of the Qi Si, the critical gateway for cultivators, where the foundation of future cultivation and the golden core would eventually manifest. However, at present, this space contained only a small orb of azure gaseous spiritual energy. Having completed this session of cultivation, Su Mu refrained from further practicing the innate skill and instead retrieved a red jade slip, placing it against his forehead. This jade slip contained the teachings of the fire cloud technique, a fire attribute breathing technique that Liu Yan had once cultivated himself. Liu Yan had previously imparted all necessary precautions regarding the fire cloud technique and several other methods to Su Mu. To prevent forgetting, he had diligently recorded numerous questions, thus enabling him to practice independently even in Liu Yan's absence. Before long, Su Mu sensed faint wisps of red spiritual energy in the surrounding air through the fire cloud technique. In his perception, these red energies were enveloped by strands of azure energy, a result of his prior cultivation of wood attribute techniques. At this moment, he was particularly attuned to the wood attribute spiritual energy. Soon, Su Mu successfully drew a wisp of red spiritual energy from the air, allowing it to flow gently into his being. In the next instant, he was overwhelmed by an intense burning sensation from within. Ah! Su Mu cried out in agony. Yet he did not cease his cultivation, for Liu Yan had forewarned him of such occurrences. Since the inception of the cultivation realm, no one had ever managed to simultaneously practice more than one technique during the Qi refinement stage, as it was deemed utterly impossible. Firstly, to cultivate a technique, one must possess the corresponding spiritual root. Secondly, the transition to a second technique would entail an excruciating transformation of the previously accumulated cultivation. Although both types of spiritual energy would coexist within him post-transformation without further discomfort, not everyone could endure such pain. The only advantage of cultivating two techniques was the addition of another attribute to one's internal energy, which did not enhance one's ultimate potential. Thus, it bore no significant impact on longevity or supernatural abilities. Furthermore, practicing more than one technique typically signified that the cultivator was unlikely to establish a solid foundation. Even if successful in doing so, they would miss the optimal cultivation window, resulting in limited future achievements. After all, cultivators with multiple spiritual roots inherently cultivated at a slower pace compared to those with fewer. Slow cultivation, coupled with the diversion of time from other methods, was a foolish endeavor. At this juncture, Su Mu was engaged in such folly, and due to his transition from wood attribute techniques to fire attributes, it felt as though the energies within him were ignited. One could hardly imagine the torment of having a fire burning within, and thus Su Mu's current experience was painfully vivid. Despite the agony, he gritted his teeth and remained seated, directing his internal energy to flow along the path dictated by the fire cloud technique. With each passage through his meridians, the fire attribute energy would ignite the existing energies within, creating waves of mist. This mist resembled the dense smoke emitted when damp wood is ignited. and upon encountering Su Mu's channels, the burning sensation intensified exponentially. What to do? Master never mentioned this would occur. Su Mu thought anxiously, for Lu Yin had never trained in techniques of other attributes. Even if he anticipated discomfort, he could not have foreseen such a phenomenon. Suddenly, as these mists collided with the residual true energy from the innate skill, they seemed to find their rightful place, swiftly rushing into the chi sea below. With a channel established, the pain within Su Mu subsided considerably. The torment he had endured from the previous burning mist rendered the remaining discomfort relatively trivial. Moments later, the mist had completely merged with the true energy he had cultivated from the innate skill. Upon their encounter, they began to swirl beneath the dantian. Although Su Mu sensed this, he had no time to dwell on it, focused solely on guiding the fire attribute energy. Only in the early hours of the night did Su Mu complete a full circuit of the fire cloud technique, exhaling a breath of turbid air. If this had been his first foray into cultivation, he would have deemed it a success in drawing energy into his body. However, despite the success in this endeavor, he dared not continue, as each flow of spiritual energy through his meridians brought waves of sharp pain. Clearly, his channels had sustained injury. With a wry smile, Su Mu retrieved a white jade vial from his storage pouch, a gift from Lu Yin intended to aid in the healing of meridian injuries. Bringing the vial to his nose, he detected no scent, and thus tilted his head to drink the liquid within. As the elixir entered his body, it coursed through his meridians, soon enveloping them in a faint glow. According to his master, the injuries should heal within 3 days. For now, it seemed prudent to refrain from further cultivation, Su Mu mused. At this moment, he finally turned his attention to the changes beneath his dantian. Oddly, he had distinctly sensed the mist entering, yet it was now nowhere to be found. After a thorough examination, he was astonished to discover the mist had vanished entirely. However, in the next instant, a new realization struck him. No, how could my innate energy have grown so significantly overnight? Su Mu stared in disbelief at the energy beneath his dantian, which had expanded from the size of a hair to that of a broad bean. Could this be the effect of the mist? Su Mu's confusion deepened. It was widely understood that the paths of celestial cultivation and martial arts were distinctly separate. How could the spiritual energy he cultivated transform into martial internal energy in such a manner? After a prolonged period of contemplation, Su Mu remained at a loss until he suddenly recalled that Lu Yin had instructed him to select a martial arts manual for cultivation. Could it be that his master had anticipated this predicament? Pondering over this enigma, Su Mu found no answers forthcoming. Eventually, after a night fraught with turmoil, he succumbed to slumber, still shrouded in confusion. At dawn, accompanied by the familiar chime of the bell, Su Mu sprang from his bed, intending to pay his respects to his master in the Chihua Hall, only to remember that his master had already departed. He wished to meditate and practice, but was reminded of his unresolved meridian injuries, rendering him unable to cultivate. In that moment, Su Mu felt a profound sense of disorientation. His life for the past year had been consumed by training and his master's teachings, and without these pursuits, he suddenly felt an emptiness. Just then, a rumble from his stomach reminded him that he had not eaten since the previous afternoon. Upon opening the door, he discovered that breakfast had been placed at the entrance of his cave dwelling. In an effort to allow Su Mu to focus on his cultivation, Lu Yin had arranged for someone to deliver meals daily. Although dinner had been delivered the night before, Su Mu had not partaken, and it had since been cleared away. After finishing his breakfast and wiping his mouth, Su Mu was startled to find a sticky substance on his body. Looking down, he realized that his body had expelled a layer of grayish material, which he had previously overlooked. Was this another instance of purging his inner channels? He recalled a similar experience when he successfully cultivated the withered tree reviving spring technique. Why was this phenomenon recurring? Did every martial art require such a cleansing? No one was available to confirm Su Mu's thoughts, but during his bath, he noticed that this time, the impurities expelled were fewer than during his previous experience. After refreshing himself, Su Mu had just donned his clothing when a familiar surge of red spiritual energy rushed into his cave. Was it his master? Su Mu froze momentarily, and as the glow receded, a talisman materialized, revealing itself to be a transmission talisman. Lu Yan's voice resonated within the cave. Su Mu, if you wish to participate in this year's Sect competition, you may use your disciple token to select a magical artifact from the treasury. Remember, do not tarnish the reputation of Chihua Peak. As for sparring, it is inherently beneficial to cultivation, so do not fear it will impede your progress. However, you should contemplate your decision carefully. Once Lu Yan's message concluded, the transmission talisman ignited into flames, leaving no trace behind. Su Mu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his master would send a transmission talisman from afar, urging him to partake in the sect competition. He was somewhat aware of Chihua Peak's situation, as the disciples typically devoted considerable time to artifact refinement, resulting in generally low cultivation levels. Over the years, Chihua Peak had seldom secured commendable standings in the sect competition. Although there were numerous artifacts available, the requirement to reach the fourth layer of chi refinement to practice spirit manipulation and wield artifacts posed a significant challenge. Among the new disciples who joined last year, the highest cultivation level achieved was merely the third layer of chi refinement, with Sumu being the strongest and the only one capable of practicing spirit manipulation, given that he would inevitably need to harness the five-element spirit ring. Sumu had comprehended spirit manipulation and was poised to learn it as soon as he reached the fourth layer. His master's encouragement to participate in the sect competition could very well be an opportunity to restore Chihua Peak's honor. With this thought igniting excitement within him, Sumu overlooked the caution to ponder his decision. He hastily exited his cave, making a beeline for Chihua Peak's treasury. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of a grand cavern. After pressing his disciple token against the stone door, it swung open with a resounding sound. Stepping into the treasury, Sumu was momentarily overwhelmed by the dazzling array of treasures surrounding him. Although he had visited this place many times before to collect elixirs, this was his first occasion selecting a magical artifact. After a brief hesitation, Sumu swiftly approached a pile of treasures marked as superior artifacts. Lu Yin had only instructed Sumu on the crafting of the five-element spirit ring, yet he possessed a foundational understanding of artifact refinement. Artifacts and spirit tools were categorized into 3 grades, while treasures did not have a grade classification. Their potency primarily depended on the materials used and the time invested in their refinement. Some artifacts that failed to qualify as spirit tools due to material or crafting issues were classified as superior artifacts, which, albeit inferior to spirit tools in power, far surpassed ordinary artifacts. Determined to choose the best, Sumu soon emerged from the treasury with 3 superior artifacts in his arms. Among them was a golden small sword named the Golden Thread Sword, a shield adorned with countless tiny scales called the Celestial Scale Shield, and a blue mirror inscribed with the characters Qing Ming Jing on its back. Most notably, Sumu valued the mirror highly. According to its description, any artifact illuminated by its blue light would immediately lose control and fall to the ground. Now, armed to the teeth with both offensive and defensive capabilities, Sumu brimmed with confidence, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the sect competition. After inquiring with the outer disciples of Chihua Peak, Sumu learned that registration for the competition required a personal visit to Inyu Peak, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Although he could swiftly restore his cultivation to the 4th layer of chi refinement through the withered tree reviving spring technique, his spiritual energy was currently inaccessible, and utilizing it could exacerbate his meridian injuries. Thus, he was unable to command an artifact to fly to Inyu Peak. Despite the sect competition being scheduled for 4 days hence, registration would close the following day. Fortunately, the peaks of Tai Ling Mountain were interconnected to accommodate disciples who had not yet reached the 4th layer. Consequently, Sumu embarked on foot toward Inyu Peak, opting for casual attire to avoid drawing attention. Upon arrival, Sumu noted that Inyu Peak was far more bustling than during his previous visit, with many young disciples engaged in animated discussions. The peak earned its name as the mist would vanish completely during this time each year, making it the chosen venue for the sect competition. Leaning in to listen, Sumu discovered that some enthusiastic individuals were speculating on the rankings for the upcoming competition, confidently predicting that a particular senior brother would secure the top spot and a certain senior sister would undoubtedly claim 2nd place. This gossip was a refreshing novelty for Sumu, who rarely ventured out, prompting him to linger and listen for a while. As the outer disciple spoke with fervor, he suddenly paused, staring at Sumu with surprise. "Junior brother, who are you? I don't recognize you." The surrounding disciples turned to Sumu, equally unfamiliar with him. Sumu smiled and replied, "Greetings, senior brother. I am Sumu, a disciple of Chihua Peak." "Oh, so you are Sumu. I believe I have heard of you, though I cannot recall the details. However, it matters not. From this day forth, you shall be my brother, Zhao Yan." The young man, seeing Sumu treat him with such respect, said with a cheerful grin. Sumu smiled helplessly upon hearing this. Zhao Yan's affable nature clearly allowed him to thrive amongst the outer sect. Zhao Yan then inquired, "Sumu, in which year did you join the sect?" "Me? I only joined last year," Sumu replied curiously, pointing at himself, unsure of Zhao Yan's intent. Zhao Yan chuckled, "In that case, it is indeed appropriate for you to call me senior brother. By the way, since you joined last year, are you planning to participate in the Sect's minor competition this year? I do intend to participate. I came here to register. Sumu nodded in affirmation. Zhao Yin spoke earnestly. Junior brother Su, it's not that I wish to discourage you, but I noticed you walked here, so you likely haven't broken through to the 4th level of Qi refinement yet? Upon hearing this, Sumu did not deny it but asked curiously, and what of it? Alas, you do not understand. For us low-ranking disciples, participating in the Sect's minor competition often leads us nowhere, Zhao Yin advised. You have yet to witness the might of magical artifacts, which far surpasses that of spells. If fortune does not favor you and you encounter those talented disciples in the first round, injuries aside, it is a matter of losing face. Listening to Zhao Yan's words of caution, Su Mu asked curiously, but there are many senior brothers below the 4th level of Qi refinement participating. Why is that? TCH. They simply believe that if they perform adequately, they might catch the attention of those foundation stage uncles and become their disciples. They fail to consider that those uncles only accept disciples of higher cultivation, Zhao Yin replied disdainfully, clearly unimpressed by the notion of low-ranking cultivators joining the minor competition. Just then, someone nearby jested, "Oh, Zhao Yin, are you imparting your flawed reasoning to the junior brother again? Did you not experience a first-round elimination in the minor competition yourself? Is such resentment truly necessary?" Sumu turned to see a tall and imposing man approaching. Regardless of his appearance, the key detail was that he was clad in a crimson robe, evidently an inner sect disciple. Zhao Yin, taken aback by this individual's interruption, appeared displeased, yet adhering to sect etiquette, he ultimately snorted coldly, "Senior brother Lu." The others present immediately bowed to Senior brother Lu, and Su Mu followed suit. Senior brother Lu merely cast a fleeting glance at the crowd, noticing that Zhao Yin had nothing more to say, and proceeded to leave, seemingly with the intent of provoking Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin, evidently disinclined to continue the conversation, waved to those he was familiar with and departed the scene. After Zhao Yin had left, Su Mu overheard another outer sect disciple inform him that when Zhao Yin had participated in the minor competition, he had faced Lu Jian in the first round, both being at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. They had battled for a considerable time, but Zhao Yin had lost due to a momentary lapse in judgment. Subsequently, Lu Jian was taken under the wing of a foundation stage uncle from the Heavenly Sword Peak and became an inner sect disciple. Thus, Zhao Yin had long harbored resentment, believing Lu Jian had usurped his opportunity. Su Mu had not anticipated that cultivators could possess such obsessions, and their competitive spirit seemed to surpass that of ordinary mortals, contrasting starkly with his initial perceptions of cultivators. However, with pressing matters at hand, Su Mu decided not to dwell on this and proceeded directly to the registration hall. Shortly thereafter, Su Mu arrived at the hall and happened to see Lu Jian seated at the registration desk, seemingly in charge of the proceedings. Su Mu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and approached, bowing respectfully, "Senior brother Lu, I am here to register for the Sect's minor competition." "Oh, you are actually a disciple who joined just last year?" Lu Jian remarked, momentarily taken aback, before smiling. "In that case, please hand me your disciple token." Upon hearing this, Su Mu retrieved his disciple token from his storage bag and handed it over. Lu Jian accepted the token, his expression remaining unchanged, as the outer and inner sect tokens appeared indistinguishable at first glance. Once he infused the token with his spiritual energy using a special technique, Lu Jian was instantly astonished. "You are also an inner sect disciple." He gazed at Su Mu, bewildered, as the token emitted a red glow. "Indeed." Su Mu nodded. Lu Jian's demeanor shifted multiple times before he smiled and said, "Haha, junior brother, please forgive my earlier rudeness. How has the Heavenly Fire Master been lately?" The arrogance that had adorned his face had completely dissipated. The Heavenly Fire Master was the title Lu Yin used during his core formation period, and since his cultivation had fallen back to the foundation establishment stage, it was only the ordinary disciples who would refer to him in such a manner. Many new disciples had likely never even heard of the Heavenly Fire Master's name. Su Mu replied, "My master has recently gone traveling. All is well." "Thank you for your concern, senior brother." Su Mu was quite curious about how Lu Jian knew Lu Yin, sharing the same surname. They could not possibly be relatives. Could they? Lu Jian's gaze flickered with surprise before he chuckled. "That is good to hear. Please keep your tokens safe. You have now completed your registration." "Thank you, senior brother. I take my leave," Su Mu said respectfully, bowing again to Lu Jian before turning to leave. Once Su Mu had departed, Lu Jian reverted to his previous aloof demeanor, casting a glance in the direction Su Mu had exited, murmuring, "I cannot see through this young man's cultivation. Could it be that the Red Fire Peak has produced a genius?" Lu Jian could not fathom that the reason he could not discern Su Mu's cultivation was because Su Mu currently possessed little to no cultivation. Having resided on the Red Fire Peak for his training without venturing out, Su Mu was unaware that the Red Fire Peak and the Heavenly Sword Peak had always been rivals. Lu Jian's inquiry had been devoid of any goodwill. Soon after, Su Mu traversed the mountain path back to the Red Fire Peak. After hesitating for a moment in his cave abode, Su Mu suddenly sat cross-legged, attempting to cultivate his innate technique. Through prior practice, he had discovered that spiritual energy and internal energy seemed not to conflict, nor could they merge. Consequently, cultivating internal energy would likely not impede the recovery of his meridians. After some experimentation, Su Mu found that this was indeed the case, and he began to channel his innate technique with all his might. After a while, Su Mu opened his eyes, disbelief filling his gaze. What is happening? The recovery speed of my meridians seems to have accelerated? Su Mu murmured to himself. Upon inspecting his body using internal vision, Su Mu discovered that after practicing his innate technique, the injuries to his meridians had indeed shown improvement. Although the rate of recovery was not on par with the spirit liquid bestowed by his master, it was nonetheless significant. Was it that the internal energy had expedited the absorption of the spirit liquid, or did it possess true healing properties? Su Mu pondered, puzzled. However, there was no one to provide him with answers. He was now traversing a path of cultivation entirely distinct from his previous experiences. One even Lu Yin could not guide him through. Before long, Su Mu immersed himself in the practice of his innate technique. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days went by. Initially, his meridians were expected to recover on the 3rd day, but unexpectedly, with the aid of the internal energy from the innate technique, his meridian injuries were completely healed by the evening of the 2nd day. Once he had recovered, the first thing Su Mu did was to revisit the withered tree meets spring technique. The foundation of this technique remained intact, and this practice merely replenished the spiritual energy he had been lacking. Before long, a ball of azure spiritual energy successfully coalesced above his dantian, seemingly even larger than before. Regrettably, unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Su Mu shall not undertake the cultivation of this particular technique again. With a resigned sigh, he commenced his practice of the fire cloud technique. The moment cultivation began, a fleeting sensation of discomfort coursed through Su Mu's body, which swiftly dissipated. After circulating the fire cloud technique through a complete cycle, Su Mu gradually opened his eyes, exclaiming, "Indeed, my master was correct. My progress during this second cultivation is markedly swifter than the first." Indeed, as Su Mu was now revisiting the foundational techniques for the 2nd time, his cultivation speed had improved, despite the differing attributes of the 2 techniques. He pondered whether his progress would be even more rapid during the 3rd cultivation. Casting aside his doubts, he resumed his practice. Following a year of training under Lu Yan's guidance, cultivation had seamlessly integrated into Su Mu's daily life. He found himself at a loss for what to do on days he did not cultivate. Whether this outcome is deemed positive or negative is difficult to assess, as a cultivator's strength is determined by more than just their level of cultivation. Relentless practice is not always advantageous. However, at this juncture, Su Mu's sole concern was his cultivation level. Before long, the first day of the sect's minor competition arrived. Early in the morning, after finishing breakfast, Su Mu summoned his green leaf artifact and soared toward Misty Peak. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at his destination, where the fog had dissipated, revealing a crowd so dense that there was hardly a place to stand. After much effort, he found a corner to land. Just as he stored away the green leaf artifact, someone patted him on the shoulder. It was Shiryu. "Shiryu? You've come." Su Mu exclaimed joyfully upon reuniting with his only friend from the mountain. "Hee, I may not be able to fly, but I surely can be the early bird. I saw you hovering in the sky for quite a while. It was utterly amusing." Shiryu replied with a cheerful laugh. Su Mu, feeling slightly helpless, rubbed his nose and said, "I hadn't anticipated such a crowd. Otherwise, I would have simply flown halfway up the mountain. Of course, you see, the sect hasn't issued any tasks for the past few days, and we outer disciples have nothing to do. So naturally, we gather for the excitement." Shiryu explained. Only then did Su Mu comprehend the reason behind the throng at Misty Peak. There were likely over 1,000 disciples present, a sight he had never encountered before in the sect. In comparison, the disciples at Red Fire Peak were relatively few, as only Lu Yan remained to guide them due to his limited capacity for teaching. In contrast, the heavily populated Sword Peak boasted 500 disciples, rivaling even the peak where the sect leader resided. Curiously, Shiryu asked, "Su Mu, have you registered?" Su Mu nodded. "Yes, I have. My master even had me retrieve a few artifacts from the treasury." Shiryu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then I shall eagerly await your grand display of prowess. However, her expression suddenly shifted to one of despondency as she sighed. Here I am, with better talent than you, yet I am still at the third level of chi refinement, unable to even fly a spirit tool. It's infuriating. Sumu offered a gentle smile and consolation. In the matter of cultivation, one should go with the flow and not force it. Humph. Why do you sound like those foundation establishment elders? I'm not talking to you anymore. Sure, you teased, sticking out her tongue before scampering away. She headed towards a group of female disciples, engaged in lively conversation, her fellow disciples from Cloudling Peak. Surrounding them were numerous male disciples, both outer and inner sect members, most of whom hoped to win favor with one of the female disciples. After all, female cultivators were exceedingly rare on Tai Ling Mountain, comprising less than 30% of the population. Shiryu's approach to speak with Sumu had already drawn the attention of many males. Had he not been clad in a red robe, trouble might have found him. Noticing the unfriendly gazes from the surrounding men, Sumu couldn't help but chuckle wryly, reflecting on the truth of the adage, beauty brings trouble. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard the resonant chime of a bell, which brought an immediate hush over the crowd. Sumu looked around to discover that several high platforms had been erected on Misty Peak. He had been so distracted by the crowd that he had failed to notice these new structures. As the bell's toll faded, an elderly man with white hair ascended the platform. Sumu recognized him as Elder Lu from Misty Peak. The elder's lips moved slightly, and a voice akin to a chant resonated. The sect's minor competition officially commences. Registered disciples, please come forth to draw lots. Not far from the platform, several middle-aged cultivators sat attentively, listening to Elder Lu's announcement. One man with thinning hair chuckled, Elder Lu's sound wave technique has reached an even more profound level. Indeed, we owe thanks to the spiritual herbs that junior brother Qian brought back to the sect last time. Elder Lu has been eager to express his gratitude. Another elder replied with a smile, though his single eye bore an unsettling glimmer. While the senior cultivators engaged in their discussions, Sumu had already stepped onto the platform, lining up patiently to draw lots. When his turn came, Elder Lu paused for a moment before smiling. Ah, it's you. You've progressed to the fourth level of chi refinement. It seems Lu Shizhi has put in considerable effort. Sumu was momentarily taken aback that Elder Lu remembered him, then respectfully replied, Disciple greets Elder Lu. My master has indeed been exceptionally kind. Elder Lu regarded Sumu with a knowing glance and remarked, To have such an opportunity is also a stroke of fortune for you. Now, proceed to draw your lot. Nodding respectfully, Sumu retrieved a round ball. Neither metal nor wood, entirely white, marked with the number 11 in a script. Wait to the side, when it is your turn to ascend the platform. This spirit ball will respond accordingly, Elder Lu instructed before allowing Sumu to step down. Upon returning to the ground, Sumu saw Shiryu approach once more. Her curiosity piqued. Sumu, what number did you draw? 11, he replied, shaking the spirit ball in his hand. That means you are on the first platform, number 11. Your opponent is number 12, Shiryu explained, likely having learned this from her senior sister. As for the outer disciples of Red Fire Peak, Sumu had only discovered the previous day that none of them intended to participate in the sect's minor competition. Their primary reason? They feared defeat. Having consistently ranked at the bottom, Red Fire Peak's reputation would surely suffer further ridicule should they continue to withdraw. This revelation weighed heavily on Sumu, amplifying the pressure he felt. Soon enough, he understood why Shiryu had inquired about his platform number. She had gathered several familiar senior sisters, who stood at the base of the platform, ready to cheer him on. Before Sumu even took the stage, a group of over 10 female disciples had congregated, surrounding platform number 11. Once the drawing concluded, the competition officially commenced. On platform number 11, 2 young male disciples stepped forward, their eyes lighting up as they beheld the dozen or so female disciples watching from below, both suddenly invigorated. They likely thought that if they performed well, they might win the affection of one of these beauties. With such thoughts in mind, their duel became all the more fervent, exchanging fireball techniques and ice spikes with great enthusiasm. Despite both individuals being at the third level of chi refinement, their prolonged clash yielded no victor. Ultimately, they both collapsed onto the stage, drained of their magical energy, and were subsequently carried away. The 5 rounds of competition swiftly passed, and Sumu observed that the majority of participants were also at the third level of chi refinement, with the third match featuring a second-level disciple pitted against a third-level one. Surprisingly, the second-level disciple emerged victorious, wielding a remarkable array of concealed weapons that proved formidable against lower-tier disciples. The speed and stealth of these weapons rendered them exceedingly difficult to counter. By the time the third-level opponent conceded, he bore multiple puncture wounds, Could this be the reason my master urged me to cultivate secular martial arts? Sumu pondered. For lower-tier cultivators, the techniques of the mundane world are indeed quite effective. Although the disparity between cultivators and mortals widens after reaching the 4th level due to the influence of magical artifacts, it does not render martial prowess entirely obsolete. Soon, it was Sumu's turn to compete, facing off against a 3rd-level outer sect disciple from Tai Ling Peak, named Song Hao. Upon stepping onto the stage, Song Hao was visibly unnerved by Sumu's crimson robe. After exchanging greetings, Sumu took a step back and summoned 3 magical artifacts from his storage bag in one swift motion. Song Hao was taken aback. Realizing that these artifacts were not the standard issue provided by the sect, he immediately raised his hands and exclaimed, "I concede." Sumu was momentarily stunned by this unexpected surrender. Where did this inner sect disciple come from, possessing such an arsenal? A voice from the crowd gasped. Indeed, these artifacts appear to be at least of mid-grade quality. When did the inner sect acquire such an anomaly? Another disciple expressed his astonishment. Nearby, a disciple clad in a red robe scoffed. "You know not what you speak. These artifacts are undoubtedly of superior grade. No mid-grade artifact could possess such might." "What? Superior grade artifacts?" The initial speaker was taken aback, his face betraying a mix of envy and disbelief. For these ordinary disciples, even upon reaching the 4th level of chi refinement, they were limited to the Sect's standard low-grade artifacts. The sudden emergence of a disciple wielding 3 superior-grade artifacts would naturally incite feelings of imbalance. On the viewing platform, several elders in the core formation stage were also taken aback by this spectacle. "Which peak does this disciple belong to?" someone inquired with a furrowed brow. "From the introduction earlier, it seems he is from Chihua Peak," an elder replied after some contemplation. "A 4th-level disciple mastering 3 superior-grade artifacts? Lu Shidi has certainly invested heavily this time." Another commented with a chuckle. All present were cultivators at the core formation stage, and among themselves, they still referred to Lu Yin as Shidi. Many of them had once called him Shi Xiang, given his mid-core formation cultivation. As fellow sect members, there existed a sense of camaraderie. Only in the presence of other disciples would their address shift to Shitsi. Another elder remarked, "However, it is true that Chihua Peak has not participated in the sect's minor competitions for years. It is not unreasonable for Su Mu to aspire to win this time." "Humph, what do you mean not unreasonable? A low-tier disciple possessing such a plethora of artifacts will only hinder his own cultivation progress." Another elder interjected with a cold snort. Upon hearing this, the others turned to see that it was indeed Feng Yang, the peak master of Tianjian Peak, and they fell silent. Choosing not to provoke him further, Sumu remained oblivious to the attention he had garnered from the sect's higher-ups. With Song Hao's immediate concession, he reluctantly returned his artifacts to the storage bag. After stepping down from the arena, Shiryu quickly approached, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Sumu, were those truly superior-grade artifacts you just wielded?" "I suppose so." Sumu hesitated, almost mentioning that they were indeed of superior quality, but fearing unnecessary commotion. He simply agreed with Shiryu's assertion. Shiryu shot him a reproachful glance. "Why didn't you tell me about these treasures sooner? I was worried for you just now." Sumu awkwardly scratched his nose and offered a sheepish smile. The remainder of the day unfolded with 5 rounds of competition, where Sumu faced several 3rd-level disciples, unable to utilize his artifacts. The sole 4th-level disciple he encountered wielded the sect's bestowed Huiyun sword. During their duel, while the opponent's sword was still airborne, Sumu had his own Jin Xian sword poised at his throat, forcing his adversary to concede. By the end of the day's matches, 3rd-level disciples faced Sumu directly and surrendered without contest. The 4th-level disciple soon lost his match as well. Sumu emerged victorious in all 5 encounters, sustaining no damage, and quickly earned the moniker of Treasure Brother. Upon learning of this new title, he could only shake his head in bemusement, yet he recognized that he had made a name for himself within the sect, feeling a twinge of excitement. "Sumu, you must strive hard. I have wagered with senior sister that you will certainly make it into the top 10. Shiryu urged him as they parted. Sumu nodded affirmatively, brimming with confidence. Shortly thereafter, Sumu returned to Chihua Peak. As soon as he landed and retracted his green leaf artifact, he noticed several outer sect disciples gathering around him. "Haha, Brother Su has returned." One shouted exuberantly. "Brother Su, you truly bring glory to Chihua Peak. Let those others think twice before underestimating us." Another cheered excitedly. Sumu was taken aback by how quickly the news of his 5 consecutive victories in the sect's minor competition had spread back to Chihua Peak. It seemed these disciples, despite not participating, were still quite attentive to the happenings. After chatting briefly with the outer disciples, Sumu excused himself, citing the need to replenish his spiritual energy. and retreated to his cave for cultivation. Once he closed his eyes, it was well past midnight before he reopened them. Glancing at the faint red glow emanating from his right hand with a heavy sigh, should he employ the method of inner vision, he would discover two distinctly colored spheres of spiritual energy hovering above his dantian. One, the size of an infant's fist, was azure and of the wood attribute. The other, merely the size of a grain of rice, was red and of the fire attribute. These two energies were clearly delineated, remaining unaffected by one another, gently suspended above his energy sea. Although he possessed two types of spiritual energy, he was unable to utilize them simultaneously, at least for the time being. Yet this was of little consequence. Su Mu sighed, lamenting the sluggish pace of his training in the Huayun Ju, reminiscent of his earlier struggles with the Ku Mu Feng Chun Ju. Despite having learned from his past experiences and avoiding many pitfalls, the advancement of his cultivation remained excruciatingly slow. Alas, I wonder when my master will return, Su Mu mused, retrieving a vial of cleansing marrow pills from his storage bag. Swallowing one and settling into meditation for his cultivation. With the assistance of the cleansing marrow pill, Su Mu's cultivation speed significantly accelerated. The fire attribute's spiritual energy surrounding him seeming to awaken, eager to penetrate into his body with the slightest provocation. The following morning, once the effects of the cleansing elixir had dissipated, Su Mu opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. He then rose to his feet and made his way outside the cave dwelling. Today marked the second day of the sect's minor competition, the true highlight of the event commencing at last. Following yesterday's eliminations, the disciples who had not reached the fourth level of Qi cultivation had been mostly weeded out, leaving only those above that threshold. Although Su Mu possessed 3 exquisite magical artifacts, he did not consider himself invincible, recognizing that such advantages were ultimately reliant on external forces. Before long, Su Mu soared on his verdant leaf artifact to Misty Peak, observing that the audience for today's competition was significantly larger than the previous day. This was to be expected. Yesterday's spectators were primarily outer disciples, while the inner disciples looked down upon such uneven contests. However, today was markedly different, as the inadequately skilled disciples had been nearly entirely eliminated, resulting in a far more valuable display of martial prowess. As fate would have it, Shiryu once again sought out Su Mu, unable to ignore his striking red robe. Unfortunately, Su Mu arrived rather late, and had little time to converse with her before being summoned to draw lots. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a sphere inscribed with the character Bing Lu. To his astonishment, he was assigned to the Bing platform, where Sister Shui was also said to be present. "You're doomed now. I even wagered with her," Shiryu remarked with a hint of exasperation. Sister Shui? Su Mu was momentarily taken aback, unaware of who this esteemed individual might be. Shiryu was about to elaborate when a gasp rippled through the crowd. "Sister Shui is here." Turning to investigate, Su Mu beheld a woman in flowing white robes gracefully approaching through the throng. Her skin resembled flawless jade, her hands delicate, neck like a swan's, teeth as radiant as ivory, and her overall demeanor akin to the ethereal beauties described in ancient texts. Unfortunately, this enchanting figure exuded an air of icy aloofness, her gaze frigid and seemingly indifferent to the world around her. Caught off guard by such a captivating yet frigid beauty, Su Mu momentarily lost his composure, only to be jolted back to reality by a sharp pain at his waist. Turning, he found Shiryu glaring at him, prompting him to hastily avert his gaze. The woman appeared oblivious to Su Mu's reaction, her attention fixed on Shiryu for a brief moment before she continued towards the Bing platform. "Is Sister Shui beautiful?" Shiryu inquired, her tone tinged with irritation. She's quite all right. You and Sister Shui each have your own merits," Su Mu replied awkwardly. Yet, his words were not mere flattery. After more than a year of training, Shiryu had transformed from a rustic village girl into a vibrant and lively presence. Moreover, the cleansing effects of her cultivation had lightened her once sun-kissed skin significantly. Though she could not quite rival Sister Shui, she possessed a charm reminiscent of a neighborly sister. In essence, for female cultivators, unless one was inherently unattractive, beauty was seldom a concern, especially as their techniques often imparted a degree of youthfulness. Su Mu, being a simple village youth, while not unappealing, bore a somewhat rustic demeanor. After a year of cultivation, this rusticity had gradually shifted into a more composed aura, yet his ordinary appearance remained unchanged. Satisfied with Su Mu's response, Shiryu finally released her grip on his arm. "Be cautious if you encounter Sister Shui. She is reportedly at the 6th level of Qi cultivation and possesses a top-tier magical artifact," Shiryu cautioned. Su Mu was taken aback, astonished to learn of Sister Shui's formidable prowess. Her name was Shui Ning, a girl not native to Jingzhou. said to have been discovered as an infant by the Sect's leader during his travels in the Northern Territories. She possessed an ice spirit body, allowing her to cultivate ice-based techniques at an accelerated rate, complemented by her mutated ice attribute spiritual root, rendering her talents comparable to those with single spiritual roots. Consequently, within just a year of entering the Sect, she had reached the 6th level of Qi cultivation, establishing herself as a leader among the new disciples. Oblivious to these details, Sumu had only been enlightened after Shiryu's explanations. Soon, it was Sumu's turn to ascend the stage. Noticing Shiryu's worried expression, he reassured her, "Don't worry. Xiaoyu, what are the odds I would encounter Sister Shui in the first round?" He was uncertain of the nature of his feelings for Shiryu. Having grown up together, they undoubtedly shared a bond, but whether it was the romantic type remained unclear. Yet, the fact that someone cared for him felt rather pleasant, and he could not dismiss the thought that her earlier jealousy resembled that of a character in a story. Did Shiryu perhaps harbor feelings for him? Lost in contemplation, he was suddenly jolted from his thoughts by a thunderous voice. "Hey you, why don't you introduce yourself? Do you look down on me?" The booming shout startled Sumu back to reality, and he turned to see a burly man with stubble standing before him. Ordinarily, disciples who had just joined the Sect would be around 14 or 15 years old and not exhibit such a rugged appearance. However, the very fact that he stood before Sumu indicated his authenticity. Moreover, the man donned a red robe. Sumu's gaze sharpened, and he clasped his hands in greeting. "I am Sumu from Chihua Peak. May I inquire your esteemed name, senior brother?" "Huh, you dare to ignore my words? Take this." The man, incensed by Sumu's perceived disrespect, suddenly produced a heavy iron hammer. The hammer swelled in size, soon reaching that of a human head, which he swung with great force towards Sumu. Startled by the sudden aggression, Sumu swiftly dodged to the left, the hammer crashing down onto the stage with a resounding boom, causing the entire platform to tremble. The sheer power of the hammer far exceeded that of an ordinary top-tier artifact, prompting Sumu to narrow his eyes. Should he be struck by such a weapon? Even with the Tianlin shield, he would likely suffer severe repercussions. Reacting quickly, Sumu summoned his internal energy and began to maneuver across the stage, his speed surpassing that of his opponent, who was employing a low-tier spell. This realization stemmed from Sumu's observations of a disciple using hidden weapons the previous day. Internal cultivation proved advantageous against lower-tier cultivators. As Sumu quickened his pace, the man's hammer lost its accuracy, wildly smashing around the stage. Had the platform not been crafted from materials rivaling spiritual artifacts, it would have likely succumbed to such abuse. "Are you a rabbit? Is escape your only skill?" The man bellowed in frustration, unable to land a hit. He ceased his assault, standing defiantly on the stage and challenging Sumu to face him directly. Standing at the opposite end of the stage, Sumu smiled slightly and replied, "Very well, just wait." Having gauged his opponent's capabilities, Sumu surmised that aside from the hammer, the man likely possessed no other offensive techniques, and even if he did, they would hardly match the hammer's might, which explained why he had not employed them thus far. Upon this realization, Sumu swiftly retrieved the Qingning mirror from his storage bag, channeling his magical energy into it. Immediately, the small mirror in his embrace radiated a brilliant azure light, hurtling towards the man across from him. The man, witnessing this, let out a hearty laugh, mistakenly believing Sumu had fallen prey to his provocation. He swung the iron hammer in his hand with great force, hurling it straight towards Sumu's face. However, in the next moment, the flashing azure light emanating from Sumu transformed into a concentrated beam, directly striking the iron hammer that had been thrown. As soon as the hammer made contact with this azure radiance, the man's expression changed drastically. He could no longer sense the presence of the hammer through their mental connection. With a clang, the hammer, now devoid of its master's control, fell limply onto the arena. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Sumu positioned himself before the man, brandishing his golden thread sword, aimed directly at the man's face. "I concede," the man exclaimed in terror, his soul nearly fleeing his body as he hastily raised his hands in surrender. Chapter 20. A formidable opponent at this moment. Another Foundation establishment cultivator had already taken the stage, poised to intervene should Sumu fail to reign in the power of his magical artifact. Yet, Sumu would not make such a blunder. Upon hearing the man's surrender, he sheathed his small sword and turned to the side of the arena, retrieving the Qingning mirror and the iron hammer before returning to face the man. "Here, your magical artifact. Do not forget it," Sumu said, putting away the Qingning mirror and offering the iron hammer back to him. The man was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head as he accepted the hammer. "Thank you. By the way, I'm Meng Hu. You can just call me Huzi." "Mighty Tiger?" Sumu was taken aback, surprised by the name the man had chosen for himself. Indeed, it suited him well, for his hair was as thick and wild as that of a tiger. Losing to you was an accident. Next time, knowing you possess that little mirror, you shall not win against me. Menghu huffed, visibly irritated. Ha, we shall speak of it when we meet again. Su Mu replied with a slight smile, unconcerned. Menghu misinterpreted Su Mu's demeanor as condescension and stormed off to the side of the arena, where numerous spectators awaited him. Su Mu chuckled helplessly and returned to the sidelines, gradually beginning to comprehend why his master had urged him to carefully consider participating in the sect's minor competition. Just after stepping down from the arena, Shiryu approached him eagerly, grasping his hand. Wow, Su Mu, you were incredible. I never expected you to win. Hee. But you had wagered with your senior sister, did you not? Winning was a necessity. Su Mu laughed, appearing somewhat distracted. Shiryu, oblivious to his unusual demeanor, showered him with compliments, and the two engaged in light conversation. An hour later, it was once again Su Mu's turn to battle. This time, his opponent was a disciple from Tianjin Peak, named Tang Yuming, also at the 4th level of Qi refinement. As Su Mu stepped onto the stage, he heard Tang Yuming arrogantly declare, Kid, I know you've been relying on top-tier magical artifacts to win, but against me, that one T help. With that, Tang Yuming's right hand shimmered with light, revealing an object. Su Mu was taken aback to see that Tang Yuming was wielding the Qing Ning mirror. How do you possess the Qing Ning mirror? Su Mu asked in astonishment, quickly checking his own storage bag, where his mirror remained nestled safely, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Tang Yuming offered no explanation but sneered. Haha, that's none of your concern. Let me show you the power of my Qing Ling mirror. Upon hearing the name of the opponent's mirror, Su Mu felt even more perplexed but chose not to dwell on it. He summoned the Tianlin shield and the golden thread sword from his storage bag. Tang Yuming observed the glimmering magical artifacts by Su Mu's side. A flicker of envy crossing his eyes, quickly replaced by a cold smirk. With a flick of his wrist, a green flying sword emerged, expanding in midair as it soared towards Su Mu's face. Su Mu, not daring to underestimate his opponent, activated the spirit control technique. Infusing his energy into the golden thread sword, the sword glimmered with brilliance, shooting forth directly at Tang Yuming's green flying sword. The next instant, a resounding clash echoed as the two swords collided, neither yielding an inch. Su Mu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the green flying sword was undoubtedly another top-tier magical artifact. Indeed, he was not the only one wielding such powerful artifacts. Su Mu pondered, preparing to channel his spiritual energy to retrieve the golden thread sword for another assault, when he noticed the Qingling mirror in Tang Yuming's hand flash with light. Instantly, an azure beam shot forth from the mirror, striking the two opposing flying swords. Su Mu's heart raced. He feared he might lose control of the golden thread sword. Yet, to his surprise, the sword remained unresponsive to the azure light. Could the mirror be a fake? Just as this thought crossed Su Mu's mind, the golden thread sword, engaged in a standoff with the green flying sword, suddenly emitted a mournful cry. In the next moment, the green flying sword unleashed its full might, its brilliance exploding as it sent the golden thread sword flying, embedding it into the arena nearby. Before Su Mu could react, the azure-glowing green flying sword darted towards him. With a clang, Su Mu barely activated the Tianlin shield in time to block Tang Yuming's attack, causing the nearby Foundation establishment cultivators to finally relax their stances. Having missed his strike, Tang Yuming swiftly retracted his flying sword, his face paling. It seemed this attack had drained him considerably. Su Mu was inwardly astonished. When the flying sword struck the Tianlin shield, its force clearly surpassed that of an ordinary top-tier artifact, rivaling that of a spiritual weapon. At that moment, Su Mu understood that the Qingling mirror was distinct from his own Qing Ning mirror. The azure light it emitted did not suppress the opponent's artifacts, but rather enhanced its own. Realizing this, Su Mu felt a wave of relief wash over him, knowing he no longer had to remain on guard against the opponent's azure mirror. Seeing Tang Yuming grasping a blue spiritual stone to recover his energy, Su Mu sneered, Brother, it is my turn to attack now. In the next instant, Su Mu summoned the golden thread sword, which had been embedded in the ground, and it soared towards Tang Yuming. With no martial prowess or internal energy at his disposal, there was no way for Tang Yuming to evade this assault. As the green flying sword once again shot forth from Tang Yuming's hand, the Qingling mirror followed closely behind, seemingly intent on repeating its previous tactic. Su Mu, however, was not inclined to fall for the same trick twice. He unleashed the Qingning mirror, its brilliance erupting as a beam of azure light shot out. In the next moment, the two mirrors' radiance collided in midair, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The immense force generated a shockwave that swept across the arena. Su Mu and Tang Yuming were caught in the brunt of the attack. Both toppled onto the arena floor, the overwhelming pressure pinning them down, rendering them unable to rise. After a brief moment, the light dissipated and the magical artifacts clattered to the ground. The arena was devoid of standing figures. Both Su Mu and Tang Yuming lay sprawled on the side. Having expended all their spiritual energy to withstand the shockwave, the surrounding disciples were left in stunned silence. How would the outcome of the match be determined at this point? Would it be deemed a draw? Even the foundational stage cultivators were momentarily stunned. After a while, just as one was about to speak, they witnessed Su Mu surprisingly rising unsteadily from the arena. Chapter 21. Defeat. The foundational stage cultivator was once again taken aback. But ultimately, it was Su Mu who stepped forward to inquire, "Master Uncle, should this be considered a victory for me?" Only then did the cultivator regain his composure. Casting Su Mu an approving glance before announcing loudly, "The victor of this match is Chi Hua Peak, Su Mu." The surrounding disciples erupted in excitement, engaging in animated discussions. If previously Su Mu's victories were attributed to superior treasures, this time they had witnessed his true combat prowess. Especially for those novices who had yet to embark on their cultivation journey, witnessing the duel between Su Mu and Zhao Yuming ignited their aspirations. Su Mu, upon observing this, smiled nonchalantly, his earlier pride dissipating. He stepped forward to gather the scattered magical tools into his storage bag. A discerning observer would have noticed the faint red glow in the spiritual energy he was now employing, a stark contrast to the verdant wood attribute energy he had utilized previously. Indeed, following the recent surge of energy, Su Mu's wood attribute energy had been entirely expended. Fortunately, he still possessed a considerable reserve of internal energy and fire attribute energy to keep him on his feet. Using the storage bag required merely a trace of spiritual energy. From Tianjin Peak, someone arrived to carry away Tang Yuming's body along with the scattered green flying swords and the Qingling mirror. Su Mu gazed curiously at the Qingling mirror, pondering its connection to his own Qingling mirror. He found it hard to believe there was no relation whatsoever between the two. However, with his master absent from the sect, he could only suppress his curiosity. After securing the magical tools, he descended the arena. As Su Mu approached, Shiryu hurried over, chattering excitedly, her eyes brimming with admiration for him. Yet, Su Mu had little time for conversation this time, as he promptly sat cross-legged nearby, beginning to meditate and restore his spiritual energy. Shiryu, aware of Su Mu's considerable exhaustion, quickly fell silent, adopting a protective demeanor as she watched him cultivate. An hour passed swiftly, and Su Mu sensed the spherical object in his sleeve vibrating once more, prompting him to open his eyes. His wood attribute spiritual energy had restored to just over half. Should he encounter an opponent of similar strength to the previous round, he might find himself at a disadvantage. Encouraged by Shiryu's supportive gaze, Su Mu slowly ascended the arena once more, only to find a figure in white suddenly soaring towards him. Upon landing, Su Mu was rendered speechless, for he was to face Xuanning, a sixth-layer Qi refinement practitioner. Given her status as a disciple of the sect leader, she would undoubtedly possess exceptional magical artifacts, foreshadowing a fierce battle ahead. "Greetings, senior sister." Although Su Mu felt somewhat helpless, he maintained his composure and respectfully bowed to Xuanning. In response, Xuanning merely nodded indifferently, stating, "You are Su Mu, correct? Surrender now. You are not my match at present. You may challenge me again at the Sect competition 3 years hence." With that, Xuanning turned to leave, seemingly convinced that Su Mu would concede. The Sect competition she referred to was a grand event held every 5 years, open to all disciples, with generous rewards. Su Mu, upon hearing this, could only smile wryly and responded, "I humbly request your guidance, senior sister." Xuanning paused, turning back with a puzzled expression. "Your cultivation has not fully recovered, has it?" "Indeed, I have only regained about half," Su Mu acknowledged with a nod. "Very well then. I shall only use half of my strength. Let us begin," Xuanning declared, standing her ground as she produced a misty white handkerchief. From a distance, it appeared to shimmer with an ethereal fog. Su Mu felt a shiver down his spine. He had never encountered a magical tool like that before, and it might possess remarkable capabilities. He quickly steeled himself for the confrontation. Given the opportunity to strike first, Su Mu wasted no time. "Senior sister, forgive my transgression." With that, he summoned the golden thread sword from his storage bag, launching a direct assault towards Xuanning. Not one to underestimate her opponent, Xuanning's expression sharpened. Instantly, she infused her spiritual energy into the white handkerchief, which billowed outward, transforming into a white veil that shielded her. In the next moment, Su Mu's flying sword struck the handkerchief, imparting a peculiar sensation. It felt as though he was thrusting into water. There was no point of force. Yet an overwhelming pressure surrounded him. The sword barely traveled a foot before being repelled by an unseen force. What a bizarre handkerchief, Sumu mused internally. Yet he did not concede. Instead, he took a step forward, channeling the internal energy from his innate technique to propel himself onward. Does she also practice martial arts from the secular world? Xuanning thought, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes before she regained her composure. She simply summoned the handkerchief back, choosing to remain still and watch as Sumu advanced. In the next instant, Sumu found himself before Xuanning. Noting her lack of defensive intent, he hesitated only briefly before employing his flying sword once more. Xuanning, disappointed, shook her head. With a flash of white light, she swung the handkerchief to intercept the incoming sword. However, to her astonishment, she realized that the sword Sumu wielded was not the exceptional artifact he had used previously, but rather the Sect's standard weapon, the Fire Cloud Sword. Sumu had concealed it beneath a layer of green spiritual energy, rendering it indistinguishable. Just as she processed this revelation, Sumu, having launched his attack, was suddenly behind Xuanning. His aura surged, and the golden thread soared forward, aiming for her back. Reacting quickly, Xuanning unleashed a burst of white light, and the handkerchief rushed to block the strike. Yet Sumu had learned from the peculiar handkerchief's previous trickery. He would not fall for it twice. Channeling his green energy, he unleashed a brilliant azure beam that struck the handkerchief before the sword could reach it. The white handkerchief flickered as it absorbed the light from the Qingming mirror, its stability wavering. However, it did not vanish, remaining steadfast behind Xuanning. In the next heartbeat, Sumu's golden thread sword pierced the handkerchief, barely managing to create a small tear before losing momentum and clattering to the ground. Seeing this, Sumu could only smile wryly and cease his assault. Xuanning turned to face him, her expression revealing a hint of disarray as she beheld the small rupture in her handkerchief. With a flash of white light, the handkerchief restored itself to its original state, yet for the first time, her eyes betrayed a hint of concern. You performed admirably, Xuanning remarked, gazing deeply at Sumu with genuine appreciation. Chapter 22. Inner demon. Sumu could only offer a rueful smile, sighing, but what does that matter? I still lost. The onlookers, having witnessed such a tense and exhilarating duel, fell silent. As they observed Sumu's defeat, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. Indeed, Sumu had lost. Having repeatedly summoned exceptional artifacts, his previously restored wood attribute energy had been utterly depleted. Continuing the battle would only ensure his inevitable defeat. Xuanning smiled gently. Does victory or defeat within the sect truly hold such significance? Sumu, taken aback by Xuanning's smile, initially hesitated, then nodded in confusion, unable to grasp the meaning behind her words. Suddenly, Sumu caught sight of the white handkerchief and curiously inquired, is this magical artifact truly just a top-tier one? According to the description of the Qingming mirror, all magical artifacts illuminated by its azure light would undoubtedly lose their spiritual energy. How could this handkerchief be an exception? Unless it was not a magical artifact at all. At this moment, the smile on Xuanning's face had vanished, and she explained calmly, this jade handkerchief is indeed a magical artifact, but it has been refined by my master. Your azure light, though enigmatic, cannot breach my jade handkerchief. Sumu nodded in understanding, realizing that not only did he have a master, but others also had their own support. A magical artifact refined by the sect leader would naturally possess unparalleled power. Uncle Hu, please announce the results. Xuanning, noticing Sumu's silence, turned to the foundational stage cultivator beside her. Haha, I wouldn't dare. Indeed, Xuanning is deeply favored by the sect leader. Uncle Hu, the foundational stage cultivator, laughed and announced to all present that Xuanning was the victor of this contest. Although Sumu had lost and did not even place, the surrounding disciples dared not underestimate him. Having pushed Xuanning to such an extent, he was already regarded as a formidable opponent. Sumu was indifferent to such superficial titles and walked directly off the stage, only to hear Xuanning call out behind him. I hope you can participate in the sect's grand competition 3 years from now. The grand competition, huh? Sumu chuckled helplessly at her words, but did not respond. Instead, descending from the stage, Xuanning frowned as she glanced at Sumu's retreating figure before ultimately leaving as well. Once off the stage, Shiryu promptly approached Sumu, chattering away, but she quickly realized that Sumu lacked the enthusiasm to engage. Unaware, Shiryu thought he was simply upset about losing the contest and hurriedly consoled him. It's all right. You only lost to Sister Xue. She's a formidable contender for the championship. And you were already impressive. Sumu smiled wryly at her words and slowly replied, thank you. Shiryu. At this, Shiryu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she playfully retorted. We're from the same village, so of course we should support each other. No need for such formality. Well, I'm heading back to Chihua Peak to cultivate. I'll come find you later. Sumu nodded, his expression returning to calmness. All right. Shiryu noted his resolute departure, but did not attempt to hold him back. Shortly after, Sumu returned to Chihua Peak. This time, he took the mountain path and, fortunately, did not encounter any outer disciples, thus saving him considerable time. Upon reaching his cave, Sumu intended to return to his own dwelling, but suddenly noticed the lotus pond and the small pavilion nearby, prompting him to change direction and head straight for the pavilion. Leaning alone against the railing, he gazed at the faint reflection of himself in the water and sighed softly. Do you truly believe yourself to be a genius? Do not be naive, Sumu. In 3 years, you will still possess the same cultivation. The reflection in the lotus pond, of course, did not respond to his words, merely gazing back at him placidly, and Sumu found himself lost in thought. As he stared, he suddenly saw his reflection in the water revealing a mocking smile, speaking to him. Sumu, as long as you are willing, you can be a genius at any time. What? Sumu exclaimed, startled, and hurriedly looked around, unsure of who was speaking to him. Stop searching, it's me. I am you. Do you not recognize yourself? The figure in the water waved at Sumu. What did you mean by that? Sumu asked in confusion. The figure in the water smiled and replied, it's quite simple. You see, your master provides you with spiritual herbs for cultivation daily. Yet he doesn't know which technique you are actually practicing. As long as you continue to cultivate the withered wood rejuvenation technique, you can manage other techniques just to satisfy your master. With these cultivation resources, we have a great chance of reaching the foundational stage. Sumu, alarmed, quickly shook his head. No, that won't do. My master is so good to me. How can I deceive him? Unexpectedly, the figure in the water shouted. Don't be foolish. Sumu, Liu Yan has determined your life solely for his own selfish desires. Do you intend to endure the disdain of so many from now on? And as for Shiryu, you lack the cultivation. Do you think she will still like you? Don't be naive. This is a world for the strong. Enough. Sumu shouted fiercely, gathering a sphere of fire attribute spiritual energy in his hands, and hurled it at the figure in the water. With a loud crash, the figure exploded, transforming into countless white misty particles that swirled around Sumu. From the fog, enticing voices beckoned. Come, listen to me. Do you wish to remain at the 4th level of Qi training for the rest of your life? Sumu, upon witnessing this, hastily retrieved all the magical artifacts from his storage bag and randomly tossed one towards the direction of the voice. With a crack, he struck nothing, and the object he had thrown fell into the pond, slowly unfurling like a lotus leaf. It was only then that Sumu realized he had inadvertently tossed out the last sugar cake made by his mother. No. As he saw the sugar cake begin to sink, Sumu disregarded everything else and leaped into the water, grasping the cake in his hand. The icy sensation jolted him, and the voices that had lingered in his ears suddenly vanished. However, his focus was now entirely on this matter. Phew, that was close. Sumu returned to the shore, using spiritual energy to dry the water off the sugar cake. He discovered that it had completely deformed and sighed helplessly. This cake was no longer fit for consumption. Yet Sumu would never consider discarding it. After staring blankly at the sugar cake for a moment, he placed it back into his storage bag. Upon noticing the disarray in his cave, he was momentarily stunned. What have I done? Sumu murmured to himself, his eyes vacant. After a while, he finally tidied up the cave, even performing a ritual for the numerous small fish that had been unintentionally killed by his fire attribute spiritual energy. Only then did he recall that his earlier state had mirrored the descriptions of falling into a demonic trance found in the texts, albeit to a lesser extent. Chapter 23. Half a year, every person harbors obsessions. Those with profound obsessions are plagued by inner demons, which grow alongside one's strength, becoming increasingly formidable. Thus, the inner demons of cultivators are particularly terrifying. There have been instances of those who, upon succumbing to their demons, slaughtered entire cities in a single day. However, cultivators typically possess their cultivation as a safeguard, with their thoughts focused on the external world, preventing the intrusion of inner demons. Only when a cultivator's strength wanes, and they fail to recover for an extended period, or when their mind is fixated on a single matter, allowing them to become entranced, do inner demons take advantage of the opportunity. Sumu's recent plight was a result of depleting his spiritual energy without timely replenishment while concentrating solely on his cultivation. Ultimately, he was able to regain his composure thanks entirely to that cake, which represented his family and the fervent hopes of his parents. He could not forget the words his father had spoken to him before he entered the mountains. Sigh. Sumu finally sighed deeply and walked back into his cave. Although he might be forever confined to the 4th level of Qi training in this lifetime, he had no choice. Having chosen the path of cultivation, he could only continue onward. Without his master's assistance, he would likely exhaust his entire life's efforts and achieve little more than the 4th level of Qi training. Now, with this opportunity, at least he had experienced a moment of glory. As the saying goes, in the cave, there are neither sun nor moon. Time has slipped away, and half a year has passed. Lu Yan has finally returned to Tai Ling Mountain. Upon seeing Lu Yan for the first time, Sumu felt as though he was meeting a long-lost relative. However, after over 6 months of cultivation, his mind had solidified considerably, and he did not display any unusual expressions. Lu Yan sat upright in the red fire hall, and, noticing Sumu respectfully bowing to him, could not help but burst into laughter. "Well done, my boy. I have heard about the recent Sect competition. You've brought honor to our red fire peak." Sumu humbly replied, "This is all thanks to my master's guidance. By the way, regarding these 3 magical tools." As he spoke, Sumu retrieved the 3 items from his storage bag, appearing as though he intended to return them to Lu Yan. Seeing this, Lu Yan's expression turned serious and he said with displeasure, "You little rascal, are you trying to play tricks on me? These 3 magical tools are gifts for you. Come, let me see how your cultivation has progressed. If you have been negligent, I will have to discipline you." Sumu was overjoyed to hear this. He had found the 3 magical tools quite handy and had no desire to return them, which is why he had delayed until now. Since his master insisted on gifting them, he accepted them without hesitation. As for the inspection of his cultivation, Sumu was not afraid. He stepped forward, standing before his master, and extended his right hand. Lu Yan grasped Sumu's right hand and, probing with his spiritual energy, was immediately taken aback. "Sumu, why have you already begun practicing the earth-shattering technique?" The earth-shattering technique was a soil-based cultivation method that Lu Yan had imparted to Sumu, and logically, he should have waited until his fire-based technique was fully developed before transitioning to the earth-based one. However, Lu Yan had been away from the sect for just over half a year. How could Sumu have possibly advanced to the 4th layer of Qi refinement? Then, Lu Yan sensed a shift in the attributes of the spiritual energy he had detected. Sumu's meridians were suddenly filled with fire attribute spiritual energy, and sensing its intensity, it was indeed at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. "Incredible! Your fire cloud technique has truly advanced to the 4th layer of Qi refinement." Lu Yan withdrew his spiritual energy, scrutinizing Sumu in astonishment. Sumu, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and recounted the experience of his previous demonic deviation. Indeed, while demonic deviation was perilous, it had also been a fortuitous opportunity. After recovering from that experience, his fire cloud technique had unexpectedly advanced to the late stage of the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. Over the past 6 months, Sumu had diligently cultivated, and just a few days prior, he had successfully broken through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement. After enduring another round of suffering, Sumu had successfully completed the introduction of the earth-shattering technique into his body and had now attained the 1st layer of Qi refinement. Reflecting on this painful experience, Sumu still felt a shiver of fear. He had initially thought that after experiencing one bout of suffering, the transition to a new technique would not be as arduous. But to his surprise, it had been even more torturous. Had it not been for the timely activation of his innate technique, which absorbed the excess spiritual energy residue, he might have perished. After all, the ferocity of fire attribute spiritual energy was not comparable to wood attribute energy. Similarly, after absorbing the residue, Sumu's innate technique made significant progress, and according to the calculations of martial artists, he now possessed over 20 years of profound inner strength. When Lu Yan learned of the remarkable efficacy of Sumu's innate technique, he was equally astonished. However, after a thorough investigation, he found nothing amiss. The simultaneous cultivation of the 5 elemental techniques was merely a theoretical possibility conceived by Lu Yan, and he was not entirely confident that Sumu could cultivate all 5 foundational techniques to the 4th layer of Qi refinement. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yan spoke. "I did not anticipate that your innate technique would possess such remarkable effects. Originally, I intended for you to practice the internal power methods for another purpose." "Oh, please enlighten me, Master," Sumu respectfully inquired, curious as to why his master had initially instructed him to practice internal power if he was unaware of its extraordinary benefits. Lu Yan smiled and asked, "What insights did you gain from using the top-tier magical tools in the Sect competition?" "Insights?" Sumu was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what his master meant, but he responded, "The power of the top-tier magical tools is immense, but they consume far too much spiritual energy. My cultivation is still low. I can only unleash 4 or 5 full-strength attacks before exhausting myself. Exactly. Lu Yin agreed with a nod. If even the top-tier magical tools are like this, then the 5 elements fixed spirit ring, which is modeled after ancient treasures, must consume even more spiritual energy. Based on my estimations, even if you cultivate all 5 elemental techniques to the 4th layer of Qi refinement, you will only be able to unleash a single attack with the 5 elements fixed spirit ring. A single attack? Su Mu was stunned, completely unprepared for the horrifying consumption of the 5 elements fixed spirit ring. Lu Yin nodded. Indeed, that is why I instructed you to practice secular internal power. The 5 elements fixed spirit ring can lock onto the opponent's internal spiritual energy, rendering them nearly indistinguishable from ordinary mortals. By then, even if your spiritual energy is depleted, with your internal strength, dealing with a cultivator devoid of spiritual energy will be a mere formality. Su Mu paused for a moment and asked, Master, does this mean I will need to engage in battles with others? Indeed. Now that you have successfully cultivated 3 techniques, it is time for you to understand this matter. Lu Yin said, his expression turning contemplative. Chapter 24. Secrets. It turns out that the method for refining the 5 elements fixed spirit ring was not Lu Yan's original creation, nor was it the innovation of the Tai Ling Mountain sect. As a young man, Lu Yin, due to his outstanding aptitude, quickly advanced to the foundation establishment stage after joining Tai Ling Mountain and successfully became a disciple of a core formation cultivator. This core formation cultivator, named Yun Li, was the former master of Yunling Peak. She had since devoted herself to cultivation and no longer held the position of Peak Master. At that time, Yunling Peak had not yet established the rule of only accepting female disciples, so Lu Yin had joined alongside another male disciple who also reached the foundation establishment stage. The current Peak Master of Tianjian Peak, Feng Yang. In the past, Yun Li was renowned as the greatest artifact refiner in the Zhao Kingdom, with even many nascent soul cultivators eager to befriend her. Lu Yin learned the art of artifact refinement from Yun Li. Shortly after Lu Yin and Feng Yang became her disciples, Yun Li ventured out on a journey and fortuitously discovered an ancient cultivator's cave, where she obtained some methods for refining spiritual artifacts. Upon returning to the sect, Yun Li successfully crafted 2 wondrous magical tools from the treasures she acquired in the cave, namely, the Qingming and Qingling mirrors. Aware that the refining methods she obtained from the ancient cave were merely a drop in the ocean, Yun Li was nonetheless greatly intrigued by her ability to create such marvelous artifacts. However, with her cultivation at the late stage of core formation, breaking through the numerous restrictions within the cave to obtain the ultimate treasure remained a formidable challenge. Left with no choice, Yun Li had to temporarily shelve her plans to explore the ancient cave and focus on nurturing her 2 disciples. Over a century later, Yun Li reached the nascent soul stage but found herself unable to progress further. The time spent on artifact refinement had hindered her cultivation, and she realized that breaking through to the nascent soul stage was no longer possible. The remaining methods for refining artifacts from the ancient cave became her last lingering concern. At this critical juncture, Lu Yin and Feng Yang both broke through to the core formation stage, prompting Yun Li to take a bold step. She brought her 2 disciples along and invited 3 to 5 friends to explore the ancient cave together. However, unbeknownst to them, this expedition would be the last time Yun Li would return to the sect. Feng Yang, in his eagerness, triggered a powerful restriction within the cave, leading to a near-total disaster for the group. At the final moment, Yun Li self-destructed his cultivation to send Feng Yang and Lu Yin out of the cave dwelling. Simultaneously, he transmitted the newly acquired method of artifact refinement encapsulated within a jade slip. Although Feng Yang and Lu Yin survived the cave, a grudge was inevitably formed. Lu Yin held Feng Yang responsible for triggering the cave's restrictions, resulting in their master's demise. Conversely, Feng Yang reproached Lu Yin for having had the opportunity to forcibly rescue their master, but instead prioritizing the acquisition of the jade slip, thereby missing the chance to save him. Over a decade ago, Lu Yin advanced to the mid-stage of the core formation realm with the assistance of a master of formations, returning to explore the ancient cultivation cave once more, yielding further gains. Upon his return to the sect, he combined the jade slip gifted by Yun Li with his newly obtained refining techniques, ultimately conceptualizing the 5 elements spirit ring. At this point, Lu Yin could not help but shed tears, lamenting, what Master Yun Li cherished back then was solely the method for refining the treasures within this cave. If I cannot bring it to fruition, my life will be in vain. Listening to this, Su Mu was equally moved, astonished at the multitude of secrets hidden within the 5 elements spirit ring. Given his current low cultivation level, He was unaware of the concept that one could hear the Tao in the morning and die peacefully by evening. The notion that Master Yunli sacrificed himself to transmit the refining method was utterly beyond his comprehension. As for the past events, Sumu could not ascertain their truth as Lu Yin had described, yet he believed that if he were in Feng Yang's position, he would not have the right to blame others. Lu Yin continued, after discerning the method for crafting the 5-element spirit ring. I intended for your 5 senior brothers to utilize this artifact together at the last Spirit Trial Conference. The Spirit Trial Conference? Su Mu inquired, momentarily taken aback, as he recalled having seen this name in some texts. Indeed, Lu Yin nodded. The Spirit Trial Conference is a grand event hosted by the righteous sects of Zhao Kingdom, where all artifact refinement masters gather to showcase their most prized treasures in competition. However, due to the varying cultivation levels of the refiners, participants are divided into 2 categories, Foundation Establishment and Qi Refinement. If you can wield the 5-element spirit ring by then, you will undoubtedly shine at the Spirit Trial Conference, granting the ring renown across the realm and fulfilling a wish of your master. At this moment, Sumu realized that Lu Yin intended for him to participate in the upcoming Spirit Trial Conference. Curiously, he asked, Master, are cultivators at the core formation stage not permitted to enter this Spirit Trial Conference? Certainly not. Lu Yin shook his head, explaining, the power of a treasure largely depends on the time invested in its refinement, rather than the skill of the refiner or the materials used. The Spirit Trial Conference measures the craftsmanship between refiners, not who has the higher cultivation or longer training period. Ah, I see. Sumu nodded in understanding. With this newfound clarity, he recognized his cultivation had a clear goal, to reach the 4th layer of Qi refinement in all 5 elemental techniques before the next Spirit Trial Conference, thus enabling him to use the 5-element spirit ring. As for longevity and Taoist arts, they felt too distant for Sumu, who had no concrete concept of them. Lu Yin spoke at length, yet showed no signs of fatigue. Sumu's rapid progress in cultivation evidently pleased him, leading to an extended conversation. Several times, Sumu contemplated asking if he could return home for a visit, but ultimately refrained from voicing it. Having lived for several centuries, Lu Yin was astute enough to discern Sumu's thoughts, and he chuckled, Sumu, if you can fulfill my requirements ahead of schedule, I shall allow you to descend the mountain and return home. What do you think? Really? Sumu exclaimed, filled with delight. Of course. When have I ever deceived you? Lu Yin feigned annoyance. Thank you, master. I will diligently cultivate. Sumu repressed his joy and respectfully bowed to Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled slightly and said, all right, you may go now. Remember to seek me in the hall early tomorrow. Yes, I take my leave. Sumu responded respectfully as he exited. As Lu Yin watched Sumu's departing figure, he chuckled softly. This lad truly has the heart of a child. However, after the minor competition, he should realize his shortcomings. He shows no signs of despondency, which is commendable. At this point, his expression turned pensive, and he murmured, alas, 5 spirit roots remain merely 5 spirit roots. The heavens are unjust, indeed. Chapter 25. For years after becoming consumed by the path of demonic cultivation, Sumu clearly recognized that his advancement could only be stunted at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. The victory in the recent Sect competition could not be replicated. Nevertheless, Sumu had regained his composure, his objective straightforward, to swiftly cultivate to the level his master required, fulfill his master's wishes, and then descend the mountain to reunite with his family. As for pursuing immortality, his innate talent was simply too lacking to entertain such fantasies. As the saying goes, a day within the cave equates to 1,000 years in the world. The days of cultivation were not only monotonous, but also fleeting. Before long, for years had elapsed since Sumu had ascended the mountain. The once 13-year-old boy had matured into adulthood. On this day, a gentle snowfall blanketed the mountain. Having just passed the new year, many outer disciples returned home for family visits, bringing the festive spirit of the mundane world back to the sect. The atmosphere on Tai Ling Mountain grew increasingly lively, with the faint sounds of disciples secretly setting off firecrackers echoing through the air. Coupled with the recent sect competition, the vibrancy of Tai Ling Mountain intensified. However, Sumu did not participate in this sect competition. At that time, he was still in closed-door cultivation. Yet, Chihua Peak remained as serene as ever. To avoid disturbing Sumu's training, Lu Yin had relocated the outer disciples to the back mountain of Chihua Peak, where even the monthly teachings were conducted. Within the cave, the lotus pond flourished year-round due to the internal heat of the mountain, with the water emitting mist upon contact with the cold air outside, resembling an ethereal realm. As Sumu, who was meditating with closed eyes, suddenly sensed a surge of spiritual energy within him, he realized, according to logic, that this was a precursor to a breakthrough. Raising an eyebrow, Sumu fully engaged his cultivation technique, and shortly thereafter, he heard a faint pop within his body. His metal element technique had finally reached the fourth layer of chi refinement. After a brief moment, Sumu gradually concluded his practice, exhaling a breath of turbid air, and sighed, with only a year remaining. I wonder if I can meet Master S' expectations in time. However, he soon shook off his worries, rising to exit the cave. Inside Chihu Hall, beside a grand alchemical furnace, Lu Yin was frowning as he refined pills. Indeed, although he was an artifact refiner, his skill in crafting low-tier pills had become quite proficient over the past 2 years. To conserve resources, he had purchased a substantial amount of alchemical materials and began crafting pills on his own, with the mastery of fire control inherent to artifact refiners. Lu Yan's success rate in producing low-tier pills gradually increased, saving him a considerable amount of spirit stones. Sumu often assisted in alchemical endeavors, viewing it as a supplementary means of cultivation. In simple terms, he would deplete his spiritual energy and then cultivate back, repeating the process to gradually enhance his abilities. This method was akin to the martial artists in the mundane realm who engage in intense physical training before allowing their bodies to recover. While the efficiency was significantly slower compared to conventional cultivation, it was beneficial for mastering one's own spiritual energy. Before long, Sumu arrived at Chihua Hall. Observing his master engrossed in the flames of the furnace, and chose not to disturb him, instead sitting quietly at the side. After a moment, Lu Yin slowly withdrew his energy and glanced at Sumu, saying, Sumu, what brings you here? Respected master, I have successfully cultivated the metal essence technique to the 4th level of chi refinement. Sumu replied respectfully. Lu Yin was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, then swiftly approached and grasped Sumu's wrist to examine his cultivation. Finding his words to be true, his face contorted in anger. You rascal! Why didn't you mention your breakthrough earlier? I wasted my efforts concocting this batch of Golden Yang pills. Indeed, the elixir Lu Yin had just crafted was called Golden Yang Pill, specifically beneficial for cultivators of metal attribute techniques during their chi refinement stage. Now that Sumu had attained a breakthrough, he was about to transition to water attribute techniques, rendering the pills useless. With a chuckle, Sumu replied, I figured if you had halted your cultivation earlier, this batch would have been wasted, becoming mere dross. Wouldn't that be regrettable? Enough of that. Do you think I was unaware of your intentions to gift these pills to your little sweetheart? Hurry back and forth, Lu Yin retorted, exasperated, as he retrieved the pills and placed them in a jade vial, tossing it to Sumu. The little sweetheart Lu Yin referred to was, of course, Shiryu. Over the past 4 years, Sumu and Shiryu had developed a close relationship, gradually nurturing feelings for one another. Although they had not explicitly acknowledged it, to outsiders, they were already perceived as a couple. Shiryu possessed 3 elemental roots, fire, metal, and water, and practiced the metal-based mysterious melody technique, making the Golden Yang pill perfectly suitable for her. Sumu had occasionally gifted Shiryu various pills over time, though they were merely ordinary. Nothing compared to the Golden Yang pill. As long as one had not reached the foundation establishment stage, the Golden Yang pill held considerable efficacy. Seeing that his master had tacitly approved of his actions, Sumu eagerly exited the cave, summoned his green leaf talisman, and headed straight for Yunling Peak. In no time, he arrived at Yunling Peak, where he spotted 2 female disciples on duty. Due to his frequent visits to see Shiryu, Sumu had become quite familiar with the guarding disciples there. However, when the 2 women saw him today, their expressions shifted. Su Shixiao, are you here to see Shiryu shimmy again? One of the women asked. Indeed, is she in the back mountain? Sumu smiled and nodded. Yes, she is, but... The woman began, only to be silenced by a glare from the other disciple beside her. Eager to meet Shiryu, Sumu paid no heed to their peculiar demeanor, bowed to the women, and made his way towards the back mountain. Once Sumu left, the 2 guarding disciples began to whisper among themselves. Sigh, although Su Shixiang's cultivation is a bit lacking, he is still a decent person. Look at those inner sect disciples. None are as courteous to us. Humph, what do you know? In our cultivation world, strength is paramount. I heard Su Shixiang has been stuck at the 4th level of chi refinement for 3 years. How could Shiryu Shimi not have other thoughts? Before long, Sumu arrived at the back mountain of Yunling Peak and immediately spotted Shiryu standing in a pavilion at the summit. However, beside her stood another man, and their demeanor suggested their relationship was more than that of mere friends. Shiryu, Sumu finally called out. Sumu, you're here? Shiryu turned around. Time had transformed her into an even more enchanting figure, resembling a celestial fairy. Furthermore, the practice of the mysterious melody technique had endowed her voice with a melodic quality, akin to the song of a phoenix. Yet, Shi Yu's expression appeared somewhat peculiar, a mix of reluctance and, more prominently, resolve. This is Su Mu, she said, frowning as she glanced at the man beside her. Chapter 26. The word affection. The man possessed striking features, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a handsome face that exuded an extraordinary aura. Upon hearing Su Mu's inquiry, he smiled and introduced himself. Su Shixiang, I am Lu Yuan, a disciple of the heavenly sword real person. At the mention of his name, Su Mu couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. The heavenly sword real person was none other than Feng Yang, and the fact that his disciple bore a name so similar raised suspicions of coincidence. Su Mu even questioned whether this name had been bestowed upon him by Feng Yang himself. However, at that moment, such concerns were trivial. Su Mu's sole interest lay in discerning the nature of Lu Yuan's relationship with Shi Yu. With a calm demeanor, Su Mu replied, I cannot presume to call you Shixiang when I am merely at the 4th level of qi refinement. It is you who should be addressing me as such. Hehe. Though I have reached the 6th level of qi refinement, having only joined the sect for 2 years, I cannot presume to call myself your senior. Please do not belittle me, Su Shixiang. Lu Yuan replied with a grin. Despite his words, there was no trace of respect on Lu Yuan's countenance. Achieving the 6th level of qi refinement in 2 years indicated remarkable talent, far surpassing Su Mu, though not quite matching that of Xuanning. Su Mu merely smiled, opting to disregard Lu Yuan entirely, and turned to Shi Yu to inquire, Shi Yu, is he your friend? Su Mu had vaguely informed Shi Yu about the grievances between Tianjian Peak and Qihua Peak. He recalled how, upon hearing his story, Shi Yu had vehemently criticized Feng Yang and vowed never to associate with anyone from Tianjian Peak, only for Su Mu to advise her to temper her anger. Upon hearing Su Mu's question, Shi Yu's complexion paled, and after a brief moment of hesitation, she replied, Su Mu, I know you have feelings for me. I once thought I liked you too, but after meeting Lu Shixiang, I realized that my feelings for you are merely those of kinship. As she met Su Mu's intense gaze, Shi Yu hesitated, ultimately uttering a simple, I'm sorry, Su Mu. In an instant, the entire mountain fell silent. The wind howling as it swept over the peak, scattering the remnants of melting snowflakes upon Su Mu's head. Shi Yu reached out as if to brush the snow from Su Mu, but he instantly grasped her wrist, leaving their hands awkwardly suspended in the air. After a moment, Su Mu released his grip, and Shi Yu slowly withdrew her hand to her side, appearing somewhat at a loss, only for Lu Yuan to take hold of it. Su Mu opened his mouth, but no words emerged. He merely closed it again. Turning, he began to walk back the way he had come. The wind in the mountains intensified, the icy snowflakes swirling chaotically, and in that white world, it seemed as though all existence had vanished, leaving only Su Mu's solitary figure. Before long, Su Mu returned to Qihua Peak, where the snow accumulation was minimal due to the underlying fire veins. In a few days, the snow would likely melt, revealing the beauty of spring as the ice and snow gave way to vibrant blooms. Shi Yu had visited Qihua Peak before. During early spring, when the blossoms were already in full bloom, Su Mu had plucked a nameless wildflower to adorn her hair, believing that nothing in the world could rival her beauty. Su Mu, what brings you back? Lu Yan, seemingly returning from the back mountain, asked curiously upon seeing Su Mu standing dazedly at the mountain gate. Su Mu remained silent, not uttering a word, marking the first time he had behaved this way toward his master. Noticing this, Lu Yan raised an eyebrow, about to speak, when a loud shout echoed from the peak above. Su Mu, come out and face me. The voice reverberated through the mountains, and soon after, a figure clad in red robes descended on a flying sword, landing before the gate of Qihua Peak. Su Mu looked up to see that it was Tang Yuming. After awakening 3 years ago and learning of his defeat to Su Mu, Tang Yuming had resolutely decided to confront Su Mu in the upcoming Sect competition. After 3 years of dedicated cultivation, Tang Yuming has reached the 10th level of qi refinement. With unwavering confidence, he signed up for the Sect's grand competition, eager to demonstrate his prowess to Su Mu, only to discover that Su Mu had not registered at all. Following the conclusion of the competition, Tang Yuming returned to Tianjian Peak, increasingly agitated, feeling that he had been humiliated in vain years prior, which prompted him to seek Su Mu directly. What business do you have with Su Mu? Lu Yan, currently at Qihua Peak, inquired coolly, not allowing a qi refinement disciple from Tianjian Peak to cause a ruckus. Tang Yuming, taken aback by his unexpected encounter with Lu Yan, quickly bowed respectfully, stating, Uncle Master Lu, I have come to challenge Su Mu, with no malicious intent. He was well aware of the strained relationship between Tianjian Peak and Qihua Peak, yet as an inner sect disciple, he understood the necessary decorum when addressing Lu Yan, the Peak's master. Otherwise, even if Lu Yan were to obliterate him with a single strike, Feng would not intervene on his behalf. Disrespecting one's elders is a grave taboo in the immortal realm. Fully cognizant of this, Tang Yuming recounted his previous defeat to Su Mu in the sect's minor competition, clarifying that today's sparring would merely be a friendly exchange. Upon hearing this, Lu Yen fell silent. He understood Su Mu's current predicament, still at the 4th level of Qi refinement, facing Tang Yuming, who had reached the 10th level, would likely not end well for him. After all, Su Mu was yet unable to wield the 5 elements spirit binding ring. However, Su Mu rarely ventured out, leaving the disciples of the sect largely unaware of his situation. Otherwise, Tang Yuming would not have dared to challenge him. A Qi refinement master of the 10th level facing one at the 4th level would gain little glory even in victory. Contemplating this, Lu Yen intended to decline the challenge on Su Mu's behalf. Just as he was about to speak, Su Mu interjected, "I accept your challenge." Lu Yen was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled in resignation. Su Mu had just visited Yunling Peak to seek Shiryu and returned looking disheartened, likely affected by some emotional turmoil there. Given Lu Yan's centuries of experience, he could easily surmise the nature of Su Mu's distress. After all, even though Su Mu and Shiryu were merely childhood acquaintances, the bonds of affection in the immortal realm are often less profound than those in the mundane world. It is not uncommon for even centuries-old partnerships in the realm of cultivation to turn to enmity. In this world, cultivation is paramount. Once one's power wanes, everything else becomes illusory. Although Shiryu's potential is mediocre and her diligence lacking, she has already reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. How could she look favorably upon Su Mu, who was of a lower cultivation level? Love, particularly romantic affection, while not entirely valueless in the realm of cultivation, is certainly regarded with less weight than in the secular world. Clearly, Su Mu had been deeply affected by his encounter at Yunling Peak, and upon being provoked by Zhao Yuming, he agreed to the duel. Yet, could Su Mu truly stand a chance in this contest? Chapter 27. The 6-month agreement. Under normal circumstances, Su Mu would recognize his lack of prospects and decline the sparring request. However, he found himself in a state of disarray. Zhao Yuming, hearing Su Mu's willingness to duel, laughed joyfully. "Su Mu, I knew I was right about you. How shall we compete? You may set the terms." Su Mu replied coldly, "Since you are so preoccupied with the minor competition from years past, we shall follow its rules. However, you must wait for me for 6 months." Wait for 6 months? Zhao Yuming was taken aback, perplexed. Lu Yen, overhearing this, sighed in relief, recognizing that Su Mu had not been blinded by anger. Su Mu then sneered, "What? Are you afraid?" Zhao Yuming, caught off guard by the question, quickly retorted, "Of course not. If you need time, I shall wait for you for 6 months. I hope you will not find an excuse to back out. Should you fail to honor this agreement after 6 months, you shall face the consequences." Su Mu declared, conjuring a vibrant sphere of fiery energy that struck a nearby snow-covered pine tree, instantly igniting it into ashes. Zhao Yuming laughed heartily at the sight. "Very well, Su Mu. I shall see you in 6 months. Uncle Master Lu, I take my leave." With that, Zhao Yuming mounted his flying sword and soared back to Tianjin Peak. Lu Yen regarded Su Mu with newfound interest, as if he were a rare treasure, occasionally smacking his lips in admiration. "Quite impressive," he mused aloud. Su Mu, surprised by Lu Yan's reaction, queried, "Master, what is the matter?" "Oh, you've been on the mountain for over 4 years, and this is the first time I've witnessed you truly angry. Quite a rarity." Lu Yan chuckled, teasingly. Since coming to the mountain, Su Mu had diligently followed Lu Yan's teachings, which emphasized a non-reactive and serene mindset, free from anger and joy, sadness and resentment. Hearing Lu Yan's unexpected comments caused Su Mu to blush. He mistakenly thought he was being reprimanded and instinctively explained, "Master, I understand my mistake. I should not disturb my cultivation mindset." "No, Su Mu, you are not at fault," Lu Yen replied earnestly, shaking his head. "While a cultivator should maintain a heart of non-action, as a youth, you must embrace your vitality. This is in harmony with the way of heaven. My previous guidance may have been excessive, leading you to adopt a demeanor too mature for your age, which may not be beneficial for you at this stage." Lu Yan's words were indeed insightful. One significant reason Shiryu distanced herself from Su Mu was his overly subdued demeanor. What young girl does not yearn for romance? Yet, Su Mu's calmness cannot justify Shiryu's betrayal. Upon hearing his master's uncharacteristically candid guidance, Su Mu was momentarily stunned before respectfully affirming, "I shall heed your teachings, Master." "Well, it seems your temperament is difficult to change. However, since you have made a 6-month agreement with him, your days ahead will not be easy." Lu Yen smiled knowingly. "Rest assured, Master, I shall devote myself to cultivating diligently. Even if my cultivation is insufficient in 6 months, I will honor our agreement and not tarnish your reputation. Su Mu stated earnestly. Lu Yin, chuckling, chided, Go on. If you were to be defeated, I would have no resources to nurture another disciple with 5 spirit roots. Regardless, focus solely on your cultivation. Yes, Su Mu replied respectfully, and seeing that Lu Yin had no further comments, he returned to his cave dwelling. 6 months is a brief period. Although he no longer needed to seek Shiryu, saving considerable time, Su Mu understood that his only chance lay in breaking through to the 4th level of qi refinement with the rushing water technique. In doing so, he could leverage the might of the 5 elements spirit binding ring to easily contend with Zhao Yiming. If previously Su Mu's cultivation was primarily for his master and ancestor, only a small part was for himself. Now, his personal motivations had taken precedence. Though it may seem merely a shift in mindset, it significantly fortified Su Mu's resolve in his quest for enlightenment. That very evening, Su Mu began to transition to the rushing water technique. This time, he endured even greater torment than before, yet his expression remained remarkably tranquil. Were it not for his body occasionally spasming uncontrollably, onlookers might have thought he was merely engaged in routine meditation. He remained seated until dawn, and when the chime of the Tai Ling Mountain bell resonated once more, a faint crack echoed from within him. Suddenly, Su Mu's body began to levitate slowly from the ground, effortlessly floating in midair. Above his dantian, 5 distinct colored spheres of spiritual energy gradually formed. The smallest sphere, a delicate blue, was merely the size of a grain of rice, while the largest, a deep azure, was as substantial as a fist. These 5 luminous orbs of spiritual energy gently emerged from Su Mu's body, encircling his head, yet he remained blissfully unaware, maintaining his meditative state. Remarkably, the 5 orbs began to rotate slowly around his head, their faint connection to one another becoming increasingly apparent. After a brief moment, a sudden sound echoed as Su Mu fell directly to the ground, the impact jolting him into consciousness. He opened his eyes to find the cave unchanged. Touching his cheek in bewilderment, Su Mu recalled that he had successfully drawn qi into his body using the gentle water technique, yet he had instantly lost consciousness. Upon awakening, he realized he had ceased his cultivation, leaving him uncertain whether he had truly succeeded in his endeavor. As he gradually sank his consciousness into the qi sea, he discovered a faint blue sphere of spiritual energy had indeed manifested, igniting a surge of excitement within him. I have succeeded. Su Mu restrained his exhilaration, quickly rising to his feet. After cleansing the impurities from his body, he promptly exited the cave, making his way towards the red fire hall. Time, in the realm of cultivators, is a mere whisper. Half a year is hardly significant. Soon, the day of the duel arrived. Inside the cave, Su Mu awoke, gradually withdrawing his energy and exhaling a breath of stale air, his expression betraying no signs of joy or sorrow. To his dismay, he found that he had not broken through to the 4th level of qi training, which meant he would have to resort to the use of the explosive spirit pill. He lamented internally. Over the past 6 months, he had advanced his gentle water technique to the 3rd level of qi training, barely touching the threshold of the 4th level. Yet he had not achieved a breakthrough. If the foundation establishment stage is the chasm between mortals and immortals, then the 4th level of qi training serves as the first significant bottleneck for practitioners, proving to be quite challenging to surpass. Moments later, Su Mu exited the cave, heading towards the mountain gate, his demeanor suggesting that he was well prepared for the upcoming contest. Chapter 28. Explosive Spirit Pill. At this moment, Lu Yin was seated in the red fire hall. The moment Su Mu emerged from the cave, Lu Yin sensed it and realized that Su Mu had not managed to elevate his gentle water technique to the 4th level of qi training during these 6 months. However, this outcome was clearly anticipated by both master and disciple. A month prior, Su Mu had already acknowledged that a breakthrough within 6 months was unlikely. Yet he had not abandoned his intention to participate in the duel. Aware of this, Lu Yin refrained from dissuading Su Mu and instead summoned him to the main hall, bestowing upon him a special elixir. This elixir was none other than the explosive spirit pill. The effects of the explosive spirit pill are straightforward. Cultivators below the foundation establishment stage who consume it can temporarily elevate their cultivation by 1 level. Among similar elixirs, it is the weakest in potency and carries minimal side effects, merely causing the user to feel weakened for 3 days. In contrast, the blood spirit pill, which boasts significantly stronger effects, can propel a practitioner through 3 to 4 levels of qi training, but requires a recovery period of at least 6 months in bed. Such potent elixirs would not be administered to Su Mu, even if Lu Yin had not intended for him to participate in the Spirit Trial Conference. Though the explosive spirit pill's effects are mild, they would suffice for Su Mu's needs. Su Mu departed without informing Lu Yan, swiftly taking flight on his crimson sword until he reached the peak of the heavenly sword mountain. Upon arrival, he was greeted by an outer sect disciple who respectfully approached him, inquiring, "Might you be Su Mu, Brother Su?" "Indeed, that is correct." Su Mu replied with a slight nod. The disciple's face brightened. "Brother Su, you truly honor your word. Brother Zhao has been waiting for you here for some time. Please, follow me." Naturally, Su Mu's request to postpone the duel for 6 months made it inappropriate for him to determine the location. So he allowed Zhao Yiming to make that decision. Zhao Yiming, in turn, chose to host the duel at Heavenly Sword Peak. Before long, guided by the outer sect disciple, Su Mu arrived at the sword testing platform of Heavenly Sword Peak, where several disciples were already engaged in friendly duels. The combat prowess at Heavenly Sword Peak is renowned as one of the strongest among the main peaks, attributed to 2 primary factors. First, all disciples at Heavenly Sword Peak wield flying swords, which are considered highly offensive artifacts. With diligent training, their power becomes formidable. Second, the disciples are all martial enthusiasts. Although Feng Yang has inherited the artifact refining techniques from Grandmaster Yun Li, he places greater emphasis on personal cultivation and mastery of divine abilities, diverging from Lu Yan's path. "Please wait here, brother. I will summon Brother Zhao," the outer sect disciple said respectfully, leading Su Mu to a clear area before retreating. As Su Mu curiously surveyed his surroundings, he suddenly heard a gasp from behind him. Su Mu? Turning around, he was surprised to see Shiryu, accompanied by the inner sect disciple Lu Yuan. Shiryu hurriedly approached. "You actually came. You must return. I have already asked Lu Shixiao to speak on your behalf with Zhao Shixiao. Let this duel be forgotten." As she spoke, Shiryu instinctively reached for Su Mu's right hand, only for Su Mu to instinctively evade. Clearly, she was aware of the impending duel. Su Mu smiled gently. "No need to worry, Xiaoyu. Since I am here, I am confident of victory." Lu Yuan, observing Shiryu's instinctive gesture, furrowed his brow. Upon hearing Su Mu's words, he chuckled. "Oh, Xiaoyu, see? He is not even grateful." Su Mu shot a cold glance at Lu Yuan, but chose not to respond. Before Shiryu could say anything further, a male voice boomed. "Haha, Su Mu, you truly came." Su Mu turned to see Zhao Yiming approaching. After 6 months apart, Zhao Yiming appeared to exude an even more formidable aura, as though he had achieved another breakthrough. He glanced at Su Mu, then at Lu Yuan and Shiryu, a peculiar expression flashing in his eyes before he chuckled. "Junior brother, do you know Su Mu?" "Indeed. After all, Brother Su and Xiaoyu hail from the same village." Lu Yuan replied with a smile. Zhao Yiming seemed unaware of the intricacies of Su Mu's relationship with Shiryu and nodded dismissively. However, Lu Yuan was clearly not ready to let the matter rest, and leaned in to whisper something in Zhao Yiming's ear. Zhao Yiming paused, astonishment flickering across his face as he turned to Su Mu. "Su Mu, I heard you are still at the 4th level of Qi training. Is that true?" "Indeed." Su Mu confirmed with a nod, not denying it. "Then let our agreement be nullified." Zhao Yiming waved his hand dismissively, evidently displeased. "Not so fast, I do not agree." Su Mu shot a glance at Lu Yuan, whose smug expression only fueled Su Mu's refusal. "What?" Zhao Yiming was taken aback, believing he had misheard. Su Mu pointed calmly at a nearby platform. "You have no objections to that arena, do you?" Sensing Su Mu's unwavering gaze, Zhao Yiming's heart tightened, and he erupted with indignation. "Su Mu, since you refuse to heed my warning, do not blame me for being impolite." As Zhao Yiming spoke, a spark of inspiration ignited beneath his feet, and he soared directly onto the arena. Su Mu, observing this, smiled faintly and leaped with great force, his form shooting upward like a bamboo sprouting from the ground, landing silently upon the stage. Beside him, Shiryu had initially intended to intervene and halt Su Mu, but was blocked by Lu Yuan. "Your friend has quite the temperament. Fret not. Brother Zhao will not take his life, merely temper his spirit," Lu Yuan remarked indifferently. Shiryu opened her mouth as if to protest, but ultimately refrained from voicing her concerns. On the stage, upon witnessing Su Mu's display, Zhao Yiming was momentarily taken aback and curiously inquired, "Su Mu, what inner strength did you just employ? Is it perhaps from the mundane martial world?" "Indeed." Su Mu nodded, neither denying nor embellishing the truth. Over the past 4 years of cultivation, he had absorbed remnants of spiritual energy several times through his innate skill, elevating his internal power far beyond that of renowned martial artists. Zhao Yiming, laughing heartily, declared, "Su Mu, if this is your reliance, I shall show you the chasm that exists between cultivators and martial experts. Go ahead and make your move," with Zhao Yiming permitting him to strike first. Sumu merely smiled faintly, retrieving a pill from his storage pouch and swallowing it whole. Zhao Yuming was momentarily stunned by this action, quickly growing anxious, and hurriedly summoned his flying sword, preparing for an imminent confrontation. Chapter 29. A single strike. Upon consuming the explosion spirit pill, a formidable aura erupted from within Sumu, albeit only for a fleeting moment before it abruptly ceased. Observing this, Zhao Yuming chuckled. What kind of elixir did you just ingest? It seems to have had little effect on your cultivation level. Indeed, after consuming the pill, Zhao Yuming still sensed the fluctuations of qi at the 4th level of cultivation. However, he seemed to overlook the fact that during their previous sparring match, Sumu had utilized wood attribute energy, whereas now he was clearly wielding water attribute energy. Normally, a practitioner's energy affinity rarely shifts, so Zhao Yuming's failure to notice this discrepancy was understandable. In the next instant, Zhao Yuming caught sight of a dangerous smile creeping across Sumu's lips, instinctively tightening his grip on his flying sword, ready to attack. As the sword shot forth, Sumu's energy surged forth, a dazzling display of 5-colored spiritual light erupting simultaneously. A grayish circular ring swiftly flew from his hand, hurtling towards Zhao Yuming. After unleashing the ring, Sumu's aura waned significantly, his complexion paling as if he had expended a tremendous amount of energy. Zhao Yuming, witnessing Sumu's condition, realized he must have employed a formidable technique. That gray ring was undoubtedly not as mundane as it appeared. Just as he prepared to counter, the gray ring instantaneously split into 5 distinct colored rings, vanishing into the air. In the next heartbeat, Zhao Yuming heard a soft pop and was horrified to discover that the 5 rings had encircled his limbs and neck. An eerie force surged from the rings, severing his connection to the internal energy within him, and he found himself crashing to the ground in a half-kneel. The flying sword that had reached Sumu fell powerless to the ground, embedding itself into the crevice of the arena. How can this be? Many onlookers gasped in disbelief. Zhao Yuming was a master at the 10th level of qi cultivation, yet he was no match for Sumu. Had he truly been defeated in a single exchange? Kneeling on the ground, Zhao Yuming felt the bitter sensation of losing his energy, his body refusing to obey his commands. Nonetheless, he gritted his teeth and rose, staring incredulously at Sumu. What kind of sorcery is this? Zhao Yuming asked, his face ashen. At this moment, Sumu strolled leisurely to Zhao Yuming's side. I have nothing to divulge, he replied coolly, adding, you should concede. I will not concede unless you reveal the nature of this magical artifact. Zhao Yuming stubbornly retorted, shaking his head defiantly. Sumu furrowed his brow at this, ultimately conceding, you need only know that it is called the 5 Elements Binding Ring. If you continue to refuse defeat, I shall cast you off the stage, and your humiliation will be even greater. Very well, I concede. Zhao Yuming's expression shifted upon hearing Sumu's words, casting a fierce glare at him before shouting at the top of his lungs. His declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. Zhao Yuming's prowess ranked among the elite disciples of Tianjin Peak during the qi cultivation phase. It was utterly unacceptable for him to lose to an obscure newcomer. However, Sumu had no intention of explaining himself to the onlookers. With a simple gesture of his right hand, the 5 colored rings flew back to him, reassembling into a singular form. Yet, upon restoration, the ring astonishingly transformed into a white hue. Sumu was momentarily taken aback. Although he had previously tested the effects of the 5 Elements Binding Ring, he had never progressed to this final stage, as his cultivation was insufficient to truly experiment. He would need to consume the Explosion Spirit Pill. He had merely confirmed that the ring could indeed immobilize practitioners of the same level. He had not anticipated that its actual use would result in this color change. While Sumu pondered the transformed 5 Elements Binding Ring, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force approaching from afar, causing the ring in his hand to shoot away. Who goes there? Sumu snapped back to reality, only to see the ring suspended in midair, enveloped by a golden spiritual energy, leaving him aghast. In the next moment, a thunderous crash erupted as a surge of red spiritual energy collided with the golden one, resulting in a violent explosion. The golden energy, though inherently stronger, was caught off guard by the sudden ambush, and it was swiftly dispersed. After shattering the golden energy, the red energy enveloped the ring and hurtled towards Sumu's direction. In an instant, the ring landed in the grasp of a burly man. Master! 3 voices exclaimed in unison. The robust figure patted Sumu on the shoulder and turned to address the individual hovering in the air. Fengyang, how can you, a grown man, shamelessly snatch a disciple's artifact? Lu Yen, you actually found the one wielding the 5 Elements Binding Ring? Fengyang questioned, incredulous. Indeed, it was only natural, otherwise. What kind of artifact could allow a practitioner of the Qi phase to contend against someone 6 levels higher? Lu Yin replied with a satisfied smile. Feng Yang fell silent for a moment, then sighed. After all these years, you still haven't given up. I have never considered giving up in my life. Lu Yin retorted nonchalantly. All right, but what about your cultivation level? Feng Yang asked, astonished. You guessed correctly. I happened to obtain a Su Yuan fruit recently. Lu Yin interjected, cutting off Feng Yang before he could elaborate. What the Su Yuan fruit was remained a mystery to the Qi phase disciples present. However, Feng Yang cast an envious glance at Lu Yin. You old fox, you've been hiding this for so long. Just wait. I will report this matter to the sect leader immediately. Be my guest. Lu Yin scoffed, turning to Su Mu. Fire Wuzi. We're leaving. With that, Lu Yin seized Su Mu's wrist, and with a flash of crimson light beneath their feet, they shot skyward toward Qihua Peak. Seeing this, Feng Yang helplessly shook his head and turned to Zhao Yuming beside him, saying, Yuming, come to my cave dwelling. I have matters to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuming trembled slightly and then respectfully nodded. When he looked up again, Feng Yang had already vanished into thin air. Lu Yuan, noticing Shi Yu's gaze fixed intently on the direction where Su Mu had departed, irritably exclaimed, Xiao Yu, let us be on our way as well. In the Red Fire Peak, within the Red Fire Hall, Lu Yin sat at the head, idly playing with a white circular ring, occasionally stroking it as if he cherished the object greatly. After a moment, he suddenly tossed the ring to Su Mu and remarked with a long tone, Su Mu, I must thank you. You have fulfilled a significant wish of your ancestor. Master, your words are too kind. It is I who should express my gratitude to you. Without your assistance, I would still be an ordinary mortal. Su Mu replied hastily and respectfully. Lu Yin smiled and said, Indeed, you remain humble and composed. Su Mu, you have truly matured. Su Mu scratched his head and smiled, feeling somewhat immature in front of his master. Suddenly, recalling the recent events, he curiously asked, Master, was it you who retrieved the ring just now? Who else could it be? Lu Yin retorted impatiently. Su Mu hesitated, wanting to mention that Feng Yang was a core formation cultivator, and Lu Yin was merely a foundation establishment cultivator, making it hard to retrieve the 5-element spirit ring. But he felt too embarrassed to voice it. Lu Yin, sensing Su Mu's unspoken thoughts, explained with a smile, Did you not hear? During my travels, I acquired a Su Yuan fruit. Su Yuan fruit? Su Mu was taken aback. Indeed, this fruit is a rare spiritual treasure, naturally occurring. And no one knows its exact grade, Lu Yin confirmed. Why is that? Su Mu inquired further, puzzled. All treasures possess grades, dictated by the realms suitable for their use. What is deemed low or high tier is entirely determined by the user, Lu Yin elaborated with a smile. The sole effect of consuming the Su Yuan fruit is to restore a cultivator's cultivation to its peak, regardless of the reasons for any decline. It is said that a transformation stage cultivator once failed a tribulation, falling to the Qi refining stage, yet after consuming the Su Yuan fruit, they immediately regained their transformation stage cultivation. What? Su Mu exclaimed, startled. He had not anticipated the fruit's effects to be so astonishing. To leap from the Qi refining stage to the transformation stage, spanning 5 major realms, could be restored by merely one fruit? Lu Yin chuckled nonchalantly. Why are you so surprised? It is merely a rumor, unverified by anyone. Moreover, the highest cultivators in the Zhao Kingdom are only at the nascent soul stage. And there are but a few. Thus, this rumor is likely unfounded. Ah, I see. However, I heard from Uncle Feng that after your cultivation is restored, there should be no adverse effects, yet you have kept it quiet? Su Mu asked curiously. What do you think? Cultivators at the core formation stage do not have it easy. Once they break through, they must take on various positions within the sect and recruit disciples to carry on the sect's legacy, Lu Yin scoffed. If I could keep it under wraps, I would not wish to expose myself so soon. It is all your fault, you brat. If the 5-element spirit ring ended up in the hands of that old ghost Feng, it would be lost forever. Su Mu was startled, quickly saying, It is the disciple's fault. Please punish me, master. Punish you? You managed to defeat that old ghost Feng's prized disciple. I should be pleased, not angry. Did you not see that old ghost expression? It was quite amusing. Lu Yin laughed heartily. Su Mu, listening on the side, dared not interject. For Lu Yin was indeed his elder. After a while of laughter, Lu Yin addressed Su Mu. All right, you have consumed the spirit recovery pill, and your body is still weak. Go rest. Su Mu felt as if a great burden had been lifted. After respectfully bowing, he slowly exited the Red Fire Hall. Before long, Su Mu returned to his cave dwelling, enduring the hazy sensation in his head as he sat cross-legged on the stone bed, closing his eyes to cultivate. It was not until midnight that he fully replenished his depleted spiritual energy. Though his cultivation had been restored, an emptiness lingered within him, akin to the feeling of recovering from a serious illness, leaving him feeling weak. No matter how he cultivated, that sensation could not be alleviated. Alas, this must be the side effect of the spirit recovery pill. I can only wait it out, Sumu thought helplessly. Time passed swiftly, and 3 months had gone by. One day, as Sumu sat cross-legged, slowly practicing the soft water technique, the discomfort in his body had completely vanished after months of cultivation. Moreover, following the last battle, he had made significant progress, to the extent that he felt his withered wood rebirth technique was on the verge of breaking through to the 5th level of chi refining. As Sumu pondered, he sensed the flow of spiritual energy from the soft water technique accelerating suddenly. In the next moment, he heard a popping sound as if something had broken through. After a moment of sensing, Sumu could only laugh wryly upon realizing that in that instant of distraction, the soft water technique had unexpectedly advanced to the 4th level of chi refining. Now all 5 elemental techniques had reached the 4th level of chi refining. Moments later, Sumu made his way to the Red Fire Hall, only to encounter Lu Yen returning from outside the mountain gate. Sumu, do you have something to discuss with me? Lu Yen, since the news of his restored cultivation was leaked by Feng Yang, could no longer lounge at Red Fire Peak daily and often went out. Fortunately, he had taught Sumu most of what he needed to know, which did not hinder Sumu's cultivation. Sumu nodded respectfully. Master, my soft water technique has broken through to the 4th level of chi refining. What? Lu Yen was momentarily taken aback, then filled with joy as he grasped Sumu's wrist. After checking, he confirmed Sumu was not lying and could not help but smile broadly. However, his expression soon changed as he frowned and asked, "You were eager to find me. It would not be about going down the mountain, would it?" Sumu replied, "Indeed, Master. You promised me that once all 5 elemental techniques reached the 4th level of chi refining, I could return home for a visit. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Get out of here. How could I possibly go back on my word? It is simply that your timing is off." Lu Yen glared at Sumu, then fell silent, seemingly pondering something. After a moment, Lu Yen spoke again. "Since you insist on going down the mountain, I will not keep you. However, after this trip down, you need not return." What? What do you mean by that, Master? Sumu asked, astonished. Hee, why are you in such a rush? I am not expelling you from the sect. Lu Yen scolded with a laugh. It is just that I will soon be heading to the Lingyuan Snow Mountain in the northern border of the Zhao Kingdom with other cultivators from the sect. By the time the spirit testing conference is held, I may not have time to return to the mountain gate to take you there. Since you want to go down, you may as well go directly at that time. Sumu was taken aback. He had not expected Lu Yen to plan for him to attend the spirit testing conference alone. Although Lu Yen would also be present, he had never traveled far on his own. The longest journey he had ever made was probably from the east end of the village to the west end. Seeing Sumu's expression, Lu Yen understood his feelings and chuckled. Those in the martial world can traverse the world. As a cultivator, are you afraid to do the same? Moreover, it is time for you to venture out and explore. Solely focusing on cultivation may not be beneficial. Upon hearing this, Sumu understood that his master had made up his mind. He promptly ceased to speak further and respectfully replied, "Disciple obeys. Now, this is more like my apprentice." Lu Yen chuckled, retrieving a storage bag from his robe. "Take this storage bag. It should suffice for your journey. Remember, the world is fraught with danger, and the realm of cultivation is even more perilous." "Yes," disciple remembers. Sumu accepted the storage bag, bowing in gratitude. Before long, he departed from the mountain gate. Descending rapidly, in order to hasten his flight, he chose not to use his usual fire cloud sword for sword flight, but rather the golden thread sword. Navigating an exceptional magical artifact for flight consumed an immense amount of spiritual energy, yet at this moment, Sumu was unperturbed by that consideration. In less than half an hour, he traversed the protective mountain formation and caught sight of the familiar scenery of his village, causing a pang of trepidation in his heart, which instantaneously slowed his pace. Returning to one's hometown often stirs deep emotions. Sumu, despite being a cultivator, was no exception, feeling a surge of excitement. After all, he had not returned home for nearly 5 years. It was the height of winter, and although the weather was frigid, the village buzzed with activity in anticipation of the upcoming new year. Villagers bustled about, preparing for the festive season, while playful children ignited firecrackers in the corners of the village, occasionally met with the scolding of their elders. Before long, Sumu arrived at his doorstep. Though he stood at the entrance to his home, he scarcely recognized it. Compared to when he had left, his family's door had grown remarkably grand. It was a wooden door towering nearly 10 feet high, gleaming in a vibrant red, and over an inch thick. To an unknowing observer, it might appear to be the entrance to a nobleman's estate. If there were 2 stone lions guarding the entrance, it would indeed seem regal. Were it not for the plaque inscribed with the name Su residence, Su Mu might have doubted his own recognition. On this occasion, Su Mu wore only his everyday attire, eschewing his Taoist robe. Naturally, the robes from his ascent to the mountain had long ceased to fit him. It was Lu Yin who had sent Zhao Fati with a substantial amount of clothing to the mountain, sparing Su Mu from wearing a Taoist robe daily. After gazing at his home for an extended moment, Su Mu hesitated to enter until a loud voice from within broke his reverie. And a portly man emerged, none other than Zhao Fati, the steward who had escorted him to the mountain years prior. Now he knew Zhao Fati's name was Zhao Fumin, which suited him well. Zhao Fumin stepped out of the Su residence, seemingly engaged in conversation with someone behind him. Upon seeing Su Mu, he did not immediately recognize him. "Who are you? You seem oddly familiar," Zhao Fumin inquired curiously. Su Mu smiled and replied, "Uncle Zhao, after such a long time, you no longer recognize me?" Zhao Fumin, growing more perplexed, scrutinized Su Mu for some time, but could not ascertain his identity. Since Su Mu had ascended the mountain, they had not crossed paths again. While Zhao Fumin had frequently seen Lu Yin, primarily for matters pertaining to Su Mu. As Zhao Fumin pondered, the person he had been conversing with stepped forward. It was Su Mu's father, Su Baoshan. Upon seeing Su Mu, Su Baoshan was momentarily taken aback, then tentatively called out, "Moore, is that you?" Su Mu glanced at his father, noting the many more strands of white hair he bore compared to when he had departed, though his complexion appeared considerably healthier. Evidently, under Lu Yan's care, the Su family had fared well. Su Baoshan, a man who had labored tirelessly for half his life, now bore a hint of prosperity. Su Mu's voice caught in his throat, but he ultimately exclaimed, "Father, it is I, Moore. It truly is you," Su Baoshan exclaimed, bursting into hearty laughter, drawing the attention of neighbors along the street. "Quick, come inside." Su Baoshan grasped Su Mu's wrist, leading him into the courtyard. Su Mu soon realized that the courtyard was much more spacious than he remembered, adorned with numerous flowers and plants. Observing the reunion of Su Mu and his father, Zhao Fumin stood in astonishment, murmuring, "Su Mu has actually come down from the mountain? Does this imply he has successfully established his foundation?" However, Zhao Fumin misunderstood. Lu Yin had merely mentioned that when Su Mu descended, he would be invincible among the Qi refinement stage. But he had not specified that he had established his foundation prior to returning. Achieving foundational establishment within 5 years on the mountain was remarkable in Zhao country. After all, that final threshold was not easily crossed. Given Su Mu's talents, he would not have been able to establish his foundation in 50 years without other fortuitous opportunities. Yet, Zhao Fumin was unaware of his misconception. Having spent so long on the mountain, he was acutely aware of the capabilities of foundation establishment experts. Initially intending to return to the mountain to report, upon seeing Su Mu's return, he cared little for formality and quickly donned a smile as he entered. "Hey, brother Su, wait for me." Before long, Su Mu encountered his mother, Chun Xiao, in the backyard. As a woman, upon seeing Su Mu, she instantly burst into tears, which in turn moved Su Mu, causing his eyes to redden. He had previously thought that after 5 years away, his parents might not recognize him, or that they would become distant due to his status. But now he realized he was mistaken. No matter who he had become, within his home, he would always be their son. After a while, Chun Xiao's tears gradually subsided, leaving Su Mu's collar soaked. Realizing this, Chun Xiao's face flushed with embarrassment, and she chuckled awkwardly. "Look at me. How could I be crying on such a joyous occasion?" Making Zhao Deji laugh at me. Zhao Fumin quickly waved his hand, saying, "Ah, sister, you are mistaken. In my view, you are a person of profound emotion, a heroine among women." Hearing Zhao Fumin praise his mother, Su Mu couldn't help but chuckle and asked, "Uncle Zhao, are you not in a hurry to return to the mountain? I heard that the steward can only descend for 3 hours at a time." "Ah, not in a hurry." Zhao Fumin dismissively laughed. "But Su Mu, you are in the inner sect and yet know so much about the outer sect's affairs." Su Mu was about to explain that he had learned these matters from Shiryu when visions of Shiryu and Lu Yuan standing together flashed in his mind, darkening his expression. Having served as an outer sect steward for so many years, Zhao Fumin was adept at reading people's moods. Upon noticing Su Mu's change in demeanor, he realized he had broached an inappropriate topic. Though unaware of the reasons behind it, Zhao Fumin quickly rephrased, "Su Shixiang, how long do you plan to stay at home this time?" Su Mu's expression had returned to normal by this time, and he smiled as he replied, "Uncle Zhao, just call me Su Mu while at home. I won't be staying long. I will likely have to leave in a few days." Indeed, according to the map Lu Yin provided, The location of the upcoming spirit trial would be at Kaiyang Fortress in Suzhou, situated in the eastern part of Zhao country, while Jingzhou lay in the southwestern region. For an ordinary person, the journey would take over 2 months. Although Su Mu could fly with a magical artifact, his cultivation was still low, preventing him from maintaining flight for long. He had intended to travel by horse. Furthermore, given the potential delays from other matters along the way, Su Mu planned to set off as soon as possible. Upon hearing that Su Mu intended to journey to Suzhou, both elders displayed evident concern. However, understanding that Su Mu was acting under his master's orders, they refrained from voicing their worries. That evening, Su Mu stayed at home, and after much persuasion, he finally convinced Su Baoshan to abandon his idea of treating the entire village to a feast. Originally, according to Su Baoshan's thoughts, with his son achieving such success, it was only natural to show off a bit. Unexpectedly, Su Mu not only refrained from allowing Su Baoshan to host a celebration, but also urged him to adopt a more low-key demeanor henceforth. The deeper Su Mu delved into his cultivation, the more he sensed the insignificance of his own power. As a mere practitioner at the 4th level of Qi refinement, the ostentation of his family was hardly a favorable situation. As for Su Baoshan's subsequent actions upon hearing this, that was beyond Su Mu's control. During this visit home, Su Mu found himself surrounded only by his parents, having not seen any other relatives. Upon inquiring, he learned from his mother that his younger sister had married the previous year. The groom was the son of the blacksmith from the forge where his elder and second brothers worked. The old blacksmith had only one son, and after marrying Su Mu's sister, half of the family business now bore the Su surname. The Su family eventually prospered, allowing the blacksmith to open several branches in the city, which kept his elder and second brothers exceedingly busy. As for the source of this wealth, it naturally came from Lu Yan, who had sent it through Zhao Pengzi. Besides the initial 1,000 taels of silver delivered in the first year, Zhao Pengzi had also brought numerous rare items, things not commonly found in the mundane world. These items were not necessarily rewards from Lu Yan. Su Mu speculated that most were deliberately sent by Zhao Pengzi to curry favor with him. After all, Zhao Fumin only knew that he was an inner disciple and was largely unaware of the intricacies of cultivation. As an inner disciple, over 90% could establish a foundation, indicating that Zhao Fumin was clearly planning for the long term. Thinking of this, Su Mu couldn't help but smile wryly, pondering how Zhao Fumin would react if he knew that Su Mu would never hope to establish a foundation in this lifetime and was still at the 4th level of Qi refinement. After spending 3 days at home, Su Mu decided it was time to leave. That evening, he summoned Su Baoshan and Chen Xiu into the room, imparting a trace of his spiritual energy to both. Do not underestimate this fragment of energy. It was drawn from his own source of spiritual power. Had it not been for his solid foundational training in all 5 elements, losing these 2 traces of original energy could have posed a risk of diminishing his cultivation level. With this energy, his parents would at least be assured of a peaceful old age, free from the afflictions of illness. Su Baoshan and Chen Xiu were unaware of the gravity of Su Mu's actions, but upon seeing his pale countenance and feeling the warmth within, they could surmise a portion of the truth. When they heard that Su Mu would be departing the next day, Chen Xiu immediately wept, while Su Baoshan sighed heavily and stepped outside to smoke his pipe. After some time, Su Mu finally comforted his mother, saying resignedly, "Do not worry, mother. Once I achieve the top rank at the Spirit Trial Conference for my master, I shall return and not leave again, dedicating myself to your company." Really? Chen Xiu, still crying, was momentarily taken aback by his words. Indeed, it is true. Su Mu nodded affirmatively. Enough of your teasing, my son. I know you have become an immortal, while your father and I are mere mortals. Your visits home will only grow less frequent, Chen Xiu said with a resigned smile. In the mountain village, many young individuals had also joined the Tai Ling Mountain sect, and it was generally the case that during the initial years, they would often return home. But as time passed, their visits would dwindle. After all, the enchanting world outside was far more captivating than this little mountain village. Su Mu, upon hearing this, smiled helplessly, realizing that he could not persuade his mother in the short term, and thus refrained from further attempts at consolation. After all, with his hopes of breaking through to foundation establishment now dashed, he preferred to spend time with his parents, which was his current thought. By the way, mother, could you make me a few sweet pancakes? I long for the taste of your pancakes. Su Mu suddenly spoke. Of course, I will make them right away. Chen Xiu's spirits lifted at his words, for in her heart, being able to do something for her son brought her immense joy. As for Su Mu, he had already contributed enough to this family. Listening to the sounds coming from the kitchen, occasionally accompanied by the commotion of his father inadvertently causing a ruckus, he felt a profound sense of tranquility. Unbeknownst to him, he gradually dozed off in the chair. When Su Mu awoke once more, dawn was just beginning to break on the horizon. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered he was already lying in bed, likely having been carried back by his parents after they found him asleep in the chair, without him even noticing. Entering his parents' room, he saw that they were still slumbering peacefully, so he quietly slipped out without making a sound. Turning back to the kitchen, he immediately spotted several sweet pancakes on a large white porcelain plate, one of which was rather burnt, likely the handiwork of Su Baoshan. He collected the plate and pancakes into his storage pouch and leaped outside the door, casting a lingering glance at the red wooden door before finally turning to leave the village. Before long, Su Mu exited the mountain village and summoned his green leaf artifact, heading straight toward Qingshi town. By the time the sun had fully risen, he had arrived at the entrance of Qingshi town, where he found a secluded corner to stow away his artifact before striding into the town. An hour later, Su Mu exited Qingshi town once more, leading a horse by his side. He had already ascertained that his elder brother, second brother, and younger sister were all living well in the city, while the eldest and second eldest sisters in the village were also doing quite respectably. With this knowledge, he felt unburdened. Chapter 33. The iron-handed old man feeling the tranquility within, Su Mu suddenly sensed a surge of spiritual energy fluctuations coursing through him. He hastily settled into a meditative position by the roadside to cultivate. After a while, Su Mu slowly opened his eyes, bemused as he gazed at his right hand, murmuring, "Have I truly broken through?" It was indeed astonishing. Just moments ago, while feeling a sense of inner peace, he had unexpectedly advanced to the 5th level of qi refinement, having been on the verge of a breakthrough with the withered tree reviving spring technique. Upon opening his eyes, Su Mu noticed a number of people nearby pointing and whispering about him. He smiled nonchalantly before mounting his horse and galloping away into the distance. As the saying goes, with books, one grows. Without them, one shrinks. Riding his horse, Su Mu continued to cultivate along the way, experiencing a wealth of local customs and facing numerous dangers. Among these, the most frequent encounter was with robbers. There was no escaping it. Su Mu appeared to be no more than 20 years old, daring to venture out alone, which made him an irresistible target for bandits. Yet, in dealing with these robbers, Su Mu was too lazy to employ his cultivation. He relied solely on the innate energy from his foundation and his bare hands to subdue them effortlessly. As he journeyed, Su Mu earned the moniker Iron-Handed Old Man in the martial world. This was primarily because his internal power was far from what one would expect from someone in their 20s. It was likely that an ordinary person would require 100 years of cultivation to attain such depth. Consequently, the martial folk speculated that Su Mu was not as youthful as he appeared, but had instead reached a level of cultivation that granted him the appearance of eternal youth. Moreover, he never wielded any weapons, relying solely on his fists in combat, thus earning the title of Iron Hand. One day, Su Mu happened to leave the territory of Jingzhou and arrived at Tai Ling Mountain, which bordered Yizhou. Once he crossed Yizhou, he would reach his destination, Suzhou. The border between the two states was historically chaotic, and given that the connection between Jingzhou and Yizhou was fraught with rugged mountains, it added to the peril. However, the rugged mountain terrain seems only capable of thwarting the government's troops, while the bandits and various miscreants abound in these mountains. This group of forest dwellers has even given the region a name, calling it the Gathering of Heroes Forest, though its origin remains a mystery. One day, along a steep mountain path, a young man suddenly appeared, dressed in a black short outfit, with his hair wrapped in a headscarf. Only a short segment hung down, giving him a spirited appearance. He rode a robust chestnut horse, navigating the treacherous path as if it were flat ground, exuding an air of grace and confidence. Suddenly, an arrow whistled through the air, and a throng of dozens encircled him, blocking his path entirely. Yet, the surrounded young man remained calm, even smiling at the unfolding scene. One burly man, with a twisting beard and piercing eyes, rode forward brandishing a ghost-headed knife, addressing the encircled youth. "You have some guts, boy. Which path do you walk?" The young man responded with a hearty laugh. You may wish to know of Fima Zhang Chao, the black-hearted Jiang Yu, and the dual experts of medicine and poison. And Ling." He confidently named a host of notorious figures from the Jingzhou underworld, leaving the bandits momentarily stunned. The bearded man snapped back to reality. "You know them?" "No." The young man replied with a slight smile. "They all perished at my hands." "What? Are you the iron-handed old man?" The bearded man gasped in shock, uncertain. The young man was none other than Su Mu. At that moment, he was unaware of the nickname he had acquired, and was taken aback. The bearded man, astonished, pondered how Su Mu could know so many names while being oblivious to his own reputation. Little did he know, Su Mu had vanquished countless bandits along the way, yet had met few in the Jianghu, remaining blissfully ignorant of his own fame. Furthermore, he had only targeted the ringleaders, allowing their underlings to escape. Thus his reputation spread. However, the underlings dared not reveal to Su Mu that he had been dubbed the Iron-Handed Old Man. The bearded man's expression shifted several times before he finally gritted his teeth and declared, "Even if you are the Iron-Handed Old Man, today I shall not be cowed. Witness my blade." With that, he urged his horse forward, swinging the ghost-headed knife directly at Su Mu. Seeing this, Su Mu chuckled wryly. "Did you not hear what I said?" Though he spoke lightly, he was well aware of the danger and did not underestimate the attack. Channeling his innate energy, a yellowish aura enveloped his palms. In the next moment, he seized the bearded man's blade with his right hand and pushed forward with his left palm, striking the man's chest. Upon impact, the bearded man felt his insides jolt violently, spewing a mouthful of blood as he was sent sprawling backward. Su Mu casually discarded the ghost-headed knife, lightly stepping onto his horse's back to approach the fallen man. Meanwhile, the surrounding underlings retreated, cowardly clearing a wide space. Having lost all courage upon witnessing their leader's defeat, Su Mu observed the bearded man on the ground with curiosity. "You are still alive?" The bearded man coughed blood, feeling somewhat better, nearly choking on Su Mu's words. "The iron-handed old man lives up to his name. I concede defeat. Do as you will." Su Mu raised an eyebrow at the man, then motioned with his right hand, causing a tattered, gray cloth to fly from the man's chest towards him. It became evident that Su Mu's earlier palm strike had been partially absorbed by the cloth. The bearded man was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed, "Are you a cultivator?" Su Mu regarded him with curiosity. "You are aware of cultivators?" "Indeed, I know a bit," the man replied, his expression shifting dramatically. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet and knelt before Su Mu, bowing thrice. "What is the meaning of this?" Su Mu queried, momentarily distracted from the cloth in his hand. "Forgive my audacity. I beseech the immortal master to save us," the bearded man implored, his eyes aflame with desperation. After a brief silence, Su Mu learned from the man, who identified himself as Zhang Hu, that he had been a villager from a nearby mountain village 5 years prior, and most of his followers were also villagers. 5 years ago, strange occurrences began plaguing the village, starting with the sudden disappearance of chickens and ducks. The villagers, known for their simple ways and lack of thieves, suspected wild wolves or other beasts were responsible. One fateful night, after a few rounds of liquor, a group of sturdy villagers decided to gather their poultry and confront the elusive creature. Zhang Hu was among them. That night, as they awaited the beast, they were shocked to find a massive tiger before them, far from what they expected. Yet, even faced with a tiger, the villagers did not falter. They had always battled nature's challenges bravely. However, when the tiger found itself cornered, it unleashed a fireball, decimating the villagers without mercy. Zhang Hu narrowly escaped, realizing that the tiger had turned from a mere thief of livestock to a menace that hunted villagers in broad daylight. Those who could flee did so, while the remaining villagers became bandits, either robbing others or preparing to face the ferocious beast. Su Mu frowned. "You willingly became bandits because of a tiger? Could you not escape?" "Immortal master, you do not understand," Zhang Hu replied, tears streaming down his face. "I have an elderly mother of 90 at home, and my brothers fled, leaving her for me to care for. If I were to leave, she would surely fall prey to the tiger." Su Mu contemplated suggesting he carry his mother to safety, but reconsidered. Encountering the tiger while fleeing could lead to disaster. Meanwhile, many of the bandits, emboldened by Su Mu's demeanor, chimed in, "Indeed, immortal master, if we could escape, we would have done so long ago." Clearly, these individuals had their own compelling reasons for remaining in the mountains. Some had elderly family members unable to flee, while others clung to their roots and refused to abandon their homeland. Some even stayed to care for elderly relatives after their children had escaped. Thus, this band of rogues exhibited a surprising sense of camaraderie amidst their plight. Su Mu couldn't help but sigh at this point, then curiously asked, "From your descriptions, it seems that the tiger has transformed into a demon beast. Has no one reported this, nor have any cultivators from this area come to handle the situation?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Hu suddenly became hesitant, seeming to want to say something. Yet he appeared intimidated by Su Mu's status. Su Mu smiled and encouraged him, "Speak freely." Gathering his courage, Zhang Hu replied, "Respected immortal, we did report it. The day after we discovered the tiger demon, we sought someone to inform the authorities, but no one has taken action. In truth, the area was a no-man's land. The villagers reported the matter to the Izhou government, which believed it should be handled by the Jingzhou authorities, thus passing the buck. The Jingzhou officials, feeling it was not their responsibility and lacking the capability to intervene, returned the issue to Izhou. Typically, lower-tier demon beasts are not addressed by sects, as mortals can manage them. However, in the mountains, where the tiger demon thrived, dispatching officials would likely lead to unfavorable outcomes. Although Zhang Hu did not articulate these thoughts, Sumu gleaned much from his unspoken words. Despite his inexperience with worldly affairs, he had encountered similar examples in his readings. Considering this, Sumu furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you suggesting that I assist you in eliminating this creature?" "Indeed. If the immortal could help us vanquish this demon, we would be willing to establish a longevity shrine in your honor, worshipping you for generations with unceasing incense," Zhang Hu declared, bowing deeply. Observing this, the others hastily knelt as well, offering their respects. Sumu, feeling a sense of helplessness, released his spiritual power, lifting the kneeling individuals back to their feet. The villagers, astonished by Sumu's remarkable ability, felt a surge of hope, believing their mountain village might finally be saved. Sumu, seeing the eager expressions on their faces, sighed and said, "First, tell me, what abilities does this tiger demon possess?" Although he initially had no intention of intervening, the villagers' plight stirred his compassion. Before long, the villagers explained the tiger demon's capabilities. It could spit fireballs and possessed immense strength. However, they had never witnessed the demon flying. Upon hearing this, Sumu breathed a sigh of relief. If the tiger demon could fly, it would undoubtedly be a second-tier beast, comparable to a human in the Foundation establishment stage, and he would surely refrain from getting involved. From the villagers' descriptions, it seemed the tiger demon was merely a first-tier beast, capable of expelling a limited number of fireballs before exhausting itself, indicating it was likely not a formidable foe. Sumu found himself pondering how a demon beast had suddenly appeared in the mountains and whether it had emerged from a certain sect. However, it seemed more probable that a local tiger had encountered an unusual opportunity, thus evolving into a demon beast. With this thought, Sumu glanced at the rag he held and asked Zhang Hu, "Where did you acquire this?" Zhang Hu paused, glancing at the rag in Sumu's hand, and replied, "I can't recall. I believe I found it in the mountain gorge last time, and I just used it to wipe my sweat. Is it something precious?" Sumu felt speechless, never expecting to have such a grip on a rag used by a grown man. Nevertheless, the rag indeed emanated a ripple of spiritual energy, piquing Sumu's curiosity. Could there be hidden treasures within these mountains? Before long, Sumu was led by the villagers to their encampment, which turned out to be an exceedingly deep cave. Inside the cave, a number of women and elders had gathered. Upon seeing the men return, they all emerged from the cave. Chapter 35. The enigmatic porcelain plate. In no time, this group learned from Zhang Hu about Sumu's identity as a cultivator, and they hurriedly knelt before him. "If the immortal could rid us of the tiger demon, you would be our savior," cried an elderly woman. Sumu felt a twinge of helplessness, thinking to himself that at her age, calling him her parent would surely shorten his life. Yet he understood her kind words and stepped forward to help her up. After some conversation, Sumu discovered that the elderly woman's entire family had been devoured by the tiger demon, and her son had been killed right in front of her while trying to protect her. After slaying her son, the tiger demon dragged his body away, and she had been too terrified to pursue, helplessly watching as the creature vanished into the forest. Hearing this, Sumu sighed deeply and reassured her, "Do not worry, my dear. Even if I cannot defeat the tiger demon, I will report to my sect and ensure assistance comes to help you." Seeing the villagers still surrounding Sumu, seemingly with grievances to share, Zhang Hu's expression changed, and he stepped forward, saying, "All right, everyone, disperse. The immortal is weary from travel. You can speak with him another time." The crowd paused in surprise, and a few sensible elders began to lead their companions away. Once the crowd had dispersed, Zhang Hu awkwardly smiled at Sumu and said, "Please forgive their enthusiasm, immortal. They are simple villagers and mean no offense." "Not at all," Sumu waved dismissively, feeling somewhat at home among the villagers' warmth. Before long, Zhang Hu led Sumu to a cave entrance, which was said to be Zhang Hu's former residence, the finest dwelling in the cave. "You shall stay here, esteemed immortal." Sumu accepted without hesitation and walked into the cave. Zhang Hu, sensing Sumu's silence, discreetly withdrew. He did not inquire about when Sumu planned to confront the tiger demon, for it was clear he was not a fool despite leading a band of mountain bandits. Sumu smiled slightly, settling onto a simple wooden bed to meditate while contemplating how to address the situation at hand. Although first-tier demon beasts are nominally on par with chi refinement stage cultivators, their inherent ferocity often deters ordinary chi refinement practitioners from confronting them. However, cultivators possess a plethora of attack methods that demon beasts cannot rival, resulting in a battle that is often a toss-up. As for Sumu, With the 5 elements stabilizing spirit ring, a miraculous artifact, he found dealing with cultivators of the same tier manageable, yet he had not tested its efficacy against demon beasts. Even if the ring proved ineffective, he possessed 3 superior magical tools, including the Qing Ning mirror, coupled with his mastery of the 5 elements technique, which was at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. He could exhaust the tiger demon into submission without fear. Resolute in his decision, Su Mu thought, "Thus, I shall eliminate this creature tomorrow before continuing my journey. If that fails, I will have no choice but to notify my sect." When encountering malevolent cultivators or demon beasts that one cannot handle during travels, sects encourage their disciples to report back. After all, while demon beasts and evil cultivators pose a danger, the stability of their territory is of utmost importance to the sect. The mountain range was named by Mu Mountain, and although it lay at the border of Yizhou and Jingzhou, if Su Mu were to report the presence of a tiger demon to his sect, they would certainly not turn a blind eye. Despite the peril posed by demon beasts, they are often treasures in themselves, and the sect would be eager to intervene against those they could defeat. With his mind set, Su Mu felt a sense of calm wash over him. Reflecting on the villagers' plight in the cave, he felt a pang of nostalgia for his own mountain village. It had been over a month since he had left home, and he wondered when he would be able to return. Upon this realization, Su Mu opened his storage bag and retrieved a sugar cake to savor. As he indulged, a sudden knock echoed at the cave entrance. Rising to investigate, he found Zhang Hu entering with a steaming bowl of meat soup. "Master Su, please enjoy your meal." Zhang Hu respectfully offered the soup. As he spoke, he noticed the sugar cake in Su Mu's hand, and his throat involuntarily swallowed. Su Mu chuckled at the sight. "You're eating meat, yet you envy my sugar cake?" he inquired with a smile. Zhang Hu sighed. "Master, you may not be aware, but since we have turned to banditry, we have feasted quite well on the wild game of the mountains. However, grains are scarce, and we are fortunate to have thin porridge most days, let alone cakes. For us able-bodied men, it is manageable, but the elderly cannot handle meat daily. Digestion becomes a challenge, and they struggle with, well, you understand." At this, Zhang Hu's face flushed, as if discussing such crude matters before the master embarrassed him. Su Mu laughed and said, "Enough of your complaints. Take these sugar cakes and share them with everyone." With that, he emptied the storage bag of all the sugar cakes. Upon seeing the cakes, Su Mu's expression suddenly shifted, startling Zhang Hu. "Master, perhaps it's better to leave it be?" he suggested. "Oh, it's all right. Take them," Su Mu replied. Momentarily distracted by a thought, and upon Zhang Hu's urging, he shook his head and handed over more than 10 sugar cakes. Zhang Hu, puzzled, glanced at Su Mu as he returned to the cave, feeling bewildered but ultimately left with a contented look at the cakes in his arms. Once inside the cave, Su Mu quickly sat cross-legged, retrieving a white porcelain plate to place before him, staring intently at the object. He distinctly remembered that when he left home, his mother, Chen Xiao, had made 8 sugar cakes for him, excluding the one in the storage bag that was no longer edible and the one he had just consumed. There should only be 7 left. Yet, astonishingly, there were 15. This indicated that the sugar cakes had doubled in quantity within the storage bag. Su Mu was certain he hadn't miscounted, leading him to suspect that something within the storage bag was responsible, most likely the white jade plate. After all, the sugar cakes had been stored in the plate, and if their number had increased, shouldn't the plate have changed as well? However, after scrutinizing the plate for some time, Su Mu could discern no peculiarities, nor did he sense any fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from it. After a moment's hesitation, he took out a golden sun pill and placed it on the plate, fixating his gaze upon it. Yet, half an hour passed without any sign of change. Was it only effective for ordinary items? Su Mu felt a twinge of disappointment, but decided to place a stone upon the plate as well. An hour later, the plate remained unresponsive. Zhang Hu returned, expressing his gratitude once more. Glancing at the gray stone atop the plate, Su Mu sighed in resignation, pondering whether it truly was the plate's doing or if some other item possessed such miraculous effects. Could it be the 5 elements stabilizing spirit ring? However, Su Mu quickly dismissed this notion. While the ring was indeed wondrous, it could not possibly have such capabilities, or Lu Yin would have discovered it long ago. Unable to solve the mystery, Su Mu resolved to cease his contemplation, as it was merely a few sugar cakes. He closed his eyes and began to meditate. Time slipped by, and soon it was the following morning. Su Mu opened his eyes, gradually withdrawing from his meditative state. After exhaling a breath of stale air, he instinctively glanced at the location of the porcelain plate. To his astonishment, he found 2 identical gray stones resting within it. Could it truly be the plate's effect? Su Mu scrutinized the 2 identical stones for a long while, his mind a swirl of uncertainty. After contemplating, he set the plate down. retrieved another golden sun pill to place upon it, and then stored the plate within his bag as he exited the cave. As he emerged from the cave, Sumu spotted Zhang Hu standing at the entrance, appearing hesitant to enter. Upon seeing Sumu, Zhang Hu beamed, "Master Su, you are awake." "Yes. Do you know where the tiger demon frequently roams?" "I intend to investigate and see if I can eliminate this beast," Sumu replied with a knowing smile. "Indeed. The tiger demon often prowls around the back mountain, which is opposite our location. Allow me to guide you," Zhang Hu offered eagerly. "No need. I can go on my own," Sumu said, shaking his head with a smile. As they conversed, they reached the cave's entrance, where many men, women, and children had gathered, eager to witness Sumu's departure, as if his journey would herald their peace. After declining Zhang Hu's offer to guide him, Sumu's hand shimmered with spiritual light, summoning a green leaf artifact that lifted him into the air. In an instant, Sumu soared skyward, leaving Zhang Hu and the others momentarily speechless. This was the first time they had witnessed a celestial being capable of flight. Many of the elders rushed forth to bow in reverence, treating Sumu as if he were a true immortal descending to earth. In midair, Sumu surveyed the 100-Eye Mountain before closing his eyes and swiftly forming a series of hand seals. This was the sole secret technique recorded in the earth-shaking spell, allowing him to sense the presence of powerful beings in the vicinity through the fluctuations of Earth's spiritual energy, known as the earthquake induction technique. This spell, however, had a notable flaw. Should the target take to the skies, it would become undetectable. Before long, Sumu opened his eyes, gazing curiously towards a direction not far off. According to the spell's readings, that location exhibited the most intense energy fluctuations within the mountain, the intensity suggesting that the tiger demon was thrashing about violently. After a brief moment of contemplation, Sumu steeled himself and flew towards the source of the disturbance. Moments later, he found himself on the opposite side of 100-Eye Mountain, perched atop a tree, where he observed two formidable entities engaged in combat, causing birds to scatter and beasts to flee in terror. A single blow from either combatant shattered a tree large enough for two people to embrace. Had a cultivator already discovered the tiger demon? Sumu pondered in excitement, just as a figure flew towards him. The figure was being pursued by a strikingly fierce tiger. "Brother, flee quickly. This beast is too formidable," the figure shouted upon noticing Sumu perched atop the tree. Sumu froze, realizing that the individual before him donned a rugged outfit, wielding a white jade broadsword, exuding a formidable presence, clearly a martial arts expert. Yet, the manner in which this expert fled appeared rather frantic. Could it be that a martial artist could contend with a beast? Sumu mused in surprise. Yet he wasted no time, summoning his golden thread sword. The small sword twirled in the air before transforming into a resplendent 3-foot-long blade, hurtling towards the tiger demon. The martial arts master, who had narrowly escaped the clutches of the tiger demon, was momentarily stunned. In the brief lapse of his concentration, the flying sword soared above his head, clashing with the demon's claws with a resounding clang. The moment the golden-threaded sword made contact with the tiger demon's talons, Sumu felt an overwhelming force strike him, causing a sharp pain in his chest and sending the flying sword spiraling out of control. However, Sumu quickly re-established his connection with the sword, regaining control and directing it to orbit around the tiger demon, striking intermittently. The tiger demon, realizing that it could not withstand the sword's assault with any other part of its body, swiftly began to maneuver against the golden-threaded sword. In mere moments, a fierce exchange ensued between Sumu and the tiger demon, with each side trading blows without yielding any advantage. The onlooker, who had been lost in thought, finally snapped back to reality. His gaze fell upon Sumu, filled with fervent admiration. For an ordinary person, witnessing the prowess of a celestial being was a rare privilege. Seeing the intensity of the battle, the onlooker could no longer remain idle. He called out, "My friend, allow me to assist you." With that, he bellowed a war cry. And in a movement that astonished even Sumu, he charged towards the tiger demon with astonishing speed, wielding a mysterious jade knife. The tiger demon was no ordinary beast. It possessed a keen intellect. Upon sensing the man's renewed attack, it swiftly altered its course, lunging directly at him, seemingly intent on exchanging injuries in a desperate attempt to vanquish this new adversary and escape. Realizing the demon's intent, Sumu shouted, "Be careful." In that critical moment, unwilling to let this gallant hero fall to the tiger demon, Sumu halted his control over the flying sword and summoned the 5 elements binding ring from his bosom. Instantly, the ring absorbed all of Sumu's spiritual energy, leaving only a trace of the wood attribute energy he had recently cultivated to the 5th layer of chi training. The ring, now charged with power, emitted a soft hum as it sped towards the tiger demon. In the next instant, the 5 elements binding ring vanished from sight, only to reappear as 5 vividly colored rings tightly encircling the demon's body and limbs. Once ensnared, the tiger demon faltered, collapsing to the ground. Its large eyes filled with palpable fear. The man, who had narrowly evaded the demon's earlier attack, was now overwhelmed with a mix of astonishment and dread. However, upon witnessing Su Mu's swift subjugation of the demon, his fear transformed into fury, and he lunged forward with his knife. Yet, the tiger demon, despite being restrained by the 5 elements binding ring, still possessed formidable strength within its body. As the man approached, the demon, utilizing its physical might, flipped over and stood up, roaring ferociously, as if intending to unleash a fireball. It was only in that moment that the tiger demon remembered it could no longer breathe fire, but by then, the man's jade knife had already reached its neck. With a swift motion, the knife sliced cleanly through the demon's throat, severing its head, which rolled to the ground. Upon witnessing the demise of the tiger demon, the man gasped for breath and approached Su Mu, clasping his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, Celestial Master, for your assistance. Without your aid, I would surely have perished at the hands of that beast." At that moment, Su Mu's curiosity was piqued by the jade knife held by the man. He had observed the man's seemingly unremarkable but effective strike. Having practiced internal martial arts himself, Su Mu understood the intricacies of martial techniques. The man had merely infused his inner energy into the jade knife to deliver such a lethal blow. It was astounding, even with the tiger demon's spiritual energy suppressed. Su Mu knew he would have needed the golden threaded sword to achieve such a feat as for the fire cloud sword, based on his earlier encounter with the demon. He doubted it could easily pierce through the creature's tough hide and muscle, let alone its bones. Nonetheless, as a cultivator, Su Mu held no covetous feelings towards weapons used by mortals. His curiosity was purely intellectual. When the man expressed his gratitude, Su Mu smiled gently and replied, "There is no need for such formality. Are you also here at the behest of the mountain folk to eliminate the demon?" The man nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. I was in Xuanyang City a few days ago, and I heard the fleeing villagers speak of a tiger demon terrorizing the mountains. I came to vanquish it, unaware of its formidable powers. After years of martial training and wandering the world, I believed myself invincible, only to find myself outmatched by a mere beast. It is truly disheartening." Su Mu shook his head, saying, "You are mistaken, my friend. This creature is no ordinary tiger. It has long since cultivated its powers and is far beyond the capabilities of typical beasts. The fact that you were able to hold your ground against it for so long and ultimately slay it marks you as a rare master in this world. Is that so?" The man was taken aback, clearly surprised by the tiger demon's true strength. In the context of mortals, the term cultivated demon referred to a creature that had advanced to the first tier of demonic beasts, akin to a cultivator successfully drawing energy into their body. The path to such advancement was arduous for beasts, far more so than for humans, and the power gained from such a breakthrough was exponentially greater. Upon reaching this new stage, these beasts also gained intelligence, further enhancing their might. Had it not been for Su Mu's extraordinary 5 elements binding ring, the odds of victory in this battle would have been slim. After Su Mu's explanation, the man's despondency faded significantly. He introduced himself. "I am Li Yanma, known in the martial world as the Jade Knife Master. May I inquire about your esteemed name, Celestial Master?" Su Mu chuckled lightly. "There is no need for such grandeur. My name is Su Mu. Given your seniority, you may simply call me Su Laudi." Li Yanma was momentarily stunned and regarded Su Mu with newfound respect. "I have heard that Celestial Masters possess the secret of eternal youth. Is it true that you appear as youthful as your years?" "Indeed, I am but 18 years old," Su Mu replied, nodding. Li Yanma was taken aback, staring at Su Mu in disbelief. "You are merely 18 years of age, yet possess such extraordinary powers?" It was evident that he felt a tinge of regret over his own martial journey, having trained for decades only to find himself eclipsed by a mere youth. Seeing the man's expression, Su Mu offered a sympathetic smile. "If you have no other matters to attend to, perhaps you could accompany me to meet the villagers. I was entrusted with the task of eliminating the demon, and I must return to inform them of our success." Naturally, Li Yanma would not refuse the invitation of a cultivator. He promptly followed Su Mu back into the cave, experiencing the thrill of flying with a weapon in tow. Fortunately, Su Mu's wood revitalization technique had recently reached the 5th layer of Qi training, allowing him to sustain a reserve of wood attribute energy for flight. Otherwise, they would have had to traverse the mountain paths on foot. Upon seeing Su Mu emerge from his storage bag with the corpse of the tiger demon, the villagers were initially startled, but soon erupted in cheers. One elderly man was so overcome with joy that he nearly fainted. Had it not been for Su Mu's quick intervention, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into him, the old man might have succumbed to the excitement. Li Yinma, being a man of chivalry, had always despised bandits and thieves. Yet upon hearing the villagers' plight, he felt a profound empathy, forging a bond with Zhang Hu, who shared his sentiments. After learning that Su Mu was the famed iron-handed elder making waves in the martial world, Li Yinma's respect for him deepened even further. After the recent battle, Su Mu felt considerably drained. He did not celebrate with the mountain dwellers and instead returned to his cave to cultivate. As soon as he entered, he instinctively glanced at the golden sun elixir he had placed on a porcelain plate, only to find it still contained just one. It seemed that this item, even if it had some utility, would only benefit mortals. Thus, it held little value for him. Su Mu sighed inwardly and stored the plate in his spatial pouch. While he pondered, a disturbance at the entrance caught his attention. It was Li Yinma inquiring if he could enter. Welcoming him into the cave, Su Mu curiously asked, "Brotherly, why do you not celebrate with the mountain folk? What brings you to my humble abode? I have no wine or refreshments to offer you." Li Yinma chuckled in response. "I would not dare trouble the immortal master with hospitality. I merely wish to inquire if you plan to leave Baimu Mountain in the coming days." Su Mu paused in surprise before replying with a smile, "Indeed. I have pressing matters to attend to and shall be departing for Tsuzhou shortly." Tsuzhou? Li Yinma's expression shifted to one of turmoil. Suddenly, he knelt before Su Mu, bowing deeply as he exclaimed, "I implore you, esteemed master, to take me as your disciple. I shall serve you faithfully without complaint." Su Mu was taken aback by the display and curiously asked, "You wish to pursue immortality?" "Indeed," Li Yinma affirmed with determination. "I beseech you to accept me as your student." Seeing Li Yinma's resolute demeanor, Su Mu was momentarily taken aback and asked, "What drives your desire for immortality?" With a deep sigh, Li Yinma began to recount his extraordinary life. He revealed that the Li family was not originally a clan of martial artists, but rather a prosperous merchant family. However, they had incurred the wrath of a powerful official in the court. This official conspired with bandits to invade their home, resulting in the massacre of countless family members when Li Yinma was merely 6 years old. With the protection of a loyal servant, he fought his way out, adopting a new identity to conceal himself. Gifted with keen intellect and a thirst for knowledge, he excelled in his studies, passing the imperial examinations at the age of 20. He quickly rose through the ranks, becoming a chancellor before turning 30. Now capable of avenging his family, he orchestrated the downfall of the official responsible for their demise. However, his lack of discretion led to his downfall. A year later, he was falsely accused of treason and was forced to flee, only to fall from a cliff, where he discovered a jade blade imbued with a supreme internal cultivation technique and movement arts. Li Yinma spent a decade honing his skills in the mountains before emerging to take revenge, slaying the emperor with a single strike. He then embarked on a journey through the martial world, earning the title of the Jade Blade Hero. Reflecting on his tumultuous life, Li Yinma lamented, "I have wandered aimlessly for half my life, only to realize that fame and power are but fleeting illusions. The only true companion is one's own strength. Today presents a rare opportunity to glimpse the path of immortality. If I fail to seize it, I shall regret it for eternity." Listening to Li Yinma's tale, Su Mu was left in awe. Compared to him, Su Mu felt as though his 18 years had been wasted, spent solely on cultivation. A recent minor competition had yielded unimpressive results, and he had encountered a prodigy like Xuanning. Yet, Li Yinma's relentless pursuit of strength stirred something profound within Su Mu. The path to immortality was not the only avenue for seeking greatness. Those who aspire to be the strongest, regardless of their pursuits, are on a quest for truth. It dawned on Su Mu that this mortal was far more resolute in his aspirations than himself. Why did he cultivate? Initially, it was to honor his master, then to prove himself. But what of now? With his aptitude, was he truly suited for such a noble ambition? Noticing Su Mu's silence, Li Yinma assumed he was contemplating the request to become his disciple and fell quiet. After a while, Su Mu returned to reality, offering an apologetic glance at Li Yinma. "My apologies, brotherly, I was lost in thought. However, my cultivation is still in its infancy, and I cannot take on a disciple yet. I hope this does not disappoint you." Li Yinma was taken aback, unable to comprehend how such a powerful cultivator could deem himself inexperienced. Just how formidable must true masters be? His eyes gleamed with renewed vigor. Su Mu realized his words had not deterred Li Yinma's eagerness. Instead, they seemed to invigorate him further. Understanding the dilemma, Li Yinma spoke directly. "Rest assured, esteemed master, I am not one to be ungrateful. If you cannot accept me as a disciple, I would gladly accompany you. Hearing this, Su Mu waved his hand in resignation. Very well, since you are so determined. Let it be so. When I reach Tuzhou and meet my master, I shall inform him of your desire to be his disciple. As for your potential for cultivation, I currently lack the spirit plate to assess it, so we shall have to wait and see. Li Yinma was elated upon hearing that Su Mu was willing to introduce him to his master, and he bowed again, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed Master Su." Su Mu helped him to his feet. From now on, you may simply call me Su Mu. However, I must warn you, given your current age, even if you embark on the path of cultivation, you may have missed the prime opportunity. No matter. To hear the path in the morning is worth dying in the evening, Li Yinma declared boldly. Seeing his unwavering resolve, Su Mu chose to shift the conversation to tales of the martial world, as he had spent much of his time within the confines of the sect and was quite unfamiliar with external affairs. As they conversed, Li Yinma suddenly exclaimed, "Brother Su, have you also practiced internal cultivation techniques?" "Indeed," Su Mu replied with a smile and a nod. "Remarkable. You possess the long-lost innate technique of the martial world. No wonder you exude such vigor at such a young age. It is evident you possess profound internal strength." Li Yinma marveled. Su Mu waved his hand, chuckling. "Not at all. In terms of internal cultivation, brotherly, you surpass me greatly. Achieving such prowess in just 10 years of self-training is truly a testament to your extraordinary talent." Li Yinma sighed. "You may not know this, but my current accomplishments are largely due to this jade blade." As he spoke, Li Yinma retrieved the jade blade from his back and laid it before Su Mu, seemingly unafraid of theft. Curious about this precious weapon, Su Mu examined it closely, discovering that it was indeed crafted entirely from white jade. The blade's edge was remarkably dull, leaving no indication that it could sever the neck of a tiger demon. Li Yinma clarified, though it appears dull, once infused with internal energy, it becomes razor-sharp and possesses formidable power. Su Mu was taken aback. He had only heard of magical artifacts gaining strength through the infusion of spiritual energy. But this was the first time he had encountered a weapon capable of accommodating internal energy. Intrigued, Su Mu attempted to channel his internal power into the blade and was astonished to find that, just as Li Yinma had said, the jade blade's sharpness rivaled that of his golden thread sword. He could even sense that its sharpness could be further enhanced, entirely dependent on the amount of internal energy he infused. The jade knife, however, emitted no trace of spiritual energy, appearing to be an ordinary object. Observing Su Mu's great esteem for the jade knife, Li Yinma chuckled and said, "If you, Brother Su, can grant me the opportunity to enter the immortal sect, I would gladly bestow this jade knife upon you." Su Mu was momentarily taken aback, as if a thought had struck him, and then replied with a smile. "There's no need for such courtesies, brotherly. I merely wish to borrow this jade knife for a night of contemplation. Would that be permissible?" "Why not? Please, Brother Su, feel free to ponder as you wish." Li Yinmo readily agreed with a wave of his hand. Chapter 39. Blood Drop. Su Mu was elated upon hearing this, setting the jade knife aside to continue conversing with Li Yinmo. As their discussion progressed, they touched upon the origins of the jade knife. Suddenly, Li Yinmo remarked, "Brother Su, you may not know this, but this jade knife was initially an ordinary item. On a certain day, I was covered in blood, and, upon encountering this knife, I nearly had all my blood drawn from me. Eventually, I learned to master its subtle functions, but if you contemplate it, you must exercise caution." Clearly, Li Yinma was concerned that Su Mu might encounter unforeseen dangers while engaging with the jade knife, a responsibility he was unwilling to shoulder. However, this revelation struck a different chord with Su Mu, who suddenly recalled certain records he had come across in ancient texts. Magical tools used by Qi refining stage cultivators could be wielded by anyone, but once they surpassed the rank of spiritual artifacts, such was not the case. Items of that caliber possessed a blood-binding feature. Once claimed by another, that spiritual artifact could no longer be used by anyone else, and even if forcibly activated, it would only exhibit a fraction of its true power. The matter Li Yinma spoke of bore resemblance to the legendary blood-binding, albeit not entirely, likely due to the jade knife's unique properties. Yet, at that moment, Su Mu's focus lay not on the jade knife, but rather on the porcelain plate. If the porcelain plate also required a blood binding to acknowledge its master, did that not imply that his previous method of utilizing the plate through spirit control was fundamentally flawed? Contemplating this, Su Mu felt a surge of excitement. After exchanging a few more casual remarks with Li Yinma, he bid him farewell. Once Li Yinma departed, Su Mu returned to his cave, retrieved the porcelain plate from his storage bag, and gazed at its slightly reflective surface, his expression wavering. "Let us try it," he resolved, deciding there was little to lose even if failure awaited him. He made a small incision on his fingertip, and blood immediately began to flow. In the next moment, the blood trickled onto the porcelain plate, which astonishingly absorbed it in an instant. Moments later, the porcelain plate radiated a brilliant light, so blinding that Su Mu could barely keep his eyes open, while the residual spiritual energy within him surged into the plate. Fortunately, Su Mu had recently undergone recovery, and his spiritual energy was nearly restored. Nonetheless, he felt it deplete entirely. He even pondered whether, had he not recovered, he might have been drained to a mere husk. After absorbing the spiritual energy, the porcelain plate ceased to glow, reverting to its original white form and lay quietly on the stone bed. Vaguely, Su Mu sensed a connection had been established between himself and the porcelain plate. Contemplating further, he placed a golden sun pill upon the plate, and shortly thereafter, it began to emit a soft glow, enveloping the pill within. When the light dissipated, Su Mu was astonished to find that the golden sun pill had transformed into two. Could it truly possess such miraculous effects? Su Mu mused, hastily taking one of the pills and consuming it. Before long, he opened his eyes once more and ingested the second pill. After a moment, he opened his eyes again, filled with disbelief. For the effects of these two pills were indistinguishable from that of a common golden sun pill. Did this not suggest that as long as he possessed one golden sun pill, he could acquire an infinite number? With this thought, Su Mu eagerly set about conducting further experiments. After a night of diligent work, he finally grasped the function of the porcelain plate. Each time it replicated a pill, Su Mu needed to infuse it with spiritual energy. The first attempt consumed all 5 elemental energies, while subsequent attempts required only one type of energy. Each infusion could replicate a maximum of 3 golden sun pills before exhausting the energy, seemingly correlating with the grade of the pills. Lower-grade pills yielded a greater quantity, while attempts to replicate higher-grade items, such as the 5-element spirit ring, ended in failure. A critical aspect was that the replicated golden sun pills, whether original or copies, could not be used for further replication. This meant that if Su Mu possessed one golden sun pill, he could only ever have 2 in total. The newly created pills could not yield new ones. The replication was not limited to pills. Other items, like spirit stones and artifacts, could also be copied. Larger items could be replicated, though they consumed more spiritual energy. Su Mu successfully replicated a green leaf artifact, depleting his energy entirely in the process. Thus, Su Mu took the opportunity to replicate the jade knife, an act he had intended all along. After all, with the 5-element spirit ring, he had little energy left. Acquiring such a wondrous treasure as the jade knife would ensure he retained some combat capability, even when his energy ran low. To his surprise, the replication of the jade knife required neither spiritual energy nor internal strength, appearing no different from replicating mundane objects. It was akin to duplicating a stone, with the porcelain plate consuming no energy. After storing the jade knife in his storage bag, Su Mu stretched lazily and brushed off the dust from his clothes using spiritual energy before stepping out of his cave. Upon emerging, he noticed a gathering of people in the cavern, seemingly preparing something fragrant. As Su Mu approached, Zhang Hu stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Immortal Master, you've finally emerged. If not for Brother Li's intervention, I would have gone in to call for you." Su Mu was taken aback and curiously inquired, "What time is it now?" "It is already noon." Zhang Hu replied with a grin, "Immortal Master, come and share a meal with us. This tiger meat is exceptionally nourishing." Upon hearing this, Su Mu realized that the large iron pot contained the corpse of the demon tiger he had brought back the previous day. The villagers harbored a deep-seated hatred for the beast, eager to consume its flesh and wear its hide, and this was a wish fulfilled. Unable to refuse their warm hospitality, Su Mu smiled and joined the others, accepting a bowl of meat soup to taste, discovering it surprisingly delightful. Moreover, after consuming the soup, he felt a slight increase in his internal spiritual energy. Not bad. Su Mu grinned, surmising that this was likely the effect of the tiger demon's blood and flesh. That morning, Su Mu had searched through 100-Eye Mountain, for it was no ordinary paradise, yet bore the presence of tiger demons, suggesting the potential for rare treasures. Alas, after a long search, he found nothing. Remembering his already tight schedule, he decided to abandon the search, bidding farewell to Li Yinma and the villagers. Upon hearing Su Mu's intention to leave, the villagers became animated, urging him to stay a few more days. Su Mu, however, remained preoccupied with the spirit trial conference and was reluctant to linger, so the villagers had no choice but to relent. Before his departure, Zhang Hu gifted him the intact hide of the demon tiger. Su Mu initially hesitated to accept the item, but upon recalling that the first time he met his master, the latter was adorned with a tiger skin waistcloth, he ultimately placed it into his storage bag. Chapter 40. Siblings, a fortnight later, at the gates of Jin City. Two men, mounted on fine steeds, slowly made their way into the city. The younger of the two surveyed his surroundings with keen curiosity, while the older man, a middle-aged figure, sat astride his horse with closed eyes, seemingly indifferent to the world around him. If one were to ask others to guess which of the two was a cultivator, most would likely point to the middle-aged man. The older man opened his eyes, casting a glance at the young man who was peering around in wonder. With a wry smile, he remarked, "Brother Su, we have arrived at the territory of Tsuzhou. Yet after inquiring, I find that no one knows the whereabouts of Kaiyang Fortress. Why is that?" Indeed, the two who had just entered Jin City were Su Mu and Li Yanma. They had journeyed from Izhou to Tsuzhou in just half a month, primarily due to Li Yanma's fervent desire to meet Su Mu's master, which compelled him to maintain a brisk pace. However, the map only indicated the general location of Kaiyang Fortress in central Tsuzhou, without precise directions. Their inquiries among the common folk yielded no results. Su Mu, unfazed, chuckled and replied, "This place likely has connections to cultivators, so it is understandable that you cannot find information, brotherly. However, it is not a significant issue." "Oh, do you have other means, Brother Su?" Li Yanma inquired with curiosity. Over the course of their time together, Li Yanma had discovered that Su Mu did not possess the aloof demeanor often associated with cultivators, and their relationship had grown amicable, developing into a friendship that transcended age. Su Mu nodded. "I observed on the map given to me by my master that there is a market nearby in Jin City, a place for cultivators to trade. We shall go there to inquire further." Li Yanma appeared momentarily taken aback, clearly unaware of the market Su Mu mentioned, yet he tactfully refrained from pressing for details. Instead, he shifted the conversation, saying, "Brother Su, when I first met you, though your demeanor was composed, there was a hint of melancholy about you. Why is it that after this fortnight, you seem so much more vibrant?" Indeed, when Li Yanma first encountered Su Mu, despite his cultivation being at the 4th level of qi refinement, he harbored no hopes of reaching the foundation establishment stage or surpassing the 10th level of qi refinement, which naturally cast a shadow over his spirit. However, after acquiring that mysterious porcelain plate, Su Mu now brimmed with confidence regarding his path in cultivation. With hope comes vitality, and Su Mu's current state reflected this transformation. Yet, these changes were subtle, and Su Mu had not noticed them himself. It was only after Li Yanma's observation that he realized his cultivation journey had begun to influence his state of mind. With a smile, Su Mu replied, "It is nothing. Merely that I happened to resolve a personal dilemma, for which I owe thanks to you, brotherly." "Thank me?" Li Yanma was taken aback, pointing to himself in surprise. Noticing Su Mu's reluctance to elaborate, he simply chuckled and shook his head. He continued, "However, in my opinion, you ought to be this way. After all, you are still young. When I first saw you, I assumed you were in your 30s. Is that true?" Su Mu exclaimed with a chuckle, surprised that Li Yanma had so misjudged his age. It was understandable, having grown up in a mountain village with a naturally darker complexion, combined with the somewhat mature demeanor he adopted from Lu Yan. Anyone who did not notice the youthful fuzz on his face might easily mistake him for a man in his 30s. As they shared laughter, they arrived at the entrance of an inn. The attendant hurriedly approached, asking, "Gentlemen, will you be dining or seeking lodging?" "Ah, please take our horses and feed them well, using only the finest fodder, and bring us 2 pounds of beef and a jean of rice wine," Li Yanma ordered confidently. He tossed a silver ingot to the attendant, who, upon seeing the coin, beamed with delight and hurried off to tend to their horses, leading the two men into the inn. Su Mu observed Li Yanma's familiar and seasoned demeanor, noting it carefully, for he might wish to emulate such behavior in the future. Although the world of mortals differed from that of cultivators, human nature remains constant. As Su Mu ventured out for the first time, he understood the importance of learning and observing. The two settled at a window-side table on the 2nd floor, and soon their food and drinks arrived. They enjoyed their meal while engaging in cheerful conversation. Suddenly, Su Mu's gaze sharpened as he fixated on 2 patrons who had just ascended to the 2nd floor. Their attire suggested they were also travelers, bearing an air of weariness. The duo noticed Su Mu's scrutinizing gaze. One, an older man, returned a friendly nod. Su Mu smiled back, but then shifted his attention. The other figure, clearly a woman disguised as a man, shot Su Mu a fierce glare, as if wishing to devour him whole. "Brother Su?" Li Yanma noticed the change in Su Mu's expression and called out curiously. Su Mu, regaining his composure, waved his hand dismissively. After sharing a drink with Li Yanma, he said, "Brotherly, I fear I have had my fill of wine for today. Shall we end our revelry here?" "Very well." Li Yanma laughed nonchalantly, and before long, they settled their bill and returned to their room. Once inside, Li Yinma, intrigued, turned to Su Mu and asked, Brother Su, was there something amiss with those two earlier? Su Mu nodded. If I am not mistaken, they are likely cultivators, and their prowess exceeds mine by a considerable margin. Cultivators can easily sense one another's strength unless they deliberately conceal it, though only in a general sense. To ascertain exact cultivation levels, one would need to employ the heavenly eye technique, which would expose the one probing. Such indiscretion is a grave taboo in the cultivation realm, and I would never stoop to that. However, Su Mu had encountered many cultivators on Tai Ling Mountain and was well acquainted with the fluctuations of spiritual energy among different levels, allowing him to make an educated guess regarding their abilities. The man appeared to be at least at the 10th level of Qi refinement, while the young woman was similarly above the 7th level. Either of them was undoubtedly more powerful than Su Mu. Li Yinma, taken aback, instinctively replied, If that is the case, why not simply inquire with them about the location of Kaiyang Fortress? Su Mu sighed with a wry smile. I intended to do so. But the woman seemed quite wary of outsiders and was unwilling to engage in conversation. Oh, so it was a woman. No wonder I found her appearance somewhat peculiar. Li Yinma mused, then chuckled. In that case, it seems we must pay a visit to the market you mentioned, Brother Su. Chapter 41. The market. Seeing Li Yinma's eagerness to explore the market, Su Mu couldn't help but smile wryly. Meanwhile, in the inn's dining area, two men seated across from each other were engaged in hushed conversation. Brother, that young man is already a cultivator, yet he mingles with mortals. It truly tarnishes the reputation of our kind, the younger man, petulantly, remarked. His elder brother chuckled in response. Linger, you are mistaken. Before we entered the realm of cultivation, were we not also mortals? Besides, we cannot assume he is a mortal simply because we cannot sense his cultivation. Not a mortal? The one addressed as Linger paused in surprise before exclaiming, Could he possibly be a Foundation establishment expert? It is quite likely, otherwise. How could a monk be drinking with mortals upstairs? The man pondered, stating that the young man was probably a disciple of a prominent sect, hence the expert escorting him. So, the young man is also here to participate in the spirit trial conference? Linger exclaimed in surprise. Hee, most likely. The man chuckled, raising his cup for a sip. Linger pouted, saying, His cultivation is inferior to mine. How dare he attend the spirit trial conference? If I encounter him, I shall teach him a lesson. The man, bemused, replied, Hasn't he offended you? What is the meaning of this? Regardless of their intentions, if Li Yinma were to learn that others mistook him for a foundational level cultivator, he would probably wake up smiling from his dreams. Meanwhile, Su Mu found himself inexplicably burdened with an enemy, unaware of the misfortune that had befallen him. After a brief conversation at the inn, the two exited once more, heading directly towards a valley on the outskirts of the city. It is said that there lies a modest market for cultivators, affiliated with a minor sect known as the Genie Sect. The sect leader has merely achieved the 13th level of Qi refinement, and there are no foundational level cultivators within, making it incomparable to major sects like the Tai Ling Mountain. However, it occupies a strategic position in Jincheng, standing at the border between Suzhou and Yizhou, thus many cultivators frequent this place for trade. Although the Genie Sect lacks its own foundational experts, it boasts numerous foundational-level guest elders, sustained by spirit stones. Consequently, despite its wealth from this vital trade route, no major sect has any intention of encroaching upon it. Additionally, its proximity to the mundane world means that most traders are low-level cultivators, a trifling profit that major sects currently overlook. Before long, Su Mu and his companion arrived at the Misty Valley. According to the villagers, this valley is perpetually shrouded in white mist. Once one enters, they become disoriented and emerge in a daze. However, for cultivators utilizing the heavenly eye technique, the valley's interior is immediately laid bare. Within this modest valley, there exists but a single street, flanked by various stalls, with faint sounds of vendors calling out. Li, hold on to my garment tightly. I shall lead you in, Su Mu instructed Li Yinma, stepping forward. To Li Yinma, it felt as though he had entered a realm of white fog, twisting and turning until the scene before him suddenly cleared. Is this your first visit to the genie market? As soon as their figures appeared in the valley, a small boy sprinted towards them. Indeed, who are you? Su Mu asked curiously, noticing the boy was merely a mortal. The boy excitedly exclaimed, Do you need a guide? Just a shard of spirit stone will suffice. I am quite familiar with this place and can surely help you find what you need. It was then that the two realized this boy was indeed a guide. Turning his head, Su Mu spotted several others similar to the boy waiting nearby, but since the boy had approached first, none dared to contest him. All right, keep the item. Please lead us to where they sell alchemical materials, Su Mu said, tossing a shard of spirit stone from his storage bag. On this trip, Lu Yin had prepared 500 low-tier spirit stones for him. Over the past fortnight, Su Mu had successfully doubled this amount thanks to the efficacy of his porcelain plate, now possessing a fortune of 1,000 spirit stones. The boy, upon receiving the spirit stone, was taken aback, exclaiming, "No, master, this is far too much." Su Mu frowned, insisting, "Just take it. I have no shards of spirit stone." Spirit stone shards are a form of currency in the cultivation world, typically used only by cultivators of exceedingly low rank. 10 shards equate to a single low-tier spirit stone. The boy, overjoyed, pocketed the spirit stone and led Su Mu towards a nearby stall, while Li Yinma furrowed his brow but chose not to comment further. Shortly thereafter, the trio arrived at a stall brimming with various herbs. "Brother Wang, I've brought you customers," the boy called, and from behind a pile of herbs, a disheveled man looked up, glancing at the three. "What do you wish to buy?" the man asked indifferently, quickly returning to his herbs. Su Mu noticed this man was merely at the first level of qi refinement, yet he carried an air of arrogance, which startled him. He smiled and asked, "I need some low-tier alchemical materials, and preferably an alchemical furnace. Do you have any? Are you an alchemist?" the man asked, momentarily taken aback. Then scrutinized Su Mu with suspicion. "Isn't T1 allowed to purchase without being an alchemist?" Su Mu countered, "That's not the case." The man replied with a grin that revealed yellowed teeth, tossing over a storage bag, saying, "Everything you need is in there. Take a look yourself." Su Mu was taken aback, surprised by the seller's unconventional method. Did he not fear Su Mu running off with the storage bag? However, he quickly realized that this market was nominally under the jurisdiction of the genie sect, and ordinary cultivators wouldn't dare cause trouble here. So he nodded and said nothing further. Opening the storage bag and probing within with his consciousness, Su Mu was momentarily stunned, looking up in astonishment at the man. "What is it? Do you not find what you need?" the man calmly inquired. Su Mu shook his head, saying, "No, I do. But I need to select a few items. Please wait a moment." His astonishment stemmed from the fact that the contents of the storage bag far exceeded what a qi refinement cultivator should possess, with many materials suitable only for foundational level cultivators. However, these materials were undoubtedly costly, not aligning with Su Mu's current goals. Before long, Su Mu selected a portion of materials from the storage bag, placed them into another empty bag, and handed it to the man, saying, "That will do." Chapter 42. An ambush. The man took the storage bag and, upon inspecting its contents, was momentarily bewildered, asking, "Are you certain you want this many materials?" "Indeed." Su Mu nodded, finding it rather peculiar to be addressed as a friend for the first time. During his travels, he had yet to visit markets frequented by cultivators, as his mind had been elsewhere at that time. The man slightly shook his head and said flatly, "A total of 50 spirit stones. If you need to barter, the items must be personally appraised by me." "No need for that." Su Mu smiled, tossing a small bag over. The man opened the storage bag and, upon seeing 50 spirit stones inside, grinned widely, turning to the boy beside him, saying, "Bring more customers like this next time. Don't bring those penniless fools." The boy, beaming with joy, eagerly nodded. He earned a reward for bringing people to buy goods, a commission of 1% of the total transaction, meaning he would earn 5 spirit stone shards from this sale. "Master, do you require anything else?" the boy excitedly inquired. Su Mu chuckled and replied, "Not just yet. I would like to inquire about a place first. Have you heard of Kaiyang Fortress?" "Kaiyang Fortress? Are you attending the Spirit Trial Conference?" the boy, clearly unaware, while the man named Wang appeared taken aback, curiously asking. "Indeed. However, my master only informed me of its name and general location. After arriving in Suzhou, I have inquired everywhere, yet no one knows its exact whereabouts." Su Mu lamented. The man chuckled upon hearing this. "Ah, it seems your esteemed mentor has overlooked something. The Kaiyang Fortress is the abode of a family of immortals and will not appear on a mortal's map. If you require it, I have a map of the cultivation world in the Zhao Kingdom, available for the modest price of 1 spirit stone. What say you? Deal." Su Mu nodded and tossed a spirit stone towards him. The man accepted the stone and produced a jade slip, which he tossed back to Su Mu. Just as Su Mu was about to depart, he heard the man call from behind, "Friend, the world is treacherous. Please exercise caution." Taken aback by this inexplicable warning, Su Mu scratched his head in confusion before leaving. Over the next hour, Su Mu and Li Yinma explored the small market under the guidance of the boy. Although they did not purchase much, Su Mu circled the market but found no sign of his target, the spirit testing plate. With this plate, he could ascertain Li Yinma's spiritual root aptitude, easing the worry that had long burdened him. However, though the spirit testing plate was not a rare treasure, it was an item only sought after by cultivation sects or families, making it scarce in the market. often unsold for an entire year. If the spirit testing plate were unavailable, one could still determine spiritual root aptitude through the spirit testing technique, a mid-tier spell only accessible to foundation-building cultivators, a skill Su Mu had yet to master. Brotherly, it seems you must wait a little longer, Su Mu sighed in resignation. Li Yinma smiled in response. No matter, this journey has greatly broadened my horizons. I never expected the artifacts of immortals to be so wondrous. It truly captivates my spirit. Su Mu chuckled. With your extraordinary talent, should you choose the path of cultivation, I may find myself relying on your guidance in the future. Haha, Su brother, you flatter me. Li Yinma laughed heartily. As they conversed, they allowed the boy to leave. Soon after, the two exited the market, heading towards Jinqing. They had entered the market at noon, yet it was now night, with the moon shining and the stars sparse. They had spent an entire day wandering the market. After walking a few steps, Li Yinma suddenly halted, turning to Su Mu. Su brother, it seems we are in trouble. Su Mu froze momentarily, only to feel a fierce wind rush past him from behind. He swiftly dodged to the side and discovered a blood-red flying sword whizzing by. The sword missed its mark, spun in the air, and returned to its owner's hand. Su Mu noticed that 3 masked figures in black had appeared behind him. Who are you, and why the ambush? Su Mu asked coldly, his gaze fixed on the trio. Haha, you naive brat. Your vigilance is even less than that of a mere mortal. It seems you are a novice. Has your master not taught you the wisdom of concealing your wealth? The leader of the trio sneered, his voice grating. Su Mu realized that his display of wealth in the market had attracted these opportunists. He understood the lesson of discretion. But knowing it and practicing it were 2 different matters. As a newcomer to the world, he had been overly confident, believing he could handle any trouble easily, until now, when he had provoked a formidable enemy. From their cultivation levels, the weakest among them emitted spiritual fluctuations comparable to Su Mu's, indicating a fierce battle ahead. My apologies for dragging you into this, brotherly. Su Mu lamented to Li Yinma beside him. Fear not, Su brother. It is enlightening to see such scoundrels among the immortals. Li Yinma, known for his disdain for evil, laughed dismissively. The 3 cultivators, not known for their kindness, were incensed at Li Yinma's audacity. How dare a mere mortal speak so boldly? Third, you handle him. Hee, leave it to me. I want to let him die easily, replied the one referred to as the third, a woman whose voice betrayed her gender. In an instant, she transformed into a wisp of black mist and surged towards Li Yinma. Su Mu intended to assist him, but the remaining 2 black-clad figures would not allow it. The blood-red flying sword came flying back. Simultaneously, another black-clad individual began to chant, conjuring a blazing fireball that surged towards Su Mu. Faced with this, Su Mu had no choice but to abandon his plan to help Li Yinma, quickly summoning the heavenly scale shield, while his golden-threaded sword glimmered and shot forth at the black-clad assailant. Upon witnessing the situation, Su Mu realized he had to prioritize dealing with his own adversaries first before finding a way to assist Li Yinma. Whether Li Yinma could withstand the onslaught of the cultivator depended on his own fortune. In the next moment, the blood-red flying sword and fireball approached Su Mu. Before they could strike, the heavenly scale shield glowed with protective light, intercepting the fireball. With a muffled sound, the fireball dissipated upon contact, as if thrown into the ocean. The flying sword, upon hitting the shield, was jolted back, hovering in midair. An upper-tier artifact. The 2 black-clad assailants gasped in surprise, having discerned from their brief encounter that Su Mu wielded at least an upper-tier artifact. They had never encountered a top-tier artifact due to their rarity, so they did not consider that possibility. Su Mu, with a cold smile, disregarded their astonishment as he unleashed the golden-threaded sword toward them. In an instant, the fireball-throwing man's throat erupted with a gaping wound, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the gleaming golden sword. Su Mu noted that among his attackers, the one wielding the flying sword was more skilled and had a weapon at his disposal. No one knew if he possessed other defensive artifacts. In contrast, the fireball caster appeared weaker and lacked any artifacts, despite being above the 4th level of Qi cultivation. Thus, to ensure a decisive strike, Su Mu chose the latter as his target, and fortune smiled upon him. The leader, startled by this turn of events, turned to see Su Mu charging towards Li Yinma, clearly intent on aiding his companion. Third sister, be careful, he shouted, launching his blood-red flying sword once more towards Su Mu's back. Simultaneously, he rushed forward. With a resounding clang, the blood-red sword struck the heavenly scale shield, producing a sharp sound. This time, however, the shield could not completely withstand the attack. It was knocked back and struck Su Mu's back, though the force had been significantly diminished. Struck, Su Mu maintained an unflinching demeanor. seemingly unfazed as he deftly stowed the heavenly scale shield into his storage pouch. Utilizing the remaining thrust, he swiftly approached the fray between Li Yinma and the female cultivator. Upon closer inspection, a wave of relief washed over Su Mu. The woman, possessing merely a cultivation level of 4 or 5, wielded a similarly crimson flying sword. Yet her proficiency appeared lacking. Despite their prolonged engagement, she had not gained a significant advantage over Li Yinma, relying instead on the sword's peculiarities and speed to keep pace, and was even repeatedly cornered by his attacks. Had she not possessed the ability to fly and evade, she would likely have been defeated long ago. Li Yinma, having held his own against the tiger demon in the mountains, was evidently no ordinary character. Coupled with the unique properties of his jade blade, he could withstand the flying sword without sustaining any damage, indicating that the disparity between them was not insurmountable. However, Li Yinma's situation was not without its challenges. Lacking a defensive artifact like the heavenly scale shield, he had to rely solely on his agility to dodge the woman's sword strikes. Should the crimson sword connect, it would undoubtedly leave him with grievous wounds. Thus, he adeptly maneuvered between ground and air, skillfully avoiding her assaults. Though the complexity of his movements took a considerable toll on his internal energy, the woman, initially taken aback by the uncanny abilities of this seemingly ordinary man, was further horrified upon witnessing Su Mu dispatch her elder brother, whose cultivation was markedly superior to hers, in an instant. Terrified, she frantically summoned her sword, clashing with Li Yinma in a desperate bid for survival, using the recoil to retreat to the side of the remaining man. Su Mu, observing the situation, refrained from pursuing and instead rushed to steady Li Yinma, who had been forcefully pushed back by the woman's attack. "Brother, it's getting dangerous. We must retreat," she urged the man in black. The man cast a long, greedy gaze at Su Mu's golden-threaded sword and the heavenly scale shield, slowly shaking his head. "If you do not run, then I must take my leave." Realizing her brother's greed had overtaken his judgment, she declared her intent to withdraw. In an instant, a chilling sound sliced through the air as a massive hand pierced through the woman's back, emerging before her. She glanced down at the familiar hand clutching a pulsating heart at her chest, and upon turning, she was met with the sight of her elder brother, the assailant. "Sister, forgive me," he murmured, before crushing her heart with a sudden, forceful grip. Su Mu gasped at the scene, astonished that the man would turn on his own kin. Yet, in the following moment, the lifeless figure of the man in black erupted with a surge of crimson spiritual energy, racing toward the remaining male. Su Mu then noted that the deceased woman also emanated a red glow. However, as her body was still clutched by the man, the light coursed towards him. Simultaneously, it appeared he was muttering incantations, as the blood light emerging from the bodies intensified. "What is happening, Su?" Li Yinma, accustomed to the bloodshed of the martial world, had never encountered such a bizarre occurrence, his voice trembling with fear. Su Mu furrowed his brow. "It is likely some form of dark sorcery. This individual is probably not a righteous cultivator. We may have to engage in a bloody battle today." Just as they spoke, a resounding explosion echoed as the two bodies, suffused with red light, detonated simultaneously. A torrent of crimson spiritual energy overwhelmed their remains, leaving no trace behind, as if entirely assimilated. The two streams of blood-red energy shot skyward before merging into the remaining man's body, bolstering his strength to a formidable level marked by a violent aura. "Be cautious, Li. This is likely a form of demonic secret art. His power will surely escalate dramatically," Su Mu cautioned, retrieving all three of his exceptional artifacts. Adopting a posture befitting a looming threat, Li Yinma, equally grave, stood beside Su Mu, responding, "Fear not, Su. To confront such a formidable adversary is a worthy endeavor in this life." Su Mu, bemused, shook his head with a smile. Li Yinma's bravery amidst peril was indeed that of an extraordinary martial artist. Inwardly, Su Mu lamented not having discerned the man's intent to perform a blood sacrifice sooner, which could have allowed him to intervene. Now, the man's aura had already approached the pinnacle of the 12th level of chi refinement. Any attempt at interference would likely be too late. Yet, regardless of the timing, it was imperative to act. Su Mu's spirit sword ignited with a flash of spiritual light, transforming into a streak of red as it hurtled toward the man. In the next moment, the man abruptly opened his eyes, now suffused with a blood-red hue. With a swift motion, he grasped the fire cloud sword, crushing it effortlessly in his hand, the artifact's brilliance shattering upon impact. Su Mu, intimately connected to the sword, felt the loss keenly, stifling a groan as he retreated hastily. Attempting to flee? It is too late, the man thundered, inhaling forcefully as the surrounding crimson energy surged into him. Almost immediately, he summoned the blood-red flying sword, which now soared towards Su Mu and Li Yinma with a menacing aura, leaving trails of crimson flames in its wake, distorting the space around it. Su Mu realized that the woman's flying sword had vanished, seemingly absorbed along with the crimson luminescence. However, there was no time for contemplation. His internal energy surged wildly into the azure mirror at his side. As a significant influx of energy coursed through, the mirror glowed with a brilliant azure light, casting its radiance upon the blood-red sword. The sword's velocity faltered under the azure light, and the man sensed that the connection between himself and the sword was weakening, becoming tenuous. What manner of artifact is this? It is truly uncanny, he exclaimed in shock, hastily channeling his power to reclaim the sword, which wobbled back to his grasp. Su Mu, momentarily stunned that any artifact could escape the azure mirror's illumination, quickly recognized that the disparity in their cultivation levels played a crucial role. The man's cultivation had reached the 13th level, while Su Mu remained at a mere 4 or 5. Even the miraculous azure mirror could not bridge such a vast gap. Su, why do you not employ that spiritual ring? Li Yinma inquired, his curiosity piqued. He was well aware of the ring's extraordinary capabilities, having subdued the tiger demon with a single strike. Though this enigmatic man was formidable, he did not exert the same pressure as the tiger demon had. Su Mu, hearing this, could only manage a wry smile. It was not that he was unwilling to utilize the 5-element spirit ring, but rather that he needed to be in a state of full mastery over all 5 elemental energies to do so. After recently engaging in a battle with several opponents and unleashing the potent magical artifact, coupled with the earlier strike from the Qing Ning mirror, the wood elemental energy within him had been completely depleted. To activate the 5-element spirit ring, he would require at least an hour of meditation to restore his energy. He sighed and said, "Apologies, brotherly, but I am currently unable to wield that ring. I can only rely on my other skills to contend with you." Li Yinma was taken aback by this revelation, unsure of how to respond. Nearby, a man scoffed and remarked, "What are the two of you scheming over there? Young man, given your apparent wealth, you must be a disciple of a prominent sect, yes? So what if you are?" Su Mu was surprised that the man would initiate a conversation with him and tentatively inquired, "What do you mean?" The man grinned and replied, "Heh, I am simply after wealth. If you hand over your storage bag and all your magical artifacts, I will allow you to leave unscathed." "What do you say?" Su Mu was taken aback, not anticipating the man would propose terms. Whether it was fear of his exquisite magical artifacts or concern about the forces backing him, he could not say. However, parting with all his artifacts, especially the 5-element spirit ring, was out of the question. Realizing this, Su Mu coldly laughed and retorted, "If I were to give you all my artifacts, would that not make you the butcher and me the lamb, ripe for slaughter? Do you think I would fall for your trick?" To his surprise, the man became enraged, exclaiming, "How dare you question the reputation of the blood spirit triad?" Su Mu then understood that the trio was indeed a well-established group known as the blood spirit triad, and their name alone suggested they were not benevolent. However, the man's words left Su Mu speechless as he scoffed. "Come now, I witnessed you slay your own companion, and yet you speak of reputation? Do you not find that absurd? Humph, since you refuse to comply, then I shall come for you myself." The man retorted with a cold snort, abandoning any further debate and lunging forward, his feet glowing red as he soared towards Su Mu. This time, he did not attack with a flying sword, evidently having learned from his previous mistakes. Seeing this, Su Mu could only smile helplessly and poured his remaining energy into the Tianlin shield. In an instant, the shield expanded dramatically, transforming into a round shield of considerable size, hovering before Su Mu and spinning with an elegant grace. A glimmer of greed flashed in the man's eyes before it quickly faded as he closed in on Su Mu, launching a straightforward punch aimed directly at him. The Tianlin shield shimmered and appeared just in time to intercept the man's fist. Following a resounding impact, Su Mu felt as though he had been struck by a wild beast, crashing to the ground and hurtling backward, just managing to dissipate the force. He hurriedly rose to his feet, glancing at the Tianlin shield, which bore only a faint dent that quickly vanished, prompting a sigh of relief. "Su, are you all right?" Li Yinma had just flown to Su Mu's side, relieved to see him composed. As Su Mu was about to speak, he noticed the man charging at them again, this time targeting Li Yinma's vulnerable back. Acting swiftly, Su Mu pushed Li Yinma aside and positioned himself in front of him. With a resounding thud, the man's fist struck the Tianlin shield just as he was about to hit Su Mu. Su Mu was sent flying once more, crashing into a nearby tree and spitting blood that stained his chest. "Interesting, your defensive artifact must be a high-grade one, able to withstand my blows without shattering." the man remarked in astonishment. Su Mu, hearing this, let out a cold laugh, wiping the blood from his lips as he retrieved the fallen Tianlin shield. Li Yinma approached, his gaze filled with regret, realizing that had it not been for his own safety, Su Mu might not have had to endure that blow. It's just a minor injury, brotherly need not worry. Su Mu smiled reassuringly. Li Yinma's expression shifted, and he leaned in to whisper something to Su Mu. Startled, Su Mu exclaimed, is what you say true? Li Yinma replied with a wry smile, would I jest about something of such grave importance? The man, witnessing the two appear to strategize, sneered, why waste your efforts, you two? You should be contemplating your burial site instead. Who knows, if I am in a good mood, I may grant you that courtesy. Meanwhile, he internally cursed, damn it, if only I had more means of attack. How could you withstand me this long with just a defensive artifact? Indeed, the reason the man refrained from employing other offensive tactics was not out of disdain, but rather due to a lack of options. Cultivating magic requires talent, and he lacked the necessary gifts, knowing only a few rudimentary spells. Magical artifacts were precious, and his only weapon, the blood sword, was clearly at a disadvantage against the Qing Ning mirror. As for talismans, pills, and other such items, they were far beyond the reach of a rogue practitioner like him. Thus, he was deeply interested in Su Mu's wealth, willing to sacrifice even his companions for the sake of treasure. It appeared that Su Mu and Li Yinma had reached a consensus, quickly separating to flank the man on either side. Do you truly believe you can resist? The man mocked, stepping forward to engage Li Yinma, evidently intent on eliminating him first. Anticipating this, Li Yinma swiftly activated his inner energy, transforming into a swift shadow that darted away, moving with a speed that rivaled that of the man utilizing spiritual energy to propel himself. The man faltered, astonished that a mere mortal could outpace him, and hastily summoned his flying sword to pursue. However, just as he summoned the sword, a flash of green light surged from behind him, causing the blood-red sword to spiral out of control, nearly sending him tumbling to the ground. You fool! You seek death! The man shouted, retracting his sword and abandoning any thought of Li Yinma as he charged towards Su Mu. Su Mu, lacking Li Yinma's elusive agility, summoned the Tianlin shield once more, bracing himself for another confrontation. With a thunderous crash, the shield was sent flying, and Su Mu followed suit, landing on the ground and spitting blood once more. Young man, I presume you have exhausted your energy? The man taunted. No need to worry about that. Su Mu retorted with a smirk, summoning the Tianlin shield back into his grasp. Though this time, the energy coursing through him was a rich brown. Having endured several of the man's strikes, Su Mu's fire elemental energy had been depleted, leaving him with only the earth elemental energy to draw upon. The man, however, seemed oblivious to this shift, as no one would overexert themselves in an attempt to master several techniques. Seeing that Su Mu still possessed energy, the man paused momentarily before grinning. Now your techniques have piqued my interest. Prepare to meet your end. With that, he charged once more at Su Mu, and the sounds of impacts resounded throughout the wilderness as Su Mu braced himself against the onslaught, feeling his energy transform into metal, and then water. The man relentlessly attacked Su Mu, his astonishment growing as he realized that the depth of Su Mu's spiritual power was nearly on par with his own before he had employed his secret technique. However, he could still sense Su Mu's defensive capabilities diminishing with each blow, the rebound force he felt upon striking the heavenly scale shield becoming weaker each time. Ultimately, after Su Mu took one of his attacks head-on, he collapsed to the ground and did not rise again. It was evident that Su Mu's spiritual energy had been entirely depleted. With this thought, a dangerous smile crept onto the man's lips as he stepped closer, treading upon the incapacitated Su Mu's body. Kid, I must say, you are the most tenacious cultivator I have ever encountered. Alas, your frailty seals your fate today. Even if you were to offer all your magical artifacts, I would not spare your life. After all, leaving you alive would only invite endless trouble. Su Mu's chest heaved like a bellows as he gasped for breath. Upon hearing the man's words, he couldn't help but chuckle. You remind me of a line I read in a book. Do you know what it is? He spoke these words while still panting heavily, his voice already quite feeble, so the man naturally could not hear him clearly. What did you say? The man stepped closer, leaning down to listen intently. In the next moment, a dazzling burst of blue spiritual light suddenly appeared before the man's eyes. Just as he intended to leap away, the light ensnared him. Before long, a blue cage had bound him within, unmistakably the water prison, a notable low-tier spell. Yet, despite being trapped, the man's eyes revealed no panic. After all, a low-tier spell cast by Su Mu, given his cultivation level, lacked substantial power. With a single tremor of the crimson spiritual light enveloping him, he shattered the water prison's magic. However, Just as he prepared to launch an attack on Su Mu, he found his legs suddenly immobilized. Looking down, he was astonished to see Su Mu himself rushing forward, clinging to his legs. "Kid, are you really resorting to the tricks of a worldly rogue?" The man scoffed coldly, swinging his massive hand towards Su Mu. Yet, just as that mocking smile formed on his lips, it froze instantly. For a white jade blade had unexpectedly pierced through his heart, emerging before him. Witnessing this eerily familiar scene, disbelief filled the man's eyes as he slowly collapsed onto the ground, reminiscent of the woman who had perished before him. Following his fall, the figure of a middle-aged man appeared, revealing Li Yanma, who wielded the jade blade. Chapter 46. The mysterious pearl blood dripped from the blade, yet within moments, it became pristine white again, while Li Yanma's complexion turned exceedingly pale. Su Mu, gasping for air, managed to rise from the ground after a while and complained, "Brother Li, how could you wait so long to strike? I thought you had abandoned me and fled." "Huh, Su brother, your words are misplaced. This technique requires a single, decisive strike. Should I fail, we would both perish here, thus caution was paramount," Li Yanma replied with a smile, shaking his head. Though his face was pale, an unusual flush of excitement colored it. Upon seeing this, Su Mu was momentarily stunned before understanding Li Yanma's sentiments, and he could only chuckle helplessly. As a mortal, Li Yanma placed great importance on his strength. Being able to slay a high-tier cultivator was the best proof of his capability. Although Li Yanma's success in killing the man was largely due to Su Mu diverting the man's attention and depleting most of his spiritual power, Li Yanma's strike was equally significant. After resting for a moment, Su Mu stood up, his gaze calm as he looked at the man's body on the ground, murmuring, "The books say that villains perish from excessive talk. Why do you not read more?" Suddenly, Su Mu's attention sharpened as he noticed a glimmer of red light emanating from the man's side. He quickly pulled Li Yanma back. He suspected that the man was not fully dead and was likely preparing to strike Su Mu once more. However, in the next instant, Su Mu's eyes widened in shock, for the red light emerging from the man's corpse swiftly engulfed it, resembling a crimson flame, strikingly similar to the previous two scenarios. In an instant, the blood flames consumed the man's remains, leaving no trace behind, yet the flames did not spread elsewhere. Once the last vestige of the blood flames dissipated, Su Mu cautiously approached, examining the remnants on the ground, discovering not only a storage bag, but also 3 translucent, pale red orbs. After retrieving the storage bag and probing its contents, Su Mu was left speechless. The spoils of the blood spirit trio were dismally meager. Together, they possessed merely one storage bag, containing nothing extra, just a jade slip shimmering with an eerie bloodlight and a few spirit stones. As for the 2 blood-red flying swords, they had vanished without a trace. How peculiar, they simply disappeared. Su Mu lamented as he stood up, moving to retrieve his broken fire cloud sword from the ground. Observing its shattered state, he realized it was beyond repair. Initially, he thought that losing one fire cloud sword would be compensated by acquiring 2 blood-red flying swords, though they seemed to be of only moderate quality at best. The disappearance of those swords left him quite disheartened. Regarding the 3 pale red orbs, Su Mu could not discern their origin, feeling only a surge of bloody spiritual energy emanating from them, likely connected to the techniques practiced by the men. He casually stored these items in the storage bag and turned to Li Yanma, saying, "Brother Li, let us depart from this place." Li Yanma nodded, stepping forward to place a hand on Su Mu's shoulder. In a few moments, the 2 of them vanished into the nearby forest. Shortly thereafter, a streak of light approached from a distance, halting at the very spot where Su Mu had battled the cloaked man. As the light receded, 2 figures, one tall and one short, emerged, surveying their surroundings with curiosity. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be disciples of the same sect. "This must be the location where the spiritual energy fluctuations occurred," the taller male cultivator remarked inquisitively. "Indeed, the spirit plate indicates this spot, and there are clear signs of a battle around," replied the slightly shorter male cultivator. The taller one chuckled. "What does it matter? The mirror shadow sphere has recorded everything. With no one around, we can return to the sect and report back. Even if there was someone causing trouble, it is beyond our capability to manage." The shorter one sighed, glancing around. "True, I wonder what the sect is thinking, given the signs here. It must have been a battle involving cultivators at least at the 10th level of chi refinement, yet they sent us." As the 2 continued their conversation, they departed from the scene. Su Mu and Li Yanma soon made their way back to the inn in Jin City. And once inside their room and the door was shut, they finally exhaled in relief. Su Mu never expected that a simple visit to the market would lead to an encounter with unscrupulous thieves. Indeed, the lesson of not revealing wealth applies universally, whether celestial or mortal. As for the blood spirit trio, Sumu had not heard of their notoriety. Otherwise, he would have been utterly astonished. The three brothers were not originally known by this name. They were once called the Black Wind Three Fiends. Residing atop the Black Wind Mountain in Suzhou, they frequently preyed upon low-ranking cultivators. Subsequently, they spent a considerable sum acquiring an enigmatic technique from an unknown demonic sect, which significantly enhanced their powers and enabled them to evade a recent pursuit by righteous sections. However, after this expenditure, their fortunes plummeted, and following their harrowing escape, the second brother's blood-red flying swords self-destructed. Thus, they recently resumed their former activities. Sumu's ostentatious behavior in the marketplace, though seemingly frivolous, subtly hinted at his formidable background, instilling fear in those with ill intentions. A cultivator at the 4th or 5th level of Qi training could easily produce 50 spirit stones, indicating the might of the forces he was associated with. Consequently, while many had their eyes on Sumu, only notorious figures like the blood spirit Three Fiends dared to take action against him. However, their attempt ultimately cost them their lives, leaving one to ponder their sentiments in the afterlife. Through this encounter, Sumu realized that while the 5-element spirit ring was miraculous, it was best suited for one-on-one confrontations. Against multiple foes, it proved ineffective, even if he could swiftly eliminate one adversary. Depleting his spiritual energy would render him as vulnerable as a lamb awaiting slaughter. At such moments, the significance of ordinary magical artifacts became evident. Had the blood spirit Three Fiends possessed a few offensive artifacts capable of breaching the heavenly scale shield, the outcome of the battle might have been drastically different. Reflecting on this, Sumu felt a shiver of apprehension, vowing to himself to act with greater caution in the future. The realms of cultivation and the mundane world bore no distinction. Human greed was universally applicable, and the avarice of cultivators was often more profound. With this thought lingering in his mind, Sumu sighed softly, retracting his thoughts as he revealed a crimson jade slip in his hand, one he had acquired from the storage bag of the blood spirit Three Fiends. Chapter 47. The blood spirit secret technique. Diving into the jade slip, Sumu immersed his consciousness for a brief moment before withdrawing it, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. The slip contained a technique known as the blood spirit secret technique, purportedly crafted by a golden core stage cultivator named Blood Spirit. The technique comprised both primary and auxiliary components, each complete in itself, allowing for independent cultivation without any apparent flaws. The practitioners of the main technique could unilaterally command the lives of those cultivating the auxiliary method. In critical moments, they could even siphon the entire spiritual energy and bloodline power from the auxiliary practitioners to bolster their own cultivation. It was evident that the eldest brother of the blood spirit Three Fiends had not disclosed the technique's drawbacks to the other two. Otherwise, given their natures, they would not have trusted him enough to practice such a method. As for why the eldest brother's body transformed into a mass of blood flames upon his death, the technique did not elucidate this, nor did it mention the purpose of the several blood-red orbs. Sumu could only temporarily store them in his bag, treating them as mere collectibles. Upon seeing Sumu open his eyes, Li Yinma inquired curiously, "Su brother, have you discerned anything?" Sumu smiled at the question and tossed the jade slip to Li Yinma, saying, "Brotherly, take a look." The slip required no spiritual energy to use. Even a mortal could handle it. Li Yinma accepted the slip and followed Sumu's example, tapping it against his forehead. Moments later, he opened his eyes. Astonishment etched across his features. "I never expected such a sinister and malevolent technique. It is several times more nefarious than the legendary star-sucking demon technique," he exclaimed. Sumu paused, intrigued. "The star-sucking demon technique? What is that? Is it formidable?" Li Yinma chuckled wryly. "Formidable? It's an understatement. Practitioners of the star-sucking demon technique can draw upon another person's inner strength at will, transforming it for their own use. A bona fide demonic sect technique." Demonic sect technique? Sumu asked, his curiosity piqued. He had little knowledge of the purported connection between this demonic sect and the rumored demonic cultivators. Li Yinma nodded, "Indeed. However, the demonic sect was eradicated centuries ago, and the star-sucking demon technique has since been lost to time. I've only heard of it." In truth, the two were unaware that what the world termed the demonic sect was a mere branch of the demonic cultivation sect. Historically, the righteous and demonic factions in the Zhao kingdom were evenly matched. Over a century ago, the demonic sect faced internal strife, significantly weakening its power, allowing the righteous sect to ascend and ultimately prevail in a fierce battle. From that point on, the righteous forces overshadowed the demonic ones, forcing the latter into hiding. biding their time for a chance to retaliate. As a result, the worldly branch of the demonic sect was completely wiped out, vanishing from existence. Upon learning that the technique had been lost, Su Mu did not entirely relinquish hope. He contemplated searching the scripture repository upon his next return to the sect, as he might uncover something valuable. After all, his innate technique was a long-forgotten internal cultivation method in the mortal realm. With this in mind, Su Mu suddenly felt a surge of curiosity and asked, "Brotherly, I nearly forgot to ask, the technique you employed earlier was astonishingly powerful. Why have I never seen you use it before?" Indeed, it was Li Yinma's final, breathtaking strike that allowed them to vanquish a formidable foe, piercing through the cultivator's spiritual defenses in an instant. Li Yinma smiled and explained, "What you witnessed was not a sword technique, but a body technique." A body technique? Su Mu was momentarily bewildered by this revelation. Indeed, Li Yinma confirmed, "That move is recorded in the body technique manual I obtained from the Jade Blade. It gathers all one's true energy into a single point and strikes out at an incredible speed, applicable with any weapon." Su Mu nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. He was merely a novice in martial arts, so it was understandable that he didn't fully grasp the concept. However, he felt satisfied with Li Yinma's explanation and nodded appreciatively. After a brief exchange, Li Yinma took his leave, returning to his quarters. After all, Su Mu had sustained significant injuries and depleted his spiritual energy. Though elixirs would aid his recovery, returning to full strength would not occur overnight. The following morning, as the roosters heralded dawn, Su Mu slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air as he gradually retracted the circulating spiritual energy within him. After a night of recuperation, his spiritual energy had fully replenished, even hinting at a subtle breakthrough, becoming markedly purer. Although his chest still ached, it no longer hindered his movements, prompting Su Mu to decide against lingering in the city. According to the newly acquired map, he was still 7 or 8 days away from Kaiyang Fortress, and the journey ahead promised to be arduous. After summoning Li Yinma, the two hastily had breakfast before departing from the inn, not encountering the previous pair of siblings again. 5 days later, Su Mu and Li Yinma pressed on day and night, finally reaching a small town in close proximity to Kaiyang Fortress. Upon inquiry, they discovered that none of the townsfolk knew the exact location of the fortress, indicating that Su Mu would need to search for it personally. After securing their horses at the town's only inn, the duo had a simple meal before venturing out of the town, heading towards a nearby rocky hill. From a distance, they could see that the summit of this mountain bore a peculiar rock formation resembling a rooster crowing at dawn, known as Rooster Call Peak. This mountain had gained considerable fame in the vicinity due to its distinctive shape. According to the markings on the map, Kaiyang Fortress lies nestled in the valley beneath the majestic Jiming Peak. After inquiring among the townsfolk, Su Mu discovered that, despite the unique shape of Jiming Peak, it attracts very few visitors. The reason for this is that those who attempt to ascend the mountain often lose their way, unwittingly returning to the foot of the hill. Initially, there were many curious souls who ventured here, but within a few years, the number dwindled significantly. The local residents rarely ascend the mountain either, for it is barren and devoid of trees, rendering it unnecessary for firewood collection. Upon hearing this, Su Mu was largely convinced that the fortress must be located at the mountain's base. Otherwise, Jiming Peak would not possess such an air of mystery. Resolute in his decision, the two set forth. Before long, Su Mu led Li Yinma to the foot of Jiming Peak. From the exterior, the stony mountain appeared unremarkable, save for its peculiar shape, as if the rooster's feet rested upon a colossal grinding stone, making the base seem rather bulky. However, these sights were perceived quite differently by Su Mu. Upon employing his celestial sight technique, he immediately discerned that much of the apparently bulky base was merely an illusion beneath the surface. A grand array of edifices stood in stately formation. Within this architectural marvel, pavilions and towers, cascading waterfalls, and flying springs coexisted, resembling an earthly paradise, rivaling any peak of Tai Ling's Mountain. To Su Mu's astonishment, he wondered why, if there were indeed cultivators present, they had chosen to establish their sect at the mountain's foot, in stark contrast to the practices observed at Tai Ling's Mountain. While he was probing the situation with his celestial sight, a man dressed as a cultivator suddenly approached from a distance, soon standing before the two. Startled by the sudden appearance of someone emerging from the mountain, Li Yinma initially reacted with shock, but upon seeing Su Mu's composed demeanor, he relaxed. This fellow cultivator has been using celestial sight to inspect my Kaiyang Fortress. What is your purpose? The man inquired, his tone somewhat unfriendly. Su Mu sheepishly rubbed his nose and replied with a smile, "No need for concern. I am Su Mu, known by the title Homuzi, a disciple of the heavenly fire true man from the Chihua peak of Tai Ling Mountain. Sent by my master to participate in the spirit trial assembly. The disciple was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed, "So it is you, Brother Su. Please come in. I am Sun Wei, and I have been awaiting your arrival as instructed by my master." As they walked and talked, Sumu learned from Sun Wei that Lu Yin had actually arrived at Kaiyang Fortress a fortnight prior, though it was unclear whether he had completed other matters ahead of schedule or simply never arrived. In no time, Sun Wei led the curious Sumu to a pavilion. Just as they arrived, without needing to send a message, Lu Yin sensed Sumu's presence and flew out from the pavilion. With a hearty laugh, the robust Lu Yin exclaimed, "Sumu, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you here for over half a month. Had you delayed any longer, I would have had to venture out in search of you." Sumu, hearing this, could only manage a wry smile as he replied, "Disciple greets master. I encountered some minor troubles on the journey, which made me late." Lu Yin chuckled, "I can see that your cultivation has progressed. This journey must not have been uneventful, was it?" He then turned to Sun Wei and instructed, "You may take your leave now." Sun Wei, witnessing Lu Yan's fondness for Sumu, felt a twinge of envy and bowed, saying, "Disciple takes his leave." With that, Sun Wei transformed into a streak of light and departed. Lu Yan, however, curiously regarded Li Yanma. "Why do you remain? Did I not mention that I have no need for mortal attendance?" Li Yanma was taken aback. As a martial arts master, he had not expected to be labeled as a mere attendant. Sumu, noticing this, laughed and said, "Master, this is my sworn brother, forged through life and death. Li, come forward and pay your respects to master. I am Li Yanma, honored to meet the immortal master." Li Yanma, having heard Sumu speak of his master being a golden core cultivator, did not dare to be presumptuous and respectfully approached. "Since he is your sworn brother, he may enter," Lu Yin replied, waving his hand dismissively as he turned back towards the pavilion. Moments later, Lu Yin learned from Sumu the reason for Li Yanma's visit, and his brow furrowed slightly. "Master, do you not possess the spirit identification technique?" Sumu inquired curiously. Lu Yin, hearing this, chuckled in mock reproach, "Do not be foolish. How could I not know such a simple technique? However, the path of cultivation is far from simple. Even though your brother Li possesses a spiritual root, he has long missed the optimal time for cultivation. It is likely he will never achieve foundational establishment. Once one embarks on the path of immortality, the future becomes unpredictable. Rather than striving for a slim chance of success and risking death, it may be wiser to live a fulfilling life as a mortal." Listening to this, Li Yanma recognized Lu Yan's well-intentioned counsel, but found his own resolve unshaken. Respectfully, he replied, "Immortal master, please test me." "Very well, since it is your request, I shall conduct the test. However, do not harbor too deep an obsession. For among countless individuals, those with spiritual roots are exceedingly rare." Lu Yan sighed. With that, Lu Yan's hand suddenly radiated a crimson light, which surged into Li Yanma's body. A muffled groan escaped Li Yanma's lips as he collapsed to the ground, seemingly in great pain. Sumu, alarmed, exclaimed, "Master, this is..." Lu Yan interrupted him. "Do not worry. He merely has an excess of stagnant energy due to his age. To identify the spiritual root, we must first cleanse this obstruction." Sumu, somewhat enlightened, recalled the slight discomfort he had experienced during his own spiritual root test, which was negligible. Thus, it followed that his youth had contributed to a smoother experience. Moments later, the spiritual light around Li Yanma dissipated, and throughout the process, no significant changes occurred. From Sumu's perspective, this seemed to indicate that Li Yanma did not possess a spiritual root. Once the spiritual light faded, Li Yanma quickly regained consciousness, feeling as though something had been expelled from within him, leaving him rejuvenated. Although uncertain about possessing a spiritual root, as a martial artist, he understood that such a transformation was beneficial. He immediately expressed his gratitude to Lu Yan, saying, "Thank you, immortal master, for your assistance." Lu Yan smiled and replied, "No need for thanks, but you possess no spiritual root and cannot cultivate. I fear this may be disappointing news." "What?" Li Yanma was taken aback, momentarily frozen in place. After a while, he regained his composure and glanced at Sumu, his eyes betraying both frustration and resignation. Sumu stepped forward, grasping Li Yanma's wrist, and said, "Li, my brother." Li Yanma said nothing, merely expressing gratitude with a glance at Sumu before silently withdrawing. That evening, Li Yanma visited Sumu's quarters, holding several sheets of paper covered in densely packed characters. After welcoming Li Yanma into the room, Sumu watched as Li Yanma handed him the papers, saying, "Brother Su, this set of footwork techniques was obtained from the Jade Blade. I hope it may aid you." "What?" Sumu, startled by the revelation, quickly waved his hands in refusal. Li, what do you mean by this? Li Yinmo responded with a wry smile. No need for formality, Brother Su. I have one more request. Speak freely, Li. There is no need for this technique. Su Mu insisted, folding the papers and attempting to return them to Li Yinmo. Li Yinmo, seeing the situation, smiled helplessly and said, Brother Su, why don't you allow me to finish speaking before deciding whether to accept this technique? Chapter 49. Li Yinmo's reminder. Noticing the resolute expression on Li Yinmo's face, Su Mu hesitated momentarily and reluctantly nodded. Please, Brother Li, go ahead. However, in his heart, he had already resolved that no matter how grand Li Yinmo's words were, he could not accept this technique. Li Yinmo seemed to have guessed Su Mu's thoughts and smiled. Brother Su, although we are close friends despite our age difference, I am indeed nearing 50. This is an undeniable fact, though I possess formidable martial skills. As the saying goes, the path of the martial world is fraught with peril. One can never predict when misfortune may strike. You, Brother Su, are an extraordinary individual. I have heard that practitioners like you can live for at least 100 years. If, in the future, my descendants come seeking your guidance, I hope you will remember this day and ensure that the Li family line does not extinguish. Then I can rest in peace beneath the 9 springs. Upon hearing such words of entrustment, Su Mu was momentarily taken aback and quickly asked, Brother Li, do you have any enemies in the secular world? If so, allow me to accompany you and eliminate them. Li Yinmo shook his head and smiled. With your words, I am already content. However, I am merely preparing for the worst. I implore you to accept this technique. After a long moment of hesitation, Su Mu ultimately accepted the technique, partly to ease Li Yinmo's mind, and partly because he genuinely needed it. After handing over the technique, Li Yinmo returned to his room to rest, agreeing that Su Mu would see him off from Kaiyang Fortress early the next morning. Once Li Yinmo had departed, Su Mu felt a sudden sense of solitude. The path of cultivation was long, and he had no companions by his side. Taking out the technique he held, Su Mu discovered that the method recorded within was indeed quite profound. The last section detailed the secret skill that Li Yinmo had previously employed, which now provided Su Mu with an additional trump card. Though this secret technique was immensely intricate, it was not difficult to cultivate, requiring only that one's internal energy reach a certain level, complemented by a specific method of application. After pondering for a while, Su Mu grasped the essence of this secret technique and stored it in his storage pouch. Compared to immortal cultivation methods, secular martial arts, no matter how intricate, were relatively easy to comprehend and held little value. After stowing away the technique, Su Mu waved his hand and produced a white jade knife, identical to the one used by Li Yinmo, which he had replicated using a porcelain plate. To his surprise, this time the jade knife could again be bloodbound to a master. Su Mu distinctly remembered that Li Yinmo's jade knife had already been claimed by someone. Items replicated from the porcelain plate were always identical to the original. Yet, this time was different. Unbeknownst to him, after Su Mu claimed ownership of the porcelain plate, any replicated items containing another's ownership aura would be thoroughly cleansed. However, despite his lack of understanding regarding this matter, he deemed it advantageous and chose not to dwell on it, placing the jade knife into his storage pouch before closing his eyes to begin his cultivation. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the next morning. As dawn broke, the sound of chanting echoed throughout Kaiyang Fortress, most likely the disciples within performing their morning rituals. Su Mu gradually completed his practice, exhaling a breath of stale air before stepping out. Within a few steps, he arrived at Li Yinmo's door. As he knocked, the door swung open, revealing Li Yinmo, already dressed and seemingly awaiting Su Mu's arrival. Brother Su, you're here, Li Yinmo greeted with a smile. Nodding at Su Mu. Indeed, let us take another walk together, Brother Li. Su Mu replied, smiling as well. From their expressions, one could not discern any trace of parting sorrow. Before long, Su Mu led Li Yinmo out of Kaiyang Fortress. At the foot of the mountain, along the shaded path, the two walked side by side, both feeling an overwhelming sense of solitude. After a prolonged silence, Su Mu spoke first. Brother Li, to be frank, though you cannot cultivate, in my eyes, you are a true hero. Li Yinmo laughed heartily upon hearing this. To have a cultivator hold me, Li Yinmo, in such high regard, I consider my life well spent. Su Mu returned the sentiment. To have made the acquaintance of Brother Li is indeed the greatest fortune of my life. Li Yinmo chuckled at this, but suddenly fell silent, wearing an expression that suggested he had something to say, but was hesitant. Noticing this, Su Mu inquired curiously, if Brother Li has something to say, please do not hesitate. This was the first time Su Mu had seen Li Yinmo with such an expression since they had known each other. Brother Su, if you wish for me to speak, then I shall. Li Yinmo sighed helplessly and, After a moment of contemplation, said, I sense that your master regards you with a somewhat peculiar gaze. What do you mean? Su Mu was taken aback, not expecting Li Yanma's words to concern his master. Li Yanma cautiously leaned closer and whispered, Yesterday, when you turned your back to your master, I had intended to admire the immortal's visage and secretly observed your master. I noticed that the way your master looked at you was quite strange, as if gazing upon an extraordinary treasure, filled with avarice. Su Mu was initially stunned by these words, swiftly transitioning from shock to anger as he exclaimed, What do you mean by that, brotherly? Are you trying to sow discord between me and my master? Li Yanma smiled wryly. I didn't wish to say anything. It was you who urged me to speak, so let us assume I was mistaken. Su Mu's expression shifted multiple times before he awkwardly chuckled. I believe you must have misinterpreted things. My master treats me as his own son. How could there be any greed in his gaze? Li Yanma chuckled dismissively, perhaps. For your master possesses profound mystical arts, and his thoughts are beyond our comprehension. With that, Li Yanma clasped his hands together and said, as the saying goes, Parting is such sweet sorrow. Brother Su, take care. If fate allows, may we meet again in the martial world. After uttering these words, Li Yanma's figure flickered, and he leapt into the nearby treetops, vanishing into the forest. Su Mu stood in place, lost in thought for a long while before snapping back to reality, feeling a deep sense of loss as he turned to head back. Before long, he returned to the loft where his master resided within Kaiyang Fortress. As soon as he stepped into the loft, Su Mu saw Lu Yin seated in the main hall, watching him with a smile, causing Su Mu's heart to tighten. Could it be that his master overheard the conversation with Brother Li? He did not genuinely suspect his master held any ill intentions towards him. He merely feared that Lu Yin might be angered by Li Yanma's words behind his back, and, if so, Su Mu would be powerless to stop it. However, Su Mu's concerns were unfounded, as Lu Yin clearly had no knowledge of the matter. Upon seeing Su Mu enter, he merely smiled and asked, Mu'er, has your brother Li departed? Yes, master. Su Mu nodded, then regrettably added, It is truly a pity that such a talented individual as Brother Li has no spiritual roots. Lu Yin chuckled. To call him exceptionally talented is not an exaggeration. But how do you know he lacks spiritual roots? Chapter 50. The burdened Su Mu was taken aback by this question, replying in confusion, Yesterday, when I observed Master using the spirit binding technique, I noticed no trace of spiritual aura emanating from Brother Li, which surely indicates he possesses no spiritual roots. Lu Yin smiled. Indeed, by conventional standards, that would be the case. What do you mean, Master? Su Mu asked, intrigued. It turned out that after using the spirit binding technique on Li Yanma the previous day, Lu Yin discovered that Li Yanma actually possessed a single gold-type spiritual root. Single spiritual roots, often referred to as heavenly roots, are considered favored by heaven and earth, allowing for rapid cultivation and easy breakthroughs. However, the unfortunate reality was that Li Yanma was already in his 40s, having not begun cultivating by this age. He was unlikely to achieve foundational cultivation in his lifetime, even with the heavenly root talent. Thus, Lu Yin chose to remain silent about the matter, even expending his cultivation to conceal Li Yanma's spiritual root. Henceforth, unless Li Yanma were to encounter a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, no one would discover that he possessed a heavenly spiritual root. Should his aptitude have been ordinary, even with dual spiritual roots, his master would have assisted him in activating his roots for cultivation. At that time, even if he could not establish a foundation, practicing a few layers of basic techniques would still prolong his life. However, fate had bestowed upon him the rare heavenly spiritual root, and once he embarked on the path of immortality, his fate would no longer be his own. If he were to perish, he might very well find himself blaming his master. Alas, hearing Lu Yan's long sigh of resignation, Su Mu, standing nearby, nodded in a manner that suggested understanding. He had already witnessed the perils of the cultivation world, which were far more treacherous than the bloodshed of the martial realm. The defeated party often found themselves with no avenue for survival. Lu Yan's reluctance to allow Li Yanma to cultivate was precisely due to this consideration. Otherwise, with his heavenly spiritual root, he would undoubtedly pursue foundation establishment, but should he tread that path, failure could lead to his demise. Nevertheless, given Li Yanma's character, even in the mundane world, he would inevitably encounter bloodshed and storms. Perhaps this was the envy of heaven towards gifted individuals. With this thought, Su Mu sighed inwardly and suddenly recalled an item in his storage pouch. He took it out and presented it to Lu Yin, saying, Master, this is the hide of a tiger demon that Brother Li and I jointly vanquished while passing by Mu Mountain. Oh, a tiger demon? Lu Yin paused in surprise, taking the tiger skin and scrutinizing it for a moment before smiling. Indeed, Although it is merely a newly formed first-tier demon beast, your ability to slay it is commendable. It is admirable that you still remember the first time we met. I shall accept this." With that, Lu Yin stored the tiger's skin in his pouch. Su Mu then recounted his experiences during the journey in detail, causing Lu Yin's brows to occasionally furrow and then relax. Upon hearing that Su Mu had defeated the blood spirit 3 evils, Lu Yin was immediately taken aback, exclaiming, "What did you say? You actually encountered the blood spirit 3 evils?" "Indeed, but thanks to the protection of the heavenly scale shield, I suffered little injury, and with brotherly assistance, I was able to slay them," Su Mu replied with a smile. Lu Yin was momentarily stunned and then chuckled helplessly. "I never imagined that the blood spirit 3 evils would fall to your hands. However, with the heavenly scale shield for protection, a typical chi refinement period loose cultivator indeed cannot breach its defenses." Lu Yin did not inquire further about the details of the battle, assuming Su Mu had taken advantage of the 3's unpreparedness to launch a surprise attack. Had he known that the blood spirit 3 evils blood spirit secret technique could perform the legendary blood sacrifice, yet still be slain by Li Yinma, he would surely have been at a loss for words. Su Mu intended to explain his jade knife to his master, but recalled that this knife was a replica made from a porcelain plate. If he were to produce it, it would inevitably involve the porcelain plate. Remembering Li Yinma's warning upon departure, Su Mu felt a lump in his throat. Although he was unwilling to believe his master harbored ulterior motives, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of caution. The preciousness of the porcelain plate was undeniable. Transforming one resource into 2 was an extraordinary feat if Lu Yin truly had other intentions. Revealing the porcelain plate would only lead to his own ruin. After much hesitation, Su Mu ultimately could not decide whether to disclose the matter of the porcelain plate to his master. Lu Yin, noticing Su Mu's unusual expression, assumed he was still concerned about Li Yinma, and said with a smile, "All right, Su Mu, you may go and cultivate now. The spirit trial conference is about to commence, and I trust you will not disappoint your master." Upon hearing this, Su Mu regained his composure and respectfully acknowledged before exiting the hall. Shortly thereafter, he returned to his room, touched the storage pouch at his waist, and slowly closed his eyes, beginning his monotonous and tedious cultivation. 3 days swiftly passed, and on this day, as Su Mu sat in meditation, he heard a commotion outside, followed by a voice resonating throughout Kaiyang Fortress. "The spirit trial conference has begun. All fellow cultivators, please gather at the treasure gathering hall." Su Mu exited his room to find Lu Yin already waiting at the entrance, gazing upwards as if watching the person broadcasting from afar. "Master," Su Mu respectfully bowed. "Follow me." Lu Yin waved his hand, and with a flash of red light beneath his feet, he soared into the sky. Su Mu hurriedly summoned his golden thread sword to keep pace. Moments later, Lu Yin's escape light halted before the entrance of a grand hall, and he leapt down from the air. Su Mu mimicked him and followed suit. As the master and disciple steadied themselves, they heard a hearty laugh from behind them. "Lu the old ghost, is this your 6th disciple? Only at the 5th layer of chi refinement? Boy, you might as well kneel and call me master. You won't learn much following this Lu old ghost." Su Mu turned to see a stooped bald elder whose emaciated frame seemed as if it could be blown away by the slightest breeze. Behind this peculiar old man stood a stunning young woman, her face partially concealed by a silk scarf, yet her exquisite features were unmistakable. Dressed in a flowing water-green gown, she stood demurely behind the elder, her gaze drifting towards Su Mu upon hearing his words. Lu Yin, clearly displeased, scoffed, "Old Zhao, my disciple is not in need of your concern. Unless you wish for him to test the dual cultivation method with your granddaughter, I might consider it." At these words, both Su Mu and the young woman blushed furiously. The old man, enraged, retorted, "Lu the old ghost, I challenge you to a duel to the death. Come on. Who's afraid of whom?" Lu Yin, equally fiery, rolled up his sleeves, seemingly ready for a brawl with old Zhao. Just as the two were embroiled in their commotion, a white escape light landed nearby, and a beautiful woman clad in a white dress approached with a smile. "Hee. I wondered who would dare cause a ruckus in Kaiyang Fortress. It turns out to be you two, Lu and Zhao. May I ask what the dispute is about? Would you like me to serve as a witness?" the woman said, stepping forward with a smile. To Su Mu's surprise, both old Zhao and Lu Yin seemed to regard this woman with some trepidation. Upon noticing this, they both huffed and turned away, ignoring each other. Su Mu and the woman in the green dress exchanged curious glances at the white-clad lady. The beautiful woman, seeing that the 2 golden core stage elders were disregarding her, did not seem offended. Instead, she smiled and cast a glance at Su Mu. It was then that Su Mu realized that this woman bore a striking resemblance to Shi Yu, albeit with a hint of mature allure, making her even more captivating. He was lost in thought when he suddenly heard Lu Yan's booming voice, "Su Mu, wake up at once." At that moment, Su Mu felt a jolt, and his gaze cleared instantly. When he looked at the white-clad woman again, her features had completely transformed, no longer resembling Shiryu in any way. It was only then that he noticed his back had been drenched in cold sweat. Lu Yan fixed his gaze on the white-clad lady, stating, "Madam Bai, it is unbecoming of you to employ the heart charm technique on my chi refinement disciple." Madam Bai chuckled, Master Lu, you have misunderstood me. It is your disciple who, having a crush on someone unattainable, has inadvertently fallen into the enchantment of my heart charm secret technique." Upon hearing this, Lu Yan was momentarily taken aback, casting a helpless glance at Su Mu. Su Mu, having had his secret laid bare by the woman, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. The woman in green, upon hearing this, became increasingly curious about Su Mu, scrutinizing him as if she wished to peer into his thoughts. In that moment, a multitude of flickering lights began to emerge from a distance, and before long, a considerable number of individuals had gathered in the square at the entrance of the grand hall. Lu Yan and the elderly Zhao had their acquaintances among the cultivators, naturally congregating to engage in conversation, during which Su Mu was introduced. This time, Su Mu became acquainted with numerous disciples from other sects, each one a paragon of talent. However, their masters were not necessarily formidable golden core experts. The majority were at the foundation establishment stage, requiring Lu Yan to be addressed as senior. Yet, since this spirit trial conference primarily focused on exchanging insights into artifact crafting, the ambience was not overly formal. Before long, the pleasantries had concluded, and a tall, slender elder emerged from the grand hall, smiling as he said, "Esteemed friends, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I took a bit longer to conclude my cultivation." Haha. Lord Qin, you are mistaken. We have only just arrived. A foundation establishment cultivator responded cheerfully. Upon hearing this, many others of the same stage echoed their agreement, while Lu Yan and a few other golden core cultivators remained silent, clearly unimpressed by the need to flatter Lord Qin. Zhao, the elderly man, chuckled, "Qin Feng, do not flaunt your meager cultivation. Let us in quickly. I can't stand any longer." The humorous remark from a golden core cultivator elicited laughter, yet Qin Feng, being only a late foundation establishment cultivator, dared not provoke Zhao and hurriedly replied, "Senior Zhao, you have arrived. Please, come in." The cultivators streamed in one after another, soon filling the grand hall. Upon entering, Su Mu observed that chairs had already been arranged, with 5 primary seats designated. As the fortress master, Qin Feng occupied the central position, despite his insufficient cultivation. In the middle of the hall, a high platform had been erected, with the remaining seats arranged around it, evidently allocated according to strength. Apart from his master Lu Yan, there were Zhao, the white-clad woman, and presumably another unseen golden core cultivator. While Su Mu was pondering this, Lu Yan strode directly to one of the seats and sat down, with Su Mu respectfully standing behind him. Zhao, with a grin, took a seat opposite Lu Yan, while the woman in white sat to Lu Yan's right, casting occasional glances at Su Mu, causing him considerable unease. Just as he attempted to maintain his composure, a young man confidently seated himself beside Zhao. Observing the expressions of the other golden core cultivators, it seemed they were already familiar with this young man's identity. Showing no signs of surprise, as the young man settled in, he noticed many eyes upon him, and after surveying the crowd, his gaze fell upon Su Mu. Perhaps due to Su Mu's relatively low cultivation, he then spoke, "Lu Yan, is this your new disciple?" Lu Yan chuckled, "Indeed. What do you think, Taoist Wang?" The young man waved his hand dismissively. "His temperament is commendable, though his cultivation is rather low. However, if your artifact is truly successful, that level of cultivation may suffice." Su Mu was taken aback. It seemed this cultivator named Wang had some knowledge of his master's 5-element spirit ring. Just then, he spotted 2 familiar figures approaching behind the young man, and he froze in astonishment. The duo turned out to be the brother-sister pair he had encountered at the Jin City Inn. The older brother, having noticed Su Mu, paused momentarily before smiling. "So, you are Master Lu's disciple. Had I known, I would have acknowledged you that day." "Oh, Ming'er, do you know this young friend?" the young man inquired curiously. "Indeed. Not long ago, my sister and I met this friend at the inn while passing through Jin City," the brother replied, nodding. Su Mu regarded the pair with some confusion, noting the striking resemblance between the older brother and the young man, leading him to wonder if they were siblings. Yet, if they were brothers, why was one a golden core cultivator while the other was still at the chi refinement stage? As he pondered this, Qin Feng took his seat, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, "All right, esteemed friends, you may reminisce later. I hereby declare the spirit trial conference officially commenced. Haha, it has finally begun. Cheener, you may take the stage and demonstrate my newly crafted flying rain sword. Zhao's voice rang out. Upon hearing this, the woman in green leaped gracefully onto the platform. Qin Feng observed her and remarked to the crowd, Senior, Zhao seems quite confident. Who dares to challenge? Indeed, the format of this spirit trial conference was not a round-robin or elimination style, but rather a platform-based contest. Furthermore, the victor was not determined solely by who remained standing last. The focus was on the performance of the artifacts and spiritual tools, rather than the cultivators themselves. Even if a cultivator won just one round, as long as their artifact was impressive enough, they could still be deemed the champion. As Qin Feng concluded his statement, a voice rang out, haha, allow me to witness the treasure in the fairy's hands. And with that, an individual leaped onto the platform. Sumu focused intently as a man in a gray Taoist robe sprang onto the stage, a flash of gray light beneath his feet propelling him forward. Upon reaching the platform, he smiled kindly at the woman in green. Fairy, I am Tong from Yunmiao Mountain. I humbly seek your guidance. The woman in green replied with a charming smile. I am Shui Ruyan, a disciple of the Cloud Sword Hall from Seven Treasure Mountain. It is a pleasure to meet you, senior brother. Please enlighten me. Seven Treasure Mountain is a sect comparable in power to Tai Ling Mountain in Zhao Kingdom, boasting a nascent soul ancestor and considered a first-rate sect in the region. The sect possesses 7 legendary heirlooms, hence its name. Zhao is the hall master of the Cloud Sword Hall, inheriting the famed Misty Rain Sword from Seven Treasure Mountain, well regarded among Golden Core cultivators in Zhao. The name of the Flying Rain Sword seems to share a connection with the Misty Rain Sword. As for Yunmiao Mountain, it is classified as a second-rate sect in Zhao, with only one early Golden Core ancestor and fewer than 10 Foundation Establishment experts, primarily consisting of Qi refinement disciples. Nevertheless, compared to those obscure sects lacking even a Golden Core cultivator, Yunmiao Mountain is relatively decent, which explains its invitation to participate in the Spirit Trial Conference. However, such a sect with a shorter lineage typically lacks depth, and thus Tong was unaware of the intricacies of Seven Treasure Mountain's heirlooms. Therefore, when he heard about the Flying Rain Sword, he did not associate it with the Misty Rain Sword. Otherwise, he might not have dared to challenge. Nonetheless, Tong had heard of Seven Treasure Mountain's reputation and, momentarily distracted, quickly regained his composure. How could I dare? I must request more guidance from my senior sister. Hearing this, Shui Ruyan smiled playfully. In that case, I shall not hold back. Prepare to receive my sword. With that, her expression sharpened, and the Flying Rain Sword in her hand spun gracefully before soaring towards Tong. Tong, seeing this, stiffened and replied, just in time. In an instant, he unleashed a flash of gray light from his hand, and an unremarkable piece of gray cloth transformed into a dazzling expanse, enveloping him completely, resembling a spherical shield. In the next moment, the flying sword conjured by Shui Ryun arrived before the man, and as the green light pierced the gray cloth, it astonishingly vanished without a trace. The onlookers gasped in shock, initially believing that the gray cloth held little defense, easily pierced by the flying sword. If Shui Ryun were to lose control, would Tong's life not be at stake? Sumu was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that his master and the other core formation practitioners exhibited no signs of alarm, nor did they intend to intervene, suggesting that the scene posed no actual danger. Observing the direction from which Tong emerged, the foundational stage expert accompanying him wore a similarly indifferent expression, as if utterly unconcerned about the fate of his disciple. Sumu breathed a sigh of relief. Evidently, the gray cloth's mystical properties were not as simplistic as he had imagined. Indeed, before the crowd's astonished exclamations could fully dissipate, another green flying sword burst forth from the opposite side of the gray cloth, none other than the Feiyu sword that had earlier penetrated the gray cloth. Yet this time, the Feiyu sword displayed no signs of diminished ferocity, nor was it stained with blood, indicating that it had not struck Tong, who was concealed within the gray cloth. Shui Ryun, momentarily stunned, did not succumb to despair. After all, the space enclosed by the gray cloth was substantial, and Tong had ample opportunity to evade the flying sword's assault. With a flick of her hand, Shui Ryun redirected the Feiyu sword towards Tong once more. Lu Yen, observing this, smiled slightly and turned to the ever-composed Old Zhao, remarking, Old Zhao, it seems your disciple is on the brink of defeat, yet you remain utterly unperturbed? In response, Old Zhao stroked his beard and replied, this gray cloth possesses some intricacies, but it is still far too early to declare victory over Ryun. There is no need for you to fret, old ghost. Lu Yen scoffed, muttering under his breath, and turned away. no longer regarding old Zhao. Su Mu, perplexed, pondered the unfolding events. From the arena's scenario, it was evident that Shui Riyun had been suppressing He Tong. So why did his master suggest she might be on the verge of defeat? After a moment of contemplation, Su Mu began to discern the underlying nuances. Although Shui Riyun wielded formidable magical power, likely above the 10th level of qi cultivation, she had already begun to show signs of fatigue after launching numerous attacks with her prized artifact. The brilliance emanating from the Feiyu sword had noticeably dimmed. Considering that Shui Riyun had not encountered any obstructions after piercing the gray cloth, and given the continuous exchanges of the magical artifact, it was likely that she was nearing her limits. In contrast, the gray cloth surrounding He Tong showed no signs of waning brilliance, as if the spiritual energy within him had not been depleted at all since he had summoned the artifact. Realizing this, Shui Riyun withdrew the Feiyu sword and summoned a yellowish flying sword to assault the gray cloth once more. Judging by the light it emitted, it was likely a low-grade artifact. However, the next moment, with a resounding thud, the flying sword was repelled by the gray cloth, failing to penetrate its defenses. Clearly, not every flying sword could breach the gray cloth. Seeing this, Shui Riyun's expression darkened as she retracted the yellow sword. He Tong's voice echoed from within the gray cloth. "Sister, shall we continue this contest?" His words felt a tad premature. Shui Riyun let out a cold laugh, her eyes briefly flickering with uncertainty before the moment passed. With a flash of spiritual light, she summoned the Feiyu sword once more and began to chant incantations. In the next instant, the Feiyu sword surged forth, darting towards the gray cloth enveloping He Tong. As the spectators braced for yet another futile attack, a sudden ringing sound emanated from the Feiyu sword. Accompanied by this sound, the sword's azure glow intensified, and an array of light beams shot forth from its body, instantaneously transforming into a multitude of identical Feiyu swords. In an instant, countless Feiyu swords surged into the gray cloth. "I concede," He Tong cried out in alarm. As the gray cloth dissipated, the onlookers beheld a myriad of glimmering green swords poised to strike He Tong, who would have been grievously injured had he not called for surrender in time. Observing this, a faint smile graced Shui Riyun's pallid face as she waved her hand, causing the multitude of swords to vanish, leaving only a single Feiyu sword that swiftly returned to her sleeve. Chapter 53, Divine Might Sect Ha. Splendid, truly splendid. Qin Feng, as the host, rose to speak as the contest concluded, smiling broadly. "If I am not mistaken, that Feiyu sword is a replica of your esteemed sect's Yinyu Wuzong sword, capable of conjuring thousands of flying swords in an instant. I wonder how much power each of those swords possesses compared to the original." It was only then that Su Mu realized the earlier flying swords had indeed multiplied into 1,000 replicas, far beyond the scope of his perception. The notion of facing 1,000 premium artifacts simultaneously sent a shiver down his spine. However, judging by Qin Feng's words, did that imply these replicas were less potent than the original? Old Zhao gestured for Shui Riyun to step back, chuckling as he said, "Indeed. This Feiyu sword is crafted after the Yinyu Wuzong sword of our sect, though sadly, each sword wields only 1% of the original's might." "Haha, old Zhao, are you not satisfied? Your sect's Yinyu Wuzong sword has been passed down through generations and refined by many, endowing each sword with 1/10 of the original's power." Lu Yin interjected with a hearty laugh. The prowess of the Yinyu Wuzong sword was not a secret among the high-tier practitioners of the Zhao kingdom, as many had witnessed its capabilities. However, the other cultivators present were greatly alarmed by this revelation. If that were the case, could the Yinyu Wuzong sword unleash an attack equivalent to 100 times its original might? Yet, the audience seemed to have misunderstood. If such a miraculous treasure truly existed, it would likely belong to the celestial realm, never to be found in the mortal world. The Yinyu Wuzong sword from Qibao Mountain could only generate 10 beams of sword light, and even when combined with the original, it would yield merely double the power, sufficient to earn it renown in the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation community. Yet, the high-ranking members of these major sects clearly had no intention of clarifying this for the others. They merely laughed and moved on. Su Mu would only later learn the intricacies behind this matter. Thus, when old Zhao heard Lu Yin divulge his secret, he merely shot him a glare, harboring no anger. Qin Feng, noticing the two rivals had fallen silent, chuckled and remarked, "As for this young friend He Tong's gray cloth, if I am not mistaken, it is a replica of the ancient treasure, the Zhetian cloth, is it not?" The foundational stage practitioner from Yumiao Mountain, overhearing, replied with a smile, "Indeed. Lord Qin possesses a discerning eye. This treasure is named the Duanling Banner, crafted after the Zhetian cloth." Although he smiled, there was a glimmer of dissatisfaction in his eyes. He had hoped to achieve a commendable rank by having He Tong utilize the Duanling banner. Yet, He Tong's immediate loss to Shui Ruyun felt like a grave injustice. Moreover, the Duanling banner, as a legendary imitation of the Zhetian cloth, possessed remarkably esoteric properties. It was impervious to attacks from artifacts of inferior grade, while those of superior grade would be directly absorbed into the banner. The Duanling banner created its own space within, exhibiting remarkable effects of teleportation. Hence, when Shui Ruyun's Feiyu sword initially pierced the Duanling banner, it quickly manifested on the opposite side. In this realm, the spirit-severing banner instantaneously severs the connection between a treasure and its master, thereby rendering it uncontrollable. However, despite its mysterious capabilities, it is merely a replica artifact, and its power is ultimately limited. If it endures excessive or overwhelming attacks simultaneously, its efficacy will falter. Thus, once Shui Ruyun unleashed the true might of the Flying Rain Sword, the spirit-severing banner became ineffective. The high-level cultivators discerned this truth, but chose not to reveal it, while the lower-level cultivators made educated guesses. After all, no matter how enigmatic a defensive treasure may be, it is unlikely to withstand the previous onslaught of the Flying Rain Sword. Praising the artifact, Qin Feng turned to the elder Zhao and inquired, "Senior Zhao, might I ask if your disciple intends to continue participating in the upcoming arena contests?" Elder Zhao glanced at Shui Ruyun, who was meditating behind him, and smiled gently. "Let it be. This battle suffices." Indeed, after the previous contest, everyone had witnessed the power of the Flying Rain Sword, and there was no need for Shui Ruyun to persist in the arena battles. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng smiled and addressed the assembly. "In that case, does any fellow disciple wish to step forward for a match?" "Sumu, you shall go," Lu Yin said promptly. Sumu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting his master to call him to the stage so soon. Lu Yin added with a chuckle, "If you do not go, Elder Zhao will surely scold me for waiting to reap the benefits at the back." Elder Zhao, upon hearing this, retorted angrily, "Lu, old ghost, clarify your words. Who is truly waiting to reap benefits?" With a resigned smile, Sumu replied, "I shall obey." With that, he soared into the air, landing effortlessly upon the arena. The crowd gasped, recognizing that he was employing a light body technique from the mundane realm. Elder Zhao remarked with amusement, "Lu, old ghost, your disciple's lightness is impressive. He seems swifter than some cultivators utilizing the wind control technique. Is he perhaps a martial arts master as well?" Lu Yin replied nonchalantly, "You need not concern yourself with that, Elder Zhao." Suddenly, a silent cultivator named Wang, who was at the core formation stage, broke his silence with a smile. "In that case, Ming, why not test this young friend's prowess?" "Yes, father," the young man responded, and with a surge of spiritual light beneath his feet, he ascended to the arena. Sumu was taken aback, first by the revelation that his opponent was the son of a core formation cultivator, and second by the fact that the latter allowed him to take the stage. From the earlier conversation between the Wang family cultivator and his master, it was evident that he was aware of the formidable capabilities of the 5 elements binding ring. With this knowledge, allowing his son to challenge him left Su Mu perplexed by the thoughts of these venerable figures. Lu Yin, noticing the situation, was momentarily startled, then said with a smile, "Su Mu, you must be cautious. This young friend Wang Ming is not to be underestimated." Su Mu nodded in acknowledgement and addressed Wang Ming. "I am Su Mu from the Chihua Peak of Tai Ling Mountain. I seek your guidance, senior brother." Wang Ming chuckled, "I am not worthy of your guidance. I am Wang Ming of the Divine Might Sect. I hope Brother Su will show mercy." Upon hearing that Wang Ming was from the illustrious Divine Might Sect, Su Mu was momentarily stunned. He had heard of this sect's grand reputation, often regarded as the foremost sect in the Zhao Kingdom, boasting at least 2 nascent soul cultivators, a feat few other sects could rival. However, despite his astonishment, Su Mu refused to be intimidated by such trivial matters. He clasped his hands in respect and retreated to one end of the arena, ready to begin. "Brother Wang, be cautious. I am about to make my move." Out of courtesy, Su Mu warned him, then summoned the 5 elements binding ring with a flash of radiant light, deploying it without hesitation. The surrounding cultivators were momentarily stunned upon seeing Su Mu wield a white circular ring, typically favored by female cultivators. The core formation cultivator from the Wang family tightened his expression, seemingly growing anxious. In the next moment, the spiritual light of the ring flickered in Su Mu's hand, vanishing from sight, only to reappear around Wang Ming. "What? Did that ring just teleport?" a cultivator exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the true strength of the 5 elements binding ring lay not only in its ability to confine a cultivator's spiritual energy, but also in its instantaneous effect. Of course, This was not true teleportation, but rather a form of profound evasion technique. However, this technique was far beyond the comprehension of ordinary cultivators. Only those at the core formation stage could discern its nature, while foundation establishment cultivators viewed it as indistinguishable from teleportation. Silence. Qin Feng interjected. Seeing the crowd buzzing with chatter, the spectators promptly hushed, focusing intently on the contest, eagerly anticipating the outcome. After all, following this match, Qin Feng would provide commentary on the artifacts used by both sides, revealing many of the ring's wondrous attributes. On the arena, with the ring now in place, Su Mu's complexion paled considerably, as he was left with only a meager amount of what attributes spiritual energy. Nevertheless, upon confirming that the ring had successfully contained Wang Ming, he breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Brother Wang, you should concede. Wang Ming's face also turned pale, having not anticipated the ring's impressive power that severed his connection to his spiritual energy. However, upon hearing Su Mu's suggestion, he merely smiled and replied, Brother Su, you are mistaken. I have yet to lose. Su Mu, taken aback, remarked, why deny the truth? Your spiritual energy must be rendered completely unusable by now, yes? And if so? Wang Ming retorted with a grin, yet here I stand, unharmed. To defeat me, Brother Su, you must demonstrate a truly lethal ability. Merely restraining me will not suffice. Indeed, according to the rules of the spirit trial, while bloodshed was typically avoided in the arena, victory could only be claimed if the opponent conceded or was driven to the brink of defeat. Su Mu paused, perplexed by Wang Ming's unwavering confidence despite his predicament. With a flicker of light, he summoned his golden-threaded sword and aimed it at Wang Ming. Of course, Su Mu tempered his strength. Firstly, he lacked sufficient spiritual energy, and secondly, he did not wish to harm Wang Ming. Yet the next moment, with a resounding clang, the flying sword merely grazed Wang Ming's body, as if striking something impenetrable, causing it to ricochet away. What is this? Su Mu was momentarily stunned, observing a golden glow emanating from within Wang Ming, whose skin shimmered as if transformed into a metallic substance. Fusion body armor? Brother Wang, you've truly forged this treasure? Lu Yan exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Wang Ming chuckled. I fortuitously acquired a piece of blood demon gold last year and crafted this armor modeled after the flowing flame battle armor. Had your disciple's cultivation been a touch higher, I fear Ming would still have faced defeat. But alas, Su Mu was unaware of the significance of blood demon gold and the flowing flame battle armor, yet upon seeing the grave expression on his master's face, he began to grasp the situation. Clearly, this armor would not lose its effectiveness simply because Wang Ming could not control his internal spiritual energy. Rather, it would automatically activate in response to external attacks. Given Su Mu's current prowess, he was incapable of penetrating the armor. If his spiritual power had not yet been exhausted, launching a full-force attack with the golden thread sword might have been sufficient to overwhelm Su Mu's adversary, whose armor lacked spiritual enhancement. However, Su Mu's spiritual energy had indeed been depleted, and the remaining would attribute power was insufficient to sustain the sword's full potential. Lu Yan, clearly aware of this, changed his expression several times and sighed helplessly, saying, Su Mu, it's time to step down. Yet, Su Mu shook his head in response, slowly declaring, Master, I still have one more strike left. If Brother Wang can withstand it, I will concede. Lu Yan was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time Su Mu had defied him, although he did not believe Su Mu possessed any means of turning the tide. He couldn't help but sigh upon seeing the determination in Su Mu's eyes. Do your best. I will not blame you, he said. This trial of spiritual power was a dream Lu Yan had harbored for many years. Both master and disciple were acutely aware of this. Seeing Su Mu's insistence, Lu Yan thought he simply did not wish to disappoint him, but in truth, he had little hope left. Su Mu turned to Wang Ming and said, Brother Wang, please be cautious. With that, he stowed the golden thread sword into his storage bag and produced a uniquely crafted jade knife. Lu Yan was momentarily taken aback at the sight of the jade knife. He had seen Li Yinma carrying it before. How had it come into the possession of his disciple? However, recalling the friendship between the two, he dismissed his doubts, assuming the knife was a gift from Li Yinma to Su Mu. But now, with Su Mu presenting the knife, was he intending to employ mundane martial skills against Wang Ming's armor? The gathered cultivators, possessing discernment, recognized the jade knife as merely a treasure of the secular world. Witnessing Wang Ming wielding it, as he channeled his internal energy, made them feel as if they had crossed into a martial world, witnessing a duel among practitioners. Su Mu's form on the arena assumed an exceedingly peculiar posture, resembling a bow drawn tight. Wang Ming, witnessing this, shook his head in resignation, intending to advise Su Mu against such an approach, for how could mundane martial arts shatter a cultivator's treasure? Before he could voice his thoughts, Su Mu shouted, swinging the jade knife fiercely towards Wang Ming's face. Wang Ming was momentarily stunned, and the next instant, a profound sense of impending doom surged through him, prompting an urgent cry, "I concede." In a flash, the figures of Lu Yin and the Wang clan cultivator vanished from the stands, only to reappear on the arena simultaneously. In the next moment, a water shield materialized beneath Su Mu's jade knife, and with a resounding crack, the knife shattered the shield effortlessly. The jade knife then descended again, only to meet a verdant wooden wall, embedding itself a fraction of an inch before halting. Within the grand hall, silence enveloped the audience as if a pin could be heard dropping. After a prolonged silence, astonished gasps erupted from the crowd. Su Mu stared at the scene before him in shock, realizing that both his master and the Wang clan cultivator had intervened simultaneously to halt his strike. The water shield he had just pierced was a defensive spell employed by the Wang cultivator, while the wooden wall that had ultimately stopped the jade knife was an illusion created by Lu Yin using a spiritual artifact. Exhaling deeply, Su Mu withdrew the jade knife from the wooden wall. The Wang cultivator chuckled, "Brother Lu, your disciple is quite the hidden gem, possessing such a formidable treasure while revealing no hints whatsoever." Lu Yin, hearing this, offered a wry smile and replied, "Brother Wang, you are mistaken. I only just learned of the jade knife's remarkable power." "Oh." The Wang cultivator looked at Lu Yin with surprise and then turned to Su Mu, nodding in approval. "Young man, it seems you have triumphed this time." Su Mu was momentarily taken aback and replied to Wang Ming, "Thank you for your understanding." Wang Ming, now pale, managed a reluctant smile and said, "Su Mu, what treasure is this jade knife? How could it possibly break my father's water spirit shield?" Su Mu smiled sheepishly. "I am uncertain. This jade knife was given to me by an old acquaintance, and this is my first time using it." Lu Yin shook his head, saying, "Su Mu, if I am not mistaken, this jade knife is likely crafted in imitation of a treasure for body cultivators." Upon hearing this, Su Mu remained unresponsive. But the Wang cultivator gasped, "What? A treasure for body cultivators? Lu, old ghost, are you certain? Does the Zhao nation still have body cultivators?" Nearby, old Zhao had been attentively observing the happenings on the arena and, hearing the Wang cultivator's exclamation, chuckled, "Friend Wang, you are mistaken. While the Zhao nation may not have body cultivators now, we certainly had them in the past." The woman in white chimed in, "Indeed, young friend Su Mu. This jade knife is clearly not of this era. It is likely a relic passed down from a certain faction." As the group engaged in casual conversation, it appeared that aside from these foundation establishment cultivators and a few chi refinement practitioners, no one truly understood what the so-called treasure for body cultivators entailed. Qin Feng, sensing the atmosphere grow awkward, interjected, "Hee, if you esteemed friends wish to discuss body cultivation, perhaps it would be best to do so later." Lu Yin smiled in agreement. "Indeed, let us not overshadow the main event. I invite Master Qin to provide his commentary." Qin Feng, with an air of resignation, chuckled, "Providing commentary is no issue. But Lu, may I inquire what treasure your disciple's spiritual ring truly is? I regret my lack of insight in discerning its intricacies." Upon hearing that the Lord of Kaiyang Fortress could not discern the mystery of Su Mu's spiritual ring, the crowd gasped and leaned in to listen. Lu Yin, sensing the interest, smiled with satisfaction before his expression turned slightly melancholic as he began, "In truth, this spiritual ring was not of my design. It was my master, Yun Li, who originally conceived it." As he recounted the origin of the five-element spiritual ring, he deliberately omitted any personal grievances. The revelation that the spiritual ring could only be wielded by a cultivator with a five-element root dimmed the expressions of those present. A cultivator with a five-element root could never establish a foundation. Thus, no matter how miraculous the five-element spiritual ring, its potential could not surpass that of a magical artifact. For the majority of cultivators present, the chi refinement stage was merely a transitional phase, with nearly everyone aiming for foundation establishment or beyond. However, achieving foundation establishment was no simple feat. Otherwise, chi refinement practitioners would not constitute the overwhelming majority of every sect. Upon learning of the five elements spiritual ring's intricacies, the Wang cultivator and others immediately praised it as the most formidable magical artifact among this year's chi refinement disciples. However, they refrained from commenting on its potential, clearly sharing the same sentiments as the rest. Lu Yin, discerning their thoughts, smiled gently and remarked, "Do you all truly believe that the five elements spiritual ring is merely this? What else could it be?" Old Zhao replied grumpily, Do you truly intend to assist your disciple in achieving foundation establishment? Are the spiritual stones of Tai Ling Mountain so abundant? Su Mu was aware of his own limitations. Upon hearing old Zhao's remark, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Lu Yin shot old Zhao a glare and retorted, "What do you know? As the saying goes, there are myriad paths leading to the same destination. If I can forge the 5 elements spiritual ring, does that not imply I can glean insights into other matters?" Old Zhao was momentarily taken aback, then realized Lu Yan's words might not merely be idle threats. The path of artifact refinement knows no fixed patterns. The materials and crafting techniques employed only influence certain aspects of the treasure. To enhance the potency of a treasure, it is paramount to infuse it with a trace of the Tao's power. Just as the sword of mist and rain embodies the principle of transformation into myriad forms, the celestial veil encompasses the principle of the universe within a grain of sand. The 5 elements spirit binding ring is capable of producing effects akin to instantaneous teleportation and can immobilize practitioners of the same rank, relying on the Tao's power contained within. If one could decipher this trace of power and incorporate it into the crafting of advanced magical artifacts, the treasure's might would undoubtedly multiply several-fold. Upon this realization, the Wang Sect cultivator could no longer remain composed and eagerly inquired, "Has Taoist Lu already made some progress?" Lu Yin snorted, casting a smug glance at the old man Zhao, and replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, to substantiate this, who among you wishes to try my flying sword?" "I shall," chuckled the Wang cultivator. The assembly was momentarily taken aback at the prospect of a confrontation between Golden Core practitioners, but soon erupted with excitement. For such an opportunity was exceedingly rare. With a flash of crimson light from Lu Yan's hand, a fiery red flying sword materialized. Meanwhile, the Wang cultivator summoned forth a wall of water, shimmering in shades of blue and black. Lu Yin bellowed, and the flying sword vanished from sight, only to reappear before the Wang cultivator, who was instantly taken aback in shock. Observing this, Lu Yin summoned the sword back to him, merging it seamlessly into his being. In the blink of an eye, the two had concluded their exchange. The Wang cultivator, with an expression of astonishment, remarked, "I did not anticipate such a teleportation-like divine ability. Could this be the Tao that Taoist Lu has comprehended? Indeed, as for the 5 elements spirit-binding Tao, it remains too profound for me to grasp at present." Lu Yin acknowledged with a nod. The woman in white interjected with a smile, "With merely this teleportation technique, your divine abilities surpass those of our peers. Should you further comprehend the 5 elements binding Tao, you may very well be on the path to forming your nascent soul." Chapter 56. Secrets of Body Cultivation. Lu Yin was momentarily taken aback by her words, then awkwardly smiled. "Madam Bai, you flatter me. The formation of the nascent soul is determined by fate. I dare not boast." Qin Feng, observing the exchange, chuckled. "It is truly exhilarating for our fellow cultivators to gain such insights at my Kaiyang Fortress's Spirit Trial Conference. However, I wonder if the subsequent contests for the Qi refinement disciples will still take place? Indeed, since everyone has acknowledged that Su Mu's 5 elements spirit binding ring is the pinnacle of this session, the necessity of continuing the contests is debatable. Even the most remarkable artifact would likely pale in comparison and not affect its standing," Lu Yin remarked. "Moreover, the Spirit Trial Conference is merely a platform for exchange, not a formal arena." Lu Yin continued with a smile. "Fortress Master Qin, you jest. The upcoming contests will proceed as planned. If there exists a phenomenon more profound than the 5 elements spirit binding ring, the victor should rightfully concede." Old Zhao cast Lu Yin a disapproving look, as if to say, "You old rascal, taking advantage and feigning modesty." Nevertheless, since Lu Yin had spoken, the contests would naturally continue. Su Mu found it curious that throughout the proceedings, no one mentioned his wondrous jade blade. Without it, he could not have breached Wang Ming's armor, and they would have merely reached a stalemate. It dawned on Su Mu that this silence was likely related to the aforementioned body cultivation, prompting him to ponder deeply. However, despite having perused numerous texts, he found no records concerning body cultivation, and after much contemplation, he remained at a loss. Lu Yin seemed to notice Su Mu's confusion and chuckled. "Enough, do not overthink it. I shall explain today's events upon our return." Hearing his master's words, Su Mu felt his thoughts settle. After all, he would not need to compete anymore. So he simply grasped the spirit stone in his hand to gradually restore his spiritual energy while observing the contests on the stage. The remaining disciples brought by the Foundation Establishment cultivators, though aware that they had no chance of claiming the top spot, did not exhibit any disappointment, as they were not there solely for that purpose. During the contests, they exerted themselves with great vigor. After all, this was an opportunity for with their peers. where all could gain considerable insights into artifact crafting from Qin Feng's critiques, especially for the smaller sects in the mountains and forests, whose strengths could never allow them to purchase spiritual instruments or magical artifacts externally. The cost of nurturing an artifact master was prohibitively high. Thus, the once every 5 years Spirit Trial Conference had become a veritable academy for these small sects artifact crafters. When Sumu realized this, he was taken aback. But judging by the expressions of his master and others, it seemed they were already well aware. Apart from a few particularly unique crafting methods, they were quite willing to share various crafting techniques and insights. It was, in fact, quite remarkable that the larger sects could exhibit such generosity. From the critiques, it was evident that Fortress Master Qin possessed exceptional expertise in artifact crafting. Apart from a few special artifacts, the principles behind most were readily apparent. Hence, it was no wonder that the Spirit Trial Conference was held at Kaiyang Fortress. Before long, the contest for the Qi Refinement Disciples concluded, and as anticipated, the 5 elements Spirit Binding Ring, devised collaboratively by Yun Li and Lu Yin, claimed the title of the finest artifact of this session. The name of Master Yun Li of Ling Mountain became widely recognized, a result Lu Yin undoubtedly desired to see. As for the artifact contest for the Foundation Establishment Disciples, it would commence the following day, marking the climax of the Spirit Trial Conference, with many Foundation Establishment cultivators eager to participate. Shortly thereafter, Sumu followed Lu Yin back to the loft where they resided. Throughout the journey, Lu Yin wore a radiant expression, clearly pleased with Sumu's performance. Upon entering the hall, Lu Yin smiled and said, "Sumu, you have fulfilled a significant wish of mine. Feel free to express any requests." Sumu replied respectfully, "Without the teachings of my master, there would be no present-day Sumu. I have already received much from you, master, and dare not make further demands." This statement was genuinely heartfelt, though he recognized that after participating in the Spirit Trial Conference, he would lose much of his value to Lu Yin and would merely become a Qi refinement disciple of limited aptitude. Henceforth, the resources for his cultivation would likely be diminished, and with his qualifications, achieving foundation establishment would be exceedingly challenging. Even so, he had no intention of requesting anything from Lu Yin. Lu Yin, well aware of this, was momentarily taken aback by Su Mu's lack of requests, then sighed. "Su Mu, your filial piety is commendable and deeply moves me." Su Mu replied respectfully, "The disciple is merely adhering to his duties." "Ah, such adherence to duty. Rest assured, from now on, whatever cultivation method you choose, I shall no longer interfere. With your diligence, achieving foundation establishment in this lifetime is not entirely out of reach." Lu Yin spoke slowly. Sumu nodded. "Thank you, master. However, I still have one question. What exactly is the treasure of body cultivation?" Lu Yin smiled knowingly. "I anticipated you would ask that, so let me enlighten you. In ancient times, the realm of cultivation encompassed not only Qi refinement, but also body refinement methods. Practitioners of Qi refinement are called. Those who refine their bodies are known as. Qi refiners draw energy into their bodies, transforming it into magical power and abilities, predominantly employing spiritual artifacts for combat. Body refiners, on the other hand, convert energy into essence, fortifying themselves with unmatched strength, focusing solely on their own power. Certainly, it is not to suggest that physical cultivators entirely eschew weaponry. Although they lack the ability to project spiritual energy to harm foes or wield flying swords and other magical artifacts, they are capable of utilizing a unique category of weaponry, collectively referred to as treasures of physical cultivation. These treasures cannot be operated through spiritual energy. Rather, they require the infusion of the cultivator's own physical strength and vitality. For the truly powerful, these can rival standard magical artifacts, with a select few surpassing them. The jade knife in Su Mu's possession is a replica of such a treasure, or perhaps a lower-tier variant thereof. It is worth noting that the internal martial arts practiced within the secular martial world are more closely derived from the techniques of physical cultivation than from the Taoist methods of breath control and energy manipulation. Thus, while internal energy can temporarily activate some of the jade knife's powers, it cannot fully unleash its potential. To truly wield the jade knife, one must genuinely become a physical cultivator. Otherwise, success is utterly unattainable. Lu Yin remarked with a sudden smile, "Given your 5-element root talent, if you wish to attain enlightenment, it would indeed be prudent to cultivate the path of physical cultivation. Alas, our Zhao kingdom has lost its lineage of physical cultivation, or else I would undoubtedly assist you." Sumu was taken aback by this revelation and inquired, "Why is that? Does physical cultivation not require superior aptitude?" "Not at all." Lu Yin chuckled. Physical cultivation similarly necessitates the internalization of spiritual energy, transforming it into vital essence. The quality of one's spiritual roots significantly influences the practitioner. However, physical cultivators can enhance their abilities through the use of numerous external resources, and in the initial stages, they can refine their bodies through rigorous training, thus lowering the entry barrier. External resources? Sumu questioned with curiosity. Indeed, Luyan nodded. The decline of physical cultivation is intrinsically linked to this. Since the ancient times, the spiritual energy of the world has diminished significantly, resulting in the disappearance of many rare treasures. Consequently, the path of physical cultivation has gradually fallen into neglect. As it stands, there is not a single physical cultivator to be found in the Zhao kingdom. As Lu Yin spoke, a hint of melancholy crossed his features. The pursuit of cultivation is inherently an act of defiance against the heavens. Both magical and physical cultivators share this struggle. The extinction of physical cultivation evokes a sense of sorrow in him, as a practitioner of the magical arts. Sumu, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of desire arise within him. With the mysterious porcelain plate in his possession, he already received double the resources for cultivation. Perhaps if he ventured into physical cultivation, he might achieve something noteworthy? Noticing the yearning expression on Sumu's face, Lu Yin chuckled. Do you know that even in ancient times, physical cultivators were far fewer than their magical counterparts? Although the requirements for aptitude in physical cultivation are not as stringent, the suffering endured during practice far exceeds that of magical cultivation. It is not simply a matter of meditative training. I have even read in ancient texts of physical cultivators who summoned the power of heavenly lightning to refine their bodies, with a single misstep leading to their obliteration. Upon hearing this, Sumu, who had just ignited a spark of aspiration, was doused with cold water. Lu Yin, observing his shift in demeanor, laughed. Enough. You rascal. Even if you wish to cultivate, I have no means to provide you with the methods of physical cultivation. Why the long face? Focus on honing your breath control techniques instead. Sumu was momentarily stunned before awkwardly smiling. Indeed, even with the mysterious porcelain plate, he lacked the means for physical cultivation. He had reviewed the techniques given to him by Li Yanma, which were merely advanced martial arts methods, not those of physical cultivation. Otherwise, Lu Yin would have surely recognized the difference during their last encounter. Sumu speculated that perhaps a certain skilled individual from the martial world had fortuitously acquired the jade knife and discovered that internal energy could be hastily activated, leading to the transmission of the jade knife and internal martial arts techniques. Departing from his master's grand hall, Sumu swiftly returned to his quarters. After replenishing his spiritual energy, he began practicing the withered wood revives and spring technique, a wood-based cultivation method he had been practicing the longest and had achieved the highest proficiency. At present, he no longer needed to harmonize with the 5 elements, and thus aimed to maximize his overall cultivation level. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the following day. Sumu rose early to accompany Lu Yin to the grand hall's exterior, where he observed that the arena had been set up. It made sense. The competition of spiritual artifacts would far exceed the capabilities of magical artifacts. If the contest were held within the grand hall, a single miscalculated blow could result in its destruction, leaving Kaiyang Fortress with nowhere to lament. As the spirit testing conference commenced, 2 Foundation establishment stage cultivators ascended the arena. One was by Yiming from the Tsangshui sect of Zhao Kingdom, wielding a azure flying sword that emitted the sound of crashing waves, known as the Tsanglong sword. The other was Liang Chao from the Liang family, a lineage of cultivators, who astonishingly wielded a brush that appeared to be an ordinary item from the secular realm, yet exhibited extraordinary power. It could inscribe characters in the air, leaving traces of ink behind. When Liang Chao inscribed the character for harm, it would immediately launch forth to injure his opponent. Conversely, inscribing heal would manifest as a blue light to mend his own injuries. Ultimately, Liang Chao inscribed the characters for death and swift, merging them into a colossal script that surged forward at an astonishing speed, striking Bai Yiming midair. Bai Yiming was hit by the 2 black characters and plummeted to the ground, his fate uncertain. As the Tsangshui sect's disciples gasped in shock, Bai Yiming rose from the ground, his face pale as if he had just returned from the brink of death. I concede, he shouted, leaping from the arena, visibly shaken. The subsequent matches were equally thrilling, and since they involved spiritual artifacts rather than cultivation levels, the cultivators endeavored to unleash the full potential of their artifacts, leaving Sumu in awe. Remarkably, the contest among the Foundation establishment cultivators concluded with a female disciple from the white-robed woman's sect claiming the top prize, wielding a light azure silk scarf. The moment she unfurled the scarf over her opponents, they would stand entranced, gazing vacantly ahead. Once the scarf was withdrawn, a gleaming flying sword would appear at their throats. Not a single male cultivator escaped defeat at the hands of this silk scarf. However, when this female cultivator faced another female practitioner, she encountered considerable difficulty, as the scarf's enchanting effect seemed to wane, failing to fully bewitch her opponent, who ultimately triumphed with her flying sword. Though she faced defeat, the previous victories over the 10 male cultivators earned her the title of champion. It was only during the announcement that Su Mu learned the silk scarf was named Drunken Life, Dreaming Death, which was quite baffling. As for what the male cultivators experienced while under the scarf's enchantment, that remained a mystery, as no one inquired, and they were reluctant to divulge details. After the female cultivator bested the disciple of the white-robed woman, her expression was one of deep embarrassment and anger, casting a contemptuous glance at the male cultivators that stirred the imagination. When Qin Feng commented on the event, he awkwardly cleared his throat, stating, "Fairy Bai? This spiritual artifact is indeed quite innovative. What? Do you, my friend, wish to experience the effects of my drunken life, dreaming death?" The white-robed woman asked with a charming smile, even casting a flirtatious glance at Qin Feng. Upon witnessing this, Qin Feng shivered, seemingly startled, and hastily waved his hand to return to his seat, falling silent. The day's competition swiftly concluded, yet the true highlight of the spirit testing conference was only just beginning. While the disciples' matches had ended, the exchange among the masters was about to commence. The path of artifact forging, while fundamentally rooted in one's cultivation, is not of paramount importance. Even a mere foundation establishment stage artifact forger may possess remarkable and astonishing ideas that could leave even the likes of Lu Yen in awe. In fact, the golden core stage cultivators, excluding Lu Yen, are far more intrigued by the discussions that follow the competition. Consequently, following the contest, this year's spirit trial will extend for over a month, allowing Lu Yen and others to share their insights on artifact forging. This also presents an excellent opportunity for novice forgers to seek guidance from Lu Yen and his companions. However, the discourse among these cultivators regarding artifact forging did not include Su Mu. Over the years, although he had learned a considerable amount about forging from Lu Yen, he had never actually engaged in the practice himself, let alone participated in discussions. The day after the competition, Lu Yen instructed Su Mu to leave Kaiyang Fortress and return to Tai Ling's Mountain, while he himself would remain at the fortress for a full month. Lu Yen did not hinder Su Mu from possibly visiting home along the way. Early the next morning, Lu Yen went to the hall from the previous day. Just as Su Mu was preparing to depart, he heard a knock on the door. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find Wang Ming had come to see him. "Are you looking for my master?" Su Mu asked, slightly taken aback. "Unfortunately, he just left." Wang Ming waved his hand dismissively. "Su Xiong, I did not come to seek your master, but rather to find you." "Find me?" Su Mu echoed, astonished. "Indeed," Wang Ming replied with a smile. "I noticed that you appear somewhat unfamiliar with the path of artifact forging. Otherwise, why would you not participate in the conference?" Su Mu nodded with resignation. "Indeed, you are aware of my spiritual root aptitude, Wang Xiong. My time for cultivation is already quite limited, and thus I have not had the opportunity to learn the art of forging from my master." Wang Ming chuckled lightly. "Do not fret, Su Xiong. My father often tells me that spiritual root aptitude is predetermined by fate. If one wishes to achieve enlightenment, great perseverance is required." After exchanging pleasantries, Su Mu learned that Wang Ming had come to invite him to Tai Ling's Mountain together. This was a prior arrangement between Lu Yen and Wang Ming's father, and he had brought a transmission talisman from his master as proof. Wang Ming had also not learned the forging methods from his father and focused solely on enhancing his cultivation, as it was said that Wang Ming's father felt he lacked the insight of his sister. Thus, he had decided to seek out Su Mu. And since they were both idling, why not return to Tai Ling's Mountain together and foster their friendship? They did not discuss the purpose of Wang Ming and his father's visit to Tai Ling's Mountain, and Su Mu did not pry. However, Lu Yen had not mentioned this matter before leaving, likely deciding to do so only after meeting Wang Ming's father. Su Mu felt no objection to returning to Tai Ling's Mountain alongside Wang Ming. Having a companion on the journey was certainly a boon. Following their conversation, the two became more familiar with each other. Su Mu was astounded to discover that Wang Ming had already attained the 12th level of qi refinement, while Wang Ming was equally surprised to learn that Su Mu was only at the 4th level. "Su Xiong, if your cultivation were a bit higher and you utilized your 5 elements binding spirit ring, you would likely be the foremost cultivator in the qi refinement stage," Wang Ming praised earnestly. Su Mu shook his head modestly. "You flatter me, Wang Xiong. I suspect that within 2 years, you will reach foundation establishment, while I may remain in the qi refinement stage for a lifetime. Perhaps, who knows? Foundation establishment is no simple feat, Wang Ming shrugged with a smile. At this, Su Mu was momentarily taken aback. Given Wang Ming's aptitude and background, achieving foundation establishment should be quite straightforward. Why did it seem challenging for him? Previously, Su Mu had not been particularly concerned about foundation establishment due to his aptitude issues, so he only knew it was difficult, but not why. However, he refrained from asking such common knowledge questions, lest he tarnish the reputation of Tai Ling Mountain. After their conversation, they departed from Kaiyang Fortress and made their way to Jingzhou. As they flew along, Su Mu thought they would continue on without pause, but Wang Ming remarked, Su Xiong, do you remember that our first encounter was right here in Jingzhou? Su Mu nodded in confusion, unsure of why Wang Ming brought this up. Wang Ming continued, although my cultivation is somewhat higher, I have yet to satisfy this lingering craving. The beef jerky from that inn is exquisite. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. If you do not mind, would you accompany me to savor it? Su Mu found Wang Ming's fondness for that inn's beef jerky amusing. No wonder he had been seen there with his sister before. After all, Su Mu had noticed a lack of cultivators in the mundane world during his travels. With this in mind, he chuckled and said, I happen to be hungry as well, so let us go together and try that beef jerky you have been dreaming about. To avoid disturbing the common folk, they descended outside the city, stowed their magical artifacts, and entered the city. Soon, they arrived at the same inn as before. Throughout the journey, Su Mu had been looking around, seemingly searching for something, but ultimately found nothing. In truth, he hoped to see if Li Yinma was still nearby. Before long, they reached the inn's entrance, where the innkeeper warmly welcomed them inside. Wang Ming adeptly ordered a jug of millet wine and 3 pounds of beef jerky, then led Su Mu to a window-side table. The dishes arrived swiftly, and as they indulged in food and drink, their conversation occasionally turned towards cultivation matters, proving quite beneficial for Su Mu, who regarded Wang Ming as a senior. After a while, feeling satisfied, they decided to leave. Upon reaching the city gate, Su Mu noticed a crowd gathered around the archway, peering at something, prompting him to turn and look. Upon doing so, Wang Ming was taken aback, for there, affixed to the archway, was a wanted poster featuring Su Mu and Li Yinma. Wang Ming, noticing Su Mu's sudden halt, curiously turned to ask, Su Xiong? Then, following Su Mu's gaze to the wanted poster, he was momentarily stunned. Su Xiong is on the wanted list? What is the reason for this? He inquired, puzzled. Su Mu could only smile wryly. I do not know. This is only my second visit to Jingzhou. Wang Ming chuckled lightly. No worries. I shall take you to the government office to have this wanted notice rescinded. In the territory of my Shenwei sect, I will not allow you to be humiliated. Indeed, Suzhou was within the jurisdiction of the Shenwei sect, just as Jingzhou was dominated by Tai Ling Mountain. The Zhao royal family could maintain its lineage thanks to the support of such sects, and the local officials were exceedingly respectful towards cultivators. Such wanted notices were typically posted by local officials unaware of Su Mu's true identity. Regardless of whether the local officials were informed, Wang Ming, as a disciple of the Shenwei sect, could not stand idly by while Su Mu faced the indignity of being pursued by the secular authorities. That would be a grave affront to Tai Ling Mountain. Regardless of Su Mu's alleged misdeeds, they were beyond the jurisdiction of the mundane government, as is the way of cultivators. Before long, Wang Ming led Su Mu to the city lord's residence in Jingzhou, barging in without a moment's hesitation. The guards were taken aback when they noticed an intruder daring to breach the lord's mansion, swiftly arming themselves in preparation for confrontation. However, in the next moment, they beheld a crimson fireball coalescing in Wang Ming's hand, causing their resolve to wane. A somewhat portly middle-aged scholar hurriedly emerged from the courtyard, hastily adjusting his hat as he called out to Wang Ming, I was unaware of the esteemed immortal's arrival. I beg your forgiveness for my failure to offer a proper welcome. Wang Ming, upon hearing this, snorted disdainfully and tossed a token from his robe, stating coolly, Do you recognize this item? It was, in fact, a divine might token. The middle-aged scholar glanced at the token and was instantly startled, nearly collapsing to the ground. The divine might token served as an identity credential for disciples of the divine might sect when traversing the outside world, and the officials of Zhao Kingdom on the sect's turf certainly recognized it. In their understanding, offending a royal family member was trivial compared to incurring the wrath of a cultivator holding a divine might token. Mortal lives might be spared through reason, but cultivators slaughtering the common folk never required justification. That is sufficient, Wang Ming remarked, summoning the token back into his possession and stowing it away in his storage bag. The middle-aged scholar, with a forced smile, replied, I certainly recognize this divine might token. How may I assist the esteemed immortal? Wang Ming inquired nonchalantly, Pray tell. Do you know my brother here? He gestured toward Su Mu. The scholar scrutinized Su Mu, noting the small bag hanging from his waist, and promptly deduced that he too was a cultivator. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Su Mu appeared vaguely familiar to him. He seems somewhat familiar, but I cannot quite place him, the scholar lamented. Humph, what nonsense. How could he not be familiar? The wanted posters plastered throughout your city are for capturing my brother, Wang Ming exclaimed angrily. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged scholar finally recollected and hastily knelt, exclaiming, Immortal Master, please see reason. I was compelled by circumstance. Oh, what do you mean by that? Wang Ming asked, puzzled. The scholar trembled as he responded, I know not. Only that the individual is also an immortal. He arrived at my lord's mansion yesterday, demanding that I assist in posting the wanted notice. Had I known this esteemed immortal was your companion, I would never have dared to act so recklessly. Wang Ming stroked his chin, adopting a non-committal demeanor. Su Mu, observing the exchange, suggested, let it be, Brother Wang. I believe he speaks the truth. Wang Ming frowned. Then it follows that you, Brother Su, have provoked a certain cultivator? Su Mu was taken aback, recalling the deceased blood spirit, 3 evils, the only cultivators he had offended. Yet all 3 were already dead. How could news of him have leaked? Was it possible that someone had learned of his mysterious porcelain plate? This thought startled Su Mu, prompting him to dismiss it, for he had never revealed his porcelain plate to outsiders. Noticing Su Mu's bewildered expression, Wang Ming chuckled. Never mind, Brother Su, there's no need for concern. We shall gather information at the market in Jincheng shortly. Oh, one can gather information at the market? Su Mu inquired with curiosity. Certainly. Although the market near Jincheng is small, it is a melting pot of all sorts of cultivators. With a keen eye, one can uncover numerous tidbits of information. Wang Ming replied with a smile. Before long, Su Mu and Wang Ming, under the respectful guidance of the middle-aged scholar, departed the Lord's mansion and made their way to the market outside the city. Upon arriving, Su Mu understood why Wang Ming was so familiar with this marketplace. The Divine Might Sect had its own shop there. Wang Ming had previously visited this shop and found its materials to be of good quality, albeit at a slightly higher price than elsewhere. He had wondered why the prices were elevated despite a steady stream of customers. It was likely because of the Divine Might Sect's reputation. After all, goods purchased from a shop affiliated with a significant sect offered a guarantee of quality. However, neither of them noticed that as soon as they entered the marketplace, they were being watched by 2 ordinary-looking men lurking in a corner. After wandering through the market, they found themselves at a loss, having heard no reports of any unusual occurrences. Su Mu even inquired about news concerning demonic cultivators, but learned that none had been sighted in the vicinity. Although Wang Ming was curious about how Su Mu had attracted the attention of demonic cultivators, he refrained from pressing for details when Su Mu remained tight-lipped. That evening, Su Mu and Wang Ming took up residence in the back courtyard of the Divine Might Sect shop. Su Mu retrieved 3 blood beads he had acquired earlier, feeling a sense of foreboding that the hidden cultivator searching for him was likely after these items. What exactly were they? Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He produced the porcelain plate and placed the blood beads atop it, gently channeling his spiritual energy into the plate. After a brief moment, when Su Mu opened his eyes again, he found that the blood beads had multiplied into 6. He examined the 6 beads in his hands for a while, but could discern no peculiarities. Furthermore, based on the porcelain plate's function, he had been able to replicate 3 blood beads with his chi refining cultivation, indicating that these items were not of high rank. With a sigh of resignation, Su Mu placed the beads into 2 separate boxes before storing them in his storage bag. This habit of keeping original and replicated items apart had emerged after he discovered the porcelain plate's remarkable utility, allowing him to distinguish between the genuine and the copy. Gazing at the porcelain plate in his hand, Su Mu felt a spark of realization. Soon after, he found himself at Wang Ming's door, gently rapping on it. Upon recognizing Su Mu's presence, Wang Ming eagerly invited him in. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Mu suddenly proposed borrowing Wang Ming's spiritual armor for a night of contemplation, offering to lend his 5 elements spiritual ring in return. Wang Ming paused, bewildered by the request. Brother Su, do you intend to pursue the path of artifact refinement? Su Mu chuckled. What? Are you afraid I might uncover the secrets of this armor and share them with my master? Wang Ming laughed. Should you possess such talent, I would indeed be enlightened. The exchange is acceptable, but I prefer your white jade blade over the ring. Are you intrigued by the legendary body cultivators? Su Mu asked, surprised, looking at Wang Ming. Of course. However, I have heard that body cultivators have long since become extinct, and treasures associated with them are exceedingly rare. I've always wanted to see one. Wang Ming replied with enthusiasm. Before long, Su Mu agreed to Wang Ming's request and took the gleaming battle armor to his quarters, leaving his jade blade in Wang Ming's possession. Neither seemed concerned that the other might abscond with the treasures. Once back in his room, Wang Ming immediately sat cross-legged to replenish the spiritual energy expended in replicating the blood beads. Perhaps due to the low grade of the blood beads, his energy was restored quickly. Subsequently, Su Mu produced the porcelain plate and placed the spiritual armor upon it. Fortunately, this armor, despite its formidable power, still fell within the category of magical artifacts. Thus, Su Mu's porcelain plate could indeed replicate it. Time swiftly passed, and morning arrived. Wang Ming gazed contentedly at the two gleaming spiritual armors before him, and, reaching out, he stored one of them away. Just then, Su Mu unexpectedly pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the other piece of armor. In the next moment, a soft chime resonated as a crimson light erupted from the armor, rushing towards Su Mu. Soon, he felt something new within his body. Evidently, the armor had melded with his flesh and blood. Indeed, the precious nature of this integrated spiritual armor lay in its ability to be absorbed into the body like a spiritual artifact, manifesting on its own when under attack. Even without infusing spiritual energy, it still possessed considerable defensive power due to its inherent material. Before long, Su Mu found himself in Wang Ming's room, returning the armor. Noticing the bloodshot eyes and dark circles under Su Mu's gaze, Wang Ming paused and asked, "How did your insights fare last night, Su?" Su Mu replied mysteriously, "To be honest, I believe I can forge another integrated spiritual armor. Do you believe me, Brother Wang?" Taken aback at first, Wang Ming soon burst into laughter. "If you truly can, then Tai Ling Mountain has found a treasure." Clearly, he did not believe Su Mu's words. Suspecting that Su Mu returned the armor so early due to his inability to comprehend its profound intricacies. By noon, Su Mu had fully restored the spiritual energy he expended the previous night. He had nearly depleted all his energy in the successful creation of the armor. Meanwhile, Wang Ming had spent the morning in vain, unable to discover who sought to harm Su Mu, and decided to temporarily abandon the effort. However, based on his deductions, since those troubling Su Mu were employing mortals, their cultivation levels were likely lacking, certainly not of the foundation establishment stage. With the combination of Wang Ming and Su Mu, as long as they did not encounter any foundation establishment cultivators, they were practically invincible and had no reason to fear their adversaries. Having confirmed this, the two promptly decided to set out again. As long as they remained cautious on the road and avoided being ambushed, everything would be peaceful upon their arrival at Tai Ling Mountain. Resolute, they enjoyed lunch at a shop of the Divine Might Sect before departing once more. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the entrance of the marketplace, where Su Mu spotted a young man resembling a mortal who had previously guided him during his last visit. Upon noticing Su Mu's gaze, the young man's expression suddenly changed. Su Mu smiled and nodded at him. Recalling that his previous purchase of alchemical materials was intended for an experiment he had yet to conduct. Upon returning to Tai Ling Mountain, it would be time to implement his ideas. With the porcelain plate, his foundation establishment was not entirely hopeless. Lost in thought, he was abruptly alerted by a shout, "Watch out, immortal master." Su Mu snapped back to reality as the young man rushed toward him, causing him to freeze in place. "Brother Su, do you know this person?" Wang Ming inquired curiously. Just as he posed the question, 5 figures clad in black burst forth from the marketplace exit. One of them shouted, "Dare to disrupt our grand plans? Boy, you are courting death." With that, a flash of red light appeared in his hand, revealing a blood-colored curved blade that swiftly pierced the young man's neck. The young man, propelled by inertia, stumbled forward a few steps before crashing to the ground, his face stained with blood and terror. Witnessing this scene, Su Mu felt a surge of anger and fear. In that instant, he grasped many things and urgently warned Wang Ming, "Brother Wang, be careful." Wang Ming had already summoned a flying knife-like artifact, spinning beside him. Upon hearing Su Mu's warning, he realized the newcomers were foes, and, with a flash of light, he sent the flying knife directly into the fray. Su Mu would not remain idle. With a flicker of spiritual light, his golden thread sword shot forth towards the assailant. In the next instant, a clashing sound echoed as both Su Mu's sword and Wang Ming's knife returned to them, thwarted. This is the 8 profound radiance mirror of our blood spirit sect. With your chi refinement stage cultivation, do not harbor delusions of breaking through," sneered the leading black-clad man. Su Mu and Wang Ming exchanged glances, both realizing their shared conclusion: escape. From their earlier confrontation, they understood that these 5 individuals were at least chi refinement level 10 cultivators, and their artifacts were no weaker than their own. The odds of victory in this encounter were nearly non-existent. With this thought, they soared into the air, instinctively darting in different directions. However, in the next moment, the leading man coldly scoffed, Humph, trying to escape? Too late. With a swift motion of his right hand, the scenery before Su Mu and Wang Ming abruptly transformed. The once peaceful marketplace morphed into a hellish battlefield, surrounded by a chilling aura. Numerous blood-red specters swirled through the air, charging towards the two. As they prepared to defend back-to-back, one of the approaching phantoms suddenly exploded, releasing a cloud of pink mist that rapidly enveloped the surrounding air. Not good. It's toxic. Wang Ming, with his higher cultivation, was the first to sense something amiss. He quickly held his breath and cautioned Su Mu. Su Mu attempted to do the same, but it was too late. Both had inhaled a significant amount of the explosive pink mist. Their consciousness quickly blurred, and they wavered before collapsing to the ground. Chapter 61. The mysterious formation. When Su Mu finally regained consciousness, he was unsure how much time had passed. As he opened his eyes, he realized he was in a cavernous space. The ceiling was cut with precision from stone, and the cold sensation beneath him was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary cave. Were it not for the eerie spiritual light flickering in every corner, he might have thought he was awakening from a long dream, merely in the cave of Chihua Peak. Though his consciousness had returned, Su Mu found his body unresponsive, lying on the ground unable to move. He attempted to circulate his spiritual energy and was astonished to discover that his wood attribute energy had completely dissipated, leaving only 4 wisps of spiritual light hovering above his energy sea. Though these 4 energies remained, they were shrouded by a layer of dim blood light, severing their connection to his mind and rendering them inert. Meanwhile, the inner energy cultivated through his innate skills was unaffected by the blood light and remained perceptible. What on earth was happening? Su Mu pondered, recalling the day he and Wang Ming left the marketplace, only to be ambushed by a group of black-clad individuals. Just as they were ensnared in an illusionary formation, a cloud of pink mist had enveloped them, leading to their loss of consciousness. Clearly, he had been taken to an unknown location by those black-clad figures. Once more attempting to communicate with the energy within him, Su Mu remained unsuccessful after a lengthy effort and shifted his focus to circulating his innate inner energy. Fortunately, the inner energy was not ensnared by the blood light, and he quickly established a connection, gradually guiding the inner energy through his meridians. At this moment, Su Mu was astonished to discover that his meridians were filled with a crimson light, as if he had plunged into a pool of blood, his entire being saturated with this otherworldly essence. The reason he was unable to move was entirely due to the binding force of this sanguine glow, which restricted every joint in his body. This blood light seemed utterly oblivious to the presence of his internal energy, exerting no influence on its flow. Yet, similarly, it was impossible for him to utilize his internal power to break free from the confinement of the blood light. Just as despair began to settle in, a faint sound of footsteps reached his ears. The owner of the sound was likely nimble of form, and perhaps even a woman. Moments later, a figure clad in a black, form-fitting outfit emerged before Su Mu, confirming his suspicion that it was indeed a woman. However, her furtive demeanor suggested she was not the master of this place. Upon noticing Su Mu gazing at her, she was momentarily startled, her mouth opening in a gasp. But she quickly stifled her voice, as if recalling something urgent. Then, a voice echoed in Su Mu's ear. "Junior brother Su, you have awakened?" Su Mu was taken aback, and upon focusing his gaze, he recognized that the figure had removed her mask, revealing herself to be Sister Xuanning from Tai Ling Peak. He wished to speak, but his body remained unresponsive, leaving him to stare at Xuanning, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Xuanning seemed to have anticipated Su Mu's condition. She approached and retrieved a pale blue pill from her robe, prying open Su Mu's mouth and inserting it within. When her fingers brushed against his lips, Su Mu felt a surge of distraction, but he swiftly regained composure, chastising himself for such thoughts. "What am I thinking? What time is it?" Su Mu silently scolded himself. Unbeknownst to Xuanning, had she been aware of his inner turmoil, she might have not only refrained from aiding him, but could have also struck him down with her sword. Once Su Mu swallowed the azure pill, he felt a wave of ethereal energy swiftly diffuse throughout his body. The instant this azure energy met the crimson light, the two forces clashed violently, erupting within Su Mu's being like water meeting fire. A jolt of pain surged through him, compelling him to gasp, but Xuanning swiftly covered his mouth once more. This time, Su Mu had no luxury for idle thoughts. The torment within him was excruciating. Had he not previously endured the agony of refining his cultivation, his meridians might have succumbed to the explosion of energy. Soon, the pain became numbing, and Su Mu exchanged a glance with Xuanning, who promptly withdrew her saliva-soaked hand. Embarrassed, he scratched his head, but clearly, this was not the moment for such concerns. Now able to move, Sumu immediately turned his attention toward the source of the crimson light nearby, spotting a pallid young man seated cross-legged on the ground, his face contorted in anguish. He appeared to be in deep meditation, his awareness of the outside world minimized. Otherwise, he would have detected the presence of Sumu and Xuanning long ago. Powerful waves of energy radiated from him, and 3 eerie blood-red, translucent orbs hovered in his palm. Upon closer inspection, Sumu realized these were the very blood orbs he had retrieved from the corpse of the blood spirits, 3 calamities leader. Hastily, he opened his storage pouch, confirming that only 3 blood orbs were missing, while everything else remained untouched, including the white jade plate. The other 3 orbs were stored separately, thus escaping his assailant's grasp. It seemed the young man had overlooked the other items in Sumu's pouch, only taking the 3 blood orbs, thus preserving the secrets of the remaining orbs and the plate. Seeing Sumu regain his mobility, Xuanning quickly guided him to a corner of the cave. They moved with utmost stealth, careful not to disturb the meditating young cultivator. From Xuanning's demeanor, it was evident that she was well acquainted with navigating this space, which piqued Sumu's curiosity. As he surveyed the cave, he was horrified to find numerous cultivators sprawled across the ground, including Wang Ming among them. Many of these individuals appeared to belong to various righteous sects, and he even spotted 2 inner disciples from Tai Ling Mountain. The positioning of these fallen figures was not entirely random. It seemed a vast formation was laid out on the ground, with each individual occupying a designated spot within the array. In the next moment, Sumu realized he had unwittingly become entangled in a colossal conspiracy. After a brief interval, Sumu followed Xuanning to a corner of the cave, yet even here, they remained within the grasp of the formation's control. Junior brother Su, your blood confinement should have been lifted by now, Xuanning inquired telepathically. Sumu paused, sensing the state of his energy reservoir, only to find that his wood attribute energy had been completely depleted. However, the sanguine glow of other attributes had dissipated, allowing his consciousness to reconnect with those energies. Yet, due to the clash of the azure and crimson lights, his numerous meridians bore significant damage, prompting his innate technique to commence auto-repair. Subtly, the remnants of energy were absorbed by this technique, leaving Sumu to wonder about the many wonders of this cultivation method. Nevertheless, for the moment, this was a fortunate turn of events, and he did not dwell on it too deeply. Nodding, Sumu replied, "Indeed. Sister, how did you come to be here? What has transpired within this cave?" Upon hearing this, Xuanning regarded Sumu with a thoughtful expression and began to relay the events that had unfolded. It turned out that although the demonic sects had lost their dominance in the Zhao kingdom, forcing them to retreat into deep mountains and forests, they had never ceased their activities. From time to time, these sects would stir up trouble, attacking minor sects under the banner of righteous factions or slaughtering small towns. However, Sumu had remained within the sect, largely ignorant of such matters. Being situated at the main peak of Tai Ling Mountain, where the sect leader resided, Xuanning was well informed about these developments. Thus, she had previously questioned Sumu about the importance of victories within their sect during the minor competition. To Xuanning, the struggle between righteousness and evil was of utmost significance to the fate of the world. In the past year, scouts from Tai Ling Mountain had discovered that the Blood Spirit sect had been particularly restless, frequently targeting isolated cultivators, and even beginning to sell items in secret markets. Initially, Tai Ling Mountain chose to turn a blind eye to these occurrences, as such events were too numerous for them to control. However, as reports of missing disciples increased, including 2 inner disciples from Tai Ling Mountain, the sect finally took notice. Following an investigation, it was confirmed that the Blood Spirit sect was behind these disappearances. While skirmishes between the disciples of righteous and demonic sects were commonplace, it was not a cause for undue concern for the sect. However, the Blood Spirit sect began to abduct disciples from various major sects, which aroused a sense of conspiracy in Tai Ling Mountain, prompting an immediate decision to send someone to investigate the matter. Upon learning of this, Xuanning volunteered for the arduous task and ultimately succeeded in persuading the sect leader. With her exceptional talent and beauty, Xuanning effortlessly infiltrated the Blood Spirit sect and became a disciple of an elder at the foundation establishment stage. Sumu, upon hearing this, could not help but be taken aback. The members of the Blood Spirit sect were not fools. If Xuanning wished to blend in, it was likely not as simple as she made it seem, and she must have endured considerable hardships. Contemplating this, Sumu gazed at Xuanning with a newfound admiration. Xuanning, however, remained oblivious to his gaze, continuing her narrative with poise. After some inquiries, Xuanning eventually discovered that the recent series of actions by the Blood Spirit sect were aimed at assisting their young master in cultivating the path of blood sacrifice. blood sacrifice could be considered one of the most common methods employed by demonic sects, and it was deeply detested by righteous cultivators. Practitioners of the demonic path utilize blood sacrifice to enhance their own cultivation by sacrificing the lives of numerous mortals. However, while blood sacrifice is effective, it bears significant consequences and creates profound karmic debt. Once one's cultivation reaches a certain level, they are susceptible to a backlash from their own spiritual energy. Hence, even among practitioners of the demonic path, it is not widely employed. Yet the current leader of the blood spirit sect, endowed with extraordinary talent, devised a method that allows cultivators to become immune to the numerous side effects produced during blood sacrifices through a specific medium. This method involves several other cultivators specifically training in a technique known as the blood spirit secret art. Once a cultivator masters this technique, they will condense a blood pill within their body, which can then be extracted upon their demise. During the blood sacrifice, the blood pill can absorb the power generated, thus preventing any future backlash on the cultivator's spiritual energy. However, after the creation of the blood spirit secret art, no one was willing to practice it. Everyone understood that training in this technique was tantamount to certain death. Additionally, the blood spirit secret art was not easy to master. Many cultivators coerced or tempted into practicing it mysteriously perished without producing any blood pills. In desperation, the blood spirit sect rebranded this technique and sold it through clandestine channels. Given the numerous potent secrets documented within the blood spirit secret art, many loose cultivators were eager to purchase it, especially at a low price, leading to a swift sellout. Nonetheless, loose cultivators typically lack sufficient aptitude, resulting in an even smaller number achieving successful cultivation. Initially, the blood spirit sect had forgotten about this matter, treating the sale of the technique as a business venture. However, recently, they sensed that someone had successfully cultivated the blood spirit secret art. Since this technique stemmed from the sect leader's own practices, its successful cultivation would inevitably be sensed by him. The blood spirit sect commenced an investigation to identify the individual who had mastered the technique, intending to eliminate them and seize the blood pill, while simultaneously increasing their abductions of other sects' cultivators. Relying on the blood of mortals for sacrifice had limited efficacy. This time, the blood spirit sect planned to utilize cultivators for blood sacrifices. This would enable their young master to swiftly ascend to the foundation establishment stage. Sumu listened intently, feeling every hair on his back stand on end, drenched in cold sweat. Had it not been for Xuan Ning's timely intervention, he would likely have become nothing more than a skeleton. Sister Xue, since you have investigated thoroughly, do you know how to stop this blood sacrifice? Sumu asked anxiously. Xuan Ning responded with a wry smile, I do not know. My ability to save you is due to Shun Xing being preoccupied with refining the blood pearls and unable to attend to the outside world. Those who were captured have all been forced to ingest blood spirit powder, a drug that completely transforms a cultivator's spiritual energy into blood-forbidden power. The clear spirit powder I just administered to you is merely a low-level medicinal pill. Had it not been for your low cultivation, it might not have been able to dispel the poison of the blood spirit powder. Sumu felt embarrassed at this revelation, realizing that his early awakening and Xuan Ning's rescue were merely due to his insufficient cultivation. However, the implication of Xuan Ning's words suggested that she was already aware of his cultivation specifics, which puzzled him. Chapter 63. The Five Elements Blood Sacrifice. As Sumu pondered, he heard Xuan Ning inquire, I am curious, were the 3 blood pearls that Shun Xing suddenly began to refine the very items rumored about? Sumu, resigned, replied, indeed. They are. He then recounted the origins of these 3 blood pearls to Xuan Ning, leaving her momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, Xuan Ning sighed. I did not expect it to be this way. I just counted, including you and Wang Ming. There are now 99 cultivators trapped in this formation. The blood sacrifice is likely to commence imminently. Sumu was alarmed by this news and immediately asked Xuan Ning if there was a way to resolve this predicament. Unfortunately, Xuan Ning admitted her own helplessness, stating that she could only report to the sect, and whether they could arrive in time depended on the fortune of the others. Now a disciple of the blood spirit sect, it was feasible for her to escort Sumu, a functioning individual, out of the cave. But rescuing others would entail too great a risk. After all, storage bags cannot hold living beings. Upon hearing this, Sumu's expression shifted multiple times, and he suddenly declared, in that case, sister, you should report to the sect quickly. I shall not leave. You won't leave? Xuan Ning was taken aback. Indeed, if I leave, it might alert the enemy, and if help does not arrive in time, I cannot allow Wang brother to perish because of me, Sumu stated resolutely. No matter how slim the chance of survival might be, one must attempt it. Xuan Ning was momentarily stunned, scrutinizing Su Mu as if he were a rare specimen. Remaining silent for a while, Su Mu, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her gaze, shifted awkwardly and asked, "Sister, what is it?" Xuanning broke into a smile. "It's nothing. I just suddenly think you are rather foolish." "Well then, I shall take my leave." With that, a flash of white light emanated from her hand, and she gradually melded into the nearby mountainside, disappearing without a trace. Su Mu marveled at Sister's remarkable evasion technique, realizing how she could enter so silently. He cautiously made his way back to his original position. As for Xinxing, he remained seated, eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding world. Noticing Xinxing appeared truly unaware of the commotion, Su Mu's courage surged, and he approached Xinxing hesitantly, contemplating whether to take action. With the jade dagger, Su Mu felt a 50% assurance he could slay Xinxing in one strike. However, if he failed, he would undoubtedly face death. Moreover, Xuanning had not mentioned an ambush against Xinxing, clearly indicating that such an endeavor was not as simple as it seemed. Nevertheless, Xuanning was also unaware of Su Mu's possession of the white jade dagger. After much deliberation, Su Mu resolved to take a gamble. Waiting for the Sect's cultivators to rescue him would mean entrusting his fate to others, a notion he found deeply unsettling. With determination, Su Mu slowly withdrew the jade dagger from his storage bag, feeling his innate energy surge within him. In the next moment, the blade sliced through the air with a sonic boom, aimed directly at Xinxing. Suddenly, a loud sound echoed as Su Mu's jade blade was struck from his grasp, embedding itself in the nearby mountainside. It was at this moment that Su Mu noticed a faint crimson glow that had previously manifested on Xinxing's body had now transformed into what resembled a blood-soaked garment. Clinging tightly to him, his jade blade had struck this blood attire, creating a violent ripple, yet it had failed to harm Xinxing in the slightest. Startled by the impact, Xinxing opened his eyes to find Su Mu gazing at him in shock, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Kid, I do not know how you awakened, but I advise you to surrender. This is my father's blood spirit robe, a treasure you, in your chi refining stage, could never hope to breach. If you provoke me, I would not hesitate to end your pitifully low cultivation and thus secure a spot for the blood offering." As he spoke, a sudden flush of crimson surged across Xinxing's face, evidently halting the ritual of the blood bead he had been conducting. He quickly shut his eyes, reverting to a demeanor indifferent to all external matters. Su Mu, observing this, exhaled in relief. As long as Xinxing had not completed the ritual for the blood bead, he would be unable to turn his attention to Su Mu, thus his life was momentarily spared. However, escaping was an impossibility without Xuanning's assistance, for he knew well that the entrance to the cave was guarded by other cultivators. If he made any excessive noise, it would certainly attract someone to come and slay him. Consequently, he found himself waiting for the arrival of reinforcements from his sect. With a sigh of resignation, Su Mu was about to leave the area to retrieve his jade blade when he suddenly noticed a jade slip beside Xinxing. Upon picking it up and pressing it to his forehead to read, he was astonished to discover that it contained methods for refining 3 blood beads. Clearly, Xinxing had just finished consulting it before taking out the blood beads for the ritual and carelessly placed the slip aside. Holding the slip, Su Mu retrieved his jade blade and sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to cultivate. No matter what transpired next, he needed to fully replenish his cultivation. The wood attribute's spiritual energy within him had been entirely depleted by the spirit dissolution powder, and he needed to recover it swiftly. Only with a complete set of 5 elemental energies could he utilize the 5 elements spirit determining ring, thus providing him a chance to fight back. 3 hours later, Su Mu successfully restored his wood attribute's spiritual energy to its peak state. Meanwhile, Xinxing remained intently focused on refining the blood bead, utterly oblivious to Su Mu's situation. Is it truly so challenging to refine this thing? Su Mu pondered curiously, recalling that when he used a porcelain plate to replicate the blood bead, it had not consumed much spiritual energy. This indicated that the blood bead was merely a low-tier treasure. Consequently, refining such a low-tier item should not require excessive time. With this thought, Su Mu casually picked up the jade slip from the ground, deciding to delve into its contents as well. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes in confusion, looking perplexedly at the slip in his hand. The slip did not merely describe a simple refining method. It also detailed the specifics of this blood offering. More specifically, this blood ritual was not an ordinary one, but ought to be termed the 5 elements blood offering. Among the 99 cultivators participating in the ritual, 20 practiced various attributes, while only 19 adhered to the wood attribute. This was not due to oversight, but rather because Xinxing himself cultivated a wood attribute technique. Chapter 64. The blood array rises for some unknown reason. The more Su Mu contemplated the method for refining the blood bead, the more he felt it bore a striking resemblance to the crafting techniques of the 5 elements spirit-determining ring, yet with notable differences. Regrettably, given his current level of craftsmanship, he could not comprehend its intricacies in a short span. Reluctantly, he found a corner to sit cross-legged on the ground, earnestly contemplating this refining method. As the saying goes, in the cave, there is no sun or moon. Su Mu was ensconced in the cavern and had lost all sense of time. Based on the flow of his internal technique, it seemed that nearly 3 days had passed. On one particular day, while he was engrossed in the jade slip, a sudden sound of footsteps reached his ears. Raising his head, he was startled to find Xing standing before him. TSK, kid, you certainly have guts. Instead of fleeing upon waking, you dare to study my jade slip? Xing scrutinized Su Mu with a mocking tone. Su Mu responded with a faint smile. Flee? Young Master Shun, do not jest. I currently find myself within the gates of your blood spirit sect. How could I possibly escape? You know me? Xing was taken aback by this remark. Su Mu replied calmly, I have heard of you. Young Master Shun, do you not fear inciting the wrath of the cultivators you have trapped here? As he spoke, Su Mu discreetly retrieved the 5 elements spirit-determining ring from his storage bag, slipping it onto his wrist. Xing scoffed. Since you have seen the jade slip, you must understand my intentions. Once I succeed in this endeavor, your sect will be nothing more than a pile of rubble. What does it matter if I provoke their anger? Su Mu was momentarily stunned by Xing's response. The leader of the blood spirit sect was merely a mid-stage core formation cultivator. The nascent soul cultivators within had long perished during the righteous evil war, with no one having succeeded in advancing since. Yet Xing audaciously referred to the righteous sects as mere rubble. Either he had lost his sanity, or he had something substantial backing him. Given Xing's composed demeanor, Su Mu was certain it was the latter. Could it be that you can ascend to the nascent soul stage through the blood offering? That is implausible. Su Mu questioned in confusion. Xing coldly retorted, I have no desire to explain so much to a dying man. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a tremendous force that drew Su Mu towards him uncontrollably. What are you doing? Su Mu exclaimed in alarm as Xing produced a white jade vial from his storage bag, pouring out a red pill and forcefully inserting it into Su Mu's mouth. Initially, Su Mu intended to resist, but once the pill entered his mouth, it dissolved into a surge of red spiritual energy. The familiar energy emanating from it confirmed that it was indeed the spirit dissolution powder. This is bad, Su Mu thought urgently, hastily converting his internal spiritual energy into fire attribute energy. As the red spiritual energy from the spirit dissolution powder came into contact with his fire attribute energy, crackling sounds erupted from within him, and in just a couple of breaths, his fire spiritual energy vanished entirely. Fortunately, the other energies in his chi remained unaffected. Su Mu silently sighed in relief as Xing released him. His reason for converting his internal energy was simply to prevent the highest level wood attribute energy from being influenced by the spirit dissolution powder. With a loud thud, Su Mu fell directly to the ground. Xing observed Su Mu with curiosity, exclaiming, It seems that having a low cultivation level indeed diminishes the efficacy of the spirit dissolution powder. No wonder you managed to awaken. What Xing did not realize was that Su Mu's ability to awaken was not solely due to his low cultivation. Another reason was that he cultivated all 5 elements, possessing multiple attributes of spiritual energy within him. The blood spirit powder can only transform the circulating spiritual energy within the body into a sanguine light, thereby restraining the cultivator's movements. It does not penetrate into the sea of qi. Otherwise, the cultivator he had captured, who was not without comparable cultivation to Su Mu, would not have lain unconscious in the cave for over a month. However, it was evident that Xing had no intention of investigating Su Mu's condition further. A flicker of joy danced across his face as he casually tossed Su Mu's body aside and returned to his previous seated position. Before losing his ability to move, Su Mu glanced at Wang Ming, who lay not far away, and sighed inwardly, I am sorry, Brother Wang, for bringing you into this predicament. As for whether he regretted not escaping with Xuanning, he could not say for certain. He had perused numerous texts and had never considered himself the type to sacrifice his life for righteousness. Yet, when faced with the situation, he had engaged in a similarly foolish act. What surprised him most was that he felt utterly devoid of any capacity to resist when confronting Xing. Were it not for Xing's requirement for living cultivators for the blood sacrifice, Su Mu had no doubt that Xing could have slain him in an instant. According to Xuanning, Xing should be a cultivator at the 13th level of Qi training, merely a step away from foundation establishment. Was the disparity between them truly so vast? so immense that he could not even summon the opportunity to utilize the 5 elements binding ring. Suddenly, a thunderous command erupted from Xing's lips. Rise. Su Mu felt as though his body was abruptly lifted into the air, as if drawn by some mysterious force. Almost immediately, Xing's maniacal laughter echoed nearby. Even with his eyes shut, Su Mu perceived the cave being flooded with sanguine light, his vision suffused with red. The spiritual energy of the blood spirit powder that had just assimilated his internal cultivation began to expand, propelled by the surrounding force. Soon, Su Mu sensed that this mass of crimson spiritual energy within him had reached its limit, yet it continued to spread outward. With a resounding explosion, the meridians on the surface of his body burst open, and a torrent of blood surged forth, propelled by the red spiritual energy. Inside the cave, Xing observed the unfolding spectacle with an increasingly deranged grin. The bloodlight swiftly coalesced into a singular point, swirling in midair like a river, causing the array beneath to shimmer with vibrant light, evidently operating at full capacity. Xing, witnessing this, calmly settled into a meditative posture, murmuring incantations. With a flick of his right hand, 3 blood beads appeared. The next moment, the swirling blood in the air seemed to sense the presence of the blood beads. Rushing toward them, a substantial amount of spiritual energy surged into the beads and subsequently flowed into Xing's body, causing a fleeting flush to cross his face, as if the influx of energy had been overwhelming. However, this flush was soon obscured by a smile. In a secluded mountain in the Zhao Kingdom, a benevolent elder with white hair and beard sat cross-legged in a grand hall, slowly murmuring incantations. The moment the sanguine light erupted, he appeared to sense something, glancing toward a corner of the mountain with a smile, saying, "It seems that Xinger has begun the blood sacrifice. The revival of our blood spirit sect is within reach." Indeed, this kind-hearted elder was none other than Xin Yushan, the leader of the blood spirit sect, a fact that would astonish anyone. Suddenly, Xin Yushan furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. With a flash of spiritual light beneath his feet, he vanished from the hall. When he reappeared, he stood outside the mountain gate, facing a group of unfriendly-looking cultivators, his expression darkening instantly. "Xin Yushan, what schemes have you been plotting in the blood spirit sect recently?" boomed the leading cultivator. Xin Yushan's expression changed several times before he suddenly smiled, saying, "Schemes? We have not done anything. Our blood spirit sect has adhered to the vow not to step beyond Qianfeng Mountain for years." "What is the meaning of this, Master Qian?" The Master Qian he referred to was Qian Su, the leader of the Tai Ling Mountain, known as the Reclining Cloud True Man. A cultivator in the late stage of foundation establishment, of comparable cultivation to him. Standing beside Qian Su were Lu Yin, Xuanning, and a cadre of righteous cultivators, including Wang Ming's father. Wang Ong sneered, "Old ghost Shun, I can overlook many things, but you dare to abduct my son for blood sacrifice? If anything happens to Ming'er, I shall raise your blood spirit sect to the ground today." Any other person might not have had the audacity to make such a declaration. Only Wang Ong, a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage from the foremost righteous sect, the Divine Might sect, dared to speak so boldly. Indeed, upon hearing this, Xin Yushan's anger flared, exclaiming, "Taoist Wang, do not slander us. While our blood spirit sect practices blood-based techniques, we have never engaged in blood sacrifices. Is that so? If so, let us enter your mountain gate and search, shall we?" Lu Yin interjected with a cold laugh. Su Mu had been taken, and he was quite concerned, which was why he had come along, especially upon learning that Su Mu had had the chance to escape, but chose to stay. He was torn between anger and relief as his master. Xin Yushan responded with a cold laugh, "Search my mountain gate? Is this your intention, Master Qian?" Qian Su merely smiled faintly, saying, "You may not be aware, but Taoist Wang's son is the direct disciple of the revered Master Sangyang." "What?" Xin Yushan was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, his expression darkening. Master Sangyang was none other than one of the Yuanying stage cultivators of the Divine Might sect, reportedly having reached the mid-Yuanying stage. During the past righteous demonic war, the blood spirit sect's Yuanying stage cultivator had perished at the hands of Master Sangyang. Upon realizing that one of the captives was such a significant figure, Xin Yushan inwardly lamented. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, replying nonchalantly, "In that case, for the sake of Master Sangyang, you may search as you wish, but I shall not accompany you." With that, Xin Yushan vanished from sight. Before leaving, he cast one last lingering glance in the direction of Xuanning, clearly recognizing her as a traitor from his sect. Qian Su, witnessing this, smiled faintly and turned to Xuanning, saying, "Lead the way." "As you command, Master." Xuanning replied respectfully. Earlier, She had worn a hat to avoid being recognized by Shen Yushan, but still, she could not escape his notice. Before long, Xuan Ning guided the righteous cultivators to the entrance of a cave. With a thunderous crash, Wang Ong cleaved the stone door of the cave into rubble with a single sword strike, and the group hurriedly entered. The next moment, they were all dumbfounded. For the cave was completely empty. Ha, do you all gather in such force merely to break down a stone door of my blood spirit sect? Shen Yushan reappeared behind them, grinning smugly. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Xuan Ning, filled with venomous resentment. The righteous cultivators had not anticipated that their grand inquiry would yield no results, as they found not a single person. As the adage goes, one must catch a thief with the stolen goods. At this moment, the lack of direct evidence to prove that the blood spirit sect had abducted disciples from various sects for blood sacrifices left the righteous cultivators somewhat flustered. Meanwhile, within the cave where Su Mu was located, the blood sacrifice array continued to operate. Having lost a significant amount of blood, Su Mu felt a heavy fog clouding his mind. Although his consciousness remained alert, he experienced a sensation bordering on death. Other cultivators, more fortunate than he, remained in a deep slumber until this moment. If the blood sacrifice were to succeed, they would likely perish in their unconscious state, spared from experiencing this despair. Before Shen Xing, as a torrent of blood light surged forth, his internal aura gradually strengthened, subtly surpassing that of an average foundation establishment practitioner. Yet he continued to absorb the blood light. Suddenly, a muffled groan escaped Shen Xing's lips, halting his absorption of the blood light. However, the formation had already been activated, and a vast amount of blood light continued to flow towards the 3 blood orbs, seeking entry into his body. Upon ceasing his absorption, a resounding bang echoed as the filtered blood light struck him, pinning him against the mountain wall. The 3 blood orbs, unable to withstand the incessant influx of blood light, disintegrated into ashes in an instant. The bodies of Su Mu and the other cultivators, previously swaying in orderly motion due to the formation's pull, now collided chaotically as the formation lost its master's control. In Su Mu's hazy consciousness, he felt a jarring impact against a hard object before plummeting directly to the ground. This is impossible. I had meticulously calculated everything. There were 20 cultivators of each elemental attribute, so how could there be an additional fire attribute spiritual energy? Shen Xing barely managed to rise from the ground, gazing at the chaotic dance of blood light above, his eyes filled with disbelief. Yet, no one within the cave responded to him. Rather, the erratic blood light soon seemed to sense something, rushing towards a fallen cultivator. In the next moment, the body of this cultivator began to levitate slowly off the ground, a circular ring around his wrist multiplying into 5, encircling his limbs and forehead. Simultaneously, the blood light divided into 5 streams, infusing themselves into this individual's body. Upon witnessing this, Shen Xing was instantly enraged, rising to his feet and shouting, "It's you! You have ruined my plans. I will see you dead." With that, a flash of blood light surged in his hand, and a crimson small sword shot forth, aimed directly at the throat of this cultivator. Chapter 66. Transmission. However, just as the flying sword was released, a flush of crimson suddenly appeared on his face, and the spiritual energy within him erupted uncontrollably outward. There was a loud bang as Shen Xing's body, akin to those previous cultivators, exploded in an instant. A torrent of blood mixed with spiritual energy soaring towards the levitating cultivator. "No, don't." Shen Xing could only emit a pained scream before losing consciousness entirely. At this moment, although Su Mu had lost control over his body, he could still sense the changes within and around him. He felt his body lift once more, the blood and spiritual energy that had recently departed swiftly replenishing. As for Shen Xing's frantic cries, he was oblivious to their meaning, assuming that something had gone awry in the formation setup, resulting in the failure of the blood sacrifice. However, as the influx of blood light increased dramatically, clearly surpassing his original capacity, Su Mu began to lose his composure. In the next instant, he regained control over his body, opening his eyes to see the torrent of blood light rushing directly into him, startling him. He hastily attempted to sever his connection to this spiritual energy, but turned to find the 5 elements stabilizing ring ensnaring him. How could this be? Su Mu's heart was filled with shock, utterly unprepared for the revelation that the 5 elements stabilizing ring served such a purpose. Moreover, judging by the brilliant glow emanating from it, it seemed this was its true function. For reasons unknown, Su Mu recalled the warning Li Yanma had given him to be wary of Lu Yin, causing his heart to sink with discomfort. Su Mu wondered if Lu Yin was aware of the blood sacrifice capability of the 5 elements stabilizing ring. If he was, what were his intentions? "Stop!" Sumu clawed at the air, desperately gesturing for the blood light to cease its entry into his body. If not, how was he any different from Xinxing, a malevolent practitioner who sacrificed others? However, the blood light and the 5 elements stabilizing ring were evidently beyond his control. The blood light continued to pour in, and his cultivation level surged. Given that his technique encompassed all 5 elements, the rate of enhancement was moderate, yet it swiftly propelled his 5 elements technique to the 6th layer of chi refinement. However, the newly acquired spiritual energy was a deep crimson, entirely distinct from the ordinary 5-element spiritual energy. Perhaps with future cultivation, this portion of energy would gradually be assimilated, but at this moment, it clearly did not belong to Sumu. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in Sumu's mind, and with a flick of his wrist, 3 blood orbs materialized in his hand. He then imitated the method recorded in the blood-colored jade slip, channeling the blood light-infused spiritual energy from his body into the blood orbs. The crimson spiritual energy halted mid-air after passing through the blood orbs, causing Sumu to exhale in relief. Initially, he had acted out of desperation, thinking that if the method in the jade slip absorbed spiritual energy normally, perhaps operating it in reverse could expel energy instead. Upon testing this hypothesis, Sumu was delighted to discover that reversing the method indeed allowed him to expel the blood-colored energy from his body. However, the efficiency of the 3 blood orbs was clearly no match for that of the 5 elements stabilizing ring. Before long, Sumu felt he was on the brink of the foundation establishment stage. Remarkably, he experienced no sensation of a bottleneck and successfully broke through. As he reveled in the newfound power of the foundation establishment stage, he hesitated to expel the remaining energy from his body. Nevertheless, he soon steeled his resolve. After a while, Sumu's cultivation finally stabilized at the mid-foundation establishment stage, and the blood light infused from the 5 elements stabilizing ring was completely exhausted. More than 2 hours later, he finally expelled all the foreign spiritual energy from within. At that moment, the energy became unstable, intertwining in midair before suddenly bursting apart with a loud bang, scattering in all directions. The blood light seemed to be guided by an unseen force, flowing into the bodies of the fallen cultivators on the ground. Those who received the blood light gradually regained fullness and vitality, though their faces were exceedingly pale, clearly showing signs of severe exhaustion. Sumu breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the blood energy and spiritual energy had returned to their original sources, alleviating his burden of returning them to the cultivators. Yet, in the next instant, his expression shifted as a thought struck him. He hurriedly sought out the thickest strand of blood light amidst the swirling chaos. With a flash of treasure light, the 5 elements stabilizing ring shot forth, positioning itself before the blood light to prevent its entry into the body of the already lifeless Xinxing. Since you wish to sacrifice others, then let us see how it feels to be the sacrificial offering. Sumu thought with a cold smile, having no intention of returning Xinxing's sacrificial power. Absorbing the blood sacrifice energy within the stabilizing ring, Sumu's withered would revive technique instantly broke through to the peak of the 8th layer of chi refinement, though it would require some time to fully assimilate. Meanwhile, the blood light within the cave had completely dissipated, and the formation appeared to have ceased its operation. As Sumu contemplated how to exit this place, he suddenly heard a rumbling sound echoing through the cave. Turning his head, he was astonished to discover a hidden passage in one corner of the cave. Just then, he heard someone shouting from outside, "Shinger, hurry!" As soon as the words fell, another voice reprimanded, "Old Shun, your son is indeed practicing the path of blood sacrifice. He has hidden himself within this secret lair, and yet he dares not come out and surrender." Upon hearing this voice, Sumu was suddenly alarmed. The one calling for Shinger was likely Xinxing's father, the leader of the blood spirit sect. The one scolding Xin Yuanshan was none other than Lu Yin. For reasons unknown, Sumu felt an instinctive reluctance to confront Lu Yin and instinctively slipped into the hidden passage. Fortunately, the walls of the passage were adorned with moonlight stones, casting a gentle illumination. After running for a while, Sumu unexpectedly reached the end of the tunnel. Could this be a teleportation array? Sumu stared at the formation that had manifested before him, momentarily taken aback and uncertain. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted from the cave above, followed by an enraged voice bellowing, "Who has killed my son? I demand blood for blood." Shortly after, another voice shouted, "Old Shun, do not flee." In the next moment, Sumu felt a powerful aura surge into the passage. Without a moment's hesitation, he positioned himself on the suspected teleportation array and tentatively executed a gesture to activate the formation. Fortunately, the spell Sumu cast successfully activated the teleportation array, and a bizarre blood light enveloped him. At that very moment, Xin Yuanshan also appeared before Su Mu, roaring, "Die!" Instantly, a colossal blood hand descended towards Su Mu's head. And if struck, even 100 Su Mus would be reduced to ashes in an instant. However, a blazing red light swiftly arrived beneath the blood hand. And with a resounding crash, the blood hand collided with the radiant light. A crimson flying sword clattered to the ground, appearing severely damaged. Seizing the opportunity, Su Mu vanished into the teleportation array. Xin Yuanshan stared at the direction Su Mu had disappeared, silent for a long moment, his eyes filled with malevolence. In the next instant, a large group surged into the passage, one individual reaching out to summon the fallen crimson flying sword, which responded and soared towards him. Xin Yuanshan's expression darkened as he reached out to grasp the crimson light, seemingly intent on shattering it. Jian Su, witnessing this, let out a cold laugh and, with a flash of white light in his hand, sent a whisk flying, striking Xin Yuanshan's hand and dispersing his gathered spiritual energy. The crimson flying sword emitted a soft hum before swiftly returning to the hand of a cultivator, who turned out to be Lu Yan. "Master Shun, do you still intend to engage us in combat?" Jian Su questioned with a mocking tone, noticing Xin Yuanshan's grim demeanor, seemingly ready to strike. Xin Yuanshan paused at his words, realizing that the righteous cultivators had encircled him, all wearing unfriendly expressions. Wang Ong, observing this, sneered, "Old Shun, shouldn't you provide us with a reasonable explanation for the events that just transpired in the cave?" Beside Wang Ong stood a pale young man, Wang Ming, who, for reasons unknown, had awakened so quickly but still appeared severely weakened. "An explanation? My son is dead. What more do you want?" Xin Yuanshan retorted coldly. "That person who fled was likely a disciple of Tai Ling Mountain, wasn't he? So what if he was?" Lu Yan responded with a sneer. "That fleeing individual was none other than my disciple, Su Mu. As you all witnessed, your son likely perished due to the backlash from his blood sacrifice practice." A voice from the crowd chimed in. "Indeed, even if your son is dead, he brought it upon himself, daring to attack so many lower-tier disciples. Did he think the righteous path had no defenders?" This remark struck a nerve with Xin Yuanshan, who bellowed, "You old fools! I demand that you accompany my son in death." With that, he waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of bloodlight that seemed to activate hidden mechanisms, causing the entire cave to tremble. The righteous cultivators were alarmed and scrambled, while Xin Yuanshan seized the opportunity to dash towards the passage's entrance, racing outside. "Go!" someone shouted, and the righteous cultivators hurriedly followed. The tremors of the mountain intensified, and upon entering the cave, they found numerous lower-tier disciples lying on the ground. They could not afford to pursue Xin Yuanshan any longer and quickly began to carry the fallen disciples out. However, the next moment, a deafening roar echoed from the depths of the mountain, and a violent surge of spiritual energy rippled through, causing everyone to realize something was amiss. "Not good. Old Shun has triggered the underground fire vein," Lu Yan exclaimed, warning the others. Lu Yan, who practiced fire-based techniques and frequently dealt with the earth's fire for crafting, immediately sensed the change within the mountain. The crowd gasped in shock. The explosion of the underground fire vein would possess a force surpassing that of a fully powered nascent soul cultivator, and no one dared to resist it. Retreat. Even Jian Su, seeing the numerous lower-tier disciples lying on the ground, disregarded his status and hurriedly cast a spell to control the movements of over 10 disciples. With a wave of his hand, he created a large opening in the cave's ceiling. Subsequently, the group began to exit in succession with the lower-tier disciples. Those of higher cultivation could carry 7 or 8 disciples, while those of lower cultivation could manage only 4 or 5. With over 10 individuals from the righteous sect present, it was impossible to evacuate all the disciples. Consequently, those disguised as loose cultivators, unknown to anyone, became the sacrificial victims. Just as they flew into the air, planning to return and rescue the remaining disciples, a deafening explosion erupted from below, and torrents of fire attribute spiritual energy surged forth, threatening to engulf them. "Go!" Jian Su, the highest-ranking individual present, realized they could no longer afford to save the lower-tier disciples. With a low shout, he led the others in flight. Moments later, their figures vanished into the horizon. After a brief period, the group managed to escape the explosion's range, halting their flight. Each gazed back at the vast expanse of crimson light in silence. Suddenly, a foundation-building cultivator scoffed, "Master Qian, we came at your invitation to demand an explanation from the Blood Spirit sect, yet we never anticipated such upheaval. What exactly did that lower-tier disciple from Tai Ling Mountain do to provoke old Shun into such a frenzied act?" Jian Su was taken aback by the remark and then cast a cold glare at the speaker. Noticing Jian Su's gaze, the cultivator shrank back. while another foundation-building cultivator beside him remarked, "Indeed, and during the incident, Master Qian was solely focused on rescuing the Tai Ling Mountain cultivators. While many of my disciples from the Five Spirits sect perished in the inferno." Qian Su sneered, "What? Does Taoist Gu believe I should have prioritized saving the disciples of the Five Spirits sect?" The Gu cultivator fell silent, realizing that he was not the only small sect representative present. Aside from Wang Ong, who belonged to the Divine Might sect, and Xue Ning, Lu Yan, and Qian Su from Tai Ling Mountain, the other 8 individuals hailed from various sections. Ultimately, this endeavor was time-sensitive, and Qian Su had only gathered these smaller sects from Jingzhou to accompany him. As for Lu Yan and Wang Ong, they had fortuitously encountered him on the way. If the Five Spirits sect cultivators accepted Qian Su's explanation, they too would attract the ire of the gathered crowd. Upon reflecting on this, his expression immediately changed as he remarked, "I certainly did not mean that. However, your esteemed leader possesses formidable skills. Why did you not rescue more disciples earlier?" Qian Su, witnessing this, scoffed, "If it were not for you burdensome individuals, I would have single-handedly arrived at the Blood Spirit sect and dismantled their scheme. How dare you accuse me?" Chapter 68. The Snow Mountain sect. Upon hearing these words, the foundational cultivators present turned ashen, some seething with suppressed anger. Wang Ong, noticing the tense atmosphere, interjected with a smile, "There is no need for anger, Master Qian. My fellow cultivators are merely concerned for their disciples and harbor no ill intent. Furthermore, fellow Taoist Lu Yan, hailing from Tai Ling Mountain, has also rescued numerous disciples from other sections." Indeed, Qian Su had nearly evacuated all the disciples from Tai Ling Mountain by himself, although Lu Yan managed to escort 7 disciples away. 5 of them were not from Tai Ling Mountain. This revelation rendered the members of the smaller sects visibly uncomfortable. In truth, they were not genuinely attempting to criticize Tai Ling Mountain. They simply sought to rationalize their own inadequacies. Wang Ong, observing the awkwardness, continued, "Moreover, the actions of the Blood Spirit sect are akin to wounding 800 of the enemy while inflicting 1,000 injuries upon themselves. There remain numerous ordinary disciples within their sect who likely could not evacuate in time. The discord we face does not stem from our righteous sects, but rather from the unrelenting ambitions of the demonic sects, which audaciously aspire to practice blood sacrifice techniques. I believe it is imperative for our righteous sects to unite and rectify these unruly demonic sects, and if possible, their annihilation would not be unwarranted." The crowd fell silent, surprised by Wang Ang's fervent declarations and his call to eradicate the demonic sections. It is worth noting that while the demonic sects may be confined to remote corners, they are not devoid of resistance, including concealed nascent soul experts. Should a confrontation between the righteous and demonic sects arise, it would surely unleash a tempest of bloodshed. As the gathering pondered the implications, Qian Su exclaimed, "Excellent. Fellow Taoist Wang, your words resonate with my sentiments. The remnants of the demonic sects must be eradicated." The assembly exchanged glances, realizing that today's events were far from concluded. The combined might of the Divine Might sect, represented by Wang Ong, alongside Qian Su of Tai Ling Mountain, constituted a substantial portion of the righteous sect's power in Zhao country. If they sought to obliterate the demonic sects, a grand conflict appeared inevitable. Meanwhile, Lu Yan remained silent, gazing sorrowfully at the distant gates of the Blood Spirit sect, lost in contemplation. However, none of these developments pertained to Su Mu. Upon witnessing the crimson glow emerge, Su Mu discerned the familiar spiritual energy fluctuations, recognizing it as his master's flying sword. He yearned to break free from the teleportation array to reunite with his sect, yet found himself utterly immobilized. As his figure vanished within the array, he felt himself transported to an extraordinary and bizarre space. A profound tearing sensation enveloped him, as though different parts of his body were subjected to varying directional forces, threatening to rend him asunder. Although he wore a fusion spirit armor replicated from Wang Ming, it remained dormant, failing to respond to the tugging forces. Just as he was on the verge of succumbing to these strange energies, a sudden pop resonated within him, as if something had shattered. In an instant, a familiar spiritual energy enveloped Su Mu's body. It was Lu Yan's power. Once enveloped by Lu Yan's formidable energy, Su Mu no longer felt the oppressive forces. He intended to open his eyes and survey his surroundings, yet was abruptly spun around, crashing to the ground as the spiritual energy dissipated. Quickly regaining his footing, Su Mu was met with an odd gaze from an individual before him. The man, clad in a black robe and holding a tome, regarded Su Mu with curiosity, inquiring, "Blood Spirit sect of Zhao country?" Instinctively, Su Mu nodded, prompting the man to gesture towards a circular disc, instructing, "Place your hand upon it." Taken aback, Su Mu complied. Upon contact, an eerie blood light emanated from the disc, coalescing mid-air to reveal the characters. 18. You are merely 18? The black-robed man appeared surprised by Su Mu's age, but refrained from further commentary, tossing him a wooden token. Su Mu hurriedly caught it, feeling a chilling sensation as it touched his palm. Upon inspection, he noted the inscription of the number 16. Go forth. Your cave abode lies in that direction. The trial commences in 10 days. You arrived rather early. However, given your cultivation, I advise you not to be overly ambitious. The man indicated a direction nearby. Su Mu's mind raced as he swiftly realized he had been mistaken for a disciple of the Blood Spirit Sect. It seemed he had come to participate in some mysterious trial. Just as he prepared to leave, another teleportation array lit up, revealing a pair, a young boy and an elderly man. The boy, evidently youthful, peered around inquisitively, grinning at Su Mu, exposing 2 prominent canine teeth. The elder, noticing, playfully tapped the boy's head, prompting the latter to stick out his tongue before approaching the black-robed man, stating, "We are disciples of the Snow Mountain Sect from Liao Country, here to participate in the main sect's trial." Upon hearing the elder's origins, Su Mu's expression shifted. He had not anticipated they hailed from Liao Country, a vast nation far removed from Zhao Country. The specifics of the so-called main sect remained unclear to him. However, he opted not to linger, wary of arousing suspicion about his identity. After this exchange, he turned towards the direction indicated by the black-robed man. Moments later, he arrived at the entrance of cave number 16, observing the matching inscription above the cave and on the token. Su Mu strode forward, and in an instant, the wooden token emanated a spiritual glow, seemingly responding to some barrier at the cave's entrance, causing the door to swing open. Surprised, Su Mu stepped inside the cave, which was simply furnished yet adequately equipped, featuring a meditation chamber for cultivation and a fire vein room for alchemy or artifact refinement. Additionally, there was a spirit beast chamber housing a small spring, reminiscent of the legendary spirit spring, though the aura was not as overwhelming as the tale suggested. While there were numerous other rooms, they held little utility for Su Mu, aside from his basic knowledge of artifact refinement and alchemy. He was utterly ignorant of other cultivation techniques. Chapter 69. The experiment. Despite the cave's commendable attributes, Su Mu's thoughts were elsewhere. He remained anxious about the possibility of Shen Yushan following him through the teleportation array. With the latter's core formation cultivation, he could easily eliminate Su Mu. Yet, after waiting for a considerable time without his arrival, Su Mu wondered if perhaps his master had dealt with Shen Yushan. Based on previous conversations with Xuening, she should have reported the situation to the sect by now. Given Lu Yan's presence, it was likely that others from Tai Ling Mountain had also arrived. Thus, the plan of the Blood Spirit Sect was undoubtedly destined for failure, compounded by the impending attacks from the righteous sections. Su Mu had contemplated explaining his situation to the man in the black robe in hopes of utilizing the teleportation array to return. Yet he was unaware of the circumstances awaiting him at the other end. Should the righteous cultivators have yet to breach the gates of the Blood Spirit Sect, he would inevitably find himself ensnared upon his return. Left with no alternatives, Su Mu chose to remain in this uncertain place for the time being. Had he known that the teleportation array he previously used had been reduced to ashes, he could only imagine his feelings. Oh, he could only take one step at a time, he thought with resignation. While lost in thought, he noticed the underground fire chamber, which reminded him of a task he had long intended to undertake. He made his way directly to the fire chamber and sat cross-legged upon a mat. Before long, a plethora of alchemical materials appeared before him. An individual well-versed in alchemy would instantly recognize these as the ingredients for crafting low-tier cleansing elixirs. After a moment of contemplation, Su Mu retrieved a peculiar porcelain plate from his storage bag. He then commenced the lengthy process of replication, which lasted until the late hours of the night, by the end of which he had successfully duplicated all the materials before him. Surely, this quantity of materials would suffice to forge a batch of elixirs, Su Mu mused, as he formed a hand seal and directed his energy towards the fire vein. In the next instant, a loud hiss erupted as a fiery serpent surged forth from the once tranquil outlet, filling the air with waves of heat. Having experienced similar scenarios numerous times before, Su Mu was not overly surprised. He reached into his storage bag for the alchemical furnace. With a flick of his finger, the furnace spun and plunged into the sea of flames. Once the furnace was adequately preheated, Su Mu cast another spell to temper the fire, making it more manageable, and picked up a green herb from the ground, tossing it into the furnace. As the herb landed, the furnace opened its lid automatically, drawing the herb within with a force of attraction. Su Mu nodded slightly, recognizing this as his first official attempt at alchemy. Although he had previously assisted Liu Yin on several occasions, he had only performed simple tasks such as infusing spiritual energy. The next moment, a muffled pop emanated from the furnace, and Su Mu's expression darkened as he sighed in resignation. The lid of the furnace opened once more, releasing a charred mass. His initial attempt at material refinement had ended in failure. However, Su Mu did not succumb to despondency. He understood the arduous nature of alchemy, recognizing that a single failure was but a commonplace occurrence. Throughout the night, the fire chamber flickered with flames, only dimming when his spiritual energy waned, prompting him to take a brief respite. Although his withered wood rebirth technique had reached the 8th layer of chi refinement, his spiritual energy surged rapidly. In alchemy, the quantity of spiritual energy was not the sole determinant of success. Mastery over it was equally crucial. Su Mu found his control over this particular energy to be lacking, making it less intuitive to wield compared to other elemental energies. Thus, he reserved wood attribute energy for simpler tasks, such as activating the fire vein or sustaining its operation, while utilizing energies of other attributes for material refinement. After a night of diligent effort, Su Mu finally succeeded in crafting a low-quality cleansing elixir. Surprisingly, the most significant gain from the night was his enhanced control over the wood attribute energy within him. Although he had not yet achieved complete mastery, his proficiency had improved considerably. As he toyed with the white jade vial in his hand, Su Mu's gaze grew distant, occasionally glancing at the porcelain plate beside him. After a moment's deliberation, he resolved to pour a single elixir into the plate and cautiously attempt to infuse it with spiritual energy. However, as soon as his energy entered the plate, he felt a resisting force, compelling him to halt the endeavor. Alas, it seemed that his attempts were indeed futile. Su Mu sighed inwardly as he regarded the plate. He had previously discovered that the plate could only replicate an object once. Once the replication was complete, it could not be used again. Thus, he pondered whether replicating the alchemical materials first and then using them to concoct elixirs would yield a replicable product. Strictly speaking, an elixir was merely a unique amalgamation of materials, and such a shortcut seemed implausible. Yet, having never tried, Su Mu refrained from forming a definitive conclusion and instead procured a considerable quantity of low-tier materials for experimentation. Ultimately, the enigmatic porcelain plate did not fulfill Su Mu's expectations. The elixirs crafted from replicated materials could not be reproduced. After testing all remaining elixirs, he found none to be viable for replication, leading him to abandon this line of thought. It appeared that the path of cultivation offered no shortcuts. His acquisition of this celestial plate was indeed fortuitous. And to desire more would be sheer greed, Su Mu mused. Stretching, Su Mu rose from the mat, extinguished the underground fire, and gradually exited the cave. As he pushed open the door, he encountered a young man emerging from the adjacent cave. Upon turning to look, he was momentarily taken aback. The individual before him was none other than the young disciple from the Snow Mountain Sect whom he had encountered at the teleportation array. The young man had evidently spotted Su Mu as well, smiling and nodding in greeting, inquiring curiously, "Greetings, fellow cultivator. May I ask which nation you hail from?" Su Mu paused for a moment, reflecting before responding with a smile. "To be candid, I am a cultivator from the Blood Spirit Sect of Zhao." Blood Spirit Sect? The young man's eyes widened in surprise, and he stared at Su Mu incredulously. "I have heard that the practitioners of the Blood Spirit Sect cultivate blood-based techniques, and their disciples are said to be quite monstrous in appearance. How is it that you appear so normal?" Su Mu found himself at a loss for words, bemused by the young man's misconceptions. He had encountered several practitioners of the Blood Spirit Sect, and they were certainly not as grotesque as described. Were he indeed a member of the Blood Spirit Sect, such slander would likely incite a fierce confrontation with the young man. Chapter 70. The boundless sea of southern origins. Su Mu considered that the young cultivator might simply be inexperienced, lacking the wisdom to temper his words. Noticing Su Mu's silence and contemplative expression, the young man quickly added, "Ah, fellow cultivator, I meant no offense." Su Mu chuckled lightly. "No harm done. I understand that you did not intend any malice. There is no need for further clarification." After all, Su Mu was not truly a member of the Blood Spirit Sect, so there was no cause for him to be offended. The young man visibly relaxed, chuckling. "I am Jin Ping. May I ask your esteemed name?" "I am Xing." Su Mu replied with a smile, unreservedly adopting the name of the soul long since departed. After all, if his speculation was correct, this trial should have been undertaken by Xing. He was uncertain whether anyone here was aware of this fact, yet it was prudent to exercise caution. Jin Ping, clearly unaware of the truth, smiled and said, "Shen brother, you have arrived just in time. I was about to head to the dining hall for a meal. Would you care to join me?" Su Mu, feeling the pangs of hunger, nodded in agreement. I would be delighted to accompany you. But what of the elder who came with you yesterday? He had observed that Jean Ping was accompanied by an elder whose cultivation level was at least at the foundation establishment stage. Yesterday, that old man seemed to follow Jean Ping closely, yet today he appears considerably more relaxed. Jean Ping chuckled and replied, that ancient figure? He left quite a while ago. After all, during this trial, he couldn't offer any assistance. If it weren't for the overwhelming pressure of long-distance teleportation, there would have been no need for him to come. Watching me all day was utterly exasperating. Su Mu was momentarily taken aback, recalling the immense pressure he had experienced in that unknown space, which was indeed a normal phenomenon during teleportation. As a chi condensation stage cultivator, he was naturally unable to withstand such pressure. The timely appearance of Lu Yan's spiritual power was likely a result of some method his master had previously employed on him. Su Mu was not mistaken in this regard. When Lu Yan had sent him down the mountain for exploration, he was undoubtedly concerned that Su Mu might provoke a formidable enemy and meet his demise. The reason Lu Yan felt so at ease allowing Su Mu to venture alone was that he had placed a life-binding mark on him. Such a mark could only be inscribed by a core formation stage expert, and it would activate in the face of imminent death, unleashing power equivalent to the full strength of the cultivator, capable of both offense and defense. However, this mark could only be triggered by ordinary yet lethal attacks. The mists and blood sacrifice formations Su Mu had previously encountered were insufficient to activate it. It was only when he stumbled into the teleportation array that the mark was fortuitously activated, saving his life. Otherwise, he would have been torn to shreds by the chaotic spatial currents long ago. The teleportation array of the Tianma sect is bidirectional. After delivering Jean Ping, the ancient figure immediately returned to the sect, serving merely as a protective presence. However, not all sects send someone along. Most would choose to craft a teleportation talisman for their disciples to use independently, though the Shueshan sect is not adept in this area. Su Mu pondered this, feeling a wave of trepidation when he heard Jean Ping exclaim, but now it's fine. The annoying old man is gone, and with Brother Shin here to chat. This trial will definitely be far from dull. Su Mu could only smile wryly at this, as Jean Ping resembled a spoiled scion from the mundane world. It was hard to fathom how the Shueshan sect could trust him to remain here alone. In no time, he and Jean Ping arrived at the dining hall of the location, where they discovered a considerable number of young disciples dining, yet none engaged in conversation. It appeared that this group of cultivators hailed from various places, unfamiliar with one another. Thus, the familiar camaraderie between Su Mu and Jean Ping rendered them the most conspicuous presence. The other cultivators, noticing the brotherly bond between the two, cast sidelong glances, mistakenly believing that the rules of the trial had changed, allowing one sect to send 2 disciples. Seeing that their arrival attracted attention, Su Mu could only smile helplessly, concealing any reaction on his face. Fortunately, although many were curious about their familiarity, none seemed inclined to inquire further. It appeared that the cultivators here held a considerable distrust of others, with an underlying atmosphere of hostility. After their meal, Su Mu accepted Jean Ping's enthusiastic invitation to visit his cave dwelling, only to find its layout strikingly similar to his own. It was not until nightfall that Su Mu returned to his own cave, feeling somewhat disheartened, yet beginning to grasp the essence of this so-called trial. It turned out that the so-called blood spirit sect of Zhao and the Shueshan sect of Liao were merely branches of a larger sect, which was none other than the Tianma sect of the South Sea. The South Sea, officially known as the Nanyuan Wujihai, was situated such that Liao lay to the north of Zhao, while Zhao itself was north of the South Sea. The reason the South Yuan Wujihai was termed Wujihai was that no cultivator had ever succeeded in measuring its vastness. To the north of the South Sea lies the formidable Tianxian mountain range, towering to great heights, beset by chaotic winds and storms. It is said that aside from spiritual beings like true dragons and phoenixes, even transformation stage cultivators cannot withstand the gales here. The remaining 3 directions are filled with boundless seas, teeming with countless demonic beasts. In the depths of the ocean, high-tier demonic beasts reign supreme, rendering it impossible for ordinary cultivators to even venture forth. Although the South Sea resembles a cage, it is rich in cultivation resources incomparable to other regions, resulting in exceptionally powerful cultivators. It is said that in ancient times, all continents of the human realm were interconnected, but for reasons unknown, they later fractured. Some of the teleportation arrays laid down previously have become obsolete, while others still function, serving as crucial conduits between the South Sea cultivation realm and the outside world. The Tianma sect, situated here, reportedly boasts over 5 nascent soul stage cultivators, with an innumerable array of core formation stage experts. A single sect is sufficient to dominate the Zhao cultivation realm. However, in the South Sea, the Tianma sect does not stand alone. The righteous Tianqing chamber is a formidable counterpart. Yet, the dichotomy of righteousness and evil in the South Sea differs from that in Zhao. Neither the Tianma sect nor the Tianqing chamber possesses the strength to obliterate the other, resulting in a state of mutual coexistence and growth. Subsequently, several smaller sects have gained space to develop under the tacit approval of both, gradually forming a third force in the South Sea known as the Tiandao Alliance. The Tiandao Alliance functions as a coalition of small sects and wandering cultivators, comprising 4 nascent soul stage cultivators, albeit all in the early stages, yet sufficient for self-preservation. Nevertheless, the might of the Tianma sect is far more complex than it appears. It has developed branches across various cultivation realms elsewhere, most of which operate independently and do not openly identify with the Tianma sect, yet remain under its covert jurisdiction. Chapter 71. Jin Ping's invitation every 20 years. The Tianma sect convenes a trial, allowing only disciples under the age of 20 from the branch sects to participate. If a disciple from a particular branch performs well in the main sect's trial, their sect will receive a substantial amount of resources from the main sect. Should a disciple secure a position within the top 10 of the trial, they may present a reasonable request to the main sect. It is said that the 10th place in the previous trial requested the sect to perform the guiding technique. This guiding technique is not an ordinary one. It involves 5 nascent soul stage cultivators collaborating to bestow it upon a late-stage core formation cultivator. Following this, the late-stage core formation cultivator will directly ascend to the nascent soul stage, although their cultivation will be unable to progress further for life. Yet they will undeniably exist as a nascent soul cultivator. Su Mu, upon hearing this, began to suspect that the blood spirit sect's prior intention was to have Xinxing, post-blood sacrifice breakthrough, participate in the trial, and achieve a commendable result. Consequently, the blood spirit sect would gain the support of the Tianma sect, which is overwhelmingly powerful for the righteous sects of Zhao. Even if the blood spirit sect, with the backing of the main sect, cannot dominate Zhao, it would at least no longer need to hide in the shadows as before. It is important to note that for a cultivator to break through to the foundation establishment stage before the age of 20 is nearly impossible, save for those with heavenly spirit roots. After all, it is not until the age of 13 that a cultivator's spiritual root matures, allowing them to begin cultivating. Those with heavenly spirit roots face no bottlenecks in their cultivation and can easily break through to the foundation establishment stage. However, among 100,000 cultivators, one might only find a single individual endowed with such a talent. For ordinary cultivators, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage before the age of 20 is the hallmark of an absolute genius. Thus, the majority of those who came to participate in this trial were cultivators in the Qi refinement stage, with no more than 10 foundation establishment stage cultivators in each session. The thought of inadvertently sabotaging the blood spirit sect's grand scheme solidified Su Mu's resolve. He vowed not to return to Zhao Kingdom until he possessed sufficient strength for self-preservation. Otherwise, he would face the relentless pursuit of the entire blood spirit sect. As for whether the blood spirit sect would come after him, Su Mu could temporarily rest easy. For opportunities to teleport from a subsidiary sect to the main sect occurred only once every 20 years. After all, the consumption of spirit stones for long-distance teleportation was exorbitant, and even the heavenly demon sect could not bear such costs. Therefore, within the next 20 years, he need not worry about the blood spirit sect uncovering his identity. The trial at hand, however, was of utmost concern. According to Jin Ping, the rewards for this trial were exceedingly tempting. Although many cultivators participated, less than half would emerge alive. Moreover, with each successive trial, the main sect seemed not only indifferent to the slaughter of these lower-tier disciples, but appeared to support it. If one could display sufficient strength in the trial, meaning to eliminate enough peers, even a mediocre performance could earn the main sect's favor and an opportunity to join their ranks. Su Mu was taken aback by this notion. It reminded him of the rumored practice of raising goo, wherein insects would be made to battle one another to produce a goo king. The heavenly demon sect's approach truly lived up to its reputation as a formidable force in the demonic path. As for the content of the trial, it remained consistent each time. The main sect would transport participating cultivators to a location housing the remnants of an immortal. This site had been discovered for over 10 millennia, and cultivators seeking treasures had thoroughly scoured it, leaving no artifacts behind from the immortals. Over 1,000 years ago, a powerful figure from the heavenly demon sect sealed it as a mustard seed space, designated solely for sect trials. Within, Disciples were tasked with searching for a unique spiritual fruit known as the Yuan Lingua. Jinping was unsure of the fruit's specific effects, but knew that each Yuan Lingua equated to 10 points of merit. Conversely, slaying a fellow cultivator of the same tier would yield only 1 point. Ultimately, rankings would be determined by the accumulation of points. Sumu found himself at a loss. This clearly encouraged disciples to engage in mutual slaughter. Even if an opponent did not possess a Yuan Lingua, they could still earn a point. After conversing with Jinping for quite some time, the latter proposed a request for Sumu to team up with him. Jinping, currently at the 12th level of Qi refinement, found his cultivation sufficient for self-defense, yet felt incapable of making any significant advancements. If he recklessly pursued ambition, it would not be surprising if he were overwhelmed and killed by other cultivators. His rationale for teaming with Sumu was that Sumu's comparatively lower cultivation could serve as bait to attract ill-intentioned cultivators. After all, those participating in this trial were the elite of their respective subsidiary sects. Even if their cultivation was lacking, their worth was undeniable. Should one succeed in slaying an opponent and seizing their storage bag, not only would they earn a point, but they would also acquire a substantial fortune. Why not seize such an opportunity? Jinping's plan was for Sumu to lure those coveting wealth and slaughter them, allowing Jinping to deliver the fatal blow. The spoils could then be split equally between them. Upon hearing this proposal, Sumu promptly rejected it without a second thought. Had it not been for Jinping's earnest demeanor, he would have suspected the man was jesting. After Sumu's departure, Jinping sighed helplessly in his cave, lamenting that he should have deceived the young man as the ancients suggested. Unfortunately, the damnable Su Shui heart technique forbade him from uttering falsehoods before establishing his foundation, lest his foundation be compromised. Upon returning to his cave, Sumu cast aside his myriad thoughts and focused intently on his cultivation. Given the circumstances, avoiding participation in this trial was virtually impossible. His withered wood revival technique had reached the 8th level of Qi refinement. Yet he remained at the bottom tier for this trial. Nevertheless, with the 5 elements spirit ring and the jade blade at his side, Sumu felt unfazed by the prospect of facing fellow Qi refinement cultivators. If he could seize this opportunity to join the Heavenly Demon Sect, it would bring him one step closer to his aspirations. Thus, he resolved to perform admirably in the trial and strive to gain entry into the Heavenly Demon Sect. Even if his identity were likely to be revealed 20 years hence, that was not a concern for him at present. His immediate priority was to stabilize his ethereal wood attribute spiritual energy and transform it into a force he could command with precision. With this determination, Sumu settled his mind and gradually entered a meditative state. Time passed swiftly, and 4 days slipped by. During this interval, Jinping sought Sumu multiple times, each request urging him to team up for his fishing scheme, but Sumu consistently declined. On the day the trial commenced, Jinping arrived early, announcing that today was the day of the trial. Although Sumu ultimately did not agree to Jinping's plan, they had become somewhat acquainted, and it would be prudent to look out for one another during the trial. Though Sumu was not particularly enthusiastic about this, he realized that outright rejecting Jinping's companionship could arouse suspicion, so he decided to accompany him. After all, once they entered the trial, danger would abound, providing ample opportunity to separate from Jinping. As they conversed, a low voice echoed from outside the cave, calling for the disciples of the branch sect to swiftly gather before cave number 1. The two exchanged glances, excitement flickering in their eyes, and promptly exited the cave, making their way toward cave number 1. Some cultivators, eager and residing further away, transformed into beams of light, drawing the attention of those around them. While walking, Sumu was suddenly startled as a figure zipped past him, only to turn and discover that the individual was standing midair. The ability to fly without the aid of a magical artifact was unmistakably a hallmark of a Foundation establishment stage cultivator. To his astonishment, after so long, he finally encountered a master of the Foundation establishment stage. The individual appeared rather unremarkable at first glance, yet possessed a single eye, the other shrouded in darkness as if scorched by fire, lending a fearsome aspect to his appearance. While one might expect a person with such a disfigurement to cover it, this man boldly displayed it, making an indelible impression on all present. The crowd, taken aback by the one-eyed man, whispered among themselves in hushed tones. Moments later, the assembly was complete, with no other cultivators arriving. Sumu glanced around and noted that over 30 cultivators had gathered, silently marveling at the formidable strength of the Heavenly Demon Sect, which boasted such a multitude of branch sections. Even if each sect were merely as insignificant as the Blood Spirit Sect, the combined strength of over 30 would far surpass that of Tai Ling Mountain. As he pondered, an elder with graying hair approached from the crowd, smiling amiably. Those in his path were gently pushed aside by an invisible force emanating from him. Elder Wei. Someone in the crowd recognized the elder and respectfully bowed. Observing this, the others followed suit. Yet Elder Wei chuckled heartily, saying, "Enough. We are practitioners of the demonic path. Why should we engage in such empty formalities like those hypocritical righteous cultivators?" As he spoke, his gaze swept over the crowd, and suddenly he laughed. Indeed, this year there are 11 Foundation Establishment cultivators participating, marking the largest cohort yet. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. They were well aware that in previous trials, the number of Foundation Establishment cultivators had never exceeded 10. Thus, the presence of 11 was unexpected, especially for Sumu, who couldn't help but silently mourn for the deceased Xinxing. If he had known that after his arduous struggles to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage, he would still find himself among 10 others of the same rank, what would he have thought? "All right, follow me." Elder Wei praised before his tone turned once more to a neutral indifference, waving his hand as he headed towards a corner of the cave dwelling. Moments later, the surroundings became clear to everyone. After spending several days in the South Sea, Sumu finally laid eyes on the legendary, boundless ocean. The group found themselves on a densely forested island, not particularly large, encompassing merely over 100 miles. Yet, the powerful aura of cultivators unmistakably pervaded the area, with at least all present being Foundation Establishment cultivators. This place was one of the most significant islands of the Tianma sect, known as Miexing Island, where numerous teleportation arrays were established, serving as a crucial link for the sect's external communications. Due to the antagonistic relationship between the Tianma sect and the Tianxing Zhai, many islands affiliated with the Tianma sect bore ominous names like Miexing and Yunxing. After a brief walk with Elder Wei, the group arrived at the entrance of a heavily guarded grand hall. A guard standing at the entrance swiftly approached upon seeing Elder Wei and the others, exclaiming, "Elder Wei, the teleportation array is ready. Shall we activate it now?" "Yes, activate it now. You little ones, hurry inside. I will await your return here," Elder Wei said with a smile, turning back to the group. As soon as he finished speaking, the guard waved his hand, and a surge of spiritual energy shot up, entering the grand hall. Immediately, a colorful light curtain enveloped the entrance, clearly the teleportation array. Sumu was seeing such a method of teleportation for the first time and felt a moment of hesitation, wondering if he would endure the same pain he experienced during the last teleportation. However, those with bold hearts took the lead and flew into the grand hall. As they did, a ripple passed through the light curtain, and the individual vanished within. Once the first had crossed, the remaining cultivators were quick to follow, rushing into the curtain. "Brother Shun, let us go as well," Jinping called out to Sumu, and with a flash of white light at his feet, he soared into the curtain. Seeing this, Sumu no longer hesitated. He pushed off the ground with force, unleashing his inner strength, and shot into the light curtain like a cannonball. Elder Wei, observing from a distance, raised an eyebrow in surprise and chuckled. "I did not expect this lad of the 8th layer of Qi refining to also be cultivating inner martial arts. Truly a greedy little fellow." Upon entering the light curtain, Sumu was immediately engulfed in darkness. Moments later, he felt a slight distortion of force, experiencing only a mild discomfort before light returned to his vision. With a sigh of relief, Sumu quickly scanned his surroundings and spotted an ancient structure standing approximately 10 miles away. Nearby was a sparse forest, with trees appearing lifeless and somewhat malnourished. Strangely, there was not a single cultivator in sight, which did not surprise him, as he had learned from Jinping that upon entering the Immortals' relics, cultivators would be dispersed due to the teleportation array's effects. However, Jinping had previously provided Sumu with a map, and they had agreed to meet at a specific location. Sumu took out the jade slip and confirmed his position, a cold smile appearing on his lips as he put it away and headed towards the distant ancient building. If anyone were to see the map, they would realize that Sumu's direction was completely opposite to their agreed meeting point. Yet, Sumu seemed utterly oblivious, leaping through the forest until he reached the vicinity of the building. Chapter 73. Peril lurks everywhere. Is this the abode of the Immortals? Sumu marveled at the towering structure before him. Describing this building merely as a house would be a disservice. It resembled a grand palace. From the remnants of its walls, one could still discern its former magnificence. The remaining tallest wall stood at least 7 or 8 zhang high, suggesting that when intact, the hall would have exceeded 10 zhang in height. Anyone entering this grand hall would undoubtedly feel a profound sense of insignificance. Due to the unique nature of the trial space, although there were cycles of day and night, the sun and moon were perpetually absent from the sky. Even at midday, the light was dim and gray, adding a sense of historical weight to the ruins of the grand hall. However, What remained of this once majestic hall were only scattered remnants. The ground was strewn with broken bricks and tiles, devoid of any spiritual energy, indistinguishable from mundane objects. Stepping on them produced a crunching sound, as these once indestructible artifacts of the immortals crumbled to dust. After observing the surroundings, Sumu noticed something peculiar. The fractures in the hall, though weathered and uneven, seemed to indicate a cleaving from an upper angle, as if someone had struck down from above with a sword, splitting the hall in two. But if that were the case, where had the upper half vanished? If someone possessed the power to cleave the abode of the immortals, what manner of being would they be? At this moment, Sumu's imagination ventured far beyond his comprehension. After a long pause, he could only sigh helplessly, abandoning further contemplation, and turned to walk towards the other end of the hall. According to the markings on the map, this grand hall was called the Moyu Immortal Palace. It was said that the first group of cultivators to discover this place found a stone tablet with the name of the Immortal Palace inscribed upon it. Logically, if it were indeed an immortal palace, there should be more than just this single hall. However, no other structures were visible in the vicinity. Some claimed that other buildings had been completely destroyed, while others suggested that this immortal palace had fortuitously landed here. And the true site of the Moyu Immortal Palace was elsewhere. Despite the myriad theories surrounding the Grand Hall, those who sought to explore it were unconcerned about its origins. Had the bricks and tiles not long lost their spiritual essence, the entire hall would likely have been stripped bare. At the far end of the hall, there stood a yuanling fruit tree. Sumu's objective for this journey was this very tree, even if he could not obtain the yuanling fruits. He wished to see what kind of extraordinary treasure it was. Before long, he arrived at the designated spot, where a lush fruit tree stood serenely within a clearing surrounded by broken walls. Above the tree, a deep blue fruit hung quietly, for reasons unknown. As Sumu gazed upon the fruit tree, a sense of impending danger surged within him, prompting him to leap back swiftly. In the next instant, with a sharp sound, a transparent needle-like artifact struck the ground where he had just stood. "Who?" Sumu exclaimed, quickly scanning his surroundings. A figure, cloaked in a hue reminiscent of earth, gradually materialized from the remnants of a crumbling wall. Casting a sidelong glance at Sumu, he sneered, "With your meager cultivation, do you dare to seek the fruit? Depart now, and I shall spare your life." Sumu was momentarily taken aback, astonished that his adversary would show him mercy. However, upon reflection, he understood that the trial had only just commenced. His presence in this location indicated that he had not ventured to any other sites where the fruit trees might exist. This suggested that Sumu bore no other spirit fruits. As for the notion of slaying him for a trivial amount of points, the enigmatic man appeared to regard such an act with disdain. Moreover, it seemed he considered Sumu's cultivation too paltry, deeming his storage bag devoid of anything valuable. After all, if Sumu were affluent, he would not find himself in such a state of cultivation. In the man's eyes, Sumu was likely a disciple of some feeble sect, impoverished to the core, and thus he had no desire to rob him. Additionally, the man's earlier concealment behind the wall suggested he aimed to lie in wait for the spirit fruit tree, and any skirmish with Sumu would create disturbances in the surrounding spiritual energy, jeopardizing his meticulously crafted plan. Recalling the man's needle-like artifact, Sumu silently mused. No wonder the texts proclaim needle-shaped weapons as the best choice for ambush. Had I not sensed his approach, I would surely have been gravely wounded. With this thought, Sumu cast one last wary glance at the man who melded back into the ruins and swiftly departed. From their brief encounter, it was evident that his opponent was a practitioner of at least the 12th level of chi refinement. Should he attempt to engage, he would have no choice but to resort to the 5 elements spirit binding ring. Yet, employing the ring would severely deplete his internal energy, placing him at a disadvantage in this perilous trial. The assailant's failure to strike successfully likely stemmed from similar concerns. It is but a single spirit fruit. Sumu reassured himself as he hastily made his way away from the site, recognizing that the ruins were too conspicuous. Before long, he had exited the ruins' vicinity. And just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, a resounding boom echoed from behind him. Turning to look, he was startled to witness the area surrounding the spirit fruit tree pulsating with waves of spiritual energy. It seemed the lurking man had encountered a formidable challenge, resulting in a confrontation rather than the anticipated stealthy approach. The ensuing commotion would surely attract nearby individuals. I must depart promptly. Sumu harbored no intentions of capitalizing on the chaos. Instead, he turned and utilized his lightness skill to hasten his exit. Indeed, shortly after his departure, 3 men, each adorned in distinct attire, arrived at the location. They gazed at the spiraling spiritual light erupting in the distance, rendered speechless. "Brother Liang," That light appears to signify a clash between two Qi refinement disciples. Should we not investigate? Inquired a burly man clad in purple robes, curiosity evident in his voice. Indeed, Brother Liang, according to the map, there lies a spirit fruit tree in that vicinity. Interjected a woman in a flowing green dress, her eyes sparkling with allure. The man addressed as Brother Liang smiled slightly and replied, "The fairy's words ring true. That is indeed the site of the spirit fruit tree. With our combined efforts, even if we encounter a foundation establishment practitioner, we shall ensure our safety. We must go and see." With that, he vanished in a flash, prompting the other two to hastily follow, their expressions brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, Sumu remained blissfully unaware that a group had formed to venture together. The direction he was heading did not align with the location he had agreed upon with Jinping. After a brief period of running, Sumu paused, resuming a normal pace as he advanced, soon halting before a mass of ominous darkness. Before him lay one of the greatest threats of this journey, spatial turbulence. This pocket space, although successfully crafted by the formidable beings of the heavenly demon sect, bore numerous aftereffects. Among them, the spatial turbulence was the most severe. According to the texts, spatial turbulence represented areas where spatial forces had become distorted. Although the ancestors of the heavenly demon sect had succeeded in creating this pocket space, none in subsequent generations had attained the same level of understanding regarding spatial forces. For millennia, this pocket space had relied on the consumption of vast quantities of spirit stones for maintenance, yet no practitioner had been able to truly rectify its faults. Consequently, the turbulence had not only persisted but had proliferated within the trial space. Ordinary cultivators who unwittingly fell into such turbulence faced the grim fate of being reduced to mere dust. It was said that only those at the core formation stage could withstand its force, and even they would perish if trapped for more than a brief moment. To his dismay, Sumu found spatial turbulence here as well. It seemed he would need to take a detour. Reluctantly, he turned to leave. Unbeknownst to him, moments after his departure, the turbulence expanded, engulfing the very spot where he had stood. Before long, Sumu circumvented the spatial turbulence and arrived at the verdant shores of a lake. This locale, known as Bo Lake, though devoid of spirit fruits, yielded another spiritual herb known as Chui Ning grass. The cleansing powder that Xuan Ning had administered to Sumu was primarily concocted from this grass. His intention in coming here was to gather this herb, as even when consumed raw, it possessed certain detoxifying properties. Given that he was amidst a trial, he had no time to refine pills, but possessing Chui Ning grass would serve as a safeguard for unforeseen circumstances. With a graceful leap, Sumu reached a small island at the center of Bo Lake, gathering the sparse clusters of herbs into his storage bag. Just as he prepared to depart, his gaze was drawn to an unusual object nearby. What is this? Sumu pondered curiously, observing a peculiar entity about 3 inches tall, resembling a spiritual herb yet distinctly different from the Chui Ning grass surrounding it. Normally, while spiritual herbs might share their vicinity with other weeds, they would not coexist with other spiritual herbs, for each possessed its unique attributes, altering the environment to better suit its own nature. Only herbs with similar or identical properties could flourish alongside one another, barring instances of human cultivation. The strange seedling before him was evidently not Chui Ning grass, but still exuded spiritual energy. In this spatial realm, it could not have been planted by another, leading Sumu to wonder if it possessed attributes akin to those of Chui Ning grass. As he contemplated this, he was startled by the sound of approaching footsteps behind him. Turning around, he was surprised to find Jinping had quietly approached him. "Brother Shun, I have been searching high and low for you," Jinping exclaimed with a friendly smile. Sumu, taken aback, managed to respond. "I was just on my way to the place we agreed upon with Brother Jin. It seems fate has brought us together once more." However, Jinping's expression darkened as he retorted, "Is that so? Yet I observed that Brother Shin did not appear to be heading in the agreed-upon direction." Upon hearing this, Sumu's expression shifted, his gaze turning icy as he confronted Jinping. "Are you following me?" Following would be too strong a term. However, Brother Shin did take something of mine earlier, and now you seem inclined to part ways. Is that not akin to burning bridges? Jinping countered coldly. Sumu realized that the reason Jinping was able to find him was likely due to the jade slip in his storage bag being tampered with. However, now that he had been located by Jinping, destroying the jade slip was futile. After contemplating, he calmly stated, "Brother Jin, you may not be aware that on my way to the designated location, I encountered not only a battle among cultivators, but also a chaotic spatial current that I dared not traverse, which is why I took a detour. Is that so?" Jinping responded, casting a surprised glance at Sumu, his eyes betraying a sense of mistrust. Nevertheless, at this moment, neither party had the necessity to sever ties. Which is why Su Mu chose to engage in polite discourse, a fact that Jin Ping evidently acknowledged as well. While Jin Ping was observing Su Mu, his expression suddenly shifted, as if he had discovered something astonishing. Following his gaze, Su Mu beheld a peculiar sapling. In the next instant, a fierce gust of wind rushed from behind him, startling him into summoning the Tianlin shield for protection. The impact resonated with a loud clang, making Su Mu feel as though he had been struck by a charging bull, and he instinctively retracted the shield. Turning around, he found Jin Ping staring at him in disbelief, prompting Su Mu to exclaim in anger, "Jin Ping, what is the meaning of this?" Jin Ping glanced at the small magical artifact in his hand, and then at the Tianlin shield beside Su Mu, his eyes gleaming with unabashed greed. Hearing Su Mu's accusation, he sneered, "Brother Shun, do you think I would be fooled? Are you not aware of the value of this Yuanling sapling?" Yuanling sapling? Su Mu was taken aback, his gaze darting towards the sapling in shock. He had sensed a familiarity with it earlier, but never imagined it was an immature Yuanling fruit tree. According to the trial's requirements, acquiring a Yuanling fruit would yield 10 points, but discovering and reporting the location of a Yuanling sapling would grant a staggering 1,000 points. Even if 1,000 points did not secure a place in the top 10, it would allow for a reasonable request to the sect. This meant that any disciple who discovered a Yuanling sapling had essentially secured a position among the top 10 in the trial. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Su Mu was filled with regret. Had he recognized the sapling earlier, he would have concealed it with a spell. Observing Jin Ping's intentions, it was clear he planned to claim the reward for himself. After all, the opportunity to make a request was singular and could not possibly be shared. However, Su Mu quickly suppressed his regret and calmly addressed Jin Ping. "Brother Jin, if I were to grant you the opportunity to make a request to the sect, would you be willing to share the 1,000 points with me? Give it to me?" Jin Ping was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Su Mu to propose such a request, as no one would willingly relinquish such an opportunity. But he soon regained his composure, sneering, "Brother Shun, do you truly believe I would fall for your trick?" Before his words could finish, a golden light appeared before him, revealing Su Mu's summoned golden line sword. While Jin Ping was momentarily distracted, Su Mu had stealthily drawn the sword from his storage bag. He understood that given the disparity in cultivation between him and Jin Ping, the latter would never agree to share the Yuanling sapling. Even if their cultivation levels were closer, the overwhelming temptation would render their previously fragile friendship utterly inconsequential. As expected, Jin Ping rejected the proposal, and Su Mu's flying sword swiftly approached him. With a clang, Jin Ping barely managed to retrieve a piece of beast hide from his storage bag and draped it over himself, effectively blocking the attack of the golden line sword. The sound of their collision suggested that the hide was composed of a material akin to metal. "Xing, you seek death." Jin Ping, incensed by Su Mu's ambush, summoned his magical artifact, which transformed into a massive square seal in midair, now infused with a significant portion of his spiritual energy. The square seal, now immense, emanated an oppressive aura. Su Mu, observing the imposing square seal, felt a grim foreboding. It was clear that attempting to use the Tianlin shield to withstand the seal would be futile. In a moment of urgency, he decided to act, summoning a circular ring that swiftly transformed into 5 differently colored rings that ensnared Jin Ping. With a flick of his wrist, Su Mu produced a gleaming jade knife, and with a powerful leap, he activated both the wind control technique and his lightness skill, arriving before Jin Ping in an instant. Jin Ping's face was a mask of disbelief. The moment he was ensnared by the spiritual rings, he found himself devoid of spiritual energy, akin to a mere mortal. "No!" Jin Ping exclaimed in panic as he beheld the jade knife approaching him. However, with a swift motion, the knife sliced through his neck, and his head tumbled to the ground, splashing into the nearby green waters. Su Mu sighed in relief, but behind him, the square seal, now bereft of Jin Ping's control, wobbled and collided with his back. A flash of crimson light erupted as an oddly shaped armor emerged from within Su Mu, confronting the square seal. After a brief standoff, the armor, creaking ominously, withdrew back into his body, while the seal's remaining energy struck Su Mu's back, sending him crashing into the water. Gasping for air, Su Mu leaped out of the water, spitting blood in disbelief as he stared at the square seal that had fallen to the ground. He had never anticipated that this treasure, once its master was lost, would autonomously seek out enemies with such potency, now returned to its diminutive size. Su Mu retrieved the seal from the ground and, after unfastening Jin Ping's storage bag, kicked his corpse into the lake. With a reluctant glance at the Yuanling sapling on the ground, Su Mu steeled himself, drawing his flying sword to uproot the sapling and placing it into a wooden box. In mere moments, Su Mu's figure vanished from the area. After a while, a man appeared by the lakeside, riding a white tiger, which bore 2 pairs of fleshy wings, exuding an air of menace, and it was unclear what kind of extraordinary variant it was. The man gazed at the small island in the lake, murmuring, "Is it truly worth it to fight over a few clarity grass?" With that thought, he squeezed his legs, and the tiger leapt, its wings flapping as they landed on the island. "What is this?" The man observed the peculiar depression in the ground, then began to chant incantations, channeling spiritual energy from his fingertips into the earth. Suddenly, a faint azure sapling emerged, vibrant and shimmering, swaying gracefully in the breeze. If Su Mu were present, he would recognize that this sapling bore an uncanny resemblance to the Yuanling sapling he had just extracted. It was uncertain what miraculous spell the man employed to achieve such a divine effect. The man bent down to examine the sapling, momentarily taken aback. "It seems somewhat familiar, as if I have seen it before." As the man spoke, he suddenly heard a fierce roar from the tiger beneath him, as if it were engaging him in conversation. "What did you say? Is this the Yuanling sapling?" The man, taken aback, inquired of the tiger. The tiger roared again, exhibiting a surprisingly high level of intelligence. Upon hearing this, the man furrowed his brows tightly, closed his eyes to sense for a moment, and then dashed straight towards the lake's bottom. Before long, he emerged, casting 2 items onto the ground. These 2 items were none other than the head and torso of Jinping. He was astonished to discover that a being of the 12th level of Qi cultivation had been killed so swiftly. Could it have been a Foundation establishment practitioner who had acted? The man cast a perplexed glance at Jinping's corpse. Moments later, he astonishingly stowed Jinping's body away into his storage bag and turned to leave the place. Shortly after his departure, a rumor began to circulate within the trial space, claiming that someone had discovered the Yuanling sapling and had excavated it to take away. Upon hearing this news, all participating disciples were greatly shaken. Even those in the Foundation establishment stage could hardly remain composed. However, at this moment, Su Mu was unaware of these developments. His previous battle with Jinping had left him significantly drained and injured. After departing from Baibo Lake, he walked not far before discovering a cave. Ignoring the potential attention it might attract from other cultivators due to its proximity to Baibo Lake, he hurriedly took refuge inside. He had not prepared any healing elixirs for the trial, but Jinping had stocked up on quite a few. Utilizing his keen eyesight, Su Mu rummaged through Jinping's storage bag and found several healing elixirs, hastily consuming them before closing his eyes to recuperate. 3 days later, in a dimly lit cavern, Su Mu slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, returning from his immersive cultivation. His eyes gradually opened, a fleeting brilliance flashing within. With a flick of his right hand, a small seal appeared, unmistakably the powerful artifact previously wielded by Jinping. After conducting some tests, Su Mu was astonished to discover that this small seal was actually a replica of the legendary ancient celestial treasure, the Tianfan seal, known as the Pingshan seal. Although the Pingshan seal was merely a premium artifact, its power far exceeded that of ordinary artifacts, even surpassing many inferior spirit tools. Had it not been for Wang Ming expending all his spiritual energy to successfully replicate a Pingshan seal, Su Mu would have doubted its classification as an artifact. However, the shortcomings of the Pingshan seal were also evident. It required specialized refining techniques, and utilizing it with ordinary spirit manipulation methods resulted in tremendous energy consumption, rendering it ineffective for casual use. This refining technique was not found within the storage bag, seemingly a closely guarded secret of the Xueshan sect, leaving Su Mu in a state of frustration. Nevertheless, its immense power could still be harnessed through the universal secret technique of self-detonation. Given its formidable strength, its explosion would likely exceed that of a mid-grade spirit tool. After a moment of contemplation, Su Mu stored the Pingshan seal in his bag, just as he was about to venture out to continue his trial when he heard a commotion outside the cave. Moments later, the sounds of a scuffle reached his ears. Curiosity piqued, Su Mu stealthily crept outside, making every effort to remain silent, and soon beheld the combatants. In midair, a pale-faced man with strikingly red lips stood suspended, standing atop a uniquely shaped flying sword. This sword was entirely white, with only a faint red line running through its center, the material a mystery. Facing him was a female cultivator, clad in snow-white robes, her face covered by a white veil, wielding a green long sword as she confronted the man in the air. However, it was clear that the woman was at a disadvantage, beads of sweat rolling down her cheeks, her grip on the sword trembling slightly. In contrast, the man appeared utterly composed, seemingly dismissive of the woman's presence. "I will give you one last chance," Hand over the Yuanling fruit and become my Dao partner, and I shall spare your life. The man in midair calmly pronounced, casting a glance at the woman below. Upon hearing that the woman possessed the Yuanling fruit, Su Mu was momentarily stunned, immediately cursing his misfortune. In a typical battle, such adversaries would seldom resort to life-threatening measures, yet when it came to the Yuanling fruit, no one would relinquish it lightly. If their confrontation intensified, he risked exposure at any moment. Should he be discovered by either party as a mere voyeur, he would surely face dire consequences. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard the woman's voice resonating in his mind. If you can assist me in eliminating this man, I will personally offer you the Yuanling fruit. Upon hearing this, Su Mu's expression darkened considerably. Clearly, he had been discovered by the woman hiding nearby. Realizing this, Su Mu swiftly darted out of the cave. The two combatants were momentarily taken aback as someone emerged from the cave. The woman was caught off guard by Su Mu's sudden appearance, while the man had not anticipated the presence of another individual nearby. In an instant, their hostility was laid bare. Friends, please hold your actions. Su Mu hastily exclaimed, I merely happen to be healing here, and I mean no harm. I shall take my leave. Upon hearing Su Mu's cowardly words, a flicker of disappointment crossed the woman's face, while the man sneered derisively. Since you are aware of the Yuanling fruit, you cannot leave. Realizing that the other party had no intention of allowing him to escape, Su Mu understood that should he acquire the Yuanling fruit, he would certainly wish to keep it secret. Spare me, friend. I vow to reveal nothing to anyone. Su Mu quickly adopted a terrified expression. Humph. The man scoffed, his face filled with disdain, clearly looking down upon Su Mu's pitiful pleas. And he raised his hand to strike, shouting, Die? At that moment, Su Mu maintained his appearance of submission, as if he had no intention of resisting. Even the woman standing nearby looked upon him with disgust, regretting her decision to seek help from someone so feeble. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the man's hand emitted spiritual energy that missed its target entirely, crashing against the cavern wall and causing rocks to tumble down. The man was momentarily stunned, only to sense a dangerous aura approaching from his side. Turning to look, he saw a small seal-like artifact had appeared beside him, emanating a violent energy. Just as he intended to deploy a defensive artifact, it seemed he suddenly recalled something. With a flash of spirit light beneath his feet, he attempted to flee. But it was too late. With a resounding boom, a torrent of earthy spiritual energy erupted from the small seal, instantly engulfing the man's body and spreading outward. Moments later, as the explosion subsided, a fifth of the mountain had been reduced in size. Not far away, a streak of light dimmed, revealing Su Mu, whose complexion was somewhat pale, yet his eyes gleamed with excitement. He had not anticipated the explosive power of the Pingshan seal to be so formidable. It likely equaled the full force of a Foundation Establishment Master's strike, had he not reacted swiftly to escape. Even if he was not at the epicenter of the explosion, he would have suffered considerable repercussions. Oh no! Su Mu suddenly felt a pang of dread, recalling the injured woman left behind. From her appearance, she likely had no time to flee and was probably in grave danger. Before long, Su Mu returned to the site of the explosion, only to find that the figure of the man had vanished without a trace, reduced to mere ashes. After searching the ground for quite some time, he finally discovered the man's storage bag. Meanwhile, the woman lay at the original entrance of the cave. When the explosion occurred, she had hastily attempted to flee inside, but halfway through her escape, the external passage was obliterated. Just as she intended to retreat, the cave collapsed, burying her halfway within. Had she not been a cultivator, shielded by her spiritual energy, she would likely have been crippled by now. After considerable effort, Su Mu managed to excavate the woman's body from the cave, swiftly carrying her away on the golden thread sword. Just as Su Mu departed, others arrived at the scene. Suspended in midair was another cultivator, evidently at the Foundation Establishment stage, who silently surveyed the chaotic surroundings. Shortly thereafter, two beams of light appeared in the sky and swiftly descended. Zhou, did you do this? Inquired one of the newcomers, a burly man with a thick beard, curiously eyeing the first figure. No, Zhou, the man being questioned, replied calmly. The other newcomer, resembling a vulture with a somewhat pallid complexion, whether due to natural causes or the result of some peculiar cultivation method, sniffed the air for a while before turning and departing. Flying swiftly away, the burly man, noticing Zhou lack of movement, asked in surprise, Aren't you going after him? Humph, he was merely a chi refinement stage brat. The scene here could not possibly have been caused by him. Zhou scoffed, vanishing in the opposite direction. The burly man, momentarily stunned, quickly followed Zhou path, shouting, What else did you discover? At that moment, Sumu was flying with the woman for a while when he noticed no one was pursuing them. Just as he sighed in relief, he sensed a beam of light rapidly approaching. To his dismay, the direction of the light was directly towards him. Sensing that the speed of the pursuer was double his own, Sumu's spiritual light flickered, and he stowed the golden thread sword, replacing it with a green leaf artifact from Tai Ling Mountain, instantly having his speed. In a moment, a man with a sinister countenance appeared before Sumu, coldly scrutinizing him. "I am Sumu. It is an honor to meet you, senior." Sumu halted his flight and respectfully addressed the man. The man's eyes flickered with intrigue as he coldly remarked, "How do you know I am your senior?" "Senior is jesting. Just now, while flying, I sensed your speed, which is indistinguishable from that of a Foundation establishment cultivator." "You must indeed be a cultivator of that stage," Sumu replied with a smile. The man regarded Sumu with a dismissive glance and asked, "What transpired at the site of the explosion?" Sumu's expression changed. He hadn't expected the other to have traced the explosion. In a moment of quick thinking, he responded, "I was just healing and cultivating with my companion when two beams of light appeared overhead. They said nothing before clashing together. Then, one of them summoned a treasure that exploded, injuring my companion who was nearby and causing her to lose consciousness. I managed to escape with her. Is that so?" The man observed Sumu with an icy gaze. "I speak only the truth," Sumu asserted earnestly. The man regarded Sumu and the woman beside him, sneering. "Produce your storage bags for my inspection, and I shall believe your words." Sumu gasped in alarm, about to protest, but was met with the man's malevolent gaze. He feared that any refusal would prompt the man to strike. As Sumu hesitated, his attention was suddenly captured by a scene unfolding behind the man. A black rift had appeared, heading directly towards them. In an instant, the rift touched the man's body, yet he seemed utterly oblivious, as if he felt no pain. As the man noticed Sumu's horrified expression and turned to look, he barely managed to exclaim before the black rift consumed him whole, leaving no trace. Not even his storage bag. However, it was evident that this black rift was not aimed at him. After devouring the man, it continued to advance forward. Sumu, startled, scarcely had time to be dazed. With a flash of spiritual light beneath his feet, he took to the skies, carrying the woman in the opposite direction. After flying for half an hour, Sumu glanced back, finding the black rift still advancing. He quickly resolved to abandon the woman. Yet, before doing so, he needed to retrieve the spiritual fruit from her. With that thought, Sumu reached out and began to search the woman's body, disregarding any notions of propriety in this life and death moment. As his hands roamed, he felt a soft sensation, and suddenly, with a sharp slap, the woman regained consciousness and struck Sumu's face. Sumu was momentarily stunned, but as he noticed the rift drawing closer, he hastily pulled the woman forward. "Release me," she cried out, struggling free from Sumu's grasp and darting in the opposite direction. Just as she flew away, she confronted the ravenous black rift, turning pale with fear and swiftly returning to Sumu's embrace. "If you wish to die, don't cling to me. Hurry and fly," Sumu shouted angrily, his eyes wide as he glared at her. The woman, startled by his demeanor, finally came to her senses and summoned her flying sword, stepping onto it. With one less burden to carry, Sumu felt considerably relieved. The two of them flew away together, quickly distancing themselves from the ominous rift. After another half hour, Sumu turned to look back, noticing that the black rift seemed to have ceased its movement, prompting him to halt as well. The woman, flying just behind Sumu, collided into him when he stopped. "Why did you stop? Are you trying to get us killed?" she scolded. Sumu pointed towards the black rift not far away and said, "It appears to have stopped." "Stopped?" The woman was taken aback, glancing back to see that the rift indeed seemed to have halted. "Do you want to go take a look?" Sumu inquired. The woman stared at him as if he were a ghost, saying, "Though your cultivation is somewhat lacking, there's no need to be reckless, right? I've seen Chi Refinement 7th stage disciples before." Sumu was infuriated by her words and chose to ignore her, flying straight towards the black rift. After their previous encounter, Sumu observed that while the rift devoured everything in its path, it seemed to have no effect on entities outside of it. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, he would not approach too closely, merely observing from a distance of about 10 feet. Sumu had a faint impression that this black rift resembled the spatial turbulence he had encountered previously, yet it was vastly larger, akin to an entirely different realm. As for what lay within that space and whether cultivators would survive upon entering, Sumu had no desire to experiment. However, judging by the earlier events, it seemed that this void would not expand further in the short term. Unbeknownst to him, the recent phenomenon had caused the entire trial space to diminish by a quarter. If the trial space were likened to a sphere, Then this void had now engulfed all areas surrounding the periphery of the trial space. Chapter 78. Escape and Kill. It felt as though a colossal hand was compelling the participants of the trial to continuously move towards the central area. Sumu stood still for a moment, occasionally referring to his map, and soon realized this fact, falling into a contemplative silence. "Hey, are you going to keep moving or not?" Someone called from behind. Sumu turned to see the very woman he had rescued. Upon noticing his gaze, she smiled and tossed a wooden box to him, saying, "I am Lin Shui. Grateful for your 2 acts of salvation. This yuanling fruit is a token of my appreciation. May I ask for your esteemed name?" Sumu was taken aback when Lin Shui genuinely offered him the yuanling fruit, then replied with a faint smile, "I am Sumu." He promptly placed the yuanling fruit into his storage bag. Seeing Sumu's lack of formality, Lin Shui playfully chided, "You, a grown man, cannot even muster a polite word? Can I take it back? You do not understand. In the forthcoming trials, the more yuanling fruits one possesses, the greater the peril one faces," Sumu replied calmly. "What do you mean? Is it related to that black rift?" Lin Shui asked, bewildered. Sumu then shared his speculation with her. He theorized that the black rift would inevitably shift again, forcing everyone towards the center. At that point, the likelihood of the trial participants encountering danger would significantly increase. Those with yuanling fruits would become targets, as everyone would desire to eliminate them swiftly. If possible, Sumu would even prefer not to keep the yuanling fruit. But since he already possessed a yuanling sapling, he did not mind acquiring another fruit. Lin Shui nodded but shook her head, saying, "Your concerns may be a bit excessive. The rift will shift again? Is someone controlling it?" Sumu was momentarily taken aback before smiling. "If you do not believe me, you may remain here. But the next movement of the rift may not be at the same speed as before." After saying this, Sumu departed, heading in the opposite direction of the rift. Lin Shui, frustrated by Sumu's abrupt departure, stamped her foot, and, with a flash of spiritual light beneath her feet, followed closely behind him. Soon, their escape came to a halt as they encountered a solitary yuanling fruit tree perched atop a barren hill. "There's a yuanling fruit tree here?" Sumu exclaimed in astonishment, hastily consulting his map. "No need to check. This tree should not have been here before. It must have sprouted recently," Lin Shui replied, shaking her head. "Recently sprouted?" Sumu was taken aback, only to realize that the yuanling fruit tree was growing rapidly. When they first spotted the tree, it had only recently matured. Now, it was already bearing fruit. Moments later, a vibrant green fruit hung from the treetop, seemingly awaiting harvest. Sumu gazed at this dark yuanling fruit, sensing a connection to the rift he had previously observed, though he could not articulate it. Moreover, whether to pick the fruit presented a dilemma. "Are you not going to take it?" "If not, I will," Lin Shui exclaimed, seeing Sumu hesitate, and swiftly plucked the yuanling fruit from the tree. To their astonishment, as soon as the fruit was harvested, the once vibrant yuanling fruit tree instantly transformed into a cloud of black ash. A gust of wind scattered the ash into the ether, as if the tree had never existed. Yet, the yuanling fruit remained intact in Lin Shui's hand. "I think we should leave quickly." Lin Shui gulped nervously, urging Sumu. Sumu nodded in agreement, and they hastily departed the area. Before long, they encountered another yuanling fruit tree, but unfortunate circumstances prevailed as a man stood coldly watching them. Clearly, this man had already noticed the tree's transformation and had been waiting for the fruit to ripen, with Sumu and Lin Shui arriving uninvited. The aura emanating from the man revealed him to be at the peak of the 13th level of Qi training. Sumu and Lin Shui were at the 8th and 11th levels, respectively, and neither was in optimal condition, particularly for Lin Shui, whose spiritual energy had diminished by half. If a confrontation ensued, the outcome was uncertain. "My friend, we harbor no intention of seizing the yuanling fruit. We shall take our leave," Sumu stated, contemplating the necessity of avoiding conflict. The man sneered. Having initially feared they might attack, it now appeared they were cautious due to their own exhaustion. "No need for concern. Hand over all your yuanling fruits, and I will let you leave. Given how you both behaved earlier, I cannot believe you have none." Realizing that a confrontation was unavoidable, Sumu understood that the man was unaware that numerous cultivators had gathered in the central area. Any skirmish could attract nearby foes in an instant. "Let us end this swiftly," Sumu whispered to Lin Shui. Lin Shui rolled her eyes, about to speak, when she saw a white ring fly from Sumu's hand, vanishing into thin air. "Teleportation treasure." Both Lin Shui and the man exclaimed in astonishment. The next moment, 5 spiritual rings encircled the man, who began to emanate waves of spiritual energy, appearing to resist the power of the rings. Sumu, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, swiftly arrived at the man's side atop his golden sword, and with a flash of white light, the man's body was cleaved in two. Lin Shui, witnessing this scene from a distance, was left stunned. Sumu harvested the ripened yuanling fruit, took the man's storage bag, and returned, casting a resigned glance at Lin Shui, who was just about to summon her artifact. "Let us go," he urged, and with that, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. Lin Shui snapped back to reality, glancing warily at the man's remains before hurriedly following him. After some time, the pair paused momentarily, observing the dense forest before them. Sumu sighed in relief. "Let us rest here." He then leaped onto the top of a tree as wide as three men could embrace, sitting cross-legged to recuperate. Lin Shui, watching Sumu in silence, experienced a myriad of emotions, ultimately deciding to sit beside him, producing a spirit stone to absorb its spiritual energy. Chapter 79, Parting. Half a day later, Sumu slowly opened his eyes, unfastened the man's storage bag from his waist, and spilled a plethora of spirit stones and elixirs onto the ground. He then began the process of sorting through the items, categorizing talismans, elixirs, and artifacts, placing them meticulously into his own storage bag, showing no intention of sharing the spoils with Lin Shui. Observing Sumu's familiar actions, Lin Shui, who had been startled awake, couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. Could he be driven to kill, even considering my demise? She pondered uneasily, unaware of Lin Shui's apprehensive expression. Sumu extracted the man's yuan spirit fruit and handed it to her, saying, "This yuan spirit fruit shall belong to you." Lin Shui was taken aback. She had not expected Wang Ming to withhold a magical artifact from her, only to bestow upon her the yuan spirit fruit. She hesitated, momentarily at a loss. "Take it. If we wish to survive, we must continue our collaboration. A mere yuan spirit fruit is of little consequence." Sumu smiled reassuringly. Feeling an inexplicable sense of trust in Sumu's smile, Lin Shui reached out and accepted the yuan spirit fruit. Previously, Sumu had experimented with a porcelain plate and discovered it could not replicate the yuan spirit fruit, indicating that the fruit must be of a higher order. Otherwise, even if he intended to share it with Lin Shui, he would have kept it for a time to seek an opportunity to replicate it first. "Since you insist, I shall graciously accept it," Lin Shui replied with a smile, storing the fruit in her storage pouch. She made no mention of the man's belongings, yet her gaze frequently flickered towards Sumu, as if attempting to see through the enigmatic figure before her. Noticing her curiosity, Sumu chuckled. "Are you intrigued by my teleportation spirit ring?" Lin Shui paused, then hurriedly replied, "Forgive me, fellow cultivator. I have never encountered such artifacts before, and I may have lost my composure." Sumu waved his hand dismissively. "Since we are to collaborate, it is essential that we understand each other's strengths." He continued, "This spirit ring is called the Five Elements Spirit Ring, capable of harnessing the power of the five elements to confine a cultivator's abilities, instantly immobilizing them. However, as you have seen, this treasure demands a significant expenditure of energy. With my current cultivation, I can only unleash one strike at full capacity." As he spoke, Sumu retrieved the spirit ring and showed it to Lin Shui. He refrained from mentioning that utilizing the spirit ring required mastery over all five elements. Lin Shui examined the ring, appreciating its marvel before returning it to Sumu. "This treasure is truly extraordinary. My abilities pale in comparison." Noticing Lin Shui's reluctance to reveal her own strength, Sumu's brow furrowed slightly before relaxing. It was clear their partnership was merely a fortunate coincidence, lacking a solid foundation. Sumu seized the moment to inquire, "Has your sect documented any anomalies during this trial?" Lin Shui shook her head. "There are no records." "What of your sect?" "None whatsoever," Sumu replied with a hint of frustration. Having completed their meditation, it was time to depart. Sumu surmised that the ominous black fissure would not cease its movement. If they did not hasten toward the central region, they could not predict the consequences. If they could endure for a month, the trial would conclude, and all participating disciples would be transported from the trial space. However, given the current abnormalities, it was uncertain whether the guiding force would arrive as scheduled. Yet, remaining in the outer regions awaiting fate was a far worse option. Though Lin Shui was skeptical of Sumu's reasoning, she recognized his formidable strength and understood that following him was the most prudent course of action. Thus, she acquiesced and continued alongside him. The next day, they arrived at a region shrouded in dense white mist. According to the map, this place was known as the Misty Forest, marking the boundary between the eastern and central regions. While it was deemed a boundary, it was more akin to an insurmountable chasm. Within the Misty Forest dwelled numerous mystical mist beasts, which typically appeared as ordinary white mist but could coalesce into corporeal forms to attack cultivators. coupled with the ever-present dense fog. This rendered it nearly impossible for cultivators to defend themselves when the mist beasts launched their assaults. Fortunately, the strength of these mist beasts was comparable only to mundane wild animals, inferior even to first-tier demon beasts. Otherwise, those from the eastern region would never reach the central area. Despite their low offensive power, the mist beasts thrived in stealth and sheer numbers, deterring lower-tier cultivators from entering this perilous domain. Sumu furrowed his brow at the dense white mist before him. Lin Shui, do you truly not intend to traverse the misty forest to reach the central region? Indeed, I do not believe the fissure will continue to move. Moreover, once we step into the central region, we will face a greater number of cultivators. My cultivation is insufficient and lacking your extraordinary artifact. It is wiser to avoid unnecessary peril, Lin Shui replied apologetically. In truth, Lin Shui's hesitance stemmed from three primary concerns. First, she shared her belief that the black fissure would not persist in its movement. Second, the dangers of the central region far exceeded those in the other four areas. As the number of Yuan spirit fruits there was significantly greater, attracting numerous powerful cultivators, including most foundational disciples. Third, her journey with Su Mu had seen them encounter few other trial disciples, causing her to feel somewhat complacent, as if the trial posed little danger. Su Mu discerned Lin Shui's intentions and smiled gently, not pressing her further. If that is your decision, then I shall bid you farewell here. I wish you good fortune. Indeed, you are unmatched in your prowess, and with your strength, success is assured. If it were not for my good fortune, I might have perished long ago. Lin Shui responded with a smile. Su Mu, sensing her misunderstanding, shook his head in resignation, offering no further clarification. With a smile, he turned and stepped into the white mist. Watching Su Mu's departing figure, Lin Shui's eyes flickered with a mixture of regret and relief, but she soon regained her composure. As Su Mu traversed the mist, he remained unaware of Lin Shui's thoughts. Feeling a sticky sensation enveloping him, he shifted uncomfortably. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed past him, startling Su Mu. Ignoring his discomfort, he quickly dodged aside, simultaneously unleashing a brilliant golden light from his weapon, which flashed momentarily. With a soft sound, Su Mu felt as though his golden thread sword had pierced something, yet found no solid resistance, instead embedding itself in the ground. Observing the dissipating white mist before him, a glimmer of intrigue crossed his eyes as he summoned his sword back. How remarkable these mist beasts are! He marveled at the mist-laden surroundings. In that brief encounter, he had assumed he had successfully slain a mist beast, only to find it vanish as if it had never existed, leaving him questioning the nature of the encounter. Had he truly defeated the mist beast, or had it escaped in a peculiar manner? After pondering for some time, Su Mu abandoned his quest for clarity and proceeded deeper into the mist. According to the map's guidance, once within the misty forest, it was advisable to refrain from flying on their devices. Even if they did, they should not ascend beyond the mist's limits. The consequences of exceeding this threshold were not detailed in the map's jade slip, nor did Su Mu possess any knowledge of it. After inquiring, Su Mu discovered that Lin Shui was equally uninformed. Though she recounted a tale of a foundational expert who had attempted to soar above the misty forest but had never returned from the trial alive. Thus, regardless of the cultivation level of the disciples, traversing the misty forest is always done on foot. Occasionally, a few dare to fly at low altitudes, but their speed is considerably hampered by the dense white mist and the peculiar ancient trees that populate the forest. Nevertheless, ascertaining one's direction amidst the fog is quite straightforward. A careful attunement to the surroundings reveals a more potent fluctuation of spiritual energy in the central region. By following this energy, one can navigate through the misty forest to reach its heart. At this moment, Su Mu had taken only a few steps when he confirmed the area was safe. He closed his eyes and began to sense his surroundings. In no time, he established his direction and hastened forward. After a short distance, a sudden explosion echoed nearby, accompanied by the faint sound of objects falling to the ground. Su Mu hesitated for a moment before following the sound, soon encountering a scene that startled him. Not far ahead, a remarkably robust spirit fruit tree stood tall, appearing almost alive as its trunk undulated rhythmically. Each expansion of the trunk drew in the surrounding white mist, rendering it noticeably thinner. With each inhalation of the mist, a large spirit fruit began to form at the top of the tree. Once fully matured, it would burst with a resounding pop, dropping a smaller fruit to the ground. Su Mu noticed that numerous spirit fruits, at least 10, had already fallen to the earth, seemingly a product of this magnificent tree. However, the information he had acquired contained no mention of such an occurrence. It appeared that this enormous spirit fruit tree was a rare sight indeed. As he gazed at the fallen fruits, A flicker of greed crossed Su Mu's eyes, only to vanish almost instantly. He sensed that he was not alone in this vicinity. Taking a deep breath, he stifled his avarice and began to retreat slowly, soon vanishing into the mist. Meanwhile, the massive spirit fruit tree continued to consume the surrounding mist and produce more fruits. Su Mu had barely taken a few steps when a blood-curdling scream erupted from behind him. His heart stirred, and after a moment of hesitation, he concealed himself and returned. Upon reaching the edge of the mist, Su Mu was horrified to discover a massive mouth opening on the spirit fruit tree, precisely where the fruits had been expelled. Half of a cultivator's body was visible, their legs thrashing about before they were drawn entirely into the gaping maw. After consuming the cultivator, the mouth vanished, transforming back into a fruit in the process of maturing. Realizing the perilous nature of this carnivorous tree, Su Mu heightened his vigilance and prepared to depart when he suddenly saw a figure emerge from the mist. A man adorned in royal purple and luxurious garments appeared, and upon noticing the scattered spirit fruits, his expression shifted to one of overwhelming excitement. "Spirit fruits!" he exclaimed, leaping forward as if to seize the fruits from the ground. Su Mu, witnessing this, was about to issue a warning when he noticed the man's icy demeanor, entirely devoid of impulsiveness typically associated with treasure seekers. A sense of unease gripped Su Mu, and he instinctively summoned his celestial scale shield. In an instant, a sound echoed as the shield, responding to an unseen attack, effectively blocked a strike aimed at him. Su Mu turned to see a transparent needle-like artifact lodged in his shield. "You," he gasped, recognizing the man in purple. The man, surprised by his failed ambush, regarded Su Mu with a cold smirk, saying, "So it's you. How dare you, with your meager cultivation, attempt to claim the fruit repeatedly? Do you wish for your life to end?" Su Mu shot him a frosty glance. A scoundrel who resorts to ambushes is hardly in a position to lecture others. He retorted, "Enough of this banter. You were fortunate last time, but your luck has run out." The man sneered, summoning the flying needle back to his hand. In the next moment, he flicked his finger, sending the needle hurtling towards Su Mu once again. Su Mu noted the small hole in his shield slowly repairing itself and felt a flicker of apprehension. He knew he must evade this needle at all costs, otherwise, even his integrated spiritual armor might not withstand the assault. In a flash, he conjured a brilliant white ring, the 5 elements binding ring. It materialized with a soft hum, vanishing into thin air, only to reappear as 5 rings of varying colors encircling the man. The man felt his spiritual energy spiral out of control, collapsing to the ground as the needle veered off course, embedding itself in an ancient tree trunk. Su Mu, seeing the opportunity, smirked and withdrew his jade blade, ready to advance, when he noticed the rings of light on the man suddenly burst forth, flying back to the man's sleeve. "How is this possible?" Su Mu gasped, abruptly halting. The man, rising from the ground, regarded Su Mu with a mocking smile. "I never imagined you possessed a 5 elements treasure. Which sect do you belong to?" "Wang Ming," Su Mu replied, locking eyes with the man. "I am from the blood spirit sect of Zhao, Xinxing." "Xinxing? I've never heard of you. I thought only a few foundation establishment cultivators would pose a threat to me. It seems you are not to be underestimated." The man scrutinized Su Mu, yet his tone betrayed no trace of respect. "Such a pity," the man continued. "If you wielded an offensive 5 elements treasure, I would likely be dead by now. Alas, the craftsman of your artifact was inept. Hand it over to me, and I shall spare your life." "Hand it over to you?" Su Mu retorted with a cold laugh, a surge of anger igniting within him. He had been compelled to participate in the trials of the heavenly demon sect in the South Source Infinite Sea, and the man's disrespectful words regarding Liu Yan only fueled his rage. "If you offer your head as a night pot, I might consider sparing your life," he declared. The man, momentarily stunned, erupted in fury. "I swear I will kill you today. Prepare to die." He summoned the invisible needle, launching it towards Su Mu with lethal intent. Su Mu reacted swiftly, vanishing into the mist. Having just utilized the 5 elements binding ring, his elemental energy reserves were nearly depleted, leaving only the wood attribute, which was insufficient against the formidable opponent before him. Su Mu assessed the man, recognizing his cultivation level to be at least the 12th layer of qi refinement, if not higher, which explained his audacity in challenging foundation establishment experts. As Su Mu attempted to flee, the man bellowed, "You want to escape, thief." Suddenly, a flash of light illuminated his hand, and an oddly shaped scarecrow appeared. As soon as the scarecrow's form touched the air, it spontaneously ignited, emitting eerie white flames akin to ghostly fire. The elegantly dressed man then conjured a brush, which upon closer inspection was revealed to have a handle crafted from human bones, and the bristles were made entirely of human hair. seemingly not from the same individual. Dipping the brush into the white flames, it absorbed the flames like ink. And with a flourish, he inscribed 5 large characters in the air: Blood Spirit Sect Xing. After completing the inscription, the man let out a grunt and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The moment the blood mingled with the white flames, it ignited with a loud whoosh. As if set ablaze, under the man's control, the mixed flames surged toward the direction in which Su Mu had departed. However, in the next moment, the white flame accelerated back towards him and struck him with a loud bang, sending the man flying backward for several feet until he crashed against a tree trunk. Finally coming to a halt, regaining his composure, the man inhaled deeply and roared at the sky. "You rogue! You deceitful scoundrel! I, the young master, vow not to rest until I slay you today." With that, he transformed into a streak of white light, shooting forth with the swiftness of a thief in the night. In his flight, he disregarded the surrounding trees, crashing into any that obstructed his path. Even a misty beast that had just materialized was scattered by his reckless charge. Though this rapid movement consumed considerable spiritual energy, the man's fury had clouded his judgment, rendering him heedless of the cost. Meanwhile, Su Mu remained blissfully unaware that his false name had thoroughly enraged his pursuer. The intense fluctuations of spiritual energy and overwhelming murderous intent behind him made it clear that escape was unlikely. Faced with this predicament, Su Mu felt a sense of helplessness. He could not fathom why his previously infallible 5 elements binding ring had failed against this individual. If the man were a foundation-building expert, he could accept it. But given that the man was not even at the pinnacle of chi cultivation, his ability to counteract the binding effect left Su Mu both astonished and disheartened. Before long, Su Mu sensed a chill creeping up his back, causing his heart to tighten, and he rolled to the side in a hasty maneuver. In an instant, a robust ancient tree before him was split in two, as a white curved blade hurtled forth, aiming directly at Su Mu. Coldly snorting at the sight, Su Mu relaxed slightly upon realizing it was not a flying needle artifact. However, he dared not underestimate the threat, and quickly summoned his celestial scale shield and golden thread sword. As the golden thread sword was summoned, it shimmered with radiant light and shot towards the white, curved blade. With a resounding clang, the golden thread sword struck the flying blade, dimming its spiritual glow, which then returned to the man's hand. After exerting himself to use the golden thread sword, Su Mu's already limited spiritual energy was further depleted, prompting him to hastily retract the sword. Turning around, Su Mu saw the elegantly dressed man hovering midair, glaring at him with a fierce expression, a trace of fresh blood still visible at the corner of his mouth. Who had attacked him? Su Mu paused, certainly not believing that the man had been injured in their previous confrontation. Yet, he could not imagine that the wound had been self-inflicted. Seeing the curved blade return without success, the man seemed unfazed. Once again, a flash of light in his hand revealed an ancient-looking talisman. At this moment, Su Mu also sheathed the golden thread sword, revealing a stack of talismans in his own hand. The man in the air raised an eyebrow at this sight, followed by a cold laugh. "You are indeed well off, but alas, they are merely low-tier talismans." Indeed, the stack of low-tier talismans in Su Mu's possession had been obtained from the storage pouch of the cultivator who had perished beneath the 5 elements binding ring. This cultivator's origins were unknown, and although the pouch contained few artifacts or elixirs, it was filled with talismans evidently crafted by the same hand. Furthermore, Su Mu had discovered a set of insights on talisman crafting within the pouch, leading him to suspect that the man was likely a talisman master. Talismans, commonly employed by low-tier disciples for attack, offered the advantage of not depleting a cultivator's spiritual energy excessively while allowing access to the spells sealed within, without any level restrictions. Even cultivators at the chi stage could utilize mid-tier talismans, which contained spells that only foundation-building cultivators could practice. What the elegantly dressed man was employing was undoubtedly a mid-tier ice rain talisman, capable of summoning a rain of ice within a radius of several feet. Each ice spike within this rain possessed the potency of the low-tier ice spike technique. Given that Ice Spike was already a formidable low-tier spell, the Ice Rain technique was certainly renowned among mid-tier spells. Thus, the man radiated confidence, viewing Su Mu's use of low-tier talismans as mere acts of defiance. However, although the activation of mid-tier talismans was quicker than casting spells, they still required more time to initiate, especially when used beyond their tier. At this moment, Su Mu had already activated one of his talismans, transforming it into a massive fireball that hurtled towards the elegantly dressed man. The man, upon seeing this, sneered and made no attempt to defend himself, continuing to chant the incantation to invoke the mid-tier talisman. In the next moment, the fireball reached his side and, with a soft puff, collided with the man, only to be devoured by a gray spiritual light, as if it had never existed. Witnessing such an unusual defensive measure, Sumu felt a chill run down his spine. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully rubbed his hands together, causing dozens of talismans in his grasp to instantly turn to ash. In the next heartbeat, a plethora of ice spikes, fireballs, and earth spears materialized from thin air, speeding towards the man. The man's face flickered with a hint of surprise, yet he did not cease activating his talismans, seemingly intent on braving Sumu's onslaught. The air was filled with a series of muffled thuds as the gray light surrounding the man flickered continuously, consuming the incoming low-tier spells one after another. In a flash, the gray light had absorbed 7 or 8 low-tier spells. However, after devouring these spells, the gray light appeared to destabilize. A low-tier fireball managed to breach the gray light's defenses and struck the man with a resounding bang, igniting his body instantly. Subsequently, a torrent of low-tier spells rained down upon him, yet he remained silent, showing no sign of distress. Sumu's brow arched in surprise. Just as he prepared to make his next move, the man, now encased in vibrant lights, suddenly emitted a violent wave of spiritual energy. The low-tier spells that had been attacking him dissipated into thin air under the pressure of this overwhelming force, as if they had never existed. Once the man's form was revealed, Sumu noticed that, at some point, he had donned a gray robe, radiating an aura that suggested the previous gray light had originated from it. At this moment, the man clad in a long robe exuded an eerie aura, as if he had transformed into another being, resembling a specter emerging from the depths of hell. To have forced me to this extent, you may consider yourself fortunate to have met your demise. A low, somber voice emanated from the gray robe, and in an instant, a flash of white light revealed an ancient talisman hovering above Sumu's head. As the talisman burst with a resounding crack, a torrent of ice attribute spiritual energy began to coalesce in the air, swiftly enveloping the space above him. Just as Sumu intended to escape the clutches of this icy cloud, he heard a sharp chime. An ethereal blue ice spear had materialized before him. The spear nearly pierced his body, and had it not been for the protection of the fusion spirit armor, he would have surely suffered a grievous wound. This ice spear seemed to herald the man's counterattack. The ice cloud in midair reverberated with a thunderous roar, and an onslaught of ice spears rained down upon Sumu like a tempest. Faced with this formidable barrage, Sumu opted to stow away the Tianlin shield into his storage pouch. Taking a deep breath, he activated the innate energy within his body, employing an unnamed technique to deftly evade the incoming ice spears. Initially, he managed to dodge several, but soon, the ice spears multiplied like an intensifying storm, transforming from a mere few to hundreds in mere moments, filling his vision with a dense array that likely numbered in the thousands. Although the technique Sumu acquired from Li Yanma was indeed profound, it remained that of a mortal-esque cultivation, and against this spell wielded by a foundational period master, he found his strength waning. Not long after, an ice spear struck him, producing a resounding clang as the fusion spirit armor activated once more, repelling the spear from his body. The sound resonated through the space, akin to a symphony. These ice spears were not aimlessly flung. They homed in on Sumu as if directed by some arcane force. Initially, the fusion spirit armor shimmered brilliantly, but soon began to dim as Sumu's spiritual energy dwindled. After a brief moment, he relinquished the effort of bolstering the armor with his energy, opting instead to rely on its intrinsic protective mechanisms to withstand the damage from the ice spear technique, causing the armor's radiance to fade instantly. The man in the gray robe observed this with a moment of surprise, mistakenly believing Sumu was merely awaiting his demise. Yet when he heard another clang, the armor re-emerged. However, devoid of spiritual energy support, its defensive capabilities had clearly diminished, barely managing to withstand the piercing onslaught of the ice spears. The force behind each spear, though seemingly minimal, compounded with the collective impact of hundreds, was beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Were it not for Sumu's innate energy shielding him, he might have succumbed to unconsciousness from the relentless barrage. Even so, the impact inflicted significant injury upon him, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, signaling the damage to his meridians. In this dire situation, Sumu found himself without a means to counteract the assault, forced to endure. Fortunately, after several cycles of refining his technique, his innate energy had assimilated a substantial amount of spiritual residue, rendering his internal power comparable to that of seasoned practitioners who had cultivated for a century. Moreover, the innate technique exhibited remarkable efficacy in healing, alleviating some of his physical wounds. Another factor was that Sumu still retained his youthful form, which afforded him additional benefits from the innate technique, ensuring that, for the time being, his life remained unthreatened. Chapter 83. Fierce Battle. The man in the gray robe, witnessing this turn of events, was taken aback. He had anticipated Su Mu's armor would soon falter without spiritual energy, yet he was astonished at how the young man had managed to persist thus far. You, a mere chi refinement practitioner, possess such profound internal power. Should I commend your diligent cultivation or chastise your foolishness? He taunted. In the chi refinement stage, mundane martial arts indeed wield significant influence over the outcomes of battles. However, they considerably hinder the progress of cultivation. Hence, few would opt to cultivate internal techniques. Had he known that Su Mu's substantial internal power was a result of serendipity, and that his chi refinement at the 8th level had nearly drained him to the brink of death, he would surely have been left speechless. Su Mu, however, had no time to explain himself to the enemy. Sensing the man's apparent confidence in victory, he could not help but smirk internally. After a prolonged moment, the clanging sounds finally ceased, and Su Mu collapsed to the ground, resembling a spent dog, utterly exhausted. The gray-robed man sneered. TSK, in such a pitiful state, you still contemplate ambushing me? You'd best conserve your energy. No sooner had he spoken than Su Mu sprang up from the ground, transforming the last 5 talismans in his grasp into ash, hurling 5 massive stones towards the man. I already told you, your attacks are futile, the man retorted with a cold laugh, sweeping his robe to counter the stones. A gray light flashing as if to engulf them. Yet, in the next moment, he noticed a small, uniquely shaped stone among the massive ones, resembling a square seal. Upon seeing this stone, a wave of dread washed over him, prompting him to hastily channel his internal power. With a thunderous explosion, the square seal detonated midair, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that engulfed the man's form. Su Mu, witnessing this, finally exhaled in relief. He had seized the opportunity to launch the seal while using the lower-tier talismans. Although he could not refine this mysterious seal, its self-detonation served as a one-time artifact, boasting considerable power akin to a full-force strike from a foundational period master. However, after 2 such explosions, Su Mu was left without similar means of attack. Yet, if he could vanquish the formidable foe before him, the artifacts he possessed would likely rival the power of the square seal. As he observed the luminous explosion in the air, his expression suddenly changed. He sensed that the blast had not claimed the life of the gray-robed cultivator. Realizing this, Su Mu could not afford to wait for the light to dissipate to confirm his suspicions. He propelled himself away with urgency. I will kill you. As he made his escape, he heard the man's furious roar behind him, his voice filled with exasperation. Turning back just in time, Su Mu beheld that the gray robe had become tattered shreds. As the man soared, the remnants of the robe were swept away by the wind. Revealed beneath were numerous bizarre, multicolored patterns adorning his body, almost pulsating with life. Moreover, a severed arm dangled grotesquely from one shoulder. The earlier explosion had not claimed his life, but it had cost him an arm, explaining his unbridled rage. Yet, curiously, there was no blood flowing from the severed limb, as if the man had employed some mysterious technique to staunch the bleeding, leaving only a faint wisp of black mist shrouding the wound. Observing the man's soaring speed, it was evident that he surpassed Wang Ming by a considerable margin, seemingly expending little of his spiritual energy. Wang Ming's expression shifted, and with a determined grit of his teeth, he summoned the golden thread sword, propelling himself skyward. The man, trailing behind Su Mu, paused momentarily in astonishment upon witnessing Su Mu's ability to fly with a spiritual artifact, only to then smirk coldly as he unleashed a burst of spiritual light, rapidly closing the distance between them. In mere moments, the man had reached Su Mu's rear. From a distance, it appeared as though 2 luminous orbs were engaged in a pursuit amidst the white mist. At that moment, Su Mu had already approached the periphery of the misty forest, not indicating he was about to enter the central region, but rather that he had ascended to a considerable altitude. With one more step, he would breach the confines of the white mist. The man, seeing Su Mu halt, breathed a sigh of relief. He was well aware of the forest's taboos, and had Su Mu truly dared to escape the mist into the skies, he would not have pursued him. Su Mu, sensing the tension, also seemed apprehensive. Go on. Keep running. If you're bold enough, fly out of the mist. The man taunted with a cold laugh. Ignoring the man's derision, Su Mu's spiritual light flickered, and a wooden box appeared in his grasp. The man's heart raced. He feared Su Mu might unleash yet another peculiar artifact, quickly assuming a defensive stance. Su Mu, bemused by the man's reaction, opened the wooden box and, with a vigorous throw, sent it soaring beyond the mist's boundary. Spirit tree seedling. The moment he discerned the contents, the The man gasped in astonishment. With a flash of gray light beneath his feet, he attempted to dart towards the box. However, he halted abruptly at the mist's edge, retrieving a white ribbon from his storage pouch. With a flicker of spiritual light, the ribbon transformed into a spiritual serpent, darting towards the airborne box. The ribbon's design indicated it was likely an artifact belonging to a female cultivator, presumably obtained after the man had slain her, now serving as the optimal tool for acquiring the treasure. Sumu, realizing the man was unwilling to relinquish the spirit tree seedling, felt a sense of relief and vanished from sight. The man's eyes glinted with cunning, yet he made no move to obstruct Sumu, seemingly preoccupied with the box. In the next instant, a flying sword appeared silently behind the man, poised to pierce him. With his back turned, the man coldly chuckled. "I knew you would attempt a sneak attack. Do you think I would fall for it?" In that moment, his right hand glimmered with spiritual light, and a small, yellow shield materialized in front of the sword, indicating he had been prepared. Yet from an unknown corner, a green light shot forth, reaching the yellow shield first. Upon contact, the spiritual light of the shield dissipated instantaneously, crashing to the ground. With a swift clang, the flying sword, now stained with blood, emerged. "Ah!" The man cried out in agony. He had narrowly protected his vital areas at the last moment, avoiding death by the sword, though the sensation of being pierced was excruciating. Before he could utter any threats, Sumu had already reached his rear, launching a powerful kick that sent the man careening beyond the mist's coverage. Sumu then hastily descended. In the following moment, he felt the ground tremble violently. The ancient trees that had stood silently in the mist suddenly emitted strange sounds, as if something were breathing within. Vines hanging from the trees surged upward, thousands of them, akin to spears hurled in the chaos of war. The speed of these vines far surpassed that of a foundation-level cultivator wielding a flying sword, rendering them insurmountable. The cacophony of sound filled the air as Sumu swallowed hard, aware that he was among the few who had witnessed the consequences of breaching the mist and survived. Observing the spectacle, he resolved that he would rather perish than face such a fate outside the mist. The sky was filled with screams, initially robust, with the man even finding time to denounce Shenxing as a despicable coward. Sumu, dismissing the insults as not directed at him, sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. Given the turbulence around him, this was undoubtedly the safest course of action, for no foolhardy individual would dare investigate the disturbance. Before long, the man's voice grew faint until it finally ceased altogether. The vines that had been shooting forth from the trees soon retracted, returning quietly to the treetops, leaving Sumu to wonder if he had merely dreamed the previous events, especially when he heard a thud as the man's body fell nearby. Naturally, if what lay before him could still be called a body. Detaching the man's storage pouch, Sumu found the spirit tree seedling nestled within, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. This great catch had not disappointed him. It had swallowed the bait just before its demise. As Sumu prepared to depart, he noticed the surrounding mist had thinned considerably. Just as he pondered this, a series of strange sounds emanated from the peculiar ancient trees. Alarmed, he initially feared that these trees, having dispatched the man, intended to claim him as well. Recalling the trees' ferocity in their earlier attack, despair washed over him. Yet he refused to resign himself to fate, hastily summoning the celestial scale shield. However, he soon realized that his fears were unfounded. The trees were not advancing to assault him, but were instead responding to an internal disturbance. Listening closely, it became evident that something was drawing in air with great force. And upon further observation, he discerned that the white mist surrounding him was being absorbed by the vines clinging to the ancient trees, subsequently channeled into the trees themselves. In a matter of moments, the mist that had enveloped Sumu vanished entirely, and the ancient trees swelled in size, glaring at the stark, leafless giants before him. Sumu heightened his vigilance. Yet, the trees seemed indifferent to his presence. Having consumed the mist, they swiftly burrowed into the ground. As these trees began to tunnel, earth and stone erupted around them, and Sumu sensed that their destination was alarmingly close to the peculiar tree bearing the devouring fruit. With a multitude of trees vanishing underground, the entire misty forest seemed to dissolve into the scenery, leaving behind an empty expanse akin to a wasteland. Sumu spotted several bewildered cultivators nearby, staring blankly at the bizarre scene. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice broke through the silence. It was Lin Shui. "Fellow cultivator, flee quickly." The ominous black rift had indeed caught up. Upon noticing Sumu standing there in a daze, Lin Shui exclaimed in alarm. Startled, Sumu was taken aback, realizing that the black rift had approached with alarming speed. In a flash of instinct, he prepared to ascend into the air, but hesitated momentarily. Although the ancient trees and vines had vanished, was the high altitude of the misty forest not a forbidden zone? Lin Shui, however, was oblivious to any irregularities and swiftly flew to Su Mu's side, hastily inquiring, Shen Daoyu, did you not enter the misty forest? Why are you still here? Su Mu opened his mouth to explain that the misty forest had ceased to exist, but found himself at a loss for words when he noticed the black rift looming closer behind Lin Shui. Run! Su Mu shouted, not pausing for further explanation as he summoned his golden-threaded sword and soared into the distance. Lin Shui, displeased, pouted slightly but said nothing, quickly following suit. However, it was evident that Su Mu was straining to fly while clutching a spirit stone, indicating considerable exhaustion, likely from a recent battle. A glance backward revealed the gruesome sight of a corpse on the ground, causing Lin Shui's expression to change, though she refrained from commenting after glancing at Su Mu's back. Unbeknownst to him, he had already formed the image of a murderous demon in Lin Shui's mind, though she still regarded him as a valuable ally. Fortunately, the rapid advance of the rift had instilled fear in numerous cultivators, prompting them to flee. Otherwise, Su Mu had sensed many presences approaching long before the misty forest underwent its transformation. Without the Black Rift, he would have soon faced threats from other practitioners. With Lin Shui joining him as a fresh force, Su Mu breathed a sigh of relief, for at least outwardly, they could intimidate those with nefarious intentions. As they flew for a while, Lin Shui's brow furrowed in confusion as she observed Su Mu. Brother Shen, are we heading in the right direction? Despite flying for so long, we have yet to see the misty forest. Su Mu chuckled wryly at her words. I fear that the misty forest will no longer exist from this point onward. Chapter 85. Resting in the ruined temple, Lin Shui raised an eyebrow at Su Mu's response. Perplexed. What do you mean by that, Brother Shen? Su Mu, noticing her naivety, smiled softly, realizing that she had not ventured even a step into the misty forest, likely keeping her distance for fear of accidentally entering. Otherwise, the previous commotion in the misty forest would not have escaped her notice. After some contemplation, Su Mu recounted the scene he had witnessed, omitting his confrontation with the man and the incident involving the man-eating tree. Lin Shui, sensing Su Mu's unstable aura, surmised that he had indeed encountered conflict with others. Yet, her focus was solely on the revelation that a tree in the forest produced spirit fruits, her expression shifting to disappointment as she regretted not accompanying Su Mu into the misty forest. However, upon hearing that the tree also consumed humans and that chi-refining cultivators had been devoured without defense, her face blanched in fear. When Su Mu explained how he had managed to escape after drawing away the white mist from the tree, Lin Shui was left utterly speechless. Observing her silence, Su Mu curiously inquired, Fairy Lin, did you observe the movement speed of the Black Rift from outside the misty forest? Indeed, I did observe. The speed of the Black Rift is indeed, as you suspected, significantly faster than before, likely comparable to that of a mid-grade magical artifact, Lin Shui affirmed. Hearing this, Su Mu's countenance darkened. Lin Shui, perceptive as she was, noticed his change in demeanor and asked, are you worried that the rift's speed may increase further? Su Mu managed a bitter smile. I hope I am merely being overly cautious. Having learned from past experiences, Lin Shui no longer opposed Su Mu's concerns. Acknowledging that the Black Rift's intentions were far from benign, and an increase in speed was certainly a possibility. Before long, they traversed the area that had once been the misty forest and arrived in the central region. It seemed similar occurrences had transpired in other areas, as the number of cultivators had surged. After a brief flight, they encountered over a dozen practitioners, all at the chi-refining stage, while those at the foundation establishment stage appeared to have vanished since the trial began. Fortunately, the presence of the Black Rift had unsettled the participating cultivators, dissuading them from engaging in battles. As they continued their aerial journey, Su Mu turned to see that the Black Rift had ceased its movement in the sky. Its position seemed to align perfectly with the boundary between the misty forest and the central region, leaving Su Mu uncertain whether it had halted there by chance or was under someone's influence. At that moment, Su Mu, having sustained considerable damage, was in no hurry to press forward. He turned to Lin Shui and said, Fairy Lin, I have yet to recover from my previous conflict. I seek a place to rest. What are your thoughts? Lin Shui's eyes sparkled as she assessed Su Mu, her smile radiant. What do you mean, Brother Shen? We are companions, bound together in both fortune and misfortune. Would I abandon you to flee on my own? You need only focus on your recovery. I shall stand guard for you. Su Mu was momentarily taken aback by her words before smiling appreciatively. In that case, I am grateful for your assistance. With that, Su Mu scanned the area below and spotted a dilapidated small temple halfway up a nearby hill. Uncertain whether it was a remnant of an immortal's legacy or constructed by later generations. Unlike other regions, the central area lacked mountains and was instead dotted with vast plains, making it difficult to find a suitable hiding place. The small temple, albeit conspicuous, was the only viable refuge available. That will do. Sumu pointed towards the temple and led the way, flying ahead. Before long, they arrived. Upon landing, Sumu noticed that several cultivators were already seated in meditation within the temple, evidently having hurried from other areas. Some appeared pale and drained, possibly having used some secret technique to fly. After surveying the scene, Sumu smiled nonchalantly as he entered. The occupants of the temple opened their eyes at the sight of newcomers, casting wary glances at Sumu and Lin Shui. Upon noticing that they, too, bore signs of injury, their gazes softened considerably. In this trial, everyone was adversaries. Seeing no hostility directed at them, Sumu felt little inclination to engage in conversation. He found a vacant spot and sat down to meditate. Lin Shui, seeing Sumu begin his cultivation, could only smile helplessly and settled down beside him. After their recent flight, she too had expended considerable energy and needed to restore her strength amidst the looming dangers. When Sumu first entered the temple, it was still dusk. Upon reopening his eyes, he found it was already the following morning. Glancing around, he noticed that several cultivators who had been present the previous day had already departed, likely having recovered their strength and left the area. Simultaneously, a few unfamiliar faces had appeared in the temple, presumably arriving after him. Although the temple was filled with people, their voices were hushed, as if they were all striving to avoid making any significant noise, creating a somewhat tense atmosphere. After a night of meditation, Sumu had not fully restored his cultivation. But aside from his wood attribute's spiritual energy, everything else had returned to a state of completeness. His withered wood rejuvenation technique had reached the 8th layer of chi training. But after depleting it yesterday, it could not be completely recovered in a short span of time. He merely restored it to the 7th layer and then shifted his focus to recuperating other attributes of spiritual energy. After all, despite the temporary failure of the 5-element spirit ring, it still provided Sumu with an overwhelming advantage against chi training period cultivators. If he solely restored his wood attribute spiritual energy, he could indeed accomplish that, but with his 8th layer of cultivation, he posed no threat to the other cultivators present. After slowly withdrawing his energy and exhaling a breath of turbid air, Sumu turned to see Lin Shui had ceased her cultivation and was curiously observing him. "I apologize for the wait, Fairy," Sumu said with sincerity. Lin Shui smiled gently. "It's no trouble at all. I wonder how much Shin Daoist has recovered." "Almost enough. Let us depart from this place," Sumu replied, nodding as he surveyed the crowd in the temple and stepped out first, with Lin Shui hurriedly following. Before long, the two transformed into beams of escaping light, heading toward the heart of the central region. Chapter 86. Reunion with Jinping. While flying, Sumu retrieved the storage bag of the man who had previously called himself the young master, probing inside with his spiritual sense. Lin Shui, witnessing Sumu rummaging through an unfamiliar storage bag, was unfazed. After all, with Sumu's spirit ring abilities, slaying opponents of the same rank was effortless. For cultivators of the demonic path like her, lacking in cultivation and possessing weak techniques, being killed was merely a commonplace occurrence. However, after searching for a while, Sumu could only let out a sigh of frustration, transferring all the contents into his own storage bag before destroying the original. From the retrieved items, it was evident that the man Sumu had slain was Wu Yunqi, the young master of the Creek Poison Sect of Yunyan Kingdom. Unlike other kingdoms Sumu had encountered, Yunyan was more akin to a sect, where all its practitioners followed the Creek Poison teachings and were referred to as sorcerers by the common folk. Although the cultivators of the Creek Poison Sect practiced chi training techniques, their abilities differed vastly from those of ordinary cultivators. Wu Yunqi's technique documented a secret art that harmed enemies through curses. As long as one knew the opponent's identity, they could inflict harm using their own blood. Such an offensive method would catch most cultivators off guard. If successfully cast, the targeted cultivator would be gravely injured before they could react. Sumu couldn't help but feel a wave of trepidation. Fortunately, Wu Yunqi had not employed this secret art during their confrontation, or he would have been at a complete loss on how to defend against it. What Sumu did not know was that Wu Yunqi had attempted to use this curse art on him, but due to Sumu providing a false name, the spell had failed and resulted in a significant backlash against Wu Yunqi. Had it not been for the backlash depleting some of Wu Yunqi's cultivation and vitality, the outcome of their battle could have been quite different. After all, the disparity in their cultivation levels meant that even the slightest amount of spiritual energy could be a decisive factor in battle. After perusing the Jade Slip, Sumu resolved to refrain from revealing his true name in future encounters with enemies, lest they employ some peculiar secret arts against him. Nevertheless, he held little interest in the curse art itself. He primarily searched through Wu Yunqi's storage bag for a treasure capable of concealing his presence, as well as to uncover the reasons behind the failure of the 5-element spirit ring. During their first encounter, Wu Yunqi had hidden within the walls, and had he not deemed Su Mu unworthy of his attention, Su Mu doubted he would have been able to detect him in advance. Unfortunately, after a thorough search, Su Mu discovered that Wu Yunqi's ability to cast such a secret art stemmed entirely from a gray robe he possessed. This robe, known as the 10,000 Laws robe, was no ordinary artifact. It was crafted from the hide of a unique beast from Yunyan Kingdom known as the Cloud-Concealing Beast. Moreover, once made, it could continuously absorb the blood essence of other beasts or monsters. With each infusion, the robe would gain a new ability. Wu Yunqi had invested nearly all his wealth into this 10,000 Laws robe, which not only allowed him to conceal his form, but also boasted formidable defensive capabilities. Regrettably, this gray robe had become riddled with holes due to previous attacks from the demon tree vines, and was beyond repair. As for the reason it had resisted the 5-element spirit ring, it seemed unrelated to the treasures within the storage bag. Su Mu vaguely speculated that it should be connected to Wu Yunqi's technique. After his probing, he discovered that Wu Yunqi's heart method actually encompassed both wood and water attributes. However, this was merely conjecture, and he could not ascertain the precise cause, leading him to abandon the inquiry, wishing that Wu Yunqi had survived. At that moment, a transparent flying needle remained in the storage bag, known as the blue crystal needle, reputedly crafted entirely from celestial blue crystal, and was also a premium artifact, significantly compensating for Su Mu's losses. As for the spirit fruit, there were an astonishing 16 of them within Wu Yunqi's storage bag. It was unclear whether they were acquired from slaying other cultivators or merely stumbled upon through good fortune. Su Mu toyed with the blue crystal needle for a moment before flipping his right hand to store it in his own storage bag. With such a powerful artifact, he felt a greater sense of security in this perilous trial. Seeing Su Mu finish sorting through his items, Lin Shui couldn't help but smile. Shin Daoist seems to have garnered quite a bounty after such a lengthy inspection. Su Mu chuckled helplessly at her remark. If it were possible, I would gladly forego this harvest. Lin Shui laughed lightly in response. Your words are misguided, my friend. In this trial, if we do not wish to slay our enemies, we will inevitably become prey ourselves. Su Mu nodded, intending to speak, when he suddenly spotted a tall tower in the distance, upon which stood several figures. Upon closer inspection, he was struck with astonishment. The tower was named the Spirit Origin Tower, said to have stood there since the discovery of this space. Logically, such treasures would be swiftly removed by powerful cultivators, becoming their private possessions. Even if they could not be moved, greedy individuals would surely attempt to carry away its bricks piece by piece. However, despite the lack of any spiritual energy leakage from the Spirit Origin Tower, its defensive capabilities were astonishing. It was said that even the full force of a nascent Soul Period expert could not dislodge a single tile from its surface. Consequently, no one had considered dismantling the tower to take it to the outside world, allowing it to survive. The Spirit Origin Tower occupied the central position of the entire trial space. Yet, it was not merely the tower that astonished Su Mu. The true source of his alarm was the sight of a familiar face atop the high tower, Jin Ping. The very first soul he claimed during this trial had reappeared before him, standing there without a care in the world. Seeing Su Mu's expression shift dramatically, Lin Shui followed his gaze and was similarly taken aback upon recognizing Jin Ping atop the tower. How could a mere Qi training period cultivator elicit such a reaction from you? She wondered, puzzled. At that moment, Su Mu was fully engrossed in his astonishment as he gazed at Jin Ping, who, in turn, seemed to sense Su Mu's scrutiny and turned his gaze toward him. However, what astonished him even further was that Jin Ping's eyes were entirely white, resembling those of a corpse, devoid of any trace of color. Jin Ping was gazing at Su Mu when, suddenly, a pitch-black opening appeared behind him. A figure emerged, yawning and casting a glance at Su Mu, instantly filled with excitement. Let's go? Su Mu felt a chill run down his spine at the man's gaze. After a moment of sensing, he realized that the man was a formidable practitioner at the Foundation establishment stage, causing him to jump back in fright. After shouting a command to Lin Shui, he transformed into a streak of light and sped away into the distance. Stop! The Foundation establishment man was momentarily taken aback, but quickly called out, leaping into the air. Beneath him, a ferocious tiger with flesh-like wings surged forward, charging directly at Su Mu. Meanwhile, Jin Ping was inexplicably drawn into a storage bag. Lin Shui was equally startled by the scene, utterly perplexed as to how Su Mu had attracted the attention of this Foundation establishment practitioner. After her expression shifted several times, she decided to follow the two in their rush of light. Chapter 87. Corpse Puppet. Su Mu sensed the man following closely behind, his heart tightening. He could not fathom why Jinping was with this Foundation establishment man. If Jinping was truly alive, then the news of the Yuanling sapling was not something he alone was privy to. If Jinping had indeed informed this man about it, Su Mu doubted he would be merciful enough to let him live. Unbeknownst to Su Mu, news of the Yuanling sapling's emergence had long spread among various practitioners. Had it not been for his low cultivation level, he would have encountered individuals who were not intent on killing him, allowing for a chance of communication. However, although the news of the sapling being unearthed was circulating, its current possessor remained a mystery. Consequently, this information gradually became regarded as false. After all, claiming the sapling had appeared without knowing who possessed it was absurd. For this reason, within a few days, the fervor among practitioners to search for the Yuanling sapling had significantly waned, which made it understandable that Su Mu had not heard any news. At this moment, Su Mu was flying on the golden thread sword when he felt the aura of the Foundation establishment man drawing closer behind him. Given the disparity in their cultivation and the treasures they wielded, he realized that he could not escape for long, so he decided to halt. The Foundation establishment man was momentarily surprised by Su Mu's sudden stop, but quickly accelerated his pursuit. Before long, he arrived in front of Su Mu, seated atop his fearsome tiger, and said with a nonchalant tone, "Why have you stopped running, boy? What offense have I committed against you to warrant such relentless pursuit?" Su Mu did not respond to the man's inquiry, but instead bowed respectfully. The man was taken aback for a moment, and then chuckled. "You have a good sense of propriety. Here's the deal. Hand over the Yuanling sapling, and I shall let you go. Otherwise, you may end up like him." As he spoke, the man summoned Jinping from the storage bag. Su Mu was stunned to see that Jinping exuded no signs of life, resembling a corpse. Yet, upon seeing Su Mu, this lifeless figure became agitated, as if he would charge at him for a fierce battle were it not for the man's magic restraining him. Su Mu's expression soured as he said, "Senior, you misunderstand. I do not possess the Yuanling sapling. If I did, I would certainly present it to you with both hands." The man narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Su Mu for a moment before coldly stating, "Boy, I am the young master of the Jiang Sect. Would I wrongfully accuse you?" The Jiang Sect was a powerful branch of the Tianma Sect, rumored to be located in the northwest of the Wuzhihai, dominating that region. Alongside the Kaiyang and Niang sects, they were initially supported by the Tianma Sect, with depth and strength far surpassing that of the Shuling Sect. Though Su Mu's understanding of the Tianma Sect was limited, he had gathered some information from Lin Shui and various jade slips. Upon hearing that this man was the young master of the Jiang Sect, Su Mu's expression changed, finally grasping why Jinping was in such a state. It was said that the Jiang Sect was also known as the Corpse God Sect in its region, as its disciples excelled in crafting various corpse puppets. As the name suggests, corpse puppets are created from the bodies of practitioners, with their combat strength largely dependent on the cultivation level of the deceased. These corpse puppets are divided into two types: the living corpse puppet and the dead corpse puppet. The latter is simply made from the corpses of deceased practitioners. In contrast, the living corpse puppet is created through torturous secret methods that lead to the practitioner's death, making it significantly more powerful than the dead corpse puppet, albeit more prone to backlash. Due to the existence of corpse puppets, disciples of the Jiang sect generally possess greater strength compared to their peers, earning them a formidable reputation within the Tianma sect branches. Jinping's current condition clearly indicated that he had been transformed into a dead corpse puppet. His ability to sense Su Mu stemmed from the lingering resentment at the moment of his death, as he had been slain by Su Mu himself, naturally harboring deep-seated animosity. Whenever they were near, Jinping could perceive Su Mu's presence. As for why the man was so adamantly convinced that Su Mu possessed the Yuanling sapling, it was likely because he had discovered something amiss at the Baibo pool. With Jinping dead, the fact that he could sense Su Mu was already remarkable. It was impossible for him to communicate this information to the man. Realizing this, Su Mu could not help but let out a wry smile. "It seems that no matter how I argue, you will not believe me, senior. If you wish for my belief, it would not be difficult. Simply allow me to inspect your storage bag." The man sneered. "Do you think I would covet your belongings?" Su Mu shook his head, displaying a helpless expression as he slowly said, "I implore you to accept this treasure and spare my life." As he spoke, a radiant shield flew toward the man from his hand. The man initially assumed Su Mu was preparing for an attack, gathering his inner strength. But upon realizing Su Mu had summoned a small defensive artifact, he relaxed. With a mocking tone, he said, Boy, do you think a mere top-grade artifact can appease me? Before his words had fully left his lips, the man suddenly narrowed his gaze and exclaimed, "Not good." Su Mu lamented the situation as the heavenly scale shield burst forth in a dazzling display, its contained energy surging violently before erupting in an explosion. Indeed, Su Mu, feeling cornered by the man's aggressive demeanor, had no choice but to resort to his only means of threatening a Foundation establishment practitioner, the self-detonation of his artifact. To ensure the artifact could get as close as possible to the man, he had adopted a previously submissive attitude and chosen the heavenly scale shield for this purpose. After all, no one would expect Su Mu to use a defensive artifact as an offensive weapon. Unfortunately, despite Su Mu's attempts to suppress the artifact's energy fluctuations before the explosion, the man had sensed something amiss and taken precautions. This strike was unlikely to produce the desired effect, and should it fail, it would likely incite the man's murderous intent. As he contemplated this, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated Su Mu's mind. The golden thread sword materialized beneath him, propelling his body swiftly into the distance. Chapter 88: The Destruction of the Seedling. Within the blinding light of escape, Su Mu's face turned ashen. Although he had replicated the 3 exquisite magical artifacts he had originally wielded using a porcelain plate, the recent self-detonation involved the original item rather than its replica. After all, the celestial scale shield had accompanied him for quite some time, enduring numerous perils, and had sustained some damage. He had intended to repair the shield once he returned to Tai Ling Mountain, but alas, he was directly transported to the Heavenly Demon Sect, causing this matter to be indefinitely postponed. The self-detonation of the already battered celestial scale shield was a desperate measure. Yet, due to the close mental connection he shared with the shield after prolonged use, the hasty self-detonation inflicted significant internal injuries upon Su Mu. Nevertheless, no wounds could outweigh the importance of his own life. Su Mu had never placed any faith in the man's words. To believe that surrendering the Yuan Ling sapling would spare him from harm was sheer folly. However, the might of the celestial scale shield paled in comparison to the plain mountain seal, and being primarily a defensive artifact, the force of its self-detonation dissipated almost instantaneously. As Su Mu glanced back while fleeing, his complexion grew even more pallid. At this moment, the Foundation establishment cultivator bore no visible scars, despite appearing somewhat disheveled. It seemed as though the previous explosion had left him unscathed. "You are doomed," the man bellowed, his spiritual light flashing beneath him as he commanded his flying sword towards Su Mu. Witnessing this, a ruthless glint flashed across Su Mu's face, prompting him to abruptly alter his course towards the outer region of the trial space. The man, upon realizing Su Mu's intention, narrowed his gaze, quickly deducing his plan. "Do you intend to escape into the Black Rift and end your life? Allow me to escort you." With that, the flying sword beneath him glimmered with brilliance, swiftly closing the distance between them. Su Mu, feeling the man draw closer to within 10 feet, inwardly lamented. The speed at which a Foundation establishment cultivator could maneuver a spiritual artifact was indeed incomparable to that of a chi refinement stage cultivator. Determined, Su Mu gritted his teeth and summoned another artifact, hurling it backward. A resounding explosion followed as a white ribbon detonated right before the man, transforming into a spiraling surge of spiritual light. The man's figure was instantly engulfed by the explosive radiance, and moments later, he emerged, slightly pale, but evidently unscathed. This white ribbon was merely a medium-grade artifact obtained from Wu Yunqi's storage bag, and thus its explosive power was limited. Yet for Su Mu, the only means to hinder a chi refinement cultivator lay in the self-detonation of such artifacts. He inwardly sighed, wishing he had another plain mountain seal artifact. Its self-detonation could have potentially inflicted severe damage upon his adversary. Now, even the artifacts in his storage bag, should they self-detonate, would only serve to momentarily impede the man's escape speed. Su Mu had never anticipated the chasm that lay between a Foundation establishment cultivator and a chi refinement cultivator would be so vast. In truth, Su Mu had misjudged the situation. Had the man been a Foundation establishment cultivator from a lesser sect or a rogue practitioner, he would not possess such formidable abilities. With Su Mu's reckless self-detonations, he could still pose a threat to other Foundation establishment cultivators. Unfortunately, he had encountered the direct disciple of the sect master of the Jiang sect, whose exceptional talent and myriad treasures far surpassed those of ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators. The man, too, felt a sense of urgency. While he could easily eliminate other chi refinement cultivators, Su Mu had repeatedly complicated matters for him. Su Mu's cunning and decisiveness made him a formidable opponent, reinforcing the man's resolve to eliminate him. Such an enemy must not be afforded the opportunity to grow stronger. Had Sumu been aware that his resistance only intensified the man's murderous intent, he might have made different choices from the outset. However, at this moment, he found himself with no options left. He continued to hurl artifacts. The sounds of explosive spiritual energy echoing as he maintained a distance of over 10 feet between himself and the man. In no time, the chase stretched over several miles. Sumu reached into his storage bag, only to feel despair wash over him. He had exhausted every artifact available for self-detonation, whether inferior or superior, including the golden thread sword, celestial scale shield, and the recently acquired blue crystal needle, which he had not yet replicated. Had he not discovered numerous medium and inferior artifacts in the storage bags he had previously seized, he would have undoubtedly fallen into the man's clutches by now. The Foundation establishment cultivator, battered by Sumu's relentless explosions, appeared pale and unstable. Should another superior artifact self-detonate, he would likely retreat. After all, in this place, his adversary was not solely Sumu. Excessive depletion of his resources would render him a target for other Foundation establishment cultivators. The man, observing Sumu's expression, chuckled darkly. How does it feel, kid? Out of artifacts, huh? Your wealth must be considerable. You've self-detonated so many artifacts. Surely you've slain many. Sumu scoffed at this, offering no reply, but retorted, Indeed, I have no artifacts left. If you dare, come and kill me. The man's expression darkened. He would not be provoked into making a rash advance. Instead, he maintained a cautious distance behind Sumu. Realizing the man would not approach, Sumu felt no relief. He understood that such bluster could not sustain itself for long. Just then, his fleeing form suddenly halted, for the black rift loomed ominously a little over 10 feet away. Huh, you see, this is what they call heaven has a path, yet you refuse to walk it. Hell has no door, yet you come to seek it. What happened to your earlier bravado? Now you hesitate to enter? The man seized the moment to mock Sumu mercilessly. Sumu cast a deep glance at the stationary black rift, and with a flicker of brilliance in his hand, produced a wooden box. The man initially thought Sumu was throwing out yet another artifact, causing him to startle, but upon realizing what was concealed within the wooden box, his expression shifted dramatically. Inside lay the Yuanling sapling. You dare. Seeing Sumu hurl the wooden box towards the black rift, the man's face blanched, and he summoned his spiritual light, instantly amplifying his speed tenfold. Chapter 89, Mutual Destruction. Sumu was taken aback, although he understood the man's speed could not be sustained for long. His sudden burst of speed was nonetheless terrifying. Had the man not feared the self-detonating artifacts earlier, Sumu might have already been caught. In the next moment, the man reached the wooden box, grasping it firmly in his hand. However, he failed to notice Sumu's body had assumed a rather peculiar posture. As the man grasped the wooden box, a wave of ecstatic joy washed over his face. Just as he was about to turn away from the black fissure, a flash of white light darted before him. Ah! He exclaimed, recognizing that Sumu had unleashed some form of attack against him. In an instant, a brilliant blue water shield appeared before him. This was none other than the mid-tier defensive spell, Water Spirit Shield. However, the next moment, with a swift sound, the white light shattered the radiance of the Water Spirit Shield and struck the man directly. The impact of the white light against his body resonated like the clash of metal. Astonishingly, Sumu's formidable white jade blade had been thwarted. Yet, before the man could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw a flash of red light erupt from within Sumu, as his innate energy surged into the jade blade like a torrential flood. The next instant, a flash of white light emanated from the blade, and with a crisp sound, it pierced through the man's body. Sumu was about to exhale in relief when an odd sensation washed over him, as if his strike had missed its target entirely. Turning to look, Sumu was horrified to discover that his attack had indeed passed through the man's torso, leaving only the arm that held the wooden box dropping to the ground. How could this be? Sumu's mind momentarily short-circuited, unable to comprehend why his strike had failed. The man hovered mid-air, his face drained of color, casting a venomous, yet fearful glare at Sumu. He could hardly believe he had nearly perished at the hands of a chi refinement stage cultivator, employing mere mundane martial arts. However, judging by Sumu's appearance, it was clear he lacked the strength to deliver a second strike, which provided the man with a sense of relief. After catching his breath, he summoned the falling arm, along with the wooden box, back towards him. Upon reclaiming the wooden box, his expression improved significantly. Just as he turned to speak to Sumu, he was taken aback to see Sumu charging toward him. The man, startled, realized his spiritual energy was severely depleted, and he had sustained serious internal injuries. The technique he had employed was akin to a gecko shedding its tail, usable only once in a short span. Could this fellow possibly strike me again? The thought crossed his mind. Yet, he was clearly overthinking. Su Mu was indeed too exhausted to execute that mysterious maneuver again. That technique relied on the explosive force of accumulated internal energy and could only be employed once within a brief time frame. As the man watched Su Mu, he saw a flash of brilliance in his hand, revealing a circular ring. Judging by the fluctuation of spiritual energy, it was at least a high-quality magical artifact. Remembering Su Mu's penchant for self-destructive techniques, the man prepared to counter with his spiritual energy, only to witness the ring vanish into thin air. Teleportation? He gasped, as 5 rings suddenly encircled him, causing his internal energy to falter. However, upon sensing the extent of this confinement, he let out a cold laugh. A mere shift of his energy would dissipate this binding force in an instant. He began, but before he could finish, Su Mu lunged at him, and with a flash of spiritual light behind, propelled both their bodies towards the black fissure. No, the man swiftly broke free from the ring's constraint, his energy restored. And just as he conjured a long sword, his right foot grazed the edge of the black fissure. In the next moment, his right foot lost all sensation, and in the blink of an eye, he and Su Mu plunged into the black fissure, disappearing without a trace. Moments later, a white light hovered at the fissure's edge, before revealing a beautiful woman who surveyed her surroundings with confusion. To her astonishment, Shun Xing had obtained the Yuanling sapling, which explained the pursuit by Foundation establishment cultivators. But where had the two vanished? The newcomer was Lin Shui, and after searching the vicinity, her face filled with shock as she gazed at the black fissure. Could it be that they had entered there? Lin Shui thought incredulously, then quickly dismissed the notion. Even if Su Mu might recklessly plunge in for the sake of the jade, a Foundation establishment expert would not foolishly follow suit to meet their demise. The Yuanling sapling, while precious, could not possibly cloud a Foundation establishment cultivator's judgment. With such thoughts, Lin Shui regarded the black fissure warily before vanishing in a flash of spiritual light, retreating into the distance. Meanwhile, within the black fissure, Su Mu was instantly beset by a sensation of tearing within his body, as if something were attempting to escape. His skin began to disintegrate into ash, and torrents of blood erupted from every corner of his being, obscuring his vision, transforming the darkness into a vibrant crimson. Am I to die? Su Mu pondered helplessly. Father, mother, I am unfilial, unable to provide for you in your old age. Countless thoughts surged through Su Mu's mind, as he felt his consciousness detach from his body, drifting into a haze, while a myriad of images flickered before him. This dreamlike experience persisted for what felt like an eternity until Su Mu gradually regained his awareness. How am I still alive? Is my consciousness not extinguished? Su Mu mused in astonishment. According to records, a Foundation establishment cultivator's consciousness does not dissipate immediately upon death. If a suitable vessel is found, they can even seize a new life. Once a nascent soul is formed, a cultivator's consciousness becomes even more substantial, allowing them to traverse realms beyond. And even if their physical form is destroyed, they can easily slay core formation cultivators and assume a new body. Yet, as a mere chi refinement cultivator, such powers were utterly out of reach. The annihilation of the body meant death. Contemplating this, Su Mu attempted to open his eyes, and to his astonishment, he succeeded. Chapter 90. Annihilation of the soul. Before him lay an expanse of utter darkness. In this void, everything felt ephemeral, as though time and space had come to a standstill. Glancing down at himself, he discovered he bore no injuries at all. A cascade of colorful light radiated from within him. It seemed this vibrant aura was what prevented his body from being assimilated by the black void. Soon, he realized that this colorful luminescence did not originate from him, but rather from his storage pouch. Hastily unfastening the pouch from his waist, Su Mu probed inside with his consciousness, and moments later, he held a gleaming white jade plate in his hand. This plate, unlike any before, now emanated a radiant 5-colored light, resembling a divine artifact. As Su Mu took the plate into his hands, the surrounding 5-colored light intensified, dispelling much of the darkness nearby. While he examined the jade plate, eager to explore its mysteries, he noticed a faint glimmer of spiritual light not far away. The earlier brilliance from the plate had obscured part of this light, preventing him from detecting it sooner. However, this spiritual glow was different, radiating a pure azure light. As Su Mu attempted to move closer, he felt an irresistible pull from the jade plate, drawing him toward the source of the spiritual light. Upon arrival, he discovered that the glow emanated from the Yuanling sapling he had previously cast aside. At this moment, the seedling of the primordial spirit tree emitted a faint azure glow, enveloping a small circle around it. Much like a porcelain plate, This azure light seemed to possess a protective quality, safeguarding the objects within from the encroaching darkness of the surrounding void. The wooden box in which it was placed, along with the large hand of the man gripping it, remained preserved under the protection of this azure radiance. Sumu reached out and summoned the primordial spirit tree seedling into his grasp, intending to stow it away, when he sensed a strange fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from within. "Come forth," Sumu bellowed, causing the spiritual energy within the seedling to tremble. In an instant, a faint spiritual light shot out from the wooden box and coalesced before him. "You're not dead." As soon as the spiritual form took shape and beheld Sumu, it could not suppress its exclamation of surprise. "It's you?" Sumu scoffed, recognizing the visage of the man who had previously pursued him. This man had been swept into the black rift along with Sumu, and without the protective porcelain plate. It was evident that the mere seedling of the primordial spirit tree could not shield him entirely, leading to the swift destruction of his physical form. However, this individual proved to be astute, quickly realizing the protective properties of the azure glow and directly sending his consciousness into the wooden box. Had Sumu not discovered this in time, he might have unwittingly brought the man out of this space with him. If the man had found an opportunity to regain his cultivation and revealed the existence of the porcelain plate, Sumu would undoubtedly face insurmountable calamities. With a shiver of apprehension, Sumu's gaze towards the man's spiritual form became imbued with murderous intent. The man, now reduced to a mere soul, devoid of any supernatural abilities, recognized that he was no match for Sumu. Seeing the murderous intent etched across Sumu's face, he hastily cried out, "Friend, do not kill me. I have information to share." "Speak, but I hope you can provide a satisfactory reason," Sumu replied coolly, regarding the man's spiritual form. The man hurriedly said, "I am Chu Feng, a direct disciple of the sect master of the Jiang sect. Should you kill me, you will undoubtedly incur the soul mark of the Jiang sect, bringing upon yourself endless misfortune. Is that all?" Sumu glanced at him in astonishment, expecting a more compelling justification. The man was momentarily taken aback, perplexed as he replied, "Is that not sufficient? You must surely come from a weaker branch sect and are unaware of the Jiang sect's might." Before he could finish, Sumu's hand shimmered with spiritual light, and he commanded the porcelain plate to fly aside. In an instant, the man's spiritual form was enveloped by the black space, his mouth moving in vain as no sound escaped. Within 2 breaths, his essence was utterly obliterated from existence. Sumu cast a cold glance toward the direction of the man's disappearance, sneering, "The more powerful your Jiang sect, the greater my reasons to eliminate you. You were oblivious to this, and yet you reached the foundation establishment stage." With those thoughts in mind, Sumu sought to command the porcelain plate to depart this dark space, for no one could ascertain whether the plate would continue to protect him. Regrettably, within this void, direction was indiscernible, and Sumu could only flounder aimlessly, hoping for a stroke of luck to escape. Lacking any light in the black space, Sumu relied on the flow of his spiritual energy to keep track of time. After 3 days, he finally emerged from the dark rift. "Phew, finally out." Sumu sighed in relief, glancing around to find himself precisely at the location where he had initially entered the black space. Sensing the chaotic fluctuations of spiritual energy around him, Sumu was momentarily taken aback, experiencing a disorienting sense of déjà vu. It seemed as though his entry into the black space had just occurred moments ago. Yet, he distinctly recalled searching for a way out for an extended period. Could it be that the flow of time within that space differed from that of the outside world? If that were true, Sumu could hardly resist the urge to plunge back into the black space for cultivation. After all, 3 days had passed for him within, while only a brief moment elapsed outside. Suppressing this impulse, Sumu settled into a meditative posture to recuperate. Positioned at the edge of the black rift, he was undisturbed, enjoying the tranquility. 2 days later, Sumu had nearly restored his spiritual energy to its peak. To his astonishment, his withered wood rebirth technique unexpectedly broke through once more, reaching the 9th level of chi refinement. However, this breakthrough resulted in the complete depletion of the power he had previously absorbed during the blood sacrifice. Had it not been for that blood sacrifice propelling his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 8th level, this breakthrough might have been delayed by another year or 2. Perhaps, this was a case of fortune arising from misfortune. Sumu chuckled wryly, engaging in self-deprecating humor. Just as he was about to depart, a thought struck him. With a flash of spiritual light in his hand, he suddenly possessed 2 additional items. One was the primordial spirit tree seedling, and the other was the enigmatic porcelain plate. Based on his experiences within the black space, it was evident that the primordial spirit tree seedling and the mysterious porcelain plate shared a certain connection. as both could emit a protective spiritual light. However, Sumu soon realized that the primordial spirit fruit lacked this unique property, failing to emit a similar protective glow. The primordial spirit fruit was a product of the mature primordial spirit tree. If the porcelain plate could not replicate the fruit, could it replicate the still immature seedling instead? Chapter 91. Falling out. The thought of the substantial rewards represented by the primordial spirit tree seedling stirred Sumu's heart, prompting him to take out the porcelain plate and attempt to replicate it. To his surprise, after placing the seedling above the porcelain plate, a pulling force emanated from within. Seemingly eager to absorb his spiritual energy, he tentatively activated the spiritual energy within him, which surged into the porcelain plate, flowing more swiftly than during any previous replication. Sumu sensed, faintly, that even the porcelain plate was impatient to replicate this primordial spirit tree seedling. However, the joy on Sumu's face quickly faded as he realized the porcelain plate had already consumed half of his cultivation. The voracious pull showed no signs of abating. If this continued, his cultivation would be insufficient to replicate the seedling. In light of this, Sumu disregarded any thoughts of haste and found a clear area to sit cross-legged. He retrieved a wood spirit pill from his storage bag and swallowed it, then took out a blue spiritual stone, adopting a posture of meditation. If anyone were to witness Sumu daring to meditate at the edge of the black rift, they would likely deem him insane. After a full day and night, the absorption force from the porcelain plate gradually subsided. Sumu opened his eyes to discover two primordial spirit tree seedlings gently floating above the porcelain plate. After carefully storing both seedlings in the wooden box, Sumu stood and stretched, fatigue etched across his face. Throughout that day and night, he had been tirelessly recovering his cultivation. Although aided by the wood spirit pill and wood attribute spiritual stone, his recovery rate merely matched the rate at which he had been consumed. Fortunately, no reckless cultivators had come to investigate the area, and the black rift had not shifted again, allowing him to safely replicate a primordial spirit tree seedling. Casting a final glance at the serene surroundings, Sumu once more settled into a meditative position, consuming another wood spirit pill in preparation for further recuperation. After some time, his cultivation was finally fully restored, and he rose to leave. After rummaging through his storage bag for a while, Sumu discovered, to his dismay, that all the flying artifacts he had previously controlled had self-destructed. As for Chu Feng's storage bag, it had been consumed by the black rift, leaving him without a single spiritual stone from that individual. The only piece of good news, it seems, is that Chu Feng was not directly killed by Sumu. Thus, he remains untainted by the soul mark that Chu Feng spoke of, and he need not fear retaliation from the Jieyang sect. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that Chu Feng was merely putting on a show. Now, the only treasures left for him to defend himself are the 5 elements spirit ring and the white jade blade. However, upon glancing at the 2 spirit saplings quietly resting in his storage pouch, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. As long as he does not succumb to greed, with the aid of the spirit ring and the jade blade, he should have no trouble safeguarding his life within this trial space. Once the trial concludes, he plans to present the 2 saplings. By then, even if others covet them, it will be too late. Nonetheless, whether this trial will conclude as scheduled is a matter of uncertainty for everyone involved. Should the month pass and the black fissure consume the entire space, even if he manages to survive thanks to the porcelain plate, he would still dread the prospect of emerging alive, as he would have no explanation to offer. With these thoughts in mind, Sumu's figure swiftly vanished into the wilderness. Since he was unable to fly on a device, he opted to walk instead, relying on his internal strength and lightness skill, which would not hinder his speed significantly. Before long, Sumu arrived at a small hill, and not far from him stood the spirit tower. At that moment, the spirit tower was bustling with numerous figures, including both foundation establishment and chi refinement practitioners. As Sumu observed from a distance, he suddenly noticed a white light darting towards him. The light dissipated upon reaching Sumu, revealing Lin Shui, whose expression was one of surprise as she exclaimed, "Daoist Shun, you are still alive." Sumu smiled wryly in response. "Thank you for your concern, fairy. I managed to escape by mere luck." Realizing her faux pas, Lin Shui's cheeks flushed, and she said, "Daoist Shun, your timing is impeccable. We are currently discussing strategies at the Spirit Tower. You should join us." Discussing strategies? Sumu was taken aback and inquired, perplexed. "Indeed," Lin Shui affirmed. "Although the black fissure has temporarily ceased its movement, no one knows if it will shift again. We are all deliberating on what to do about it." Lin Shui nodded. "When you fought that Foundation establishment practitioner, you were perilously close to the black fissure. Do you have any insights regarding it?" If she knew that Su Mu had just returned unscathed from the Black Fissure, her jaw would likely drop in disbelief. However, Su Mu had no intention of revealing this. So he merely stroked his chin and said, "On that day, I was merely seeking survival, which led me to the edge of the Black Fissure to intimidate him, unexpectedly." He fled in fear. As for my understanding of the Black Fissure, I possess no profound insights. Nevertheless, Su Mu was genuinely intrigued to hear the strategies being discussed by the group, and he leaped towards the spirit tower. Upon seeing this, Lin Shui paused for a moment before a flash of white light beneath her feet transported her to Su Mu's side. "If your magical artifact is damaged, allow me to carry you. That would be much appreciated, fairy." Su Mu replied with a chuckle, not wishing to be overly polite, and leapt onto Lin Shui's flying sword. She smiled brightly. No need for formality, Taoist. Although both were cultivators, the propriety of distance between genders remained, so Su Mu stood at the front of the flying sword. Once Su Mu mounted the sword, Lin Shui activated its spiritual light, propelling both of them forward. Having had little interaction with women, Su Mu was acutely aware of Lin Shui's unique fragrance at such close quarters, causing his face to flush. To alleviate the awkwardness, he awkwardly complimented, "Fairy Lin, your flying sword radiates with such brilliance and exceptional aura." Before he could finish, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his back. Turning to look, Su Mu was horrified to see that Lin Shui had inexplicably wielded a white, pointed blade, shimmering with spiritual light, clearly a remarkable mid-grade artifact. Lin Shui, astonished that her attack had failed to pierce Su Mu's body, wore an expression of disbelief. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Mu understood that had it not been for his protective spiritual armor, he might have already met his demise. In a surge of anger and confusion over Lin Shui's motives, he brandished the white jade blade with determination. Chapter 92. Choices and Sacrifices. Seeing her ambush thwarted, Lin Shui swiftly shrank her flying sword by half, retreating rapidly. Su Mu's strike was hasty and lacked power, slicing only through the air and producing a wave of pressure. The next moment, he began to descend rapidly. Lacking a suitable artifact for flight and wary of expending too much spiritual energy with the 5-element spirit ring, he was grateful for his profound inner strength and the agility techniques acquired from Li Yinma, preventing him from meeting a fatal fall, lest he become a laughingstock among cultivators. In a moment of audacity befitting a skilled practitioner, as he descended, Su Mu summoned a white circular ring that swiftly flew forth, emitting a soft hum before vanishing into the air. Having witnessed the might of Su Mu's artifact, Lin Shui cried out urgently, "This man possesses spirit saplings. Fellow Taoists, come quickly." In an instant, Su Mu understood Lin Shui's motive for the ambush. She must have followed him when he was pursued by Chu Feng. Gleaning information from their conversation, the figures standing atop the spirit tower hesitated to intervene, as they were all practitioners of the demonic path, and conflicts among them were commonplace. Yet, they were unprepared for the revelation that a chi refinement practitioner like Su Mu could possess spirit saplings, as Su Mu emanated an aura of murderous intent. The onlookers quickly understood that regardless of the veracity of the matter, they could not allow Lin Shui to perish. However, before they could act, the spirit ring Su Mu summoned encircled Lin Shui in an instant. Despair washed over Lin Shui as she glanced towards the nearest Foundation establishment practitioner, who was still several yards away. Yet, Su Mu had already reached her side. In that moment, Lin Shui's complexion paled drastically. "You have only your greed to blame." Su Mu's face was pale, his gaze flickering with hesitation, quickly replaced by resolve. With a swift motion, he sliced the jade blade across Lin Shui's throat, her head, adorned with a look of horror, rolling away. With a flicker of spiritual light, Su Mu retracted the jade blade and collected Lin Shui's storage pouch, casually retrieving the white flying sword from the ground, turning to face the approaching practitioners with quiet determination. The remaining onlookers paused, witnessing Su Mu's lethal efficiency in dispatching a fellow practitioner of the same level, halting their advance at a distance of more than 10 feet. It was a standoff, one against many. Su Mu surveyed the avaricious gazes of those before him and let out a chilling laugh. "Fellow Taoists, are you all so eager to possess these spirit saplings?" As he spoke, a wooden box appeared in his hand. He opened the lid, revealing a vibrant green sapling nestled within. The man in the foundational stage, flying at the forefront, smiled lightly and said, "My friend, your ability to swiftly eliminate this woman clearly indicates that you are no ordinary person. While the Yuanling sapling is indeed valuable, do not sacrifice your life for it, jeopardizing your promising future." Another foundational stage man sneered, "Indeed, wise ones should quickly surrender the Yuanling sapling, or else do not blame us for being impolite." At that moment, The other cultivators echoed his sentiments. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Mu surveyed the group of cultivators and noted that there were 7 in the foundational stage, while the remaining 5 were in the Qi refinement stage. It was unclear whether the other 3 foundational stage cultivators had encountered an accident or simply were not present. Nevertheless, even with this few, Su Mu felt he was no match for them. At this moment, he took out the Yuanling sapling, not expecting to keep it in his possession. He smiled faintly and said, "I understand the reasoning behind your words, but there is only one Yuanling sapling. To whom should I surrender it?" Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, none daring to claim the sapling for themselves. After a moment, the leading foundational stage man spoke calmly, "Regardless, this Yuanling sapling is not something a mere Qi refinement cultivator like you can possess. How we choose to distribute the sapling is our business. You should refrain from sowing discord among us and simply hand it over." Su Mu's expression darkened as he replied, "If you wish for me to relinquish the sapling, that is certainly possible. However, I have already risked my life and lost my spiritual tools for this sapling. Do you truly believe I would surrender it simply by your word?" The foundational stage man frowned and asked, "What do you intend to do?" Gathering his courage, Su Mu replied, "If you desire my sapling, I am willing to part with it. However, given that my spiritual tools have been destroyed, if you can provide me with 10 or 8 extraordinary spiritual tools, I would gladly hand over the sapling. Otherwise, I will destroy it, even if it costs me my life." "You dare?" A dark-faced foundational stage cultivator exclaimed in anger. "A mere Qi refinement cultivator, daring to threaten us. Do you wish to die?" He prepared to attack Su Mu with his spiritual tool. Before Su Mu could react, the leading man intervened. "There is no need for anger, my friend. This young one merely desires a few spiritual tools. Let us grant him his request." He then turned to Su Mu, saying, "However, your demands are excessive. We can offer you no more than 3 extraordinary spiritual tools. Should you refuse to hand over the sapling, do not blame us for being ruthless. In that case, I shall comply." Su Mu replied with a slight smile, and with a flash of spiritual light, he indeed tossed the wooden box to the foundational stage man. The man was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Su Mu, who had previously been so defiant, had suddenly become so agreeable. Did he not fear a breach of trust? Yet, as a foundational stage cultivator, he could not afford to demean himself publicly. With a flash of spiritual light, he produced 3 gleaming spiritual tools and tossed them towards Su Mu. Upon inspection, Su Mu found a blue flying sword, a small golden hammer, and a dark ghost-headed dagger, 3 rather ordinary offensive spiritual tools. Among extraordinary spiritual tools, such items were abundant and of little value, lacking any special purpose. Nevertheless, despite their simplicity, all 3 met Su Mu's requirements. Chapter 93. Crisis reemerges after a brief examination of the tools in hand. Su Mu discerned that at least 2 did not belong to the man, likely spoils from his previous killings. Clearly, despite his seemingly amiable demeanor, this man was not to be underestimated. With this thought, Su Mu respectfully bowed to the man, saying, "Thank you for bestowing these treasures upon me. I shall take my leave." No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a streak of escaping light, riding Lin Shui's white flying sword, vanishing into the horizon. Just as he had not flown far, a tremendous rumble echoed behind him, and the very essence of spiritual power in the air began to stir. Clearly, the other cultivators would not easily allow the man to possess the Yuanling sapling. Although he was formidable, it did not guarantee his ultimate success. After a while, Su Mu halted his escape atop a small hill. The white flying sword he wielded had only recently been acquired from Lin Shui's remains and had not been refined, making it quite draining to control. Were it not for the need to distance himself from that perilous place, he would not have sought to fly. Stowing the white flying sword in his storage bag, Su Mu produced a blue long sword with a flick of his right hand. Judging by its aura, this sword was the strongest among the 3 extraordinary spiritual tools given to him, perfectly aligned with his attributes, being a wood element flying sword. The other 2 extraordinary tools would likely only be used in combat. As for duplicating these 3 tools with the porcelain plate, Su Mu considered it but quickly dismissed the idea. Due to the presence of the black space, the area in which cultivators could operate was already quite limited. Unless he hid near the edge of the black fissure to use the porcelain plate, he risked drawing attention from others. Moreover, the earlier events had clearly caught the notice of numerous individuals. Should anyone discover the porcelain plate's miraculous effects, it would spell his doom. With these thoughts in mind, Su Mu's blue flying sword, having undergone a brief refinement, transformed into a streak of blue light, piercing into the mountainside. Soon, the sword had excavated a cave large enough for 2 people. The cave's entrance was oddly shaped, barely half a person's height, yet the interior was spacious enough for concealment. Su-mu surveyed the entrance with satisfaction, then swiftly entered the cave in an unusual posture. Sitting cross-legged, he retrieved a porcelain vial and swallowed a chi recovery pill to replenish the spiritual energy he had just expended. Both the chi recovery pills and the wood spirit pills were low-tier elixirs, each capable of promoting the recovery of spiritual energy. However, the wood spirit pills were notably more potent and effective solely for recovering wood element spiritual energy. The chi recovery pills, while less effective, worked for all 5 elemental energies. At this moment, Su-mu had depleted the other 4 types of elemental energies, and to utilize the 5 elements determining spirit ring in battle, he needed to restore them first. 3 hours later, Su-mu slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. He was now able to replenish the other 4 types of elemental energies at an increasingly rapid rate. As long as his wood element energy remained, he could expedite the recovery of the other elements. Just as he was about to leave the cave, he heard footsteps approaching. Holding his breath and straining to listen, he heard a rough voice call out, "Brother Liang, have you found anything on your side?" A calmer voice responded, "None, but this boy should be hiding nearby. My spirit-seeking technique has never failed. He is likely holed up in some cave." After this, a woman's voice chimed in, "What? Are the two of you considering giving up? Do you doubt my iron-eared mouse's accuracy?" "Fairy, do not jest," the calm man replied helplessly. "However, this mountain is quite vast and so close to that strange fissure. If we cannot find this boy, we might not even have the chance to escape." The coarse voice chimed in, exclaiming, "Indeed. Senior Wei has stated that should the black fissure shift again, it would equate to the speed of a top-tier magical artifact. Let us dispense with idle chatter. If we cannot locate that individual by morning, we shall report this information to Senior Wei, which could yield us at least 2 exquisite magical artifacts." The woman, clearly irked, reproached him sharply. The composed man intervened, attempting to soothe her. "There is no need for anger, my lady. It is astonishing that this individual possesses not just one, but multiple spirit saplings. Who could have anticipated such a thing? If we succeed, who among us would not wish for it?" "Exactly," another man echoed. "We do not doubt your iron-eared mouse. It is simply that this matter is truly beyond belief." As the trio conversed, they gradually distanced themselves from Su-mu's cave, their voices fading into silence. Meanwhile, ensconced in darkness, Su-mu's expression darkened considerably. He could not fathom how the existence of another spirit sapling concealed within his storage bag had been discovered. He had never heard of the iron-eared mouse. In truth, it was merely a low-tier spirit beast, typically kept by cultivators for treasure hunting. This creature was acutely sensitive to the aura of spiritual objects, and once it had smelled a scent, it could never forget it. When Su-mu had previously extracted the spirit sapling, the woman had been toying with the iron-eared mouse as a pet. Upon catching the scent of the sapling, the mouse had become agitated, and she had to soothe it before it calmed down. However, when Su-mu opened his storage bag again to stow the 3 magical artifacts he had acquired, the mouse became restless once more. The woman, taken aback, dared not make a sound and quietly retreated. Once she reached a safe distance, she contacted the iron-eared mouse telepathically and learned that Su-mu possessed yet another spirit sapling. Thus, she persuaded her 2 companions to join her in confronting Su-mu in pursuit of the sapling. After all, Su-mu had previously demonstrated his prowess by swiftly defeating Lin Shui, so sending the woman alone to seek him would likely result in merely delivering her storage bag. They had agreed that if they could not contend with Su-mu, they would retreat and report the matter to other Foundation establishment cultivators for rewards. The esteemed Senior Wei they mentioned was the ideal candidate. Although Su-mu could not comprehend how he had been exposed, he surmised that the trio had not disclosed this information to anyone else. Otherwise, given the preciousness of the spirit sapling, those who learned of it would undoubtedly involve themselves. Pondering the situation, Su-mu gradually formulated a strategy, a flicker of sharp resolve passing through his eyes. In an instant, he vanished from the cave. Chapter 94. Seeking assistance within the trial space of the Heavenly Demon Sect, atop a small mountain, a streak of azure light darted through the night, seemingly in search of something. Accompanying it were 2 other streaks of purple and green light, the trio occasionally converging before swiftly parting ways again. Suddenly, the azure light halted midair, emitting a sharp cry. Moments later, the other 2 lights approached her. The figure shrouded in purple inquired, "Fairy, have you discovered the whereabouts of that individual?" The woman in azure shook her head. "I have not found him, but my iron-eared mouse has sensed a much stronger aura of a spirit sapling emanating from another direction. It appears to be the same one. Is that so? Then we must hasten," exclaimed the man in green. The woman frowned at his eagerness. "Initially, I did intend to pursue, But according to my connection with the iron-eared mouse, this sensation is emanating from within the black fissure. What? The other two gasped, evidently taken aback by this revelation. The purple figure was the first to speak again. Regardless, I must see for myself. If you do not wish to go, you may as well sell me that iron-eared mouse. Indeed, I concur that we should investigate before making any decisions, the green figure added in agreement. The woman smiled slightly and replied, Gentlemen, do not be so hasty. I have never suggested that I would not go. However, if that individual has unfortunately strayed into the black fissure, I will not risk entering. Of course, even those Foundation establishment cultivators who ventured and met their demise. Why should we go? The purple figure retorted sharply. Haha, I merely fear that you may be blinded by the treasures within. Since both of you are so resolute, let us consider it my moment of folly. The azure-clad woman said with a playful smile. Before long, the three streaks of light converged towards a common direction. After a short while, they halted, astonished by what lay before them. Under the faint glow, a seemingly ordinary young man lay prostrate on the ground. His body submerged from the waist down within the black fissure, as if being devoured. This was none other than Su Mu, who had arrived here ahead of them. Within the unseen black space, Su Mu's lower half was enveloped by a swirl of multicolored light, yet it did not reveal a hint of itself to the outside world. Thus, from an external perspective, it appeared as though Su Mu had been partially consumed by the black fissure, a truly terrifying sight. The three exchanged glances, each confirming Su Mu's identity, yet found themselves momentarily speechless. Fellow cultivators, please save me. Su Mu cried out upon seeing the three streaks of light. The purple figure stepped forward, clearing his throat, and queried, Who are you? How did you come to be here? Su Mu then recognized that this man, clad in a purple robe, was a burly fellow with a thick beard and was indeed the coarse-voiced individual from earlier. Internally, Su Mu scoffed, realizing they had come seeking him, yet now feigned ignorance. However, he concealed his thoughts and instead lamented. I was flying on a newly acquired top-tier magical artifact when it unexpectedly went out of control, leading me into this black space. Fortunately, I possess a protective secret technique that severed the connection between my legs and body, allowing me to escape, but now I find myself unable to move at all. I implore you, fellow cultivators, to assist me. If one of you severs my lower half, while another pulls me from this black fissure, I shall reward you handsomely. The purple-robed man chuckled derisively. A reward? What could a mere chi condensation 9th layer cultivator like you possibly offer? He added, moreover, this black fissure is shrouded in mystery. I would prefer not to share your fate. Fellow cultivators, you may not know, but I possess a spirit sapling. If you can rescue me, I shall certainly bestow it upon you. Su Mu's countenance shifted through various emotions before he gritted his teeth and proclaimed. The three were momentarily taken aback. They had indeed sought the spirit sapling, and now hearing Su Mu offer it outright left them momentarily bewildered. Could this be the proverbial case of finding gold without effort? The purple-robed man cast a deep glance at Su Mu, muttering, Wait here. We shall confer. It was evident that he was intrigued. With that, he swiftly retreated. Addressing the azure figure, What do you think? You heard him, did you not? I heard, but his words may not be entirely trustworthy. The azure figure replied slowly. The purple-robed man shook his head. What do you? Does Taoist Liang truly believe this young man possesses the means to withstand the dark rift? Such is not the case. The figure in azure, upon hearing this, shook his head in resignation. Well, if you are all afraid, I shall venture forth alone. However, let it be understood that the lion's share of the spoils will belong to me. The man in the purple robe remarked with an air of indifference. In the eyes of the three, even though Su Mu had managed to preserve his life, he had already lost half of his physical form, his strength significantly diminished. Had it not been for the formidable prowess he displayed when slaying Lin Shui, they might have already rushed in without hesitation, rather than lingering in uncertainty. The azure figure, upon hearing this, firmly declared, Absolutely not. It is unreasonable for you to claim the lion's share alone. Observing the two locked in dispute, the woman beside them smiled and suggested, There is no need for contention, esteemed Taoists. How about this? You both assist this young man, and I shall support you from the sidelines. Should we succeed in acquiring the Yuanling sapling, the three of us can divide the spoils equally thereafter. The two men were momentarily taken aback, looking at the woman in confusion. Since they had relied on the woman's iron-eared mouse to locate Su Mu, they had previously agreed that upon securing the treasure, she would receive the first 50%, with the remaining 50% shared between them. Now, the fact that she was willing to share equally with them raised concerns about the potential dangers of rescuing Su Mu. Seeing their hesitation arising from her concession, the woman couldn't help but smirk. If you esteemed Taoists are fearful, Then there is no need for collaboration. I shall go alone to claim the treasure. And there will be no need to share with you, which would be rather delightful, wouldn't it? Haha, fair maiden, your words are jest. The azure figure quickly responded with a smile, saying, since the three of us are together, we must cooperate wholeheartedly. At present, this young man is unable to resist. We merely need to assist him in escaping. Though the purple-robed man was rather reckless, he was not foolish. He joined in the forced laughter, saying, indeed. Taoist Liang speaks truthfully. Dear maiden, please do not take offense.